In a world where the male protagonist relentlessly pursues the male supporting character, Wen Yanyu, who finds himself ensnared in a whirlwind of public opinion and online vilification, an unexpected awakening occurs. Bound to a system, he is dispatched to fulfill a mission. After numerous cycles of torment that exhaust both body and spirit, Wen Yanyu, returning in a battered state, decides to embrace a lackadaisical attitude, preparing to engage in a variety show for a modest pension. However, contrary to expectations of being the subject of ridicule, the gaze of the guest turns increasingly peculiar, leading to unexpected physical interactions and inexplicable tension. Chapter 1. Speaking with hurtful words. The sky is shrouded in thick clouds. Fine raindrops falling incessantly, saturating the air with the damp scent of earth and rain. A sleek black Maybach comes to a steady halt at the hospital entrance. The first to exit swiftly unfurls a black umbrella and respectfully opens the rear door. A tall figure emerges, clad in a black overcoat. With gray-blue eyes and strikingly handsome features, deep-set facial structure, high nose, and thin lips commanding attention. Merely by his presence, the attendant promptly raises the umbrella above him, ensuring not a single raindrop tarnishes his form. Journalists, who had long awaited outside the hospital, surge forward like a tide, thrusting microphones and cameras towards Fu Hanchuan. The leading reporter, anxious that the man might not hear, bellows, "Mr. Fu, what are your thoughts on Wen Yanyu's suicide attempt due to your rejection? Mr. Fu, why have you not responded to Wen Yanyu's public declarations of love? Are you already taken? Mr. Fu, did you return from abroad, specifically to visit Wen Yanyu? Do you harbor any feelings for him as rumored? Mr. Fu, is there a possibility of a future together with Wen Yanyu?" A cacophony of journalists clamors, their faces alight with eagerness, desperate to extract a scoop from the subject. Faced with this barrage of inquiries, Fu Hanchuan's brow furrows deeply. "I have no lover. I harbor no feelings for Wen Yanyu, and there is no possibility between us. I will never love him in this lifetime." His voice halts, turning his head. His gaze darkens as it sweeps over the throng of frenzied reporters. His tone chillingly sharp. "But this is not a reason for you to encircle a patient here." The man deliberately slows his speech, each word resonating clearly in the ears of the crowd. The unmistakable disdain in his gray-blue eyes, directed at no one in particular, spills forth without reservation. The reporters are momentarily taken aback. Having addressed the question, Fu Hanchuan, along with his bodyguard, strides into the hospital without a backward glance. The scent of disinfectant fills the air as a few nurses engage in idle chatter outside the corridor. "Is that Wen Yanyu inside? He looks better than in the photos." "What good is that? Just a sycophant clinging to Fu like a leech." After being rejected, he even attempted suicide. Quite the self-destructive choice that I can't fathom these youngsters. Do they really need to be so dramatic over love? Thankfully, those experts arrived, or it would be hard to say. Within the room, Wen Yanyu reclines against the hospital bed, his disheveled black hair cascading behind him. Listening to the nurse's gossip echoing from the corridor, his expression becomes vacant as he slowly blinks his dry eyes, eventually unlocking his phone. Silence abruptly envelopes the area outside. Wen Yanyu is absorbed in checking the time. Wen Yanyu, a voice, frigid as ice, pierces the air. He instinctively turns his head, meeting a pair of furious eyes. He pauses. "Fu Hanchuan." His words hang uncertainly in the as Fu Hanchuan steps inside. The words he intended to utter become lodged in his throat, swallowed back down. The youth on the hospital bed possesses striking features. A red mole beneath his eye reminiscent of a bloodstain, and an alarming number of his once jet-black hair has turned ghostly white, mingling with the dark strands. The cold, white light of the hospital illuminates him, casting an ethereal transparency that suggests he might vanish at any moment. What should appear as an edgy style now, under his pallid complexion, conveys an extreme fragility. His gaze, both surreal and vacant, emanates an aura of lifelessness that sends a shiver through anyone who dares to look. Fu Hanchuan averts his eyes, struggling to suppress the rage that threatens to overflow. "Do not disgust me with such antics. I will not be with you. You can only harm yourself." Wen Yanyu responds with a dazed acknowledgement, falling silent, lost in thought, An oppressive silence stretches between them. Fu Hanchuan presses his lips together, then continues, Wen Yanyu, do not trouble me further. Wen Yanyu lowers his head. I understand. It won't happen again. My previous actions were misguided, and I apologize for the trouble. Seeing the ease with which Wen Yanyu acquiesces, Fu Hanchuan relaxes slightly, adding, I will arrange for your subsequent treatment, but this is the last time. Beyond professional matters, we have no further connection that I will never develop feelings for you. Do not entertain any inappropriate fantasies. Wen Yanyu remains silent, head bowed. He thinks to himself. As expected, Fu Hanchuan's gaze darkens slightly, and he casually adds, Wen Yanyu, I have been tolerating you because of our previously amicable relationship. But should you continue to be obstinate, Fu Hanchuan pauses, his voice lowering, you wouldn't want to know my methods. Wen Yanyu nods faintly, still looking down. Rest assured, those matters will not recur. This is not your concern. It was a misunderstanding on their part. I will not trouble you again. Wen Yanyu raises his gaze to meet his. If I were to trouble you again. He blinks slowly, as if observing the individual before him. Yet his eyes seem to fixate on nothing. Only a void, a lifeless despair. You may kill me or let me die, whichever you prefer. Wen Yanyu's expression remains placid, as if discussing the weather. The air grows still. Fu Hanchuan stares at Wen Yanyu for a long moment before letting out a cold laugh. He succinctly states, I hope you keep your word as he exits the hospital, flanked by bodyguards. Wen Yanyu glances at the throng of reporters outside, instinctively stepping forward. Fu Hanchuan senses Wen Yanyu's movement and swiftly blocks him, his tone harsh. What do you think you're doing? Wen Yanyu blinks in confusion for a moment, tightening his hat. I need to clarify things with them. This is unrelated to you. I know I've caused you trouble, and now that there are reporters here, I'll clear it up. Fu Hanchuan is taken aback. Wen Yanyu has already approached the reporters. The previously clamorous journalists fall silent upon witnessing their exchange, a few ready to speak. Wen Yanyu adjusts the microphone offered by a reporter. Hello, I am Wen Yanyu, and I wish to clarify something. My recent disappearance and hospitalization were not due to Mr. Fu. It was a personal matter. I would like to thank the girls who reported my situation that day. However, this matter has no connection to Mr. Fu. Please do not morally bind him. He is under no obligation to assist me. Previously, it was my shamelessness that sought to leverage his name, leading to the online turmoil. Mr. Fu is an exceptionally good person. He has helped me significantly. I no longer harbor feelings for Mr. Fu, and I will not engage in such behaviors again. Raindrops cascaded upon his face, as Wen Yanyu's complexion turned pallid. He adjusted his coat and earnestly addressed the stunned reporters before him. I implore you all to refrain from intertwining him with my narrative. Should there be any criticism or attack, direct it solely at me, Wen Yanyu. I am prepared to accept all remarks, but let them not extend to Fu Hanchuan or any other innocent individuals. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the venue. Wen Yanyu returned the microphone to the reporters. He then stepped back into the circle of his bodyguards. Please escort me home. Thank you. Fu Hanchuan pursed his lips, casting a complex glance at the frail Wen Yanyu, who was desperately attempting to conceal his white hair beneath his hat. Despite the coat draped over him, his emaciated figure remained evident. He then turned to the driver and commanded, let us depart. Fu Hanchuan, initially perceived as an aloof and stoic individual, ultimately revealed his tender and protective nature towards his wife, becoming a true madman in love. Meanwhile, Wen Yanyu, struggling with severe health issues and exhibiting self-destructive tendencies, finds himself in a complex emotional landscape. This narrative unfolds from the perspective of the primary character, showcasing a mix of sweetness and bitterness, with a predominance of sourness in the earlier segments and a gradual transition to sweetness. It is a tale infused with drama and complexity, featuring dual male protagonists and a plethora of romantic entanglements, all set against the backdrop of a live variety show. Chapter 2. Wen Yanyu, you will live a long life. The host, Wen Yanyu, is welcomed home by a monotonous, emotionless mechanical voice resonating in his ears. He opens his eyes in the bathtub, gazing at the diminutive, cartoonish representation of a meteorite border collie in the void before him. Your cycle has concluded. You shall no longer be ensnared by the narrative's control. Once the storyline in this world is entirely resolved, you will attain freedom. Freedom? He regards the system's words with skepticism. Raising his gaze, he inquires, "Well, my parents and sister?" The little dog in the void hesitates, averting the boy's hollow stare. "I regret to inform you that I can only transport you to this moment in time. Your family has become a narrative anomaly, now rectified. I'm unable to bring them back for you. However, in addition to the reward for breaking free from the plot, you have acquired the abilities of the supporting characters you once portrayed. Though considerably diminished, they will undoubtedly facilitate your existence, serving as an additional reward for your sacrifices." The machine voice remains cold and detached. Wen Yanyu tilts his head to gaze at the frigid ceiling. Since he was 7, a book has inhabited his mind, a tale of a male protagonist seizing power step by step, a genre he was too young to comprehend. He only knew that a character bore his name, Wen Yanyu, yet lacked any family. Consequently, he dismissed the book until adulthood. However, everything changed in his 3rd year of junior high when his parents and sister mysteriously vanished. He scoured every conceivable location, yet found nothing, save for the fading memories of their existence. Even his closest friends began to forget him. For an entire year, he was deemed insane by all, and he gradually succumbed to that very notion himself. It wasn't until he saw Fu Hanchuan on television, sharing the same name and fate as the protagonist of the book, that countless familiar figures began to materialize, and the well-known plotlines resurfaced. He realized he was merely the supporting character, Wen Yanyu, who relentlessly pursued the male lead, ultimately meeting his demise in a tragic accident, an inconsequential pawn exploited by the male lead's adversaries to undermine him. Thus, he felt no need for family, past or future, nor could he fulfill his aspiration of becoming a doctor to heal and save lives. He exerted every effort to gain admission to the Capital Medical University, striving to resist the narrative, yet ultimately succumbed to its manipulation, entering the entertainment industry as a mere marionette, appearing at the opportune moment to die and fulfill his role in the story. At times, he could control his body. At others, he could not. He yearned to break free from the narrative and experimented with various methods. During this period, the protagonist befriended him and treated him with exceptional kindness. He did not wish for his eventual demise to become a dagger that would harm another. He sought liberation. Thus, in moments of lucidity, he attempted to end his own life as an act of defiance against the narrative, but the outcome was all too evident. He failed, only to be forcibly bound by an unknown system, thrust into countless cycles across various worlds, where he, as a supporting character, repeatedly lost control, marching toward death. From the initial haze of confusion, anger, fear, and despair, to a state of numbness, he resigned himself to the fate of being merely cannon fodder. So be it. Comparatively fortunate, he was just a pawn, with his survival lasting a mere 2 years at most, and in some instances, less than 2 hours. Thus, he likely endured only a century of reincarnation. The water in the bathroom cascaded melodiously. Wen Yanyu reclined in the bathtub, the warm water enveloping his shoulders and neck, soothing and comforting, akin to being cradled in a mother's embrace. The scar that had once nearly torn him apart, the one he had carried through countless cycles, blossomed across his waist. In the realms of his missions, aside from dying a natural death, he had endured multiple brutal killings, supernatural phenomena, apocalyptic scenarios, natural disasters, and infinite ordinary worlds. Those abilities and pains had accompanied him back. Whether this was a reward or a punishment remained uncertain. Yet, who was he but a mere pawn? His sole purpose to propel the narrative forward before meeting his demise? A small dog floated in midair. "I am about to return," Wen Yanyu said, raising his eyes and reaching out. The dog approached with practiced ease, affectionately rubbing against his palm. "Host, remember to eat on time. If you can't eat, drink something. Do not sleep in the bathtub. If necessary, lay a blanket first to cover your belly. Avoid sleeping in water and take fewer painkillers. If you feel faint, call a friend. Do not bear it alone. Live well and take care of yourself." The cold, mechanical voice displayed a rare fluctuation of emotion as Wen Yanyu listened quietly to the dog's admonitions, finally caressing its warm body. "After being with me for so long, we must have formed some bond. Before you depart, tell me, how many more years do I have left? My last accident is years away. I need to plan my retirement. Wen Yanyu asked calmly, his dark hair visibly losing color at a gradual pace. The dog suddenly stiffened, gazing at him for a prolonged moment. After a while, the mechanical voice faded, replaced by a distorted, hoarse male voice. Wen Yanyu, you will live to a ripe old age. The dog bestowed a kiss on his forehead, the warmth of its touch and voice dissolving together. Farewell. In a moment of distraction, the small dog that had accompanied him through countless worlds vanished. Will you curse me one last time before you go? What a naughty dog. Wen Yanyu chuckled bitterly, sinking back into the water. His consciousness grew hazy, and Wen Yanyu closed his eyes, pondering where he had heard that voice before. He lay in the warm flow of water, cradled in the embrace of fantasy, drifting slowly in his slumber amidst the indistinguishable realms of reality and illusion. Wen Yanyu was saved. Wen Yanyu and Fu Hanchuan. Wen Yanyu's relentless pursuit. How tiresome it must be for Wen Yanyu to create chaos every day. Does he not grow weary? If one wishes to ascend, one must first ascertain their worthiness. So despicable and disgusting. If I were Fu Hanchuan, I would be utterly repulsed. Yet he still goes to the hospital to retrieve him. One can only say Fu Hanchuan is truly kind, deserving of being the young leader of the conglomerate. With such grand aspirations, longtime fans are truly exhausted, unable to comprehend how such a promising individual has devolved into this. After years in the industry, securing a top position, yet he has brought this upon himself. One might think he had been possessed. Wen Yanyu truly captivates me. His debut stage rendered me utterly enchanted. Yet how could he be so misguided as to pursue a man who does not reciprocate his affections? Regardless of the circumstances, it is utterly distasteful to harbor feelings for a man. Wen Yanyu claimed to the reporters that he no longer holds feelings for Fu Hanchuan. Who would believe such a statement? Certainly not I. All attempts have proven futile. It seems he resorts to a game of cat and mouse. Wen Yanyu has squandered a remarkable opportunity. With his striking visage and abundant resources, he could easily maintain his status as a top-tier celebrity. Yet, he chooses to publicly pursue Fu Hanchuan. And even after a clear rejection, he persists in his entanglement. It is as if he is willfully orchestrating his own demise. Despite everything, I once genuinely supported him. Seeing his pallor outside the hospital evokes a twinge of sympathy. I simply cannot comprehend what this young man is truly thinking. Discussions surrounding Wen Yanyu proliferate online, with a cacophony of derision nearly drowning out his social media presence. Chapter 3. A question of letting go the air is thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Little rabbit, be good. Open the door. Hurry, let me in. The eerie voice hums a haunting melody. Help me, I want to go home. The cries grow increasingly desperate. As my vision sharpens from a haze, I behold a scene of carnage. Blood and remnants strewn across the floor, and at the center, a youth is shackled by iron chains encircling his neck. Vivid blood flows incessantly from a gaping wound, a gash deep enough to reveal bone. It hurts, please save me. It hurts, let me go home. I beg you, release me. I want to go home. The boy's face is ashen. Fresh tears repeatedly wash over the dried streaks of sorrow on his face. His eyes, red and swollen, struggle against the chains that bind him, only to be pulled back repeatedly by their master. In the darkness, the figure chuckles softly, serenading with the repeated lines, "Little rabbit, be good, do not cry." The sound of chains clashing against the floor mingles with the dripping of blood, a bizarre lullaby intertwined with feeble pleas for mercy, despairing and pallid. As my gaze draws nearer, the visage of the boy finally registers. Wen Yanyu. Fu Hanchuan's pupils dilate in shock, jolting him awake. The group nearby, engaged in merriment, is startled by his sudden outburst. What happened? Shun Huainan exclaims, spilling much of his drink. Is Wen Yanyu unwell? The soothing music and intoxicating aroma of alcohol fill the private room, gradually stirring his numb senses. Fu Hanchuan's heart races, his mind devoid, his once cold demeanor now engulfed by fear. You just called out Wen Yanyu? Recalled the nature of their relationship from 2 years prior and the phone call he received. Wan Haihui raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, "You wouldn't happen to have feelings for him, would you? If so, why delay? Just admit it." Still reeling from the nightmare, Fu Hanchuan instinctively frowned in protest. "I do not like men. Observing Fu Hanchuan's nightmare-stricken expression, the others exchanged glances, each detecting amusement in the other's eyes. Shen Huainan chuckled, "Ah, old Fu. Truth be told, Wen Yanyu is rather handsome, and he nearly sacrificed himself for you. Don't be so heartless." After several public declarations of love, which were repeatedly met with rejection, Wen Yanyu remained undeterred, bravely persisting in his affections. This was the first time in many years that Fu Hanchuan found himself at a loss, visibly flustered, as a mischievous friend who had always been outmatched in career pursuits. Witnessing Fu's rare moment of vulnerability was an opportunity for playful teasing. Yet, it felt like a nightmare. Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes and pressed his temples, his back already drenched in cold sweat, his shirt clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Upon hearing his friend's remarks, Fu Hanchuan's expression soured. "Impossible. Don't ever mention his name in my presence again. It's revolting." Shen Huainan chuckled, finding his friend's reaction amusingly heartless. As Fu Hanchuan donned his jacket and prepared to leave, Gu Fengyao, with a mischievous glint in his eye, jested, "If you truly despise him, why not let me have a go? He's rather to my liking, and it would conveniently relieve you of a nuisance." Just as Fu Hanchuan was about to step out, he suddenly halted, the image of Wen Yanyu's desperate pleas in his dreams resurfacing. A fiery turmoil ignited within his heart, overwhelming him with agitation. "Gu Fengyao," he said, his voice growing hoarse and heavy with anger, "Wen Yanyu is a person, not a mere plaything. Keep her distance and refrain from making such vile jokes." Gu Fengyao raised an eyebrow in surprise, sensing that Fu Hanchuan's mood had shifted. Shen Huainan lightly tapped his glass, signaling Gu Fengyao to cease. The door slammed shut, and Fu Hanchuan's silhouette vanished. Shen Huainan exchanged glances with Gu Fengyao. "What's going on? Has he finally lost his mind due to work? TSK, how did it come to this between them? It was all fine before. Just drink your wine." Wan Haiwei observed the myriad of expressions on Fu Hanchuan's face with an amused silence, taking a sip of his drink. The following morning, when Yanyu awoke to a piercing pain, accompanied by the incessant ringing of his phone. The water in the bathtub had grown cold. His phone, lying at the edge of the tub, vibrated wildly. Maintaining his composure, Wen Yanyu wiped the blood trickling from his nostrils and leaned against the tub for a moment. Only then did he pick up the phone and press the answer button. On the other end, the woman, upon hearing the call connect, choked back a sob before speaking in a trembling voice. "Xiaowen, how are you feeling?" Wen Yanyu washed away the blood from his hands, activating the speakerphone. "Lun Ye, don't worry, I'm fine." "Foolish child, how could you? Even if he doesn't tea like you shouldn't do something so foolish." The sound of tissues rustling could be heard, as if she were dabbing away tears. "Fu Hanchuan has merely helped you a few times. Why have you become so infatuated with him? You're still young, and you'll meet many people. No, don't do anything rash. You haven't even attended my wedding yet. Didn't you say you wanted to be the godfather to my future children?" The woman's voice trembled with emotion. Wen Yanyu felt helpless. After being thrust into the entertainment industry against his will, his company had assigned Li Lan as his manager, making him her first protege. The age gap between them was minimal, and knowing he was orphaned, Li Lan took great care of him, treating him like a younger brother. Li Lan was oblivious to the tumultuous events unfolding within her, believing that her affection for Fu Hanchuan was the sole reason for her public declarations of love. Although the internet is a realm of openness, societal acceptance of same-sex relationships remains dismally low. As a public figure, the repercussions of such matters were significant. She had admonished herself countless times to refrain from jeopardizing her future, yet her resolve faltered. "Lanjie, do not worry. I do not harbor feelings for Fu Hanchuan, nor will I pursue him any longer," came the response, laced with sincerity. "Do not deceive me. You have gone to great lengths this time." The other party had been found in the mountains, having ingested medication. Had it not been for a few adventurous female university students, the chances of survival in such a desolate area would have been non-existent. In the wilderness, it was clear that he had resolved to end his own life, prompting Li Lan to stifle another sob. Her feelings toward Wen Yanyu were intricate. He was her first protege, one she watched rise to fame and garner adoration from many. Yet she also witnessed his unyielding attachment to someone he should not have loved, nearly costing him his life. She understood that she ought not to harbor such profound emotions for an artist, yet the vulnerable yet resilient Wen Yanyu, who called her sister daily, was distinct in her eyes. Outsiders speculated that Wen Yanyu was merely seeking to climb the social ladder or gain popularity, but she knew otherwise. Over the past 2 years, he had donated nearly all of his earnings, retaining only a modest sum for living expenses. She could not fathom why he endured such pain. Seemingly disinterested in the adoration of fans or the pursuit of wealth, yet felt compelled to remain within the industry. When Yanyu spoke softly, "Really, Lan Jie, I've come to terms with it. I signed a 5-year contract with the company, and there are still over 2 years left. I intend to earn some money in that time, and then retire to lead a peaceful life." "Are you serious?" Lilan inquired, her voice trembling. "Yes, I have thought it through," he replied with a light chuckle. "Do not worry about me. I genuinely feel this way. I plan to be your family and attend your wedding someday. I am saving to buy a small cottage in the countryside, to cultivate flowers and enjoy my twilight years. Please help me find some activities to participate in. I have not saved much." Lilan choked back tears, wiping her eyes. "All right, take a few days to rest. I will look into new opportunities for you and send them your way once I find something." "Good." The call ended. Wen Yanyu changed his clothes and stood before the mirror, his gaze gradually rising. The reflection revealed a visage almost pallid to the point of being sickly, with the red mark at the corner of his eye serving as the sole hint of color. What should have been enchanting, romantic eyes were instead filled with an inescapable fatigue, while his once vibrant pupils faded at an imperceptible pace. With a gentle sigh, Wen Yanyu brushed his nearly completely white hair. A look of resignation etched upon his face. Perhaps when he found the time, he would dye his hair and cut it short as well. Chapter 4. Do not contemplate death. The night enveloped the surroundings like ink. The car window was partially ajar, allowing the distant neon lights to flicker. A cool evening breeze filled the interior of the vehicle, as Fu Hanchuan pressed his thin lips together, striving to suppress the turmoil and unease brewing within him. Ever since their encounter at the hospital, he had been plagued by dreams of Wen Yanyu every night for nearly a week. It is not the weeping of the other party yearning to return home, nor the various tragic states they exhibit, although he knows these are merely dreams. The figure in his dreams repeatedly pleading for death, the despair and devastation etched upon their face, invariably awakens him in a cold sweat. Instinctively, he feels compelled to call and confirm their survival, and on one occasion, in a daze, he found himself already en route to meet them. He attempts to convince himself that he is merely traumatized by their appearance in the hospital, which has triggered such dreams and reactions. Yet he is acutely aware that he is not the sort of person to react in such a manner. Fu Hanchuan irritably closed his eyes. He was truly losing his mind. It was inconceivable that he could harbor any affections for Wen Yanyu. When had Wen Yanyu ever exerted such a profound influence over him? Recalling their first encounter, Fu Hanchuan's expression grew complex. He vividly remembered how Wen Yanyu had dragged him from the vehicle, incessantly recounting a plethora of nonsensical tales to keep him awake. Had Wen Yanyu not later engaged in those troublesome antics, perhaps they could have remained good friends. Yet now, that possibility was utterly extinguished. The cool night breeze infiltrated the car, and as Fu Hanchuan gazed out at the river escape, his mood gradually settled. Suddenly, his gaze caught a glimpse of a figure by the riverbank. Fu Hanchuan abruptly halted, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat. "Stop the car." The driver executed an abrupt brake, bringing the vehicle to a steady halt before he could inquire about the commotion. Fu Hanchuan had already flung the door open and dashed out. Wen Yanyu lounged leisurely against the railing, strands of hair cascading down from his hood like 2 snow-white rabbits dancing in the wind. He held the medication he had painstakingly procured from the hospital, blissfully squinting in contentment. How delightful. How long has it been since I felt this free? I can't recall. Just as he was reveling in the evening breeze, an unexpected force gripped his waist, abruptly pulling him into someone's embrace, and they both tumbled to the ground. "Wen Yanyu, what are you doing?" An enraged reprimand reached his ears, and the arm around his waist trembled, the familiar bittersweet fragrance enveloping him. Bewildered, Wen Yanyu turned to see Fu Hanchuan. Witnessing the blank expression in his eyes only intensified Fu Hanchuan's fury. Who else could it be? You lunatic! What on earth are you doing here at this hour? Are you trying to stir up trouble for me again? Wen Yanyu, haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Do you wish for death so desperately? Fu Hanchuan's anger escalated as he spoke through gritted teeth, his gaze drifting slightly to the boy's white hair peeking from beneath the hood, and he suddenly froze. Wen Yanyu, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, instinctively attempted to break free. Fu Hanchuan showed no signs of relenting. He tightened his embrace, effortlessly lifting the boy off the ground. What are you doing? Wen Yanyu gasped in alarm, his hands instinctively clutching the man's neck, terrified of being dropped. Fu Hanchuan's face was a mask of fury, his grip unyielding as he hoisted the boy securely onto his shoulder. With no foothold to leverage, Wen Yanyu could not escape, and he trembled uncontrollably. Was Fu Hanchuan seeking to punish him? Upon grasping this thought, he resigned himself to his fate, ceasing his struggle. The weight upon his shoulder seemed almost absurdly light compared to before. Fu Hanchuan's gaze darkened, his lips pressed tightly together as he unceremoniously deposited Wen Yanyu into the car. Drive. The driver cast a fleeting glance at the rearview mirror and silently sealed his lips. Adhering to the work ethic, he spoke little, acted much, listened attentively, and sought wealth. Wen Yanyu massaged his waist and tentatively inquired, "Where are you taking me?" Fu Hanchuan did not look at him. Wen Yanyu refrained from making himself uncomfortable, neatly tied up the medicine bag and discreetly tucked it into his bosom. It was hard-won. He could not afford to lose it. The car ventured further away from the city center. Wen Yanyu pursed his lips, questioning in his mind, "Fu Hanchuan, where on earth are we headed? I have matters to attend to tomorrow." Finally, Fu Hanchuan turned his head, his gaze dark and piercing as he interrogated, "What were you planning by the river?" Wen Yanyu was momentarily bewildered and instinctively replied, "I was just enjoying the breeze." "What? Am I supposed to fish with bare hands?" The atmosphere thickened with tension. Fu Hanchuan gritted his teeth. "Wen Yanyu, do you take me for a fool?" Wen Yanyu was taken aback. The vehicle meandered into a villa district, twisting and turning until it finally halted. Wen Yanyu raised his head to observe the familiar surroundings, perplexed as to why he had been brought here once more. Fu Hanchuan flung open the car door and effortlessly hoisted the still-dazed individual onto his shoulder, striding purposefully towards the villa. Wen Yanyu protested, "I can walk on my own." "You know," Fu Hanchuan retorted, "be quiet." The door slammed shut, momentarily rendering the busy housekeeper speechless at the sight of the unusual duo. Countless scenes from novels flashed through her mind before she dutifully asked, "Mr. Fu, shall I prepare another dinner?" Fu Hanchuan set Wen Yanyu down and nodded, instructing, "Make some porridge and prepare a few light dishes that are easy to digest." The housekeeper nodded and proceeded to the kitchen. The hood had long since fallen away on the journey here, revealing Wen Yanyu's white hair interspersed with strands of black, a peculiar and striking sight. Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened. "Let me make this clear, do not think of dying." He paused, then added, "I will not be with you, nor will I love you, but I will not allow you to perish." Wen Yanyu countered, "Do not expect me to owe you another life." The pent-up emotions transformed into a chilling tone, leaving it unclear whether anger or fear prevailed. He was bewildered by the series of actions from the other party. Having spent 2 years together, he knew the male lead to be a compassionate individual. Replaying the recent events in his mind, he finally grasped that Fu Hanchuan did not seem to seek revenge. Wen Yanyu lifted his long eyelashes, his brow slightly furrowed. "I was merely enjoying the breeze." "You have misunderstood." Fu Hanchuan remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed a glaring distrust, as if questioning whether Wen Yanyu had forgotten his own actions. Wen Yanyu waved the medicine bag in his hand, clarifying, "This is medication I just obtained from the hospital today, and Sister Lan asked me to go to the company tomorrow to sign a variety contract. If I want to die, would I bother with all this?" Fu Hanchuan paused momentarily, scrutinizing him for a long while before awkwardly turning his head away. "First, eat your meal." "Oh." Wen Yanyu lowered his head in response. At the dining table, he glanced around at the familiar furnishings he had arranged, silently scoffing at the fact that the male lead had yet to move out, and the items remained untouched. He quietly scooped up the porridge, taking a few mouthfuls, only to feel his stomach churn after just 3 or 4 bites, all while enduring Fu Hanchuan's unwavering gaze across the table. Wen Yanyu, with an impassive expression, continued to feed himself, feigning a hearty appetite. "What happened to your hair? It suddenly turned so white." Fu Hanchuan broke the silence at the dining table. Wen Yanyu paused, maintaining his composure, and replied, "I had a bit of white hair before and found this color quite appealing, so I decided to bleach it." Fu Hanchuan observed the boy's hair, a blend of black and white, and the pallor of his wrists and neck, which revealed the prominence of his veins. His brow furrowed deeply. After a long pause, he managed a voice, "It's ominous. You should dive back soon." When Yanyu casually acknowledged, "No." After a strained meal, with his stomach churning, he set down his spoon and seized the moment before Fu Hanchuan could speak. "Mr. Fu, you have cared for me immensely, and it is wrong of me to harbor inappropriate feelings and cause you trouble." When Yanyu hesitated, aware that his experiences were too bizarre to articulate, knowing that even if he spoke, Fu Hanchuan would hardly believe him. In any case, the latter already held a deep disdain for him, and he had no intention of lingering in his presence any longer. So he mixed truth with falsehood, perhaps having faced death once. "I have come to terms with many matters. I assure you, I will not entertain any improper thoughts. I may be unable to repay your kindness now, but I will find a way to make amends in the future. Rest assured, I will not trouble you again. If you wish for me to vanish from your sight, I shall do so immediately. Should you ever need me, do not hesitate to call, and if you no longer require my presence, I will ensure to stay away." Upon concluding, Wen Yanyu, dejected, added, "So, when may I return home? I wish to go home." Hearing words reminiscent of a dream, Fu Hanchuan froze, uncertain which phrase had struck a nerve, leaving him with an inexplicable tightness in his chest. His gaze dimmed, and his knuckles whitened from clenching. After a lengthy silence, Wen Yanyu stood to leave, murmuring, "Thank you for your hospitality. It's too late now. You should stay in the guest room for the night. Tomorrow, I will have the driver take you home." Fu Hanchuan responded in a hoarse voice. Chapter 5. Fu Hanchuan, you should loathe me. The sound of dry heaving echoed from the third-floor restroom. Wen Yanyu's eyes were red and watery as he trembled before pressing the flush button. The rush of water whisked away the glaring crimson within the toilet. His mind, clouded from blood loss, spun with dizziness, and tears streamed down his pale face. His hair, damp with cold sweat, clung to his forehead as Wen Yanyu struggled to prop himself up, only to collapse once more, curling up tightly to clutch his abdomen. "It hurts." From the very first day back, pain enveloped him. A brief respite during the afternoon, only to be overwhelmed by agony once again at night. He had visited the hospital seeking pain relief, but was recognized by the doctor, who reluctantly examined his wounds before prescribing medication. Recalling the doctor's gaze, Wen Yanyu sighed helplessly. The shadows left by the world had been too profound. Despite the system's relentless efforts to heal him, all ended in failure, leaving him with wounds that, although not life-threatening, continued to haunt him. Wen Yanyu raised his hand to wipe away the tears on his face, extracting 2 pills from the medicine box. With no water nearby, and lacking the strength to search for it, he simply swallowed them whole. The tablets crumbled between his teeth, and a bitter taste swiftly permeated his mouth. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to swallow the gritty remnants, replete with bitterness and the metallic tang of blood. When Yanyu propped himself up, set the alarm for 4 o'clock, and curled up in the bathtub beside him, when a morning alarm rang. When Yanyu laboriously opened his eyes and reached out to silence the sound, he climbed out of the bathtub and leaned against the sink to freshen up. His legs trembled uncontrollably from curling up all night. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he pushed himself up and opened the door, intending to escape quietly before Fu Hanchuan awoke. Peering out, he surveyed the surroundings and had just reached the front door, preparing to slip away unnoticed when a languid voice called from behind, "What are you sneaking around for so early in the morning?" The sound sent a shiver down his spine. Startled, when Yanyu halted, slowly turning around, his beautiful peach blossom eyes tinged with a hint of guilt. "Good morning." Fu Hanchuan stood at the staircase, clad in a black loungewear, the buttons on his shirt partially undone, revealing a glimpse of his muscular chest. Perhaps due to his mixed heritage, he possessed an exceptionally tall and imposing stature, exuding an undeniable pressure merely by standing there. Neither spoke, the silence stretching between them as they locked eyes. Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze. I just woke up and want to go home. Do you think you can fly back with those legs of yours? We're 30 kilometers from the city, Fu Hanchuan replied, arms crossed, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His gray-blue eyes fixed intently on him, revealing no hint of emotion. Yet, after 2 years together, Wen Yanyu could sense his current displeasure. Wen Yanyu looked down, nervously fiddling with his fingertips. I'll take a taxi. A taxi? Fu Hanchuan scoffed. Have you just arrived at my home? With that half-eaten meal you had last night, do you intend to risk a blood sugar crash on the way, or should I call an ambulance for you? Wen Yanyu fell silent. Fu Hanchuan coldly added, come back and sit down. Breakfast will be ready. He then turned and entered the kitchen. Oh, Wen Yanyu weakly responded, tiptoeing back to the living room sofa, occasionally glancing toward the person busy in the kitchen. When did the male lead learn to cook? The answer came swiftly. Wen Yanyu glanced at his own plate, which held a few barely recognizable pieces of fried egg, then at Fu Hanchuan's plate, which contained eggs burned beyond recognition. Cautiously, he suggested, how about we switch plates? Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened. Eat your own food and refrain from speaking to me. The distance between them was neither too far nor too close. Wen Yanyu focused on the slightly salty fried egg on his plate, with a slice of freshly heated bread by his side. Halfway through, his mouth felt parched, so he picked up the milk and took a few sips. Suddenly, he froze, staring at the bottom of the cup where 4 pieces of sugar had yet to dissolve completely. Fu Hanchuan finished the culinary disaster on his plate in a few swift bites, washed it down with some soy milk, and glanced over at Wen Yanyu, who appeared lost in thought. Noticing that the latter had finished his meal, he lightly tapped the table with his well-defined fingers. Wen Yanyu looked up in response. Fu Hanchuan finally spoke. From today onward, you are forbidden from engaging in any perilous activities. I have canceled those ridiculous engagements you accepted. I will cover the penalty fees, and you shall receive the payments owed to you. I will purchase the apartment you reside in, so there is no need for you to relocate. However, you are not to accept any media interviews, nor may you mention my name in public. From this day forth, we shall have no further connection. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Wen Yanyu stared at him, bewildered. Why do you still wish to help me? Fu Hanchuan pursed his lips, diverting his gaze. You saved my life. This is what I owe you, and I have repaid my debt. Noticing the other's prolonged silence, Fu Hanchuan shifted his focus back to him. This is not the first time you have dragged me into public scrutiny. You must be aware of that. This is your obligation to me. And if you refuse to comply, I have other means to ensure your obedience. Wen Yanyu, feeling a pang of resentment, thought, do not mistake me for a benevolent soul. Fu Hanchuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of irritation evident, his tone chillingly cold, with threats that were unmistakable. As Wen Yanyu gazed at the man before him, his heartbeat slowed to a crawl. A piercing pain and ache surged through him, indistinguishable as to whether it originated from the wound in his abdomen or from his heart. He was but a pawn, a stumbling block in the male protagonist's career, and an inadvertent friend to him. He could not command his own body, repeatedly causing trouble for the other. His eventual demise was exploited by the male protagonist's adversaries, launching a series of public attacks against him. It could be said that apart from the initial car accident, he represented the greatest obstacle in the male protagonist's path. He had harbored hatred for that book, for the plot, and even for the man before him. Why must I be controlled by the narrative? Why, after struggling so hard against fate, was I still manipulated into relinquishing my dreams? Why must my death serve solely as a backdrop for your story? Yet, when he encountered the man for the first time after the accident, on the brink of death, he understood that the narrative would not permit the protagonist's demise. However, the Hippocratic oath he had sworn made it impossible for him to stand idly by in the face of death. Nor could he allow the protagonist to suffer a debilitating fate, falling from grace into despair. He could not condemn the other to a tragic end, as he himself had experienced. He attempted to resist the plot, yearning to see if the world would treat this protagonist with similar cruelty. Perhaps it was due to his medical training, or perhaps because the male protagonist was indeed the central figure of the tale, but he succeeded. The narrative was altered, and the male protagonist emerged unscathed. Yet, it was that act of salvation that forged an unbreakable bond between them. Over 2 years of companionship, The minutiae of their interactions rendered him incapable of harboring any resentment. He could not harm the other without bearing the weight of guilt. He was the only friend he had while conscious. Yet, he could not govern his own body. He continued to replicate the actions dictated by the narrative, repeatedly dragging the other into the maelstrom of public opinion. He witnessed the disdain in the other's eyes, the piercing pain of betrayal. All he could do was curse himself for continuing to live. The milk with sugar was both sweet and cloying, a childhood favorite, now forgotten since his mother's passing. "I'm sorry." Wen Yanyu, suppressing her tears, bent over and began to sob softly, the metallic sweetness spilling from her lips. The coldness in Fu Hanchuan's eyes froze, transforming into a state of panic and helplessness. Chapter 6. Let's not entangle ourselves any further. BGM. Bit by bit, Yin Yan's feelings for Fu are encapsulated in this song. Fu Hanchuan's tongue felt stiff, his words unformed. Before him, the person clutched her abdomen, covering her mouth with her hand, crimson blood seeping through her fingers. Fu Hanchuan was momentarily stunned. In an instant, the blinding red was imprinted on his retina. An overwhelming fear surged through his entire being. "Yin Yan." Fu Hanchuan abruptly rose, taking a swift step forward to support the person who was about to collapse from her chair. He hurriedly lifted her, frantically trying to wipe away the blood that continued to flow. Wen Yanyu's complexion was ashen. She wished to explain her condition, but the pain in her stomach was so excruciating that her words came out as cries of agony. The unease in her heart was confirmed. "What did you eat?" Fu Hanchuan gazed at the blood that flowed incessantly, his words quickening. "Did you eat something?" "Wen Yanyu, speak. What did you eat?" Wen Yanyu gasped, the stabbing pain in her stomach overwhelming her, blood surging uncontrollably. Seeing the man before her in a state of frantic distress, she instinctively reached out, wishing to reassure him, to convey that she would not perish. As long as the narrative had not concluded, she would survive. She wanted to apologize for disrupting his life. She longed to ask Fu Hanchuan why, despite her having caused him such harm, he still cared for her. Why did he not hate her? Why did he not seek revenge like others would? Why did he not vent his frustrations upon her? He owed her nothing. He should despise her. When Yanyu looked into the gray-blue eyes clouded by anxiety and concern, her emotions surging violently, waves of pain crashing within her chest. Endless sorrow enveloped her, suffocating her, leaving her gasping for breath. Her heart ached with a bittersweet pang, each breath filled with anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Fu Hanchuan, I am merely the expendable character in your story. I'm the one who has harmed you. You should hate me." Blood rushed up her throat, choking her with each cough, rendering her unable to speak. The overwhelming emotions caused her to weep uncontrollably, her consciousness beginning to fade amidst the intense pain. "I will take you to the hospital." "Come, to the hospital we must go." Fu Hanchuan's face turned pale, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Realizing he could not drive in his condition, he fumbled for his phone on the table, desperately searching through his contacts until he finally found the person he needed. The moment the call connected, Fu Hanchuan nearly shouted, "Wan Haihui, drive to my house. Hurry." Woken abruptly by the phone call, Wan Haihui felt irritable. But upon hearing the anxious voice on the other end, he instantly shook off his sleepiness, hastily throwing on some clothes as he rushed outside. Fu Hanchuan, typically composed, was evidently flustered, indicating an emergency. Living in the same area, it took Wan Haihui only a few minutes to arrive at Fu Hanchuan's doorstep. As he peeked his head out, he saw Fu Hanchuan emerging from the house, cradling someone in his arms. The car door closed behind them. Fu Hanchuan shouted at him, "Hurry, drive us to the hospital." Upon seeing the two covered in blood, Wan Haihui's eyes widened, and disregarding his curiosity, he pressed the accelerator and sped towards the hospital. When Yanyu leaned against the man's embrace, her white hair dimmed, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably, coughing and retching. The boy's cries were so intense that blood accompanied his weeping. Fu Hanchuan, in a state of panic, hastily grabbed a blanket from the car and wrapped it around him, holding him tightly yet cautiously, afraid to loosen his grip or embrace him too tightly. He could only futilely attempt to warm the icy body nestled in his arms. "Yin Yin, please don't cry, all right? You mustn't cry anymore. I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. I won't scold you again, I promise. Fu Hanchuan called out, gripping the hand in his embrace tightly. Feeling the bone-chilling cold seep through his palm, his heart twisted in anguish, struggling to breathe. Wen Yanyu's vision blurred. She could hardly discern her surroundings or hear any sounds. Only the bitter scent beside her hinted at the identity of the person near her. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't want this. I don't want to hurt you. I'm sorry, but the plot is beyond my control. Fu Hanchuan, I'm sorry. I didn't wish to cause you pain. Yet I am powerless. I cannot even decide my own death. My demise is destined to become a weapon that harms you. I wish to end it myself, but I have failed. Wen Yanyu's face reflected utter despair. Her dark lashes soaked with tears, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Fu Hanchuan, engulfed in panic, lacked the energy to listen. Fatigue washed over him, and as pain caused his calves to spasm, Wen Yanyu gradually closed her eyes, slumping softly in the man's embrace, leaving behind a pool of blood. The person in his arms fell silent, causing Fu Hanchuan's pupils to constrict, his heart racing violently, his voice trembling. I'm not angry with you. I'm not angry. Yan, don't sleep, don't sleep. Yan, can you hear me? Yan, open your eyes and look at me. Yan. Wan Haihui glanced back through the rearview mirror and accelerated toward the hospital. What a mess this is. Upon awakening, a familiar scent of disinfectant filled the air. Wen Yanyu slowly opened her eyes, her mind still sluggish, but the scent instantaneously dredged up fearful memories, causing her body to instinctively want to scream. Wen Yanyu. A familiar voice flooded her ears, weary and indifferent. Wen Yanyu stiffly turned her gaze, colliding with a pair of blue eyes devoid of discernible emotion. After a long pause, her mind finally registered. She was home. Wen Yanyu, you are home. I'm sorry for causing you more trouble, she murmured, her eyelashes fluttering, her voice hoarse and trembling. The uncontrollable fear was restrained by the fingertips clenched in her palm. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze, quietly observing her. Wen Yanyu, let us no longer entangle ourselves with each other. The air grew heavy with silence, filled only with the sound of trembling breaths. All right. Fu Hanchuan stood up, his tone devoid of inflection. The doctor performed a gastroscopy. You have acute stress-induced gastritis. One must manage one's emotions in daily life. I have settled the payment for your hospital stay. Remember to take your medication. With those words, footsteps faded away, and the hospital door was gently closed. Wen Yanyu turned her gaze towards the ceiling, resolutely shutting her eyes. Do not be afraid. Do not scream. Do not cry. Do not cause trouble for others. You are home now. Fear not, Wen Yanyu. There is no one to harm you anymore. You have returned home. Just as Wan Haihui and Fu Hanchuan were about to enter and check on the situation, they unexpectedly collided face to face. What now? Wan Haihui raised an eyebrow. Fu Hanchuan, with a solemn expression, did not respond. Wan Haihui glanced at the hospital room, then at Fu Hanchuan, and proceeded to walk outside with him. On the way back, the driver took the wheel while Wan Haihui dozed off, just as he was about to nudge Fu Hanchuan and inquire about the situation. He noticed the latter's gaze fixated on the window, his hand clutching the blanket, trembling incessantly. Wan Haihui clicked his tongue softly, suppressing his words. Why leave if one is so worried? Chapter 7. Post-traumatic response to abuse after much hesitation. Wan Haihui finally made a phone call. Is this Dr. G? Today, my companion and I brought in a child. There is no one at home, and during his hospital stay, please keep an eye on him and inform me of any developments. Fu Hanchuan glanced over. Wan Haihui unintentionally switched to speakerphone. Is it Mr. Wen? But he just left. A bewildered voice came from the other end. He left, Wan Haihui exclaimed. Originally, we intended for him to be hospitalized, but he claimed to have urgent matters, and we could not retain him. He took his medication and departed. Wan Haihui swallowed hard, forcing a dry smile. Understood. Thank you for your hard work today. No problem. It's our duty. However, do ensure that next time he undergoes a full examination. Has he had surgery on his stomach before? Or has anyone fed him foreign objects? I observed that Mr. Wen's stomach and esophagus are severely ulcerated, and he likely has difficulty eating. The young man on the other end continued, also regarding Mr. Wen's abdomen. All right, we understand. Wan Haihui interrupted. For heaven's sake, please stop talking. The young man paused, hesitating for a moment, yet unable to resist offering one last piece of advice with a compassionate heart. Please encourage Mr. Wen to come to the hospital for an examination soon. Early treatment could alleviate much of his suffering. The call ended. Wan Haihui discreetly glanced at the man beside him. Fu Hanchuan's expression was dark, as if he were suppressing a tempest, his aura chilling to the bone. In the hospital office, Ji Xinhuai scrutinized the examination report on his computer, his brow furrowed tightly. Dr. Ji, why are you still reviewing that? Didn't Mr. Wen leave early? A young woman, cradling a cup of goji berries, slid closer in her chair, casually pocketing a ballpoint pen. Ji Xinhuai snapped back to reality, rubbed his temples, and remarked, I just have this nagging feeling that something is amiss with that patient. Indeed, Dr. Ji, you may not be aware, but that patient is a celebrity. Celebrities likely have to manage their weight, which often leads to less than optimal gastric health. As the woman sipped her hot tea, she recalled the online rumors about Fu Hanchuan's extreme disdain for Wen Yanyu and his flustered demeanor when he brought her in, letting out a soft click of her tongue. It seems not all online gossip should be taken at face value. Ji Xinhuai shook his head and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, suspecting the patient had endured prolonged mistreatment. The woman gasped, nearly sliding off her chair, stuttering, Is that true? How could that be possible in this day and age? If that were the case, he would have reported it long ago. She remembered the moment they administered an injection, the patient's instinctive fear and resistance, and how he coped with the anesthetic and pain. Just moments ago, when the nurse removed the four, he had kept his eyes shut, too afraid to glance at the needle, his leg muscles trembling while his upper body remained tense. She had asked him a few basic questions to confirm his state, only to find his focus completely adrift, his cognition disordered, anxiety washing over him as he scrutinized his own attire, fear evident in his expression. This was a classic case of post-traumatic stress response. The visible bruise on his waist, evidently inflicted by a blunt object with crude stitching nearby, alongside the telltale marks of cigarette burns, hinted at a sadistic tormentor, most likely a doctor with a voracious appetite for cruelty. Ji Xinhuai's gaze darkened as he thought of patients he had encountered abroad. He gathered the documents in his hands, noting the patient's contact information. Neglecting this matter was not an option. The sound of running water filled the bathroom as Wen Yanyu curled up in the bathtub, perusing the information sent by Lilan. The show Let Us Travel Together, a lifestyle variety program, had invited her to participate in a month-long live recording, offering a remuneration exceeding $3 million for each episode, a proposition too enticing to refuse. The filming was scheduled to commence in just 3 days. However, Wen Yanyu sighed, realizing she had left her much-needed painkillers at the male lead's residence. Help! My medication. She lamented the inconvenience she had caused him. Though she felt capable of controlling her body now, the future remained uncertain. It would be excessive to rely on him too much. Fortunately, the doctor, though somewhat peculiar, was accommodating and had prescribed her new painkillers. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. With only a little over 3 years remaining until her character's anticipated demise in the narrative, she couldn't shake the skepticism instilled by past experiences, questioning whether this body could endure for that long. Wen Yanyu sighed, her gaze downcast. Perhaps she should earn some money and relish the last vestiges of her freedom. Let Us Travel Together V. This episode features guests Lu Mingxiu V, Sang Yu V, Duan Mufeng V, Jiang Qian V, Jiang Wanru V, and Wen Yanyu V, as they embark on a month of shared living. We welcome everyone to tune in 3 days from now on the Eggplant website for the live broadcast. Lu and Xiaoyu, the couple I ship, they are finally together. Hee. Enjoy recording the show with your wife, Lu Mingxiu. You have every reason to be pleased. Someone has gathered enough fans, while my dear Lu Gu has merely acted in a drama alongside your beloved. How long has it been? Is the thirst for attention still unquenched? Oh dear, it seems the toxicity arises when true rivals appear. Your disdain is inconsequential. After all, your brother is utterly enamored. Such madness. Shall we attempt to bind yet another? Previously coerced into issuing 2 statements, Lu Gu, thoroughly exasperated, opted out of the role. Perhaps it would be prudent to stir up the past with your childhood sweetheart once again? Wen Yanyu is far from deceased. I can already envision how he might cause a stir on a variety show. Poor Fu Hanchuan, burdened with such an ardent admirer. Where's this episode airing? My curiosity peaks. Even before its premiere, the anticipation escalates. At the airport, Wen Yanyu adjusts his coat and gathers his luggage, preparing to board. Observing Wen Yanyu's frail appearance, having lost yet another pound, Li Lan chokes back tears. Remember to check if you have your medication. And make sure to eat regularly while in the village. Take care of yourself. Aware that the organizers harbor no benevolent intentions in inviting their artist. Yet resigned to the fact that this is the only engagement available, Li Lan's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Yes, I know. It's just for a month. I will take care of myself. Wen Yanyu reassures the worried woman with a gentle embrace. All right, off you go. Do remember to call your sister once you arrive. Li Lan wipes her tears away. Donning his mask, Wen Yanyu waves goodbye and strides into the airport. Not far away, Shun Huainan puts away his phone and turns to share a photo in their group chat. Shun Huainan, I spotted Wen Yanyu at the airport. He seems to be heading to the mountains for a show. Fu Hanchuan, your troubles have departed. Will you not rejoice? Frowning dragon image. Gu Fengyao, why is he wearing such heavy clothing in the summer? Isn't it hot? Shun Huainan, I noticed he has lost considerable weight. He walks unsteadily, likely still recovering from that incident. Gu Fengyao, youth is indeed a blessing. Who is that woman beside him? Shun Huainan, she must be his manager. Their relationship appears quite close. She seems very concerned for Wen Yanyu. The two engage in lively conversation within the chat, occasionally mentioning Fu Hanchuan. Wan Haihui, you two seem rather idle lately? Gu Fengyao, refusing to be a part of the rat race. Shun Huainan, with an elder sister above and a younger sister below, enjoying the dividends while reclining. Wan Haihui, go away. Chapter 8, The Mountain Village Variety Show. The rain poured down in torrents amidst the mountains. As the staff gently opened the car door, Wen Yanyu awoke from his slumber, gazing at the umbrella being offered. Have we arrived? He inquired, still dazed. We have. Thank you. Wen Yanyu rubbed his eyes and murmured his gratitude. It's nothing. Initially indifferent towards the staff member, he softened upon witnessing their discomfort throughout the journey. The staff's expression resembled a palette of mixed colors, oddly contorted. After a moment's hesitation, they extended a hand towards the passenger. The road is slippery. Allow me to assist you. Without a moment's pause, Wen Yanyu grasped the staff member's arm and alighted from the vehicle. Lifting his gaze to the mountains shrouded in mist, he opened the umbrella, shielding both himself and the staff member as they ventured into the rain together. At this moment, due to the rain, the crowd had been temporarily relocated to the main hall of a courtyard. Jiang Qian, with her hair styled in a princess bun adorned with a bow, sat beside the gentle smiling Jiang Wanru, engaged in light-hearted gossip. In a quiet corner, Seng Yu sat silently, occasionally glancing at Lu Mingxiu. Noticing this, Duan Mufeng teased Lu Mingxiu. Old Lu, when will I get to taste your wedding feast? He raised an eyebrow and cast a glance toward Seng Yu. Upon hearing this, Seng Yu immediately looked up at Duan Mufeng, but when their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze as if burned, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. Lu Mingxiu frowned, casting a disapproving glance at him. His tone icy as he retorted, Don't speak nonsense. Duan Mufeng clicked his tongue. I was just joking. Is that really necessary? I have no intention of falling in love. Lu Mingxiu responded coolly, maintaining his indifferent demeanor and choosing not to engage further with the man. Sensing the tension, Duan Mufeng decided to retreat, but then redirected his attention to Seng Yu, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes. Ah, little sister Yu, let me tell you, if you ever look for a boyfriend, do avoid someone like old Lu. He's so dull and lifeless, utterly boring. Seng Yu's face flickered with uncertainty as she glanced at the silent Lu Mingxiu, lowering her head despondently to tidy her loose strands of hair, remaining silent and withdrawn. Time ticked by, and the sound of rain outside gradually diminished. Duan Mufeng squinted, casually propping his leg up. It seemed that a guest named Wen Yanyu had yet to arrive. He had just returned from abroad, having only heard rumors about the person's romantic entanglements, and was about to pull out his phone to search for their appearance. The door swung open as the staff announced, The last guest has arrived. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Sorry for being late, came the apologetic voice. The fine rain formed a mist around the newcomer, who held a black umbrella in a delicate hand. Rejecting the towel offered by the staff, Wen Yanyu folded the umbrella and stepped into the room, swiftly removing his slightly damp outer coat. His long hair fell freely over his shoulders, and his fair skin glistened with a dewy radiance, appearing so tender that one might think it could yield droplets of water. A distinctive red mole beneath his eye served as a striking feature, accentuating his allure. The enchanting and sentimental allure of his peach blossom eyes bore an inexplicable air of cold detachment, yet they shimmered like dew-kissed petals, piercing the heart like a hook. Every aspect of his being was perfectly arranged, rendering him utterly captivating. "Greetings, I am Wen Yanyu." A momentary silence enveloped the room. Duan Mufeng slightly parted his lips, a herd of alpacas galloping through his mind, and with a start he quickly uncrossed his legs, tidied his hair, and straightened his posture in the chair. Sang Yu gazed at the newcomer, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Lu Mingxiu was equally taken aback. Wow, indeed more stunning than in the photos. Jiang Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rubbed her hands together. Jiang Wanru glanced at the pale complexion of the young man, recalling incidents online, and subtly furrowed her brow. Laughing out loud, even though I know Wen Yanyu is a devoted admirer, his looks are undeniably striking. No doubt otherwise. How did he become popular in the first place? Most of those who criticize him now are merely driven by love turned to hate. Haha, poor fans of his. He has lost quite a bit of weight. So even stars react to beauty just like I do. Did you see how Duan Mufeng sat up straight just now, huh? And he even tidied his hair? This lad is clearly smitten. It was Duan Mufeng who first regained his composure. He abruptly stood up and strode toward Wen Yanyu, extending his hand. The man, with his golden hair slicked back, revealed a strikingly handsome profile, clad in a simple, clean white t-shirt, his smile radiating warmth and brilliance. Hello, I am Duan Mufeng, a singer from a wealthy family. An only child with parents who spend most of their time overseas. They are quite liberal and do not interfere in my life. I am generous and spend lavishly on friends and lovers, and I enjoy traveling, though it's perfectly fine if the other party is not keen, as it is merely my passion. Wen Yanyu paused, slightly bewildered by this peculiar self-introduction, and extended his hand in a polite handshake. Hello, Duan Mufeng? He instinctively repeated the name. Yes, indeed, I am Duan Mufeng, Duan Mufeng, gazing at the slender, pale fingers before him, was suddenly besieged by a myriad of bizarre images, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. Ahem, Duan Mufeng turned his head aside and cleared his throat, striving to maintain a composed smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. We will need to look out for each other over the next month. Wen Yanyu nodded slightly and released his hand. Brother, are you on a blind date? Ha, I can't stop laughing. Duan's demeanor is so unremarkable, haha. By the way, Duan is just back from abroad. He probably hasn't heard the gossip. Don't be deceived by appearances. This guy is not the type to fall easily. Didn't Wen Yanyu say he no longer liked Fu Han Chuan? Besides, Duan seems quite open-minded abroad, so anything goes. Do you actually believe what he says? Haha, the tactics of desire are not unique to him. What is the joke about Duan? A fickle-hearted lad, switching partners as easily as changing clothes abroad, but with real prowess. He has long been disregarded, so no one cares to joke about it anymore. Please don't touch my brother Duan. Thank you very much. I firmly reject persistent admirers. Hello. Jiang Qian also rose from her chair, taking a few brisk steps towards Wen Yanyu, her face adorned with a radiant smile. My name is Jiang Qian. You may call me Qian. May I call you Yanyu? Wen Yanyu nodded in affirmation. With this consent, Jiang Qian joyfully introduced Wen Yanyu to the others one by one. Lu Mingxiu and Sang Yu, snapping back to reality, nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Wanru set down the fan she had been holding and approached the young man. I am Jiang Wanru. You may call me Aunt Jiang. She continued. You must have gotten wet on your way here. Do not stand in the wind. You might catch a cold. Jiang Wanru reached out and gently grasped his arm. Her palms touched, causing her to instinctively glance back at him. Wen Yanyu, taken aback, expressed his gratitude as he was led to a seat at the far end. Chapter 9. Cooking together. The torrential rain outside had finally subsided. The host, noticing that everyone had gathered, emerged from the other side and began to explain the rules. First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all participants in our program's recording. For the next month, the village secretary and the children will be living with you. The accommodations have been arranged by the program team. However, aside from the first day, you will need to earn your meals through challenges and tasks for the remainder of the month. After this announcement, the host elongated his tone. Our team has prepared numerous entertaining games and challenges for you all. Now that the rain has stopped, the ingredients for today's meal await you in the kitchen. To avoid hunger, please devise a plan to resolve the lunch situation promptly. Jiang Qian was taken aback. Are we to cook for ourselves? The host smiled and replied, indeed. The group exchanged glances, a mix of surprise and concern evident on their faces. After all, they were accustomed to takeout and others cooking for them. Suddenly, Wen Yanyu spoke up, I should be able to manage Chinese cuisine without any issues. What would you all like to eat? All eyes turned to him. Hooray! Jiang Qian exclaimed as if she had found savior. I want something spicy. Jiang Wanru chimed in. I'll join you, Xiaowen. I can manage simple home-cooked dishes. With this declaration, the group, initially worried that Wen Yanyu would be overwhelmed, felt a wave of relief wash over them. With the rain now ceased, Jiang Qian darted into the kitchen to see what ingredients were available, followed closely by the others. The scene shifted to the kitchen, where several live fish swam in the water tank, prompting the audience to erupt in laughter. Ha ha! While others keep goldfish, this production team raises carp. I knew it. Ha ha! This production team wouldn't make it that simple. Are we going to have to kill live fish? Let's be honest. Unless one has experience, killing a live fish can be quite a hassle. Ha ha! It seems the production team hasn't provided a net. It feels like these fish might just survive until the end of the program. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiang Qian exclaimed, while Wen Yanyu navigated past those blocking the kitchen door, assessing the ingredients available. I have no issues with killing fish. Does anyone have any dietary restrictions? If not, I'll prepare fish today. Wen Yanyu spoke casually, swiftly tying up his hair. The others unanimously indicated that they had none. At that moment, Sang Yu noticed a packet of noodles on the cabinet, swiftly glanced at Lu Mingxiu, who was engrossed in observing the fish, and suddenly spoke up. My brother Lu and I both have a penchant for noodles. Could you prepare 2 bowls for us? Lu Mingxiu, momentarily taken aback, furrowed his brow in surprise. Jiang Wanru skillfully tied her apron and handed one to Wen Yanyu. After wiping her hands, Wen Yanyu accepted the apron and assessed the condiments in the kitchen. Certainly. Do you have any particular preferences? Sang Yu glanced at the familiar sauces on the cabinet and added, I am allergic to peanuts, but my brother Lu adores peanut sauce. You can just add it for Mingxiu, if you would be so kind. Not a bother at all, Wen Yanyu noted, casually nodding. Thank you. Sang Yu expressed her gratitude with a smile, pulling the still-dazed Lu Mingxiu along as they turned to leave. Old married couple, not really. Both Sang Yu and brother Lu are devoted to noodle dishes. Haha, sharing the same childhood tastes. Yet, one is a peanut enthusiast while the other has a severe allergy to peanuts. Haha. Knowing brother Lu is too shy to voice it, did she help speak up? Haha, brother Lu, encountering such a wife, you ought to be kneeling in gratitude to the heavens. Brother Lu gazes on with a face full of gratitude. Haha. I pondered, they aren't even together, yet the comments seem to have locked them in. Clicked. Loyal fans are truly losing their minds over the comments. If you love it, watch. If not, just move on. I implore, please don't leech off her brother Lu. It's truly hard to assess. Brother Lu has had a few dark moments today. He is merely courteous to the ladies, not speaking up, yet it feels like he's been taken for granted. The comments erupted once again, and in the director's studio, the director beamed at the rising excitement, clearly pleased with the decision to invite these two. The screen shifted to the kitchen, where the director's gaze settled on Wen Yanyu's remarkably exquisite face, letting out a soft click of admiration. Truly, she was an idol who had made her mark solely on the strength of her looks. She needed to be utilized carefully. Contemplating her connection with Fu Hanchuan, the director pondered for a moment before adding a twist to the upcoming challenge. Duan Mufeng volunteered. Allow me to assist. Leave the fishing to me. Upon hearing this, Wen Yanyu slightly turned her head, yet before she could respond, Duan Mufeng had already rolled up his sleeves, determination etched on his face as he approached the water tank. However, as he leaned in to peer at the lively fish within, his actions suddenly froze. Several carp, seemingly sensing something, splashed vigorously, appearing both fierce and intimidating. Gritting his teeth, Duan Mufeng steeled himself and reached into the tank. After a struggle, he managed to catch a fish which flailed wildly in his grasp, prompting him to scramble to maintain control. Ha! Battling with a fish? Not really. I feel like Jiang Jia has been stifling laughter since the beginning. She seems on the verge of bursting out. Ha! Jiang Wanru, I shall quietly observe your struggle with the fish. Suddenly, I find Wen Yanyu exceedingly charming, clad in a strawberry apron, gazing vacantly as if she were a tranquil little rabbit. However, if you were to witness how persistently she clung to Fu Hanchuan, her adorableness would fade away. Holding the fish, Duan Mufeng struggled to maintain control, his expression gradually contorting. The kitchen and the living room were not far apart, and Jiang Qian was enjoying a bag of chips with great enthusiasm. If it doesn't work, let me handle it. Wen Yanyu fastened her apron, preparing to step forward. Upon hearing this, Duan Mufeng's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. He pressed down on the fish's fin, forcefully pinning it to the chopping board. All right, I'll hold it down. You can take care of the rest. Duan Mufeng managed a smile towards the young man behind him, though his hands still trembled with uncertainty. Jiang Wanru, who had been rinsing rice, finally couldn't suppress her laughter. Wen Yanyu casually picked up a kitchen knife, gesturing for the others to step aside, taking over the fish that was being firmly held down by the man. With one swift motion, she flipped the blade, and before the fish could even register what was happening, it lay still on the board. Duan Mufeng jolted back to reality, only to see Wen Yanyu, with an indifferent expression, skillfully scaling the fish, eviscerating it, and removing the entrails. The young man moved with precision, and soon the fish was expertly prepared. Just as he placed the fish in a bowl, he suddenly remembered something and turned towards the water tank, deftly scooping up another fish. With practiced ease, he completed the entire process, resulting in a large bowl of neatly processed fish meat. Wen Yanyu casually wiped her hands and turned to the still-standing Duan Mufeng, Brother Duan. Could you wash this bowl of meat and add some salt to it? Ah, yes. Suddenly addressed as brother, Duan Mufeng couldn't help but smile, eagerly taking the bowl and rushing to the sink. I suddenly recalled a phrase. I've been killing fish at Durunfa for 10 years. My heart has grown as cold as my fish knife, a machine of indifference and ruthlessness. I thought he was joking about being able to cook, but he truly can. It's amusing, as it highlights the difference between my mother and me, though my mother tends to criticize my efforts. Wen Yanyu stood before the stove, skillfully heating oil and adding the freshly chopped vegetables. Jiang Wanru remarked, Shaowen, you cook with such proficiency. Have you studied it formally? Stirring the oil and garlic in the pan, Wen Yanyu replied nonchalantly, No, I just had to eat when I was a child, so I cooked every day. After my parents left during middle school, without any relatives around, if I didn't tea-cook for myself, I wouldn't have the money to eat out every day. Speaking of which, he felt grateful for the bug-fixing tool that had left him with over 100,000, preventing him from ending up on the streets after losing his family. Childhood? A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Wanru's eyes. I'm here. Duan Mufeng entered, carrying the washed fish. Jiang Wanru swallowed her curiosity, choosing not to inquire further. The three of them in the kitchen gradually fell into a comfortable rhythm, with Duan Mufeng bustling about, handing over vegetables and spices. In no time, a small bowl of spicy boiled fish was ready, and Jiang Wanru took it out to serve. Duan Mufeng placed the freshly washed pot back on the stove, while Wen Yanyu took the noodles from the cupboard and set the water to boil. Standing before the stove, Wen Yanyu's apron was tied in a delicate bow at the back, gently cinching his waist and accentuating his slender form, which appeared so slight that one could easily embrace him. In Chapter 10, Wen Yanyu, feeling a bit perplexed, retrieved the cooked noodles, lowered his head slightly, and skillfully mixed in the seasonings, finally drizzling a ladle of hot soup over the dish. The atmosphere around him was imbued with the enticing aroma of cooking, and every movement he made exuded an inexplicable allure. Whether it was the scent of the meal or some other reason, Duan Mufeng found himself unconsciously swallowing hard, his gaze fixated on Wen Yanyu, unable to tear his eyes away. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing remarkable, but juxtaposed with Duan Mufeng, Wen Yanyu suddenly appeared diminutive. His slender waist evoked a desire for an embrace. Observers noted that someone seemed utterly captivated. There were murmurs about whether Wen Yanyu had lost significant weight since his earlier audition 6 months ago, when he still had a bit of plumpness to his cheeks, whereas now he seemed as if a gust of wind could easily topple him. Some attributed this transformation to his relentless pursuit of a certain male figure. Initially a source of fondness, but now a cause of annoyance. During his audition period, he had been a well-behaved idol, diligent in his endeavors, winning the hearts of many fans. Yet, after an inexplicable association with Fu Hanquan, his demeanor had shifted dramatically, disregarding both his fans and his own well-being. The notion of being infatuated with someone to the point of annoyance had taken root in the minds of onlookers, who commented on Fu Hanquan's status as the youngest major shareholder and de facto head of the Fuxin Group, a prosperous entrepreneur seemingly depicted as a mere boy in a barrage of online commentary. Wen Yanyu fished the cooked meatballs from the pot and, with a pair of chopsticks, sampled their flavor. Duan Mufeng approached, resting one hand beside him, his towering presence enveloping Wen Yanyu like a protective embrace. The sudden closeness prompted Wen Yanyu to instinctively shift away. Duan Mufeng broke the silence, asking, "May I have a taste?" The other, having been bustling about, was likely quite hungry. Wen Yanyu nodded in agreement, though he cautioned that the dish was a bit bland. Before he could finish, Duan Mufeng leaned in, grasping his wrist gently, and took a bite of the remaining half meatball from the chopsticks held in Wen Yanyu's hand. Momentarily frozen in surprise, Wen Yanyu found himself at a loss for words. "Delicious," Duan Mufeng remarked, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "Your culinary skills are remarkable." The warmth of his tone, coupled with a gaze that was both inscrutable and unsettling, left Wen Yanyu feeling a strange discomfort. Pressing his lips together, he sought to withdraw, applying slight force to free himself from Duan Mufeng's hold. However, Duan Mufeng released him, shifting the conversation to a more casual topic, dispelling the earlier tension with ease. Wen Yanyu remained silent for a moment, reflecting on his previous interactions with Fu Hanquan, which bore a resemblance to this dynamic. Lowering his gaze, he set down his chopsticks, inwardly lamenting that perhaps he had been ensnared by the narrative for too long, rendering him unaccustomed to intimate relationships. Yet, he found that he did not dislike the closeness with Fu Hanquan. Wen Yanyu shook her head, choosing not to dwell on her earlier discomfort. She continued to add some seasoning to the meatballs and reignited the stove to simmer them for a while longer. "Isn't it curious how Wen Yanyu seems rather dull? I thought he was fond of men," one remarked. "Perhaps he only has eyes for Fu Hanquan. Other males must appear ordinary to him." To be fair, Fu Hanquan certainly possesses the charm. Initially, I assumed he was merely a wealthy businessman. After watching his interview, I must say he is an incredibly handsome and charismatic man. I can understand Wen Yanyu's expression. Didn't someone mention that Wen Yanyu and Fu Hanquan were good friends in the past? That seems like a friendship gone awry, doesn't it? Another chimed in. "No way. Look at their statuses. Fu is far above Wen. Wen is just unfortunate enough to be entangled with him." At the dining table, Sang Yu graciously accepted the noodles pushed toward her by Wen Yanyu, offering a polite thank you. Duan Mufeng picked up a piece of fish and, while chewing, mumbled, "This flavor is exquisite." Jiang Wanru nodded in agreement. The little one, Jiang Qian, stuffed her cheeks full, resembling a chubby little hamster, and chimed in, "Thank goodness for Aunt Jiang and Yanyu. Otherwise, I might have blown up the kitchen." Wen Yanyu quietly sat at the table, eating a small portion of rice soaked in broth. Jiang Wanru glanced over, slightly furrowing her brow. The meal unfolded in an oddly tense atmosphere, and soon, most had nearly finished eating. Duan Mufeng's gaze remained fixated on the person across from him. Distracted, he absent-mindedly picked up the last piece of fish in his bowl and swallowed it without much thought. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. A violent coughing fit erupted as he clutched his throat, struggling to dislodge a fishbone lodged there. The sensation of discomfort lingered, as the bone seemed to stubbornly resist his efforts to swallow it down. "What is wrong?" Lu Mingxiu asked, frowning with concern. Sang Yu also looked up. "Oh my Duan, are you choking on a fishbone?" Jiang Qian set down her chopsticks and hurried to Duan Mufeng's side. His face turned crimson as he coughed again. Pressing his hand against his chest, clearly in distress. Jiang Wanru brought a glass of water. Perhaps you should eat something to help it go down? Duan Mufeng quickly waved his hand in refusal. No, I can't cough. Chapter 11. The removal of the bone and the matter of tofu eating choked on a bone. How amusing. I could tell just by watching Duan Mufeng eat that he was bound to choke. He was entirely distracted by the person across from him. How could he not? I'm dying of laughter. He was sneaking glances while eating, completely ignoring his own bowl and swallowing without care. He should just head to the hospital. Kian always goes on about wanting to eat radishes, yet she still shows concern for him. What a true childhood friend. This is the correct approach to a childhood romance. I suspect the one above is referring to a particular family. Ah, the daily life of a fish enthusiast. Suddenly, I recall that my brother had rushed to the hospital 3 times last month due to eating fish. It takes at least 2 hours to reach the nearest town, and with the rain just having fallen, the mountain roads are treacherous. The group found themselves at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Yanyu rose and approached the man, asking, "Can you feel where it is lodged?" Duan Mufeng, with tears welling in his eyes, pointed to the right side of his throat. Wen Yanyu gently pressed the spot, inquiring, "Is this it?" Duan Mufeng nodded fervently. "Don't cough too much," Wen Yanyu advised before dashing to the kitchen. Duan Mufeng clutched his throat, his expression one of discomfort. The others at the dining table had also set down their chopsticks. Shortly thereafter, Wen Yanyu emerged with 3 chopsticks, standing before Duan Mufeng. "Lift your head. This will be over quickly." Lu Mingxiu, observing the 3 chopsticks in the boy's hands, instantly realized his intention and asked with concern, "Should we go to the hospital instead?" "It's fine. I have experience," Wen Yanyu replied softly. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Mingxiu refrained from further protest. Duan Mufeng obediently tilted his head back. As Wen Yanyu pressed one chopstick firmly against his restless tongue, while the other 2 delicately probed his throat. Within seconds, a fishbone was deftly extracted. The sensation of obstruction in his throat vanished, and Duan Mufeng exhaled in relief, feeling as if he had been reborn. The 2 were close, and the faint scent of peach from the youth lingered in the air. Duan Mufeng's eyes flickered, and his voice was hoarse. "Thank you, darling." He instinctively leaned in, seeking to embrace the other. Wen Yanyu turned to set down the chopsticks, causing the man to miss his mark and nearly topple from his chair. Lu Mingxiu, having witnessed the entire scene, chuckled. Sang Yu silently averted her gaze. Jiang Qian remarked, "I didn't see anything." Duan Mufeng added, "What is going on?" Wen Yanyu wiped his hands and turned back to the group, a hint of surprise in his gaze. Had he done something peculiar? No. Jiang Qian laughed, attempting to diffuse the tension. "We were just curious how you managed to extract it so swiftly." Duan Mufeng took a sip of water, propping his chin up, and teased. "Yanyu, you must have done this for someone before, given your proficiency." He feigned a sorrowful expression, his elongated eyes drooping slightly, and his usually carefree smile now tinged with a hint of grievance. "Am I not the first man you've helped with a fishbone? How heart-wrenching, how disheartening." Sighing, Duan Mufeng lowered his gaze, appearing utterly pitiful and wronged. Lu Mingxiu's lips twitched in disdain, unable to bear the sight, and turned away. "I'm impressed. This variety show is truly entertaining. I've been laughing since the fishbone incident. This kid really knows how to bring the comedic effect. It reminds me of when he had no money for rent on that life-exchanging show and just laid down on the street to sleep." When Yanyu, bewildered, wondered, "What just happened? I think we should give the other guests a bit more money. We don't want them to stifle their laughter to the point of injury." Laughter erupted as one expressed a desire for tofu, only to be thwarted and nearly fall in a most embarrassing manner. "Ah, Duan Luobua, how fitting this is for you." Observing the outstretched hand seeking a comforting embrace, when Yanyu turned, laid down his chopsticks, and found himself grasping at air. How delightful it is to witness such a turn of events. When Yanyu paused, asserting, "I have never given anyone a thorny nickname." Suddenly, memories of another world flooded his mind. With a gentle lowering of his gaze, he vaguely justified to himself, "There have been a few instances, yet none were truly thorny." The recollection of being coerced into actions by that villain made him avert his eyes, a wave of nausea washing over him. "However, I doubt you would wish to know the origins of my experiences." Duan Mufeng raised his brows in surprise. Once again, torrential rain poured down upon the mountains at night. Inside the modest abode, a grand bed measuring 2 meters awaited. Duan Mufeng entered first, followed closely by Lu Mingxiu, who placed their suitcase beside the bed. The staff then brought in 3 thin blankets, explaining that they had borrowed this house from the villagers, thus requiring everyone to make do with the limited space. Lu Mingxiu frowned slightly, glancing at the not-so-spacious bed, feeling a sense of helplessness within. Duan Mufeng, however, adapted swiftly, changing clothes with ease and bounding onto the bed, taking up a generous portion of space. I'm utterly exhausted. It's been ages since I've shared a bed with anyone. Hurry, come join me. The house lent by the production team was small, the bathing area cramped, devoid of windows, leading to an oppressive atmosphere that prompted quick showers. They barely rinsed off before hastily exiting. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Mingxiu was unable to resist the pull of fatigue and sighed, casually changing into a different outfit and sitting on the bed. Suddenly struck by a thought, Duan Mufeng sprang up from the bed. Where's Yanyu? Is he still in the shower? I'll go check. Just then, Wen Yanyu entered, draped in a coat, momentarily taken aback by the sight of only one bed. Yanyu, I was just mentioning you, Duan Mufeng exclaimed, waving him over. Come in, come in. The blankets are all warmed up for you. With a charming smile, he gestured for Wen Yanyu to join him, even thoughtfully arranging 2 pillows for comfort. Lu Mingxiu adjusted his blanket, lying down on the outer edge. I'll take the outside, he stated, as they each settled into their designated spots. Wen Yanyu grasped the edge of the bed, bending down to remove his shoes, socks, and pants, leaving only a loose white shirt draped over him. His long, straight legs were subtly visible beneath the fabric, hinting at the curves hidden by his attire, while the dim light illuminated his slender waist, igniting endless imagination. Duan Mufeng watched, captivated, his breath unconsciously quickening. As Wen Yanyu retrieved his sleep pants, ready to lift his shirt for a change, Lu Mingxiu caught sight of Duan Mufeng's unabashed gaze. Unable to hold back, he seized the young man's wrist, offering a casual reminder. There are cameras in here, and they might still be recording. It would be better to change under the blanket. Wen Yanyu froze momentarily, his eyes catching the red light of the camera in the corner, and his face flushed a deep crimson. In a flurry of panic, disregarding those still on the bed, he pushed himself up, seeking refuge. Chapter 12. Gentle Words of Fate. You cannot escape. Lu Mingxiu recoiled, attempting to yield space to the other. A soft, warm sensation grazed his abdomen. In a fluster, Wen Yanyu inadvertently pressed against his thigh several times, causing Lu Mingxiu's body to stiffen as he pulled the blanket to cover the exposed leg of the other. Unperturbed, Wen Yanyu rolled over to lie beside Duan Mufeng, swiftly enveloping himself in the blanket. His disheveled black hair sprawled across the pillow, and a delicate blush adorned the fair cheeks of the youth. Even the nape of his neck tinged with crimson from embarrassment, curling into a ball, both pitiable and endearing. Duan Mufeng narrowed his eyes slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he chuckled softly. Don't be so tense. It's rest time, and the production team shouldn't be filming now. At his words, Wen Yanyu cautiously peeked out, casting a furtive glance towards the camera, yet still uncertain. He retreated back into his cocoon. The previously quiet comments began to trickle in sporadically. Sorry, it's still on. Is this free for me to watch? Now I understand why this guy's been entangled with Fu Hanchuan for so long. Fu Hanchuan hasn't shut him down yet. So adorable. I want to see more of Lu Mingxiu's moments. I haven't seen anything yet. Wow, really? If he could abandon his pursuit of Fu Hanchuan to chase after me, I wouldn't criticize him. Indeed, those who come out at night are rarely good people. Was that intentional? He's not even avoiding it. Changing clothes in front of everyone is a bit off-putting. Come on, don't be so harsh. Being gay doesn't mean he has to change in another room. If he is not in the bedroom, where else would he change? Outside? Duan Mufeng changed in the room too. Honestly, guys generally don't mind changing clothes, right? Why is Wen Yanyu so shy? So cute. Just hug him and give him a kiss, haha. Duan Mufeng lay down as well. Wen Yanyu, nestled within the thin blanket, clutched the edge tightly. His exquisite features softened by the light, and his eyes, slightly reddened from the earlier moisture, lay obediently beside him. The faint fragrance of peach lingered, subtly enticing the senses. Duan Mufeng swallowed hard, his gaze drifting to Wen Yanyu's soft lips, feeling their allure even from a distance, instinctively gulping as his physiological attraction peaked at that moment. Yanyu, are you cold under just one blanket? Duan Mufeng inquired with concern, shifting his body closer to the youth. Wen Yanyu shook his head and shrank back, not cold. Duan Mufeng chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper affectionately in his ear, if you're cold, just let me know. I have a warm body. Call me brother, and I'll share some of my blanket with you. Lu Mingxiu. Wen Yanyu lifted his long lashes, meeting Duan Mufeng's heated gaze, instinctively shivering slightly. No need. Brother Duan, you should sleep early. Good night. With that, Wen Yanyu turned away, curling up against the wall. Having perused the other's materials throughout the afternoon, he understood that dealing with such an inexperienced and naive target required patience, and thus he refrained from pressing further. Duan Mufeng smiled. Good night. The night was beset by howling winds, thunder crashing in relentless succession, while bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, and torrential raindrops pelted the ground like large beans, creating splashes of water. Fu Hanchuan lit his seventh cigarette, the prominent veins in his bony hands faintly protruding, the back of his hand marred by fresh bite marks that had only recently scabbed over. With one hand resting on the balcony's edge, the cold moonlight cast mottled shadows across his face, his gray-blue eyes swirling with an indiscernible mixture of emotions. He stood there for an extended period, long enough for the first light of dawn to begin to break. Fu Hanchuan turned and walked toward the guest room on the third floor, his hand rotating the doorknob. Gently pushing the door open, he paused, observing the immaculate sheets and covers that bore no signs of having been slept on, before stepping inside the room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he hung his head low. There was no scent. Fu Hanchuan rose and made his way to the bathroom, his gaze briefly skimming over the trash bin filled with blood-stained tissues. In the depths of his eyes, no emotions were discernible. He merely retrieved a plastic bag from beside the bathtub, extracted a medicine box, and took a photograph. The heavy rain continued unabated. The two individuals beside him had long since succumbed to slumber. Wen Yanyu slowly opened his eyes, his bangs dampened by cold sweat, strands clinging to the side of his face. His fingertips dug deeply into his palms, and an excruciating pain periodically radiated from his abdomen. Even after many years had passed, even though he seemed to have found freedom, the scar that stretched from his abdomen to his lower back still occasionally throbbed with agonizing intensity, persistently reminding him of a past that was both unbearable and terrifying. Time and again, it whispered to him, Wen Yanyu, this is your fate. You can never escape it. Outside, the thunder grew increasingly deafening. With great effort, Wen Yanyu propped himself up, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his lips devoid of any color. After a lengthy search, he finally located the pills in his pocket. He decisively extracted 4 tablets and swallowed them in one gulp, collapsing back down as if drained of all strength. The sound of his heavy breathing and heartbeat filled his ears. His energy ebbed away, and his vision flickered with flashes of white light. Wen Yanyu clenched his teeth against the pain, wary of making too much noise, fearful of waking the two who slept beside him. Finally, the medication began to take effect, and the pain in his waist gradually subsided. His clothes were soaked in cold sweat. A shiver ran through Wen Yanyu as he pulled the blanket tighter around himself, curling into a ball until he finally closed his eyes completely. Chapter 13. I only like it. Not dogs a week passed in the blink of an eye. Today's tasks involved dividing into 3 groups to complete the assigned duties. The first task was to play with the village children throughout the morning until lunchtime. The second task was to accompany the village chief to the town to procure ingredients for the upcoming week. The third task was to prepare materials for the bonfire party that evening and collaborate with the villagers to build a small shelter. Each wooden stick bore a corresponding task, with guests drawing lots to form their groups. After announcing the tasks, the host placed 6 wooden sticks before the crowd. Sang Yu glanced at the stick in Lu Mingxiu's hand, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Brother Lu, we are together. Lu Mingxiu calmly nodded in response, casting a glance at Duan Mufeng, who was attempting to flirt and slightly furrowing his brow. Jiang Qian linked arms with Jiang Wanru, exclaiming, Auntie Jiang, we can go to town now. The three groups of people dispersed, leaving Wen Yanyu and Duan Mufeng in the courtyard, instructed to wait for someone to come and escort them. In the midst of their boredom, having spent nearly a week here, their bodies had barely acclimated to the surroundings. Wen Yanyu opened a box of yogurt and lowered his gaze to scroll through his phone's photo album. He couldn't help but chuckle at the various dapper selfies of small dogs. Silly dog, always so vain. Duan Mufeng naturally settled beside him, leaning in playfully, teasing. "What are you looking at?" His warm breath brushed softly against Wen Yanyu's ear. Wen Yanyu shifted slightly, moving the yogurt aside. "Don't hide, let me see too." Duan Mufeng placed a hand on his shoulder, applying a gentle pressure that drew him closer into his embrace. A multitude of photos filled Wen Yanyu's screen, and upon seeing them, Duan Mufeng raised an eyebrow. "A meteorite border collie? How beautiful. Is it yours? May I visit it someday?" As he spoke, his palms seemingly absent-mindedly caressed the side of Wen Yanyu's waist twice. The touched area coincidentally aligned with a wound, which had ached persistently throughout the night. Now numb to the point of losing sensitivity, save for the familiar, relentless pain, Wen Yanyu remained oblivious to the man's subtle gesture, attributing it to the wind rustling through his clothes. He tilted his phone screen toward Duan Mufeng, eager to share the images of the little dog. Wen Yanyu sipped his yogurt, shaking his head. "It's no longer by my side. It was very obedient and adorable. If it weren't for this little fellow always accompanying me, I might have gone mad on the path of reincarnation." His gaze fell, a hint of bitterness swirling in his eyes. He knew he would miss it, yet he had preserved a trove of photos for himself. Naughty dog, he thought, promising farewells when we would never meet again. Duan Mufeng pondered for a moment and playfully suggested, "How about I get you another one, just like it after the show? We can raise it together." The moment the words left his lips, Wen Yanyu did not hesitate to decline. "I only like it, I don't like dogs." Having finished the yogurt, Wen Yanyu released the straw from his mouth, a bit of yogurt spilling at the corner. His hair was tied back, exposing the delicate nape of his neck. A faint peach fragrance mingled with his warm body scent, enveloping Duan Mufeng's senses, causing his gaze to darken slightly, unconsciously leaning in closer. The heated breath against his cheek was both intoxicating and unbearable. Suddenly sensing something amiss, Wen Yanyu raised his head, instinctively retreating, eyes wide with caution as he wiped the remnants of yogurt from his lips. "What are you doing?" Duan Mufeng paused, his expression one of surprise. "What's wrong with me?" Seeing the man's demeanor remained unchanged, Wen Yanyu hesitated, his brows knitting together as he spoke softly. "You're too close. It feels strange." Feigning an epiphany, Duan Mufeng shifted away, scratching his head. "Apologies. I've been abroad for so long. That's how friends interact. I thought we could be considered friends too. Did I make you uncomfortable? I'm really sorry." He promptly distanced himself, his face earnest as he offered his apologies. Reflecting on the care received from the other party during the week, Wen Yanyu momentarily gazed vacantly, lowering his head to caress the yogurt cup in his hand before responding. No. Ichiasi nolfing. I overreacted. Yes, I apologize. I'm not quite accustomed to being too close. Let us maintain a bit of distance, shall we?" "Em sorry." He then relaxed. Duan Mufeng fixed his gaze on the boy's eyes, propping his chin with one hand, and suddenly chuckled briefly. No need to apologize. It is my fault. His playful laughter concealed any genuine emotion, and he mused, so adorable, mistaking the comment as a reference to his own system. Wen Yanyu flipped to the next photo, unable to suppress his longing. "I think so too." An itch stirred within him, and Duan Mufeng naturally leaned closer to the boy, the depths of his eyes swirling with uncontainable desire. Such an easily fooled little bunny. He could hardly wait to coax the boy into bed and savor the experience. In the live streaming room, the audience commented, "Duan carrot you. Wen Yanyu, baby, please don't be so dazed all the time." The former fans are itching to reach in and strike. This is truly a yellow-haired one. Yes, just pretending. Previously, he was entangled with Fu Hanchuan in public, hard to approach, and, after being rejected, he stated he would only ever love Fu Hanchuan, claiming that if they couldn't be together, he'd rather die. Now he feigns innocence towards Duan Mufeng. I genuinely suspect he aims to tread the path of infamy. If he were straight, it could be explained, but clearly he is not, He has been touched at the waist, yet pretends to know nothing. Disgusting. Though Duan Mufeng is flirtatious, he is genuine. Bro, indulge yourself a bit. Don't invest your heart in such a person. Laughing hard. Duan Bro just finds him attractive and flirts a little. Don't take it too seriously. Chapter 14. The task of caring for children after a long wait. The photographer and the two followed Wang Jianhua, who was leading the way, listening to his instructions. Most of the parents in the village work outside, leaving behind children who are not yet of school age for us to watch over. Don't worry. Most of the children in our village are well behaved. You can play with them or simply sit with them for an afternoon. It's perfectly fine even if you don't do much. After a pause, Wang Jianhua added, however, a few children may have more spirited personalities. If they annoy you, don't get upset. Just ignore them. Duan Mufeng laughed heartily. It's nothing. Just a small issue. As they spoke, the three arrived at a somewhat dilapidated courtyard, where the sounds of laughter and joy emanated. Wang Jianhua pushed open the door, and immediately, a few older children surrounded them. In the courtyard, a dozen or so children gathered in groups, some excitedly rushing forward, while others sat shyly in corners. The children appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, wearing clothes that were either too large or too small, their skin a healthy shade of wheat, and their bright eyes sparkling as they looked at the newcomers. Having played house all day in the courtyard, they were covered in dirt and various unidentified substances, resembling little bundles of filth. Uncle, what a beautiful sister. Uncle, I've taken good care of the younger siblings. Wang Jianhua stepped forward and introduced. This is the person I told you about. Today, let these two older brothers take care of you, all right? Please be good and don't cause any trouble. Make sure not to upset the brothers. The children in the courtyard responded in unison. Wang Jianhua turned and said, I'm leaving the children in your care. I must attend to some matters in the village. The middle-aged man waved his hand and departed. The children eagerly scrutinized the two newcomers. Brother, why is your hair yellow? Are you a foreigner? The little ones bounced around Duan Mufeng, their faces brimming with curiosity. Duan Mufeng managed to smile at the playful children before him, explaining, This is a color my brother dyed. Is it dyed with paint? What's your name, brother? The children bombarded him with questions, each eager to know more. Duan Mufeng's lips twitched, but he patiently answered them. He was not particularly adept at handling children. Wen Yanyu surveyed the courtyard, and suddenly a little girl tugged at his sleeve. The young girl held out a handful of flowers and presented them to him, saying, Here are flowers for you. Sister, what is your name? Upon hearing this title, Wen Yanyu paused, crouched to accept the bouquet, and replied with a smile, Thank you for the flowers. My name is Wen Yanyu, and I'm a brother, not a sister. The flower-giving girl blinked in confusion, her gaze drifting over his long hair. Brother? Yes. That's right, brother. 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 You're so beautiful. I thought only girls could be so pretty. Wen Yanyu allowed the curious children to inspect him, their innocent observations eliciting laughter. How could they mistake me for a sister? Just children as stereotypes, I suppose. They think long hair belongs to sisters. They thought only girls could be so beautiful. I'm laughing so hard. What have these little rascals been up to? Why are their faces and hands so dirty? They're just kids, likely just finished playing in the dirt. In just about 10 minutes, after taking on various roles and interacting with different children, Wen Yanyu knew how to engage with them. He relied on the candies and chocolates he brought for low blood sugar, quickly bonding with the children in the courtyard. They all gathered around Wen Yanyu, their eyes sparkling with admiration, treating him like their leader. Duan Mufeng, feeling relaxed, pulled up a stool and casually sat in the courtyard, occasionally exchanging a few words with Wen Yanyu. As Wen Yanyu tied the braids of the children close to him, his gaze drifted toward a small house with a partially closed door, where he caught a glimpse of a little girl. Adhering to the principle of not leaving any child behind, Wen Yanyu brushed off his clothes and stood up, preparing to check on her. A little boy tugged at his sleeve, saying, Brother, you don't need to worry about Xiaohua. She doesn't like to play with others, and she's really strange. So just leave her alone. Wen Yanyu was momentarily taken aback. He crouched down and firmly grasped the boy's wrist, asking, Why do you say that about her? The boy pouted. Her personality is just very strange, and she's a bit of a bother. Several other children chimed in, adding their observations. Every time I attempt to engage her in play, she seldom responds. Indeed, she also requires the care of her elder brother and grandfather, which is quite an overwhelming predicament. I overheard a few children conversing animatedly. Wen Yanyu furrowed her brows, her tone unexpectedly stern. Xiao Hu, and all of you, it is not polite to speak about other children in that manner. It may hurt their feelings. A little boy turned his head. Oh, I won't say it anymore. The children exchanged glances and fell silent. Wen Yanyu cast a glance at them before turning back towards the house. She pushed open the slightly ajar door, allowing the sunlight to flood back into the room. Hello, I am Wen Yanyu. What is your name? Why don't you come out and play with us? Her gentle voice was like a soft breeze, caressing the clouds, drifting tenderly into the ears. Having long heard the chatter outside, the sudden sound startled the little girl, causing her to instinctively shrink back, but there was no wall behind her, and she nearly tumbled off the bench. A pair of hands steadied her before gently releasing their hold. She lifted her hollow eyes, her gaze devoid of focus, directed at the person before her. Chapter 15. I bestow light upon you. Companion of my cage, the timid girl, seemingly under 6 years of age, shrank to the side. Hello, my name is Li Qianhua. I won't be a bother. Her voice was soft and light, laced with melancholy. Is there something wrong with that child's eyes? They look peculiar. No wonder they spoke about the girl like that. She is actually blind. How cruel. My heart aches for this little girl. Why would they say such things about her? She feels so wronged. Nonetheless, he should keep his distance from her. Caring for a blind child requires attention, and he wouldn't want to inadvertently cause her harm. When Yanyu knelt before the little girl, scrutinizing her vacant eyes, and patiently coaxed her. I am your uncle's friend, here to play with you. There is no trouble at all. I genuinely enjoy playing with children. The more friends, the merrier. Would you like to join us? Li Qianhua bit her lip, unsure of how to react. Wen Yanyu softened her tone. I also brought many delicious treats like chocolate, peach gummies, and lollipops. I even have a small plush toy. It's fluffy and soft, with a delightful texture. If you come out, I'll give it to you. How about that? Wen Yanyu's voice was gentle and inviting, imbued with warmth and a hint of a smile. A plush toy? Li Qianhua blinka. Curiosity flickering momentarily in her hollow gaze. Wen Yanyu smiled and replied, Shall I take you to hug it? It's in my bag, soft and fluffy. An incredibly adorable little toy. And there's sweet chocolate too. We can play together in the yard and bask in the warm sunlight. The imagery of the fluffy toy and chocolate formed a peculiar picture in her mind, and driven by curiosity and desire, Li Qianhua gently nodded. Shall I take you outside? Wen Yanyu tentatively reached out to touch the little girl's hand. Li Qianhua hesitated for a few moments before cautiously grasping the youth's palm. Upon seeing Li Qianhua being led out, a few children exchanged glances and quietly distanced themselves. Wen Yanyu rummaged through his bag and retrieved a plush puppy he had brought along, presenting it to the little girl. Even as she gently touched the soft head of the plush toy with both hands, Li Qianhua remained bewildered, her expression vacant. Since her mother had left, she had not received any gifts while staying at various homes in the village. Let alone such a plush toy she had never heard of before. The palm-sized object was warm and fluffy, and the warmth of his hand felt different from the comforting touches of her grandfather and brothers. A pure delight blossomed in her heart. Do you really want to give it to me, brother? Li Qianhua looked up, her voice tender and timid. She cautiously tested the waters again. Wen Yanyu snapped back to reality and gently ruffled the child's hair. Of course, it's a gift from your brother. Meeting her vacant gaze, Wen Yanyu's eyes softened, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to a time long past. In that darkness, he had seen nothing, confined in a dungeon, relying solely on touch. The only comfort he had was a system that took on a tangible form, allowing him to hold it, preventing his complete collapse. He understood that feeling of bleakness, fear, and despair. Thank you, brother. Li Qianhua lowered her head, her voice still timid, but now tinged with joy. Wen Yanyu reached out to caress her cheek. So soft, so adorable, just like a little sister. No need to thank me. Now, little Qianhua, give it a name. Wen Yanyu looked at her earnestly. Once you name it, it will never leave you and will always be by your side. Li Qianhua paused, tightly hugging the little toy in her arms, before finally saying, Little flower. It's a flower that blooms from the soil. Very well, Wen Yanyu replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips, warmth rippling in his gaze. Let little flower keep you company for a while. Brother will go talk to the other children, and then I'll join you all in play, all right? Li Qianhua nodded, rubbing the plush puppy against her cheek. So warm. Wen Yanyu turned to comfort a few children who were starting to sulk out of jealousy. Duan Mufeng rested his chin on his hand, leisurely observing the interaction before him, a tenderness in his eyes that even he was unaware of. Oh, this makes my heart soften. To be honest, Wen Yanyu is quite good with children. He gives off a gentle older brother vibe. Look, the other kids are feeling jealous. There's no helping it. Haha, given the special circumstances. He just needs to behave. Li Qianhua sat quietly beside the youth, hugging her puppy and remaining silent. Wen Yanyu watched the child for a while, hesitating before rummaging through his bag for something to prevent low blood sugar. Clapping his hands to gather the children in the yard. Do the little ones desire chocolate? Those who wish to indulge in chocolate, come forth to your elder brother. Chocolate. Upon hearing this enticing word, the children in the courtyard turned their gazes. They rushed over in a flurry, some stumbling in their haste beneath the tree. As Wen Yanyu unwrapped the packaging, the sweet aroma of chocolate wafted through the air. A throng of children gathered around the young man, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they formed a queue, eagerly awaiting their share of the confectionery. Observing the impatient faces of the children, Wen Yanyu cleared his throat. However, you must first accomplish a task before you may indulge in the chocolate. What does he want us to do? After watching for a while, can we not portray the children in such a way? I sense he is up to something mischievous. Isn't this Wen Yanyu's task? What is he doing? I just feel he lacks integrity. I doubt he can perform any good deeds. The logic in the comments is quite absurd. What must we do? Can I have a piece of candy first? Brother, what are we to do? The children gazed at him, their eyes brimming with expectation. Wen Yanyu smiled gently, his delightful eyes sparkling like peach blossoms. First, we must wash our hands and then our faces before we can enjoy the candy. Upon hearing this, several children exchanged glances, noting the dirt smeared on their faces and the grimy hands from playing in the earth. They nodded in unison, like chicks pecking at grain. With a red basin, Wen Yanyu filled it with cool water from the courtyard faucet and turned to the little ones who had been closely trailing behind him. I will go inside to fetch some warm water. You all wait here in the courtyard and do not run around. Okay, how annoying. Can we not portray children in such a light? Well, you need not stay in this live stream. There are other contestants live as well. Here come the die-hard fans again. It's truly irritating how some people use children to create a persona. What a waste of effort to engage in all this for whom. I find everything seems perfectly normal. His task is to care for the children for the morning. Their hands and faces are indeed a bit dirty, so washing them is hardly wrong. Exactly, especially since children around 4 or 5 years old tend to chew on their hands. Having dirty hands is not ideal. Finally locating a green kettle in the house, Wen Yanyu lifted the lid, and steam billowed forth from the opening. Glancing at the camera hanging on his chest, he casually adjusted his clothing, ensuring the fabric completely covered the lens. After confirming his abilities were intact, Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze and reached into the water. Once he added the warm water, he carried the basin outside. Little ones, come here. After washing, you may have some candy. A chorus of cheers erupted as the children raced to Wen Yanyu's side. He carefully set the basin down and retrieved a fresh towel from his bag. Observing the 10 or so children, he paused momentarily before instructing a few older ones. You all take the younger siblings to wash their hands first. The children nodded, and Wen Yanyu added, but you may only wash your hands there. In a moment, remember to wash your face with warm water, and be careful not to splash it on yourself. The children, filled with eagerness for sweets, hopped excitedly toward the faucet to wash their hands. As Li Qianhua, feeling somewhat lost in the absence of companions, prepared to follow the others, Wen Yanyu stepped forward gently to intercept her. Little Hua, just stay close to your brother. I will help you wash, he said, bending down to speak to her while encouraging her to grasp the hem of his garment. I am right beside you. If you need anything, just call out to me or tug on my clothes. Okay, Li Qianhua replied, momentarily taken aback but cautiously clutching the boy's hem. Observing this tender interaction, another child turned around, a hint of dissatisfaction in their voice. But can brother help me wash too? Wen Yanyu paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, of course. And what about me? Duan Mufeng interjected, raising an eyebrow and pointing to himself. Without even glancing his way, Wen Yanyu tossed him a piece of candy and told him to sit still. Leaning against the wall, Duan Mufeng caught the chocolate with reflexive ease. He paused for a few seconds, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He lifted a piece of chocolate to his mouth, savoring it slowly as it melted, the sweetness both delightful and rich. Don Luovo, I feel like a child again, suddenly realizing how close they are. Of course, Duan Luobo chats with Wen Yanyu every night under the covers. Familiarity breeds comfort. Recalling Lu Mingshu's expression made me laugh. Wen Yanyu seems like a kindergarten teacher. Help me. Duan Mufeng shifted slightly to the side. Merely a big kid at heart. Big yellow hair, not really. Chapter 16. The Art of Soothing Children. Li Qianhua clutched the young man's garment, her expression a mix of confusion as Wen Yanyu assisted her onto a bench. Her vacant gaze lacked focus, relying solely on her sense of smell to perceive the people around her. Little Hua, close your eyes for a moment. I will help you wash your face now. She nodded, still bewildered. Wen Yanyu dampened a cloth with water, covering her eyes. The moisture seeped through the fabric, unwittingly trickling into her eye sockets. All done. A lock of dark hair faded subtly in color. As Li Qianhua opened her eyes and instinctively blinked, a flicker of light sparkled in her previously dull gaze. Wen Yanyu maintained his calm demeanor as he retrieved some lotion from his bag, squeezing a small amount onto his fingertips and gently warming it. While evenly applying it to the child's face, he smiled. Now your little face smells lovely. He then produced a hand cream from his bag. Give me your hand, little Hua. As he spoke, he warmed the cream in his palms before enveloping her small hand with it. Li Qianhua obediently extended her hand, feeling the gentle touch, a flicker of dependence reflecting in her eyes. In her memories, only her mother, whose face she could barely recall, had cared for her in such a way. The older brothers in the village and her grandfather had also been kind, but apart from her mother, no one had treated her like this. With everything completed and confirmed, Wen Yanyu playfully patted her cheeks. All right, sit here quietly and enjoy your candy. I will join you to play once I finish my tasks. Wen Yanyu rose to his feet and gently tore open a small package of chocolate, placing it into the hands of the little girl before turning to engage with other children. Li Qianhua lowered her head and stuffed the treat into her mouth, the rich aroma of chocolate enveloping her senses. Nearby, the sounds of Wen Yanyu interacting with the other children could be heard. Brother, what is this delightful scent? That is hand cream. This one is suitable for your face. Brother, water got in my eyes. Cough, cough, my apologies, Xiaohu. Do not tug at your sister's hair. Brother, I too wish to apply that lovely fragrance. Wait until I finish with your sister, then I shall help you. As she listened to the distant chatter, Li Qianhua paused mid-motion, her fingertips lightly counting the remaining chocolate balls in the bag. Only 6 left. The child gently bowed her head, clutching the candy bag tightly while savoring the sweetness lingering in her mouth, the midday sun casting warm, radiant light upon her. Within her, an unusual sensation seemed to blossom, both sweet and tart. As a side note, I couldn't help but laugh. Wen Yanyu's method of applying skincare reminds me of how my grandmother used to do it. Haha. Despite knowing he might not be the best person, he truly embodies the essence of a devoted father. Help! Add 1. Even the radish is no longer shy, beginning to relish the joys of childhood. After a busy morning, having finally washed the children's faces and combed their hair, Wen Yanyu sat down once more, gazing at the refreshed little ones around him. Perfect. He took the storybook handed to him by a child. The number of children was abundant, yet the seating was limited. He accepted the storybook and spritzed a potent mosquito repellent on several children before settling directly onto the grass beside the willow tree in the courtyard. A group of children gathered around him, some resting against his legs, others sitting close by, while Li Qianhua clutched a small flower, nestled in his embrace. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the pages of the book, resembling fragments of gold. Wen Yanyu opened the fairy tale book, completely reimagining the original stories, captivating the children who had grown weary of their familiar tales. A gentle breeze wafted by, the warm sun resting upon his hair and glimmering in his eyes. His soft and melodious voice flowed like a summer breeze, leisurely weaving enchanting tales of fantasy. In the chill of winter, a rose, battered by the cold winds, ultimately bore thorns. The duplicitous king lost his queen, and the caged bird sang its mournful dirge. The little rabbit battled the fierce dragon, ultimately rescuing its family, only to discover it was all a dream, meeting its demise beneath the winter's icy grasp. The children were spellbound, unknowingly resting their heads upon Wen Yanyu's shoulder, drawn into the wondrous world of fairy tales he conjured. As he turned the pages, his long hair cascaded over his shoulders. His striking features exuded a gentle allure, imbued with an almost ethereal chill. His beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with a warm, resplendent light under the sun, tender and lingering, rendering everything around him remarkably dim in comparison. A gust of wind carried the sweet fragrance of flowers. And Wen Yanyu inhaled deeply, her flushed nose and fluttering long eyelashes reflecting the delicate vitality emanating from her fingertips as they propped up a book. The stark contrast between the black cover and her fair skin was striking. Her gentle yet melancholic voice wafted through the air like a spring breeze, akin to feathers gliding softly across the heart, leaving one uncertain whether the sensation was one of itchiness or sorrow. Duan Mufeng lounged in his chair, one arm draped over the backrest and the other supporting his chin, inadvertently lost in contemplation. 3 entire hours passed. Though the barrage of comments in the live stream was sparse, the viewer count surged from the initial 70,000 to over 5 million. How delightful have I died. I long to return to kindergarten, wishing Wen Yanyu could be my teacher. Darling, as long as you refrain from clinging to men, your mother will always love you. He tells stories so beautifully. This voice, this sunlight, this atmosphere. I feel as though I have returned to the days before I became a venomous woman. Ah, this is so refreshing. I've soiled my bed. As a corporate worker who relies on sleeping pills, I unexpectedly fell asleep while listening to Wen Yanyu's storytelling, sobbing as if I were back in my untainted past. Darling, I beg you. ASMR welcomes you. It's so heartwarming. Summer, sunlight, a handsome boy telling stories under a tree, accompanied by a group of squeaky clean children. Utterly delightful. Watching Wen Yanyu evokes a sense of forbidden allure, reminiscent of an immature yet tender young father, slightly awkward. Akin to a young man experiencing the pangs of unexpected fatherhood, a tale of youthful pain. Not really. The atmosphere in the courtyard was tinged with warmth until it was abruptly shattered by the voice of an elderly man. Lunch is ready. Children, come and eat. The village head's voice resonated from outside. Wen Yanyu snapped back to reality and closed the storybook. Come on, it's time to eat. The children turned to see the village head standing solemnly at the door, reluctantly rising to brush off their clothes. A few of the children were eager to grasp Wen Yanyu's hand, their faces brimming with a desire to stay together. Wen Yanyu affectionately ruffled their hair, saying, You all go with Grandpa Village Head first. I'll tidy up here and join you for lunch shortly. I still need to take care of Xiaohua. Only then did the children realize, glancing at the silent Li Qianhua, their disappointment evident as they murmured, Oh, then hurry up. We want to hear more stories after lunch. All right. Wen Yanyu stood to gather his belongings. At that moment, a commotion erupted behind him. That candy is mine. Li Qianhua tightly grasped Xiaohu's arm. You're a naughty child. Why did you steal my candy? What do you mean your candy? I don't know. The boy, visibly guilty, shoved the little girl away. Li Qianhua stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Chapter 17. I want to see your face. Duan Mufeng rushed forward in 3 swift strides, steadying the little girl. Then turned to admonish the boy. You little rascal, what are you doing? Wen Yanyu approached the 2 children. Little tiger, why did you push your sister? Apologize to her. It seemed that Wang Xiaohu had only just realized the gravity of his actions, standing there in a daze, his lips slightly quivering. He glanced at Wen Yanyu, who was still concerned for Li Qianhua, and then at the curious children nearby, embarrassment washing over his face. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, She's just a wild child without a mother. I just ate her candy, so what? She stays at my house for free every day. Why can't I eat? I just dislike her. I won't apologize to her. A wild child without a father or mother. I hate her the most. What are you talking about? She is clearly dead. She'll never come back. You wild child without parents. After declaring this, Wang Xiaohu stormed out the door. stunned by his words. Wen Yanyu's breath caught in her throat, her clenched fingers digging deep into her palm. What is wrong with this little brat? Damn it! Who raised this child? What happened? That little boy ate the candy meant for the girl, and when she discovered it, he became furious. Damn! I've never disliked unruly children more. Cursing under his breath, Duan Mufeng picked up the toy from the ground, pondering who could have taught such behavior to this child. He frowned, gently brushing off the dust from the toy before returning it to the silent child's embrace. When Yanyu regained her composure and ushered the frightened children toward the elderly. Please take these children to eat. I will bring little Hua over shortly. The village chief glanced at the group of children, transformed in just a morning, with their hair tied in small braids, and nodded at Wen Yanyu. Once the children were taken away by the village chief, Wen Yanyu turned back. Xiaohua, what happened? Why did you and Xiaohu argue? She crouched down, adjusting the disheveled clothes of the little one. He ate the chocolates you gave me. Li Qianhua clutched her toy tightly, her voice tinged with grievance. I only had 2 pieces. I intended to save them for later, but he secretly finished the candy left on the table. Biting her lip, a wave of sorrow washed over her heart. I see. It was wrong of brother Hu. Later, I will find him so he can apologize to you. I have plenty of chocolates. I will bring you another pack, all right? Li Qianhua lowered her head in silence until a new pack of chocolates was placed in her hands. You don't have to save them. I brought a lot of sweets, Wen Yanyu reassured, gently patting the child's head. Li Qianhua merely murmured in response, clutching the bag of candies tightly. The two began to walk out slowly, with Duan Mufeng closely following behind. Wen Yanyu quickly noticed the girl's dejected mood and turned her head, softly asking, Is Xiaohua unhappy? I'm happy. Li Qianhua instinctively shook her head, trying to deny the negativity swelling within her. It's all right not to be happy. A piece of candy can brighten your spirits, Wen Yanyu coaxed gently, though her expression remained neutral. A piece of candy was fed to her lips, the sweetness of chocolate enveloping her mouth, yet the instinctive urge to chew abruptly halted. Li Qianhua paused, allowing the candy to rest in her mouth, savoring its gradual dissolution, relishing each moment. She silently lowered her head, consuming the candy, remaining quiet for an extended duration, long enough for her to believe that the other person might have ceased to notice her, long enough for the sweetness to dissipate. Wen Yanyu quietly held her hand, leading her gently outside, where the sounds of cicadas and flowing streams filled the air, the beauty of summer seemingly unfolding before them. Li Qianhua could not help but touch her unseeing eyes. The adults around her always assured her that as long as she behaved, her mother would return when she grew up. Deep inside, she knew that was not true. Her mother would never come back. She would never see her again. Memories of sunlight and sky lingered in her mind, and she vaguely recalled her mother's appearance. But those memories were fading fast. I want to see your face. I still want to see Mama. The child's voice was soft, akin to a whisper, a longing that could never be fulfilled. Yet in the next moment, the footsteps beside her paused slightly, and her hand was taken by another. Then let us see your brother. Wen Yanyu knelt down, his gentle voice resonating in her ear, infused with the unique laziness and tenderness of summer. Chapter 18. Come see my face. It was heart-stirring. He leaned closer to the young child, resting his face against her tender, soft hand. Li Qianhua froze, unsure of how to respond, as that gentle hand guided hers, slowly moving to a warm, soft place. Her heart began to race unknowingly, a wave of emotion welling up in her eyes, her lashes already dampened by tears. Li Qianhua instinctively extended her hand to touch the person before her, seeking to perceive their appearance through touch. She felt a face, her fingers brushing against delicate skin, eyebrows, eye sockets, then a straight nose, and finally soft lips. The sweet scent of peaches lingered at her nose, and a face began to take shape in her mind. Warm breath caressing the back of her hand, a symbol of life. Behind the three of them, the cameraman swiftly and quietly zoomed in. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, bathing them in warmth. When Yanyu looked down at the child before him, his gradually fading gaze flowing with an indescribable emotion. It seemed to be tenderness, a compassion from an elder to a younger, yet it also bore the weight of shared sorrow among those trapped in the same cage, witnessing the same tragic inevitability. the sun's halo intertwined with a broken light in his eyes, blurring the lines between sunlight and unshed tears. His heart missed a beat. Duan Mufeng jolted awake. As if emerging from a dream, he immediately turned his head away, diverting his gaze. The camera captured the moment with striking clarity. In that instant, neither Duan Mufeng nor the live-streaming audience spoke a word. After a brief silence, the comments erupted. Touch my face. Since you can't see me, feel my existence. I'm about to cry. I'm really gonna cry. Sob, sob, sob. Father, please stop pursuing that member of the Fu family. Why not pursue me instead? I am quite affluent as well, and if you choose me, I shall take you abroad to register our union at once. To be honest, he is not a bad person. Aside from his romantic history, there are no scandals attached to him. He simply muddled through his emotions and brought misfortune upon himself. I am genuinely overwhelmed. After enduring his barrage of emotional tactics, I find myself utterly defenseless, having succumbed to his charm. I have been meaning to say, Wen Yanyu resembles a gentle, nurturing mother figure. The little boy who is just upset has had his mischievous antics curbed multiple times by Wen Yanyu. Moreover, Xiaohua seems to have been ostracized due to her vision issues. Many parents might overlook the feelings of others. Yet Wen Yanyu has consistently been attuned to the emotions of those around him. Indeed, he does not neglect the other children, even though Xiaohua is somewhat sidelined. He involves her in activities with the rest. There are also a few shy children who are not ignored. He even styles their hair into lovely little braids. What a remarkable nurturing figure he is. I am utterly astounded. Little one has always possessed this disposition. It is just that before, she seemed almost possessed. If only she could change, I would continue to support her and provide her with data. Li Qianhua let out a soft sob, unable to restrain her tears any longer. Since her mother departed, she had not shed another tear, obediently behaving and causing no trouble, never resorting to childish whims. In the village, there are many children without parents. She is not exceptional and should not be. She understands that she is not the most endearing child. She cannot sweet-talk nor appease the elders. She is uncertain of what her future holds, unsure whether she will ever see the light again. She knows that the chocolate will eventually be consumed, and those who offer her chocolate will not remain forever. Yet, in this moment, Li Qianhua is cradled in Wen Yanyu's embrace, gently comforted. It is all right, dear sister. I know you have been wronged. Crying will ease your burden. I am here with you. Be good and let your tears flow. Brother, I do not wish to be disliked. The little one's voice trembled, hoarse and filled with sorrow. I am frightened. I no longer remember what mother looks like. Brother, you miss her. Mother said I must be strong, but the little one's emotions surged uncontrollably, leading to a fit of coughs. Tears mingling with her grievances. I want mother, brother, I long for her. It seems to be the instinct of all young ones. In moments of distress, sadness, or even impending loss, they instinctively call for their mothers. Tears streamed down in torrents as Li Qianhua bit her lip, suppressing her cries. Wen Yanyu closed his eyes, cradling the soft little girl in his arms, thoughts drifting to the sister whose appearance he had long since forgotten. I do not remember either. As if erased text, he had lost all memory of his family, each one fading from recollection. It is all right, little sister. You do not need to remain strong all the time. No one dictates that we must always be resilient. When feeling sad or wronged, it is permissible to be vulnerable and to cry. If you wish to cry, do so in front of your brother. Wen Yanyu gently patted the little girl's back, his voice soft and soothing. Li Qianhua clutched the boy's sleeve tightly, finally releasing her voice as she wept inconsolably, her tears and mucus mingling in a chaotic mess. It was uncertain whether her sorrow stemmed from the loss of candy or something deeper. Wen Yanyu lowered her eyelashes, retrieving a tissue from her pocket to wipe the child's face. The chocolate would eventually be consumed. The sweetness she had experienced in life was merely fleeting fragments. The jarring contrast of having gained and then lost was a reality she wished to evade. Yet she could not suppress her yearning to embrace it all, the beauty and sweetness that could perhaps soften the burden of the unknown sorrows. Once the child had finished her sobs, Wen Yanyu continued to guide her along the rural path, encouraging her to caress the flowers and life that adorned their journey. Li Qianhua held tightly to that warm hand, unaware of what tomorrow would hold for her. It would be many years later, after she had traversed beyond the mountains and returned to her once thriving hometown, that she would once again behold the rivers, lakes, and light. The painful memories of yesteryears had been dulled by the passage of time. Even that afternoon's recollection had grown hazy, yet certain feelings perpetually echoed within her heart. In truth, I perceive others to be rather amiable. I admit, I initially formed a biased impression, believing him to be a superficial individual. Yet he turned out to be entirely different from the online portrayal. After observing for a few days, I found him to be a gentle soul, akin to a soft, adorable rabbit, and I wished to bring him home. Who understands? My brother, out of boredom, joined me in watching a variety show, and I caught him gazing dreamily at Wen Yanyu as she narrated stories, laughing as he listened. Afterward, he even slapped himself in disbelief. Now he is browsing people's Weibo. Could it be that my brother is not as straight as I thought? I want my mother's straight brother back. He has a lovely temperament, is soft-spoken yet a bit lackluster. His cooking looks delightful, and he possesses a homely charm. He is a captivating storyteller, great with children, and exceedingly handsome. Setting aside any emotional baggage, he would make an ideal partner. A gentle, wife-like rabbit of boy. I should sell my 7 houses and marry him. Are you not leaving one for the little one? That one do. He seems unreliable. I'll take the little one away. Duan Mufeng walked alongside them. As Wen Yanyu inadvertently glanced his way, their eyes met for a fleeting moment before he quickly averted his gaze. An overwhelming tide of emotions surged within him. Yet, mere moments later, his eyes betrayed him, drawn uncontrollably back to the boy. On the serene rural path, the absence of sound allowed him to hear the rapid beating of his own heart, as a disquieting sensation quietly nestled in his core. Wen Yanyu walked closely beside him, and he could catch a hint of that alluring scent emanating from her, her exquisitely striking face aligning with his innate preferences. Yet his gaze was inextricably ensnared by those tear-filled eyes, unable to escape their pull. He recognized what it was. He wished to intervene, but it was too late. Chapter 19. Little fish, swim quickly. Brother is telling us a story. Yes, brother little fish even made us smell nice. There was chocolate, sweet and delectable. My brother's storytelling was captivating, filled with tales we had never heard before. A large group gathered in the courtyard, already seated at the dining table, while several children chattered incessantly, calling out to their brother, praising one another endlessly. The elderly caretaker, responsible for watching the children, exclaimed, "A thief in the house." Just then, Jiang Wanru emerged from the kitchen, her lips pressed together, attempting to mask her amusement with the act of tying her hair, nearly bursting into laughter on the spot. "Andy," a small voice tugged gently at her clothing. Turning around, Jiang Wanru knelt to meet the gaze of a little girl, no more than 5 years old, who looked up at her with eager eyes. "Auntie, can you let brother Xiaoyu stay? I don't want him to leave." "Xiaoyu?" The mention of this name caught Jiang Wanru off guard. "Who is Xiaoyu?" "He's our brother. The one who came with you, the one with long hair. The very handsome brother. He told us to call him Xiaoyu." Jiang Wanru's expression momentarily blanked as something flickered in her mind, but she was unable to grasp it in time, the bitter thought slipping away before she could savor it, leaving no trace behind. Shaking her head, she gently patted the child's head. "That might not be possible, dear. Your brother has to work." "Isn't brother coming back to eat with you?" she inquired further. The children exchanged glances and looked towards the quiet little tiger, shaking their heads in silence. "He's with Xiaohua." "Xiaohua?" Jiang Wanru was puzzled. At that moment, Lu Mingxiu and Sang Yu entered from the other side of the courtyard, preparing to join the meal. As they approached the entrance, Jiang Wanru looked up to see Wen Yanyu holding a child in one hand while carrying a large bag in the other. Duan Mufeng followed behind him, his demeanor somber, a stark contrast to the brightness of the day. Brother, come and eat," the children exclaimed with delight upon seeing Wen Yanyu, eagerly bouncing over to him. "Brother, what do you have in the bag?" a little girl asked curiously. Wen Yanyu opened the bag to reveal an assortment of small toys, causing the children's eyes to sparkle with excitement. "It's the bubbles I've always wanted, and puzzles. Brother, can I play with them for a bit? I promise to give them back." Seeing the children's eager faces, Wen Yanyu took hold of Li Qianhua's hand. "I was just entertaining Qianhua and took her to the village shop, asking her what she wanted to get. She said she wanted to bring gifts for you all. The children paused in surprise, turning their eyes towards Li Qianhua. I asked Qianhua if she knew what the other children liked, and she said she remembered. As he spoke, Wen Yanyu retrieved a puzzle from the bag and placed it before the girl who had been holding Li Qianhua's hand earlier that morning. Xiaohua mentioned that she had previously played puzzles with Sister Yaya and had promised to complete a series together. However, due to her current eye discomfort, she feared being a burden and had been hesitant to join you all. She confessed to me that she was afraid Sister Yaya and the other older siblings might be upset with her. I reassured her that they would not be angry. If they were, they wouldn't continue to hold her hand. The little girl paused for a moment, then glanced at Li Qianhua, who was shyly clutching the hem of the young man's clothing. Xiaohua lightly touched her nose and then smiled. I wouldn't be upset with Xiaohua. We promised to finish it together. The other children seemed to have just realized this as they surrounded Li Qianhua, declaring, "We wouldn't be angry with Xiaohua." Exactly. We thought Xiaohua didn't want to play with us, right? I've always wanted to play with Xiaohua, but when she ignored me, I thought she didn't want to. Li Qianhua helplessly turned to look at the young man. Wen Yanyu gently patted her head and nudged her toward the children. The kids quickly followed, leading Li Qianhua to the dining table, where they exchanged words, gently dispelling the misunderstandings and pride that had caused the rift. Soon, the children were once again absorbed in play under the onslaught of toys. Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze, softly exhaling a sigh of relief. Duan Mufeng walked past him towards the courtyard table. This guy, no longer causing trouble? Under Lu Mingxiu's curious gaze, Duan Mufeng sat down quietly, not sparing a glance at Wen Yanyu as he began to eat. During the meal, the children gathered around Wen Yanyu, chattering incessantly. One wanted to hear a story. Another wished to play in the village with the older brother after finishing their meal, observing Wen Yanyu seamlessly integrating with the children. Those at the table cast him looks of quiet admiration. Wen Yanyu, a master at handling children, a true nurturing figure. Suddenly, I find Wen Yanyu rather husband-like. Can I say that? I timidly raised my hand. Just now, when he was telling stories to the children, I envisioned him as an unmarried father. Oh dear, I feel like he has returned to normal. Please don't cling to those who don't care for you. As long as you avoid bothering that man, remember, Mother still loves you. I must say, this guy has a resilient mindset. After being criticized online for months and facing all that, he can still smile and play with the children on the show. That's impressive. He deserves this money. Perhaps he has experienced death once and has come to terms with everything. I hope he maintains this. As night fell, everyone gathered in the courtyard, where a plethora of beer-filled cups adorned the table. The host, holding a tablet, wore a mischievous grin. Truth or Dare, as you all know, is a classic party game. I will randomly select guests and challenges using a device prepared by the production team. Should anyone wish to decline a challenge, they will need to face a corresponding penalty. Successfully completing a challenge will earn the team 50 yuan for outings. The others exchanged glances. It seemed the production team's challenges wouldn't be too extreme, so they all nodded in agreement. Shall we begin? Chapter 20. The Escape. The host chuckled and nodded, tapping the tablet a few times. For the first round, please have Sangyu and the guest at her left share a kiss. It's you, old Lu. Duan Mufeng raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued, his face alight with excitement at the unfolding spectacle. All eyes then converged on another person. Sangyu glanced bewilderedly at Lu Mingxiu, her cheeks flushed crimson, her hands awkwardly unsure of where to rest. The host seized the moment to tease. Brother Lu and little sister, you were quite the hot screen couple back in the day. How many times did they kiss while filming? Why the shyness now? Lu Mingxiu furrowed his brow, a hint of annoyance creeping into his expression, yet he patiently clarified in as gentle a tone as possible. Filming is one thing. Reality is another. You and I are merely friends. The barrage of comments erupted instantly. Lu Mingxiu, what are you waiting for? Hurry and kiss your wife. You weren't this reluctant during filming. What's going on? Are you planning a Chase wife funeral? You have an opportunity, but you're useless, Lu Mingxiu. Preparatory for the Chase wife funeral. They aren't even a real couple. The constant funeral talk is a bit much. I feel some fans are truly obsessed. I have but one thing to say. Only the true sister-in-law can break the poison. When Lu Mingxiu's parents passed away, Sang Yu's family helped him with tuition, supported him, took him in. Now you insult Sang Yu? What a heartless ingrate. Let's not be absurd. Over the years, Brother Lu has provided countless resources to your little Yu, and you dare claim her current status as a top-tier flower has nothing to do with him? Lu Mingxiu's projects have been nonstop. What has your little Yu accomplished aside from riding on Lu's coattails? The debate between CP fans and solo stans escalated, raising the live stream's intensity. Lu Mingxiu frowned. Let's forego this challenge. Sang Yu cast a glance at the man, her head drooping in disappointment. The host chimed in. That's fine. However, you too must accept a punishment. With that, he clapped his hands, and a staff member appeared, bearing a tray. Lu Mingxiu's previously softened expression turned icy. The tray held an array of shot glasses, each standing as tall as a thumb, alongside a freshly opened bottle of beer. The punishment required both to drink 3 full glasses. The host set the tray beside him, winking at the two. Duan Mufeng clicked his tongue, glancing at Sang Yu and then at Lu Mingxiu, nonchalantly stating, "Oh, it's a trivial matter. Old Lu can handle his 3 glasses, and I'll take care of little sister Yu's 3. However, the host interjected with a wave of his hand, chuckling, the alcohol must be consumed by the parties involved. No substitutes allowed. Duan Mufeng exclaimed, what the heck? Are you trying to stir up trouble? Recognizing the production team's deliberate attempt to create drama, Lu Mingxiu's brow twitched in irritation, his expression darkening, while Sang Yu's face turned a deep shade of red, standing there in a daze. Jiang Qian surveyed the large platter of shot glasses, her gaze moving from the flustered Sang Yu to the grinning host, finally resting on the stern-faced Lu Mingxiu. With an irritated click of her tongue, she urged, you two, make your choice quickly. Will it be drinking or accepting the challenge? The host continued to smirk mischievously. Just then, Jiang Qian wrapped her arms around Sang Yu's shoulders, and with a playful smack, a faint lipstick mark instantly appeared on Sang Yu's face. Lu Mingxiu raised an eyebrow. Sang Yu widened her eyes, instinctively touching the spot that had just been kissed. Jiang Qian stood up, pushed Lu Mingxiu aside from his seat, and plopped down with determination. What a ridiculous challenge. This spot is now mine. Our dear little Yu is still single, you know? How could I allow another man to kiss her? As she spoke, Jiang Qian shot a mock glare at the host, embodying the petulant demeanor of a young girl throwing a tantrum. The host scratched his nose, attempting to explain the game rules, but before he could finish, Jiang Qian stood abruptly, striding over to him with her hands on her hips. With a playful yet frosty demeanor, she teased, what? Do you have some objections against me? Jiang Qian? She elongated her name, emphasizing the syllable Jiang, her gaze icy and devoid of any mirth. The host quickly retreated, waving his hands frantically. Just a joke. Just a joke. Jiang Qian huffed lightly, her gaze wandering to a nearby box, from which she casually plucked a 50 yuan note. Oh dear, the host exclaimed, attempting to salvage his small amount of money. Jiang Qian swiftly returned to the sofa, declaring, all right, this round of the challenge is complete. Let us hastily begin the next round. With a few casual remarks, she brushed past the challenge, leaving the host dumbfounded as he listened to the voice in his earpiece. Fine, I want to provoke her, he thought. Duan Mufeng and Lu Mingxiu exchanged glances, with Duan Mufeng merely shrugging. Thank you, Sang Yu whispered shyly to Jiang Qian, dabbing at the mark on her face. Jiang Qian waved her hand dismissively, adjusting the slightly crooked bow on her head with her phone. Ha, that was hilarious. The production team knows who not to mess with. One person drinking 3 cups of wine. Only a foolish production team would come up with that. They're just stirring up trouble. Agreed. Is it really necessary to make it this awkward? I don't understand. The host adjusted his earpiece. In the second round, it was Wen Yanyu's turn. Hearing her name, Wen Yanyu looked up, bewildered at the host. The host met her gaze and glanced down at the screen. Please open your contacts and call the person whose name begins with the 6th letter of the alphabet, asking them what they had for dinner. Wen Yanyu froze, her fingers tightening around her phone. F is for Fu Han Chuan? This is absurd. Those two might not even have each other's contact information. The production team is just trying to create buzz. If they do have it, it will surely trend online. How shameless. What a random choice. Considering their previous altercation, this is quite a gamble from the production team. Production team, don't mess with my dear. Bad. Back off. Seeing Wen Yanyu remain silent for too long, the host hastily urged her on. Chapter 21. Pride often drags one along a winding path of love. Wen Yanyu lowered her head, scrolling through her sparse contact list, where Fu Hanquan's name occupied the top position. Duan Mufeng uncrossed his legs and turned to look at her. Wen Yanyu fell into a momentary silence, lowering his gaze to conceal the emotions swirling within his eyes. His voice emerged, somewhat parched, as he uttered, "I will drink." 3 glasses of beer were presented before him. Gazing at the 3 filled glasses, a dull ache began to stir in his stomach. He had made a promise to the other party, resolving not to entangle them further in public discourse. With a heavy heart, Wen Yanyu lowered his eyes, took a decisive breath, and lifted a glass to his lips. Isn't it amusing? Wen Yanyu wouldn't dare to retaliate, would he? After such a significant uproar, another incident might just lead to his downfall. Why is it that the first name on his contact list is Fu Hanquan? Does he have no friends? His contact list seems rather sparse. Given his eccentric personality, it would indeed be strange if he had friends. His character isn't all that bad, is it? Babe mentioned he wouldn't associate with Fu anymore. If he calls, they criticize him. If he doesn't they still hurl sarcasm. It's absurd. At that moment, the phone rang. The name Fu Hanquan illuminated the screen. Wen Yanyu was momentarily stunned, the phone ringing for several seconds before he could react. It was the host who approached him, assisting in pressing the answer and speakerphone buttons. "Speak quickly," the host urged with a knowing glance. Wen Yanyu bit his lip, his palm beginning to sweat as he inquired, "Is it Fu Hanquan?" Silence lingered on the other end. "If not me, then who?" A deep, languid voice replied, the rhetorical question devoid of doubt. Wen Yanyu inhaled deeply, tentatively asking, "Is there something you need at this late hour?" "The medication you left at my place." The man replied nonchalantly. Wen Yanyu paused, momentarily at a loss, before stammering, "The medicine. If you've lost it, that's fine. I don't need it anymore." The man interjected, "I checked. It's a prescription drug, not easily replaced. You should find time to come collect it." The phone was close enough for Wen Yanyu to hear the man's steady breaths, causing him to lower his gaze, fingers tightly clutching the device. His thoughts in disarray. "Can I send a friend to pick it up?" "A friend? That Li Jia?" A silence ensued, broken only by the flick of a lighter. "I am currently abroad for a conference." Wen Yanyu tightened his grip on the phone, his peach blossom eyes slowly averting as he softly replied, "Then I will wait for your return." The man acknowledged with indifference, before adding, "The doctor mentioned your stomach and esophagus are nearly in ruins. You should stay in the hospital for treatment. I'd rather not have to deal with your corpse. Don't make me monitor you daily. If you attempt to escape again, I wouldn't mind coming to fetch you myself." His voice remained calm. Wen Yanyu fidgeted with his fingers, feeling despondent as he murmured, "I know my own body. You needn't worry about me." "We have no—" Before he could finish, the man interrupted sharply. "Wen Yanyu, close your mouth." The tone on the other end suddenly intensified. Wen Yanyu trembled, momentarily silenced. Yet, once he regained composure, he couldn't help but question, I agreed. I followed your instructions. Didn't you say we wouldn't be in contact? Why are you behaving this way? Didn't we agree not to communicate? Why do you still call me? We are no longer friends. I owe you nothing that could ever be compensated. You clearly harbor disdain towards me. Why do you not express your frustrations like others? Why do you still call me? Why do you still concern yourself with me?" Wen Yanyu raised a hand to rub his weary eyes, unable to discern the source of the bitterness and grievance welling up within him. The person on the other end was momentarily taken aback. "I did not scold you." Wen Yanyu tightened his grip on the phone, inhaling deeply to steady his voice. "I have not broken the promise I made to you. You need not worry about me. I am capable of seeking medical help. We're no longer friends." An oppressive silence enveloped the air, seemingly frozen in time. All that could be heard from the receiver was the weighty sound of breathing. After a lengthy pause, a deep, hoarse voice broke the silence, imbued with an icy detachment, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Wen Yanyu, you are delusional." The call was abruptly terminated. The screen dimmed. Wen Yanyu stared blankly at the darkened screen, and after a long while, he spoke in a hushed tone. "I suppose I have completed the challenge." The host, regaining composure, responded with a complex expression, "Ah, of course, indeed you have." The barrage of comments fell into a hush. If my memory serves me correctly, it was Wen Yanyu who persistently pursued Fu Hanchuan, right? Fu Hanchuan harbored extreme dislike towards him, correct? Yes, you are not mistaken. Their current dynamic resembles that of a couple bickering after an argument. Is he actually concerned for my little darling? Oh, I'm cracking up. Do not glorify your master. Fu Hanchuan is clearly irritated with him. Irritated to the point of threatening to personally apprehend him for not seeking treatment? I did not scold you. I'm utterly amused by them. Wen's pitiful and timid demeanor, alongside Fu's threatening tone, makes it seem as though he is scaring a little rabbit. How bizarre is this pairing? I suddenly recall that when Wen Yanyu was previously hospitalized, it was Fu who came to take him away from the reporters. Did you leave your medication in my place? No. Calling now suggests it has not been long. Fu Hanchuan should have despised Wen Yanyu 6 months ago. So what is happening? What is going on? I'm utterly confused. Wasn't there a revelation that Fu and Wen were friends? They often dined together, and there were photographs. But due to the obscure setting of a roadside eatery and Fu appearing somewhat blurry and casual, with no apparent connection between them, no one believed it. Now, I sense there might be some truth to it. Yes, I remember, and in the photos, Fu looked rather foolish, accompanying Wen under a tree as they collected leaves. Fu appeared like a big puppy, tugging at Wen's clothing, but it was quickly suppressed. Nevertheless, due to those images, I had always thought that Wen's subsequent actions indicated a breakup, which he could not accept. Are they perhaps enacting some melodramatic, tragic love story? With us as unwitting participants in their play, the challenges continued in a monotonous fashion. Wen Yanyu hung his head low as the night breeze brushed against him, causing his body to shiver slightly. He exhaled warmth into his icy palms. So cold. It hurts too much. When will this end? Duan Mufeng hesitated for a moment, then reached for the jacket resting on his lap and draped it over the young man's shoulders. Wen Yanyu paused in surprise and glanced at Duan Mufeng. Thank you. Duan Mufeng dared not meet his gaze. Wen Yanyu tightened her coat and gently rubbed her hands together. The host continued to jest, remarking on how the youth of today are fond of staying up late. Jiang Wanru chuckled softly. My child is a doctor, working the night shift at this hour. I presume he answered the call because it's a quiet moment. Wen Yanyu paused, lifting her gaze to the woman. My little Shun just returned from abroad not long ago. Jiang Wanru smiled tenderly, her eyes brimming with pride. He is currently employed at the municipal hospital, often busy, yet he makes time to accompany me and my husband. The group engaged in cheerful conversation. Has Aunt Jiang a child? I thought Aunt Jiang only supported children, but had none of her own. This child is adopted, the offspring of her husband's teammate, retaining the original surname, Ji. He is an exceptionally skilled doctor. Aunt Jiang's husband has shared about him on Weibo. His name is Ji Xinhuai. My sister underwent surgery at the hospital conducted by this very doctor. He is remarkably young, yet exceptionally talented. Moreover, he is particularly responsible and kind. It was night. Fu Hanchuan leaned against his desk, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, his chiseled features shrouded in smoke. The sound from the computer screen was activated once more. On the other side, the host tapped the screen. In the final round, the selected guest was Wen Yanyu. She lifted her head to listen as the host continued. Throughout history, many have pondered the topic of death. Please share your feelings regarding this matter. Imagine if one day you were to face death. What would your reaction be? Upon the host's conclusion, the attendees furrowed their brows. The laughter that had once graced Jiang Wanru's face faded into seriousness. For the second time, they were confronted with such a question. They were not oblivious to the online discourse surrounding it. Chapter 22. On death. No one is more knowledgeable than me. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream. This question seems deliberately prepared. The production team. I'm about to lose my temper. These are all random selections. It's merely a question. Why the uproar? Given the recent uproar surrounding Wen Yanyu's suicide, how could the production team be unaware? Random my foot. Do not bully my dear. This cursed production team. I shall report this. I shall report this. This is the second time. Why is my dear being targeted? Why not others? This is outrageous. I will report it. though he brought it upon himself. It still feels a bit excessive. Such matters should not be treated lightly. Wen Yanyu exhibited little reaction. She had come prepared for the show. The production team was not a charitable organization, and the topics concerning her were few. The team sought views and buzz, and she sought remuneration, an equitable exchange. However, Wen Yanyu lowered her eyes, pondering for a moment. It is freedom. As those words lingered in the air, the audience fell into a profound silence. The host awkwardly rubbed his nose, reiterating the question. The inquiry pertains to expressing one's feelings about death. You may anticipate your thoughts, simulating the experience with more detail. Duan Mufeng's expression soured instantly. Isn't this a game? Why discuss death? Isn't that a bit morbid? Duan Mufeng let out a cold laugh, his jawline tense, and his pitch-black eyes churned with intense agitation. Is this a mere game, or is it a personal attack? The pressure mounted, his tone decidedly harsh. Jiang Qian propped her chin on her hand, casting a puzzled glance at the host. Lu Mingxiu observed him in silence. Jiang Wanru also suppressed her laughter, softly interjecting. Such inquiries are ill-suited to be treated as a game. The host's smile faltered, hastily gesturing. No, our challenges are randomly drawn from an online database. Huh? Duan Mufeng leaned forward, poised to retort. Wen Yanyu gently tugged at his arm. Duan Mufeng was taken aback, turning his head. Wen Yanyu did not meet his gaze. If you wish to delve deeper, you have indeed asked the right person. Wen Yanyu smiled lightly, continuing. What you seek to understand in detail is likely this. He lifted his eyes, recalling. If the harm originates from an external source, pain ensues first. If not, fear takes precedence. In that initial moment, the instinct for survival reaches its zenith. Time seems to halt, and thoughts become a blank slate. Subsequently, the surroundings begin to blur. Yet this sensation dissipates swiftly, as if merely a few seconds have passed, or perhaps an eternity. This phase is often accompanied by a pronounced ringing in the ears. When Yanyu released his arm, his demeanor calm and natural, as though discussing the pleasant weather of the evening, a matter of little consequence to him. He proceeded, following that. There is tranquility. You can hear the rhythm of your own breath and heartbeat. In that moment, pain becomes imperceptible, merely a sensation of time suspended. If sounds are present, they are faintly discernible, yet indistinct, as if muffled by a veil. Time stretches interminably, evoking numerous memories. Swiftly yet slowly, thoughts drift to loved ones. But the pain is not overwhelming, and then consciousness fades. With that, Wen Yanyu looked up at the host, who remained momentarily stunned. However, this encapsulates the general experience. If submerged in water, one can open their eyes without pain. Initially, there may be discomfort in the throat, but soon a profound calm prevails, allowing one to see the light dancing on the water's surface. In the event of a car accident, one may freeze in shock at the moment of ejection, experiencing a fleeting pain before the onset of tinnitus. The pain lingers briefly, though its duration is uncertain, perhaps only seconds, before all sensation dissipates, leaving a feeling of weightlessness. A dazed state. Should you desire to know other specific sensations, such as suffocation, ingestion of gold, burning, explosion, exsanguination, starvation, being buried alive, gunshots, slow slicing, freezing, car crashes, being crushed, or dying from sheer agony, I possess knowledge of not just hundreds, but possibly thousands. If you wish to inquire further, do not hesitate. When Yanyu paused, a casual smile gracing his lips, perhaps I know more than you think. Above, the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his enchanting eyes, rendering the darkness within slightly translucent. A silvery gray, steeped in an ineffable stillness. His slender frame, steeped in cycles of rebirth and death, bore the weight of countless agonies, thickening into a near-tangible aura of despair. It appears that one seeks to ensnare the bystanders into the mire as well. When Yanyu habitually curved his lips into a smile devoid of any warmth, evoking a tremor in the hearts of those who beheld him. The host hastily gestured for silence, while those around remained taciturn. Baby, a hug. This is a bit frightening, sob. Did he not speak with such gravitas? Is there anyone who has faced death to recount the truth? Well, As someone who nearly drowned, I can attest that it's quite accurate. On a tangential note, I feel that since Wen Yanyu emerged from the hospital, he has been utterly listless on the show. Previously, although he seemed subdued, he still resembled a living person. I concur. His demeanor now seems not merely soft, but rather lethargically wilted, reminiscent of my grandmother before her passing. It's a rather delicate sensation, causing an ache in the observer's heart. Indeed, he has been frequently lost in thought these past few days, playing with the children only to suddenly become unresponsive. And just yesterday morning, when Lu Ge called him to rise, he appeared to have had a nightmare, curling back in a bed in fright. It seems his mental state may be rather concerning. Once again, the mountains echoed with a torrential downpour during the night. Having missed dinner, hunger gnawed at him. The effects of the medication had set in, rendering both his wound and stomach numb. The figure on the bed nestled in the corner, appearing small and cocooned in the blankets, hair cascading by his ears, with the corners of his eyes tinged crimson for reasons unknown. A mobile phone lay before him, playing a movie commentary. Wen Yanyu casually unwrapped a chocolate bar, catching the remnants in his palm, taking a delicate bite, his cheeks slightly puffing out as one piece after another vanished into his mouth. Duan Mufeng, having just returned from outside, was greeted by this sight. His heart softened involuntarily, his steps pausing at the threshold. Lu Mingxiu, walking behind, failed to notice the sudden halt and nearly collided with him. "What are you blocking the way for, Duan Mufeng?" Lu Mingxiu followed his gaze inside and instantly comprehended the situation, his eyelids twitching. "This is bizarre. Baby's lips. Who dares to kiss them? Step aside. Step aside. Step aside. I'm a university student. I'll kiss first." "Ah, the baby is so adorable. Is the baby watching cartoons? So cute. I want to kiss the baby's little face. The baby resembles a little bunny. Mommy kisses, mommy kisses. Mommy loves you so much. Hey, hey, hey." I suddenly realize, why does Wen Yanyu always curl up while sleeping? He is cute, but doesn't he find it uncomfortable? I understand why that member of the Fu family has been so persistently attached. Despite his disdain, this fellow can indeed be quite endearing at times. I've just seen my second brother trying to watch for amusement, only to find himself drawn in, laughing as if he might perish. So, is there anyone willing to delve into the matters between Wen and Fu? What is truly happening between them? That call earlier left me bewildered. Have they perhaps been involved? They had never been intimate, merely friends with a close bond. Wen Juyo had saved Fu's life, as recounted by a friend of a friend, who said Fu was dragged from a vehicle and given emergency aid, constantly urged to remain conscious. Otherwise, he might have perished or been left severely impaired. Thus, Fu's family had refrained from taking drastic measures against him, though they now found him quite irritating. Chapter 23. It turns out that was not disgust. A chill enveloped her. And Wen Yanyu rubbed her arms, curling into a ball in an effort to fall asleep quickly. Once the medication wore off, sleep would elude her. Suddenly, a warm sensation enveloped her. Wen Yanyu was taken aback, turning to find herself gazing into the inscrutable eyes of a man who had draped an additional blanket over her. "Brother Duan?" Duan Mufeng maintained his stoic demeanor, covering the boy with his own blanket before donning a jacket and lying back down. "The temperature seems to have dropped a bit. I fear the cold, but you often feel warm. Keep it, don't catch a chill. I'll have them bring you a thicker blanket tomorrow." With that, he turned away without a glance back at Wen Yanyu. "Oh, okay. Thank you, brother." A flicker of gratitude crossed Wen Yanyu's eyes as she tightened the blanket around herself, whispering, "Tomorrow, I'll bring you something delicious." Duan Mufeng replied softly, lapsing into silence once more. As the night deepened, the sound of cicadas filled the air, listening to the steady rhythm of the breaths beside her. Duan Mufeng cautiously turned over, allowing his eyes to adjust to the darkness, revealing the peaceful visage of the boy now asleep beside him. His gaze fell upon the boy's fair, delicate face, and he lowered his eyes, his fingertips gently tracing over the boy's cheek, slowly descending to the alluring red mole, its soft texture sending a ripple of warmth through his heart. Seemingly sensing the tickling sensation, Wen Yanyu stirred slightly, mumbling incoherently while forming a familiar name with his lips. "Fu Hanchuan, don't pinch my face." The playful, affectionate complaint caused Duan Mufeng to freeze. An unfamiliar pang of jealousy surged through his heart. His wrist fell limp as he silently observed the boy curled up, peacefully asleep. His companions had changed time and again, the so-called partners rotating with each encounter. Yet, after every fleeting moment of passion, they would part ways in unspoken understanding or lingering ambiguity. He had always believed that investing genuine feelings in relationships was a foolish endeavor and held disdain for those who were infatuated with love. Prior to this show, he had thoroughly reviewed the profiles of potential partners, a typical representation of someone he loathed. Yet regrettably, that face suited his tastes all too well. The pure and naive gaze, coupled with an innocent disposition, irresistibly drew a hunter like him closer. The softness of the body and the warmth of the breath ignited an insatiable desire within him to savor the moment. He was aware of the entanglement between the other and Fu Han Chuan, yet such matters held no significance for him. All he yearned for was corporeal pleasure. Though superficial delights may be cheap, they still brought joy. However, he abruptly realized that his feelings were not rooted in disdain, but rather in fear. It was hard to pinpoint when this sentiment began. Perhaps it was when he swallowed that half of a dumpling, or when he indulged in the chocolate toss his way. It might have initiated during those nights of stolen glances, or perhaps when mere sight of the other would elicit an uncontrollable smile. The sight of the other's flustered demeanor made him reluctant to draw nearer. Or maybe it was the way he gazed into those clear eyes, clouded by an inexplicable melancholy, or when his attention lingered on the other, often lost in solitude, as he sought to understand him. He had grown greedy, becoming a part of that which he once despised. Perhaps he could, as he had countless times before, employ his cunning to deceive the other for a fleeting moment of pleasure. Yet the subtle emotions reflected in the other's eyes made him acutely aware that his thoughts were mere illusions. The hand he longed to touch, the smile he could not resist, and the incessant cicada song of the night enveloped him. As Duan Mufeng closed his eyes, he savored the warmth that belonged to the other. In that moment, as their heartbeats intertwined, it seemed that this feeling was not a mere figment of his imagination. As dawn broke, in the small courtyard, everyone lined up to draw lots for a trip to the city to purchase necessities and food for the children in the mountains. Lu Mingxiu observed the red slip in his hand, identical to that of Wen Yanyu, and rose to gather his belongings. Wen Yanyu, appearing slightly drowsy, donned a jacket and approached Duan Mufeng with a notebook in hand. "Brother Duan, is there anything you'd like to eat?" Duan Mufeng shook his head, suddenly recalling the other's apparent fondness for fish, particularly fish meatballs. When Yanyu tentatively inquired, "Brother, I remember you like fish, right? How about I buy a blackfish? It has very few bones, and the flesh is quite tender." Duan Mufeng, momentarily taken aback, nodded gently. When Yanyu smiled brightly at him, "Great. I'll buy it and make fish meatballs for you. I know a particularly delicious recipe." Duan Mufeng lowered his gaze, concealing the unusual emotions swirling within. He chose not to continue the conversation. Wen Yanyu then asked the others what they wished to eat, diligently jotting down notes. The man's peculiar demeanor was sharply captured by the cameras. Has anyone noticed that Duan Luobua has been a bit distant towards Wen Yanyu these past couple of days? Probably just a novelty wearing off. I bet he hasn't had a taste yet. I don't think that's it. It just feels like the physical contact has diminished over the past couple of days. Yet his attitude hasn't turned cold, just a bit cautious, which is strange. From the assessment of a former Sea King, 99 chance he's serious about it. Laughing, Duan Mufeng is serious. He spent lavishly abroad. Regardless of his thoughts, I'm taking the bunny and not playing with the fickle man. The two gathered the living expenses provided by the production team and stepped out, ready to embark on their day. After a journey of over 3 hours, the bustling shoppers in the mall turned their heads, casting curious glances at the two individuals accompanied by a cameraman. Chapter 24. Hello, my beloved wife. You were the most adorable protagonist in my eyes, as when Yanyu focused on purchasing items from her shopping list. Lu Mingxiu quietly pushed the cart behind her. Upon reaching the condiment section, when Yanyu picked up a bottle of chili sauce, intending to place it in the cart. Suddenly, Lu Mingxiu spoke up. "Wait a moment. What's the matter?" When Yanyu inquired. Lu Mingxiu took the sauce from Wen Yanyu's hand and returned it to the shelf. Under the puzzled gaze of Wen Yanyu, Lu Mingxiu patiently explained, "This brand contains peanuts, and Xiaoyu is allergic to them." "All right, my apologies. I completely forgot," Wen Yanyu exclaimed, realizing her oversight, and proceeded to select another bottle from the shelf. "Lu, don't be too affectionate." Laughing, there were people saying Lu Ge doesn't tea care for Xiaoyu. How could he remember her allergy if he didn't tea? This is hilarious. Lu Ge, just admit your feelings. Don't be stubborn. Or you might find yourself in a chase your wife to the ends of the earth scenario. Well, Lu Mingxiu and Sangyu have been friends for many years. Isn't it normal to remember each other as allergies? All right, stop sneaking around, you girlfriend fans. Lu Ge, a vibrant female voice rang out, causing both Wen Yanyu and Lu Mingxiu to turn simultaneously. A young girl, brimming with excitement, tugged another girl along as they approached. Lu Ge, oh my, it's really you. I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you? The girl with a bun hairstyle eagerly asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lu Mingxiu nodded, "Of course, thank you for your support." The girl with the bun, elated, quickly posed for a picture. Then, noticing Wen Yanyu, she pushed the shy girl with long hair forward. "You're Wen Yanyu, right? My friend is your fan. Can we take a 3-person photo together?" Wen Yanyu, momentarily taken aback, nodded. The girl with the bun hurriedly grabbed her phone to capture the moment. The long-haired girl, reluctantly pulled into the spotlight, glanced at Wen Yanyu nervously. "Hello, my wife," she spoke timidly. "Ah," Wen Yanyu responded, bewildered. Lu Mingxiu stood frozen, alternating between the stunned Wen Yanyu and the equally astonished girl, unable to suppress a laugh. As the long-haired girl regained her composure, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she waved her hands frantically. No, I meant, Yin. I mean hello." Embarrassed, the girl covered her eyes, wishing to vanish into the ground, repeatedly muttering, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not a weird person." When Yanyu collected herself, clearing her throat. "It's all right. It must be a meme from the internet. I don't really browse online, so I'm not familiar with such things." The girl slowly lifted her gaze, stiffly nodding, and continued, I really admire you. I've liked you since your debut. I particularly love that Children's song you sang during your live stream. I remember you said you wanted to be a doctor. I also recall when you helped during the disaster relief. At that moment, I decided to support you for a lifetime." A lengthy discourse stumbled forth, the young woman nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Wen Yanyu gazed at her in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Though many events transpired subsequently, I fervently wish for you to take good care of your health. The woman looked at him earnestly, stating, "I will always cherish you. Despite your jesting remarks about being a mere supporting character destined for obsolescence in the narrative. In our eyes, at least in mine, you have always been the protagonist. You're my most cherished individual." It seemed she summoned every ounce of courage as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she embraced him tightly. Wen Yanyu, in my eyes, you are the most endearing protagonist. You must, without fail, find happiness. Wen Yanyu stood in a daze for a moment before responding with a soft, all right. "Ah, darling, you must be joyful." The girl released him, her gaze darting away in a frenzy, yet unable to resist stealing a few more glances. "We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Please take good care of yourself." Wen Yanyu lowered his eyes, seemingly murmuring, "I will, and you too must find happiness." The girl's face instantly reddened, and she nodded vigorously. Initially, I thought she was a shy little girl, but her first words were so endearing. Haha, this girl's sentiments resonate with mine. When I first heard the rabbit baby express a desire to become a doctor, but was unable to due to certain circumstances, I felt a pang of empathy, especially when others criticized him for pretending. Later, witnessing him aid in the earthquake-stricken areas left me at a loss for words. I simply wanted to support him for a lifetime. I recall an incident at the airport involving a young girl, when Yanyu rushed out to administer first aid. And later, after trending on social media, he received praise from doctors for his professional demeanor. Indeed, during a variety show recording, an earthquake occurred and everyone was evacuated. Yet he remained behind as a volunteer. It was only through photographs that his actions came to light. Additionally, his classmates revealed that he was a student at Capital Medical University, though he withdrew after just over a year, facing criticism for allegedly entering the entertainment industry for financial gain. This situation is complex, but I sense that Wen Yanyu bears some unspoken burdens. Do not inquire as to why. I can discern the truth merely by observing their expressions. I have always been a fan of the rabbit. There is no other reason than the fact that when my mother was injured, it was Wen Yanyu who tended to her. I was frantic, repeatedly calling, and he was the one who answered, comforting me not to cry, assuring me that my mother was safe with him. This single act has made me a lifelong supporter, despite my usual disinterest in celebrity culture. My goodness, I remember that incident well. It was the turning point for Wen Yanyu's rise to fame. While many accused him of acting, he genuinely remained there for a month amidst aftershocks, tirelessly assisting in rescue efforts. As this interlude concluded, Wen Yanyu composed himself, and the two continued their stroll, pausing intermittently. After purchasing the last black fish and various toys and books for the children, they exited the shopping mall. Suddenly, he recalled that they had forgotten to buy a particular seasoning. Lu Mingxiu prepared to return. A sudden, piercing scream echoed through the mall, prompting several individuals to turn their heads in alarm. They beheld a group rushing towards them, one among them wielding a knife and attacking others. Quickly, call the police. The photographer stood in bewilderment. Those who had dashed outside were simultaneously dialing for help and explaining the chaos. A man outside had gone berserk, indiscriminately wielding a knife and injuring several people. Do not venture inside. A faint metallic scent of blood suddenly permeated the air, awakening long-buried memories in the depths of their minds. Wen Yanyu's expression shifted dramatically as she strode inward. Wen Yanyu, Lu Mingxiu inquired anxiously, where are you going? Someone is in danger. Wen Yanyu furrowed her brows, instructing, stay here and do not move. In a moment of panic, Lu Mingxiu seized the young man's wrist. What good will your alarmingly malnourished weight do? We should wait here for the police. Lu Mingxiu's expression was grave, leaving no room for rebuttal. The photographer joined in the plea. Indeed, it is far too perilous. Let us remain here. The police and security should arrive shortly. The scent of blood grew more pungent, and with a sudden twist, Wen Yanyu freed her wrist from Lu Mingxiu's grip, rushing outside without a backward glance. Lu Mingxiu was momentarily taken aback, gritted his teeth, and quickly instructed those around him before hastening to follow the young man's lead. What the hell? Let us go. Is this for real? Is it scripted or genuine? This must be real. The production team wouldn't dare to stage something this extreme. Surely it's fake. Likely a test of the guests' reactions. Goodness, this is terrifying. No, darling, why did you rush in there? I'm fainting. What use is it for someone unarmed to confront a knife-wielding man? Are they offering their heads? Please, don't create more chaos for security. It's true. Someone in our group just shared a live video. Several girls have already been injured. Chapter 25. Fate repeatedly mocking, denying him freedom or death following the scent of blood. When Yanyu sprinted upward, the mall was a cacophony of screams, clearly in disarray. You filthy bitch. I've spent so much money on you. How dare you kick me? You wretched creatures. All of you can go to hell. At the corner of the second floor, a burly middle-aged man was atop a woman, cursing incessantly while wildly brandishing a long knife. His face contorted with rage, he brutally plunged the blade into the girl's abdomen. Patrons and salespeople had long since taken cover, while two security guards lay injured on the ground, surrounded by scattered bloodstains. The girl pinned beneath the man struggled desperately, her eyes bulging from bloodshot anguish, veins prominent in her neck, her face twisted in pain as crimson blood flowed from her wounds. Another girl with short hair exerted all her strength to push the man away, but was met with additional stabs. Run, Yao, run. Don't worry about me, just go. Jiang Wantong lay on the ground, crying and pushing against the short-haired girl, still attempting to pull herself away. Bastard, we don't even know you. You beast. Let her go. Song Yinyao clutched her abdomen, blood gushing from her wound, summoning every ounce of strength to shove the man away. However, it proved to be of little consequence. The pain from her wound rendered her utterly powerless, while the man continued to hold Jiang Wantong firmly in place. Get away, you beast! Song Yinyao screamed in despair, tears streaming down her face, blurring her vision. At that moment, a gust of wind accompanied her cries. The man's expression twisted in agony as he felt a sharp pain below, unable to suppress a howl, his grip on the knife faltering. He turned, his gaze colliding with a pair of cold, furious gray eyes. Just as he discerned the long hair, he raised his knife to strike. Looming Xiu, rushing in, felt his pupils constrict. Breathless, he witnessed the unfolding scene, a lump forming in his throat, caught between a gasp and a cry. Wen Yanyu's demeanor was icy as he sidestepped, the long knife barely missing him. In a swift motion, he leaped before the man, raising his hand to block the incoming dagger, twisting it with a deft maneuver. Gray mist enveloped the bloodied wrist, causing the man to howl in pain. Wen Yanyu lifted his leg, inflicting another wave of agony to the man's groin, who collapsed in that instant. Wen Yanyu kicked away the long knife clutched in the man's hand, pressing one knee firmly against his lower back, pinning him to the ground. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Song Yinyao had dragged Jiang Wanton to a corner. Both were drenched in blood, barely clinging to life as they gazed at the unfolding chaos. The man, pinned down, raged incessantly. "You filthy bitch! You dog spawn! Let me go! I'll kill you! You worthless scum!" With a dull crack, the man howled, the sound of his bones fracturing echoing in the air. As his fingers were broken, cold sweat beaded his forehead, his curses continuing unabated. "You filthy whore! Let me go! You worthless piece of trash!" His face contorted in madness and fury, he spat out vile words. With a swift motion, his body was flipped over, the resounding slap cutting through the tension. "Scoundrel!" Wen Yanyu held the man down firmly, raining blows upon him, each slap and punch landing with precision. The middle-aged man's cheeks swelled instantly, a mix of blood and teeth spilling from his mouth. Yet, upon seeing the fury in his opponent's eyes, instead of fear, he sneered and continued his tirade. "You filthy bitch! What can you possibly do to me?" At that very moment, Jiang Wanton lost consciousness, collapsing into Song Yinyao's arms. Nearby, at a table close to the railing, a pair of soulless black eyes observed the scene unfold. The shadow began to speak. "I have spotted the rabbit that escaped." A man with an enchanting visage sipped from his teacup, a smile gracing his lips. "He remains just as he was before, truly adorable." A peculiar smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he tilted his head slightly towards the man pinned beneath the boy, exhaling softly, dark mist curling around the man's calves. The two figures lingered in silence, observing the one who could endure pain the most, the only rabbit that had ever escaped his grasp. The shadow averted his gaze and continued speaking. "There's a mark left by that man on his forehead. If we take him away now, that man will surely come after us." His calm tone was tinged with a rare hint of emotion, fear. The madman's favored pet had chased them through countless worlds, merely to tear a piece of flesh from them in a fit of rage, like a rabid dog. The mere thought of that man's eyes sent chills down his spine. Had they not cast aside this rabbit in advance, the situation would have been dire. Upon hearing this, the man froze, his movements halted, the scars on his neck faintly visible. He silently regarded the boy below. After a long pause, he gently withdrew his gaze. "I will take my rabbit once that mark fades. He belongs to me alone. Let go of me, you filthy witch, or I will kill you. I swear I'll kill you. You wretched creature, let go of me. I will chop you to pieces. When I get out, I will slay you. I will massacre your entire family. You harlot." The middle-aged man writhed in a frenzy, his face contorted with rage, attempting to inflict pain on those who restrained him. Yet, he could only feel the weight pressing down on his chest, growing heavier and heavier, suffocating him. The metallic scent of blood pervaded the air, wildly stimulating his senses. Wen Yanyu slowly raised his gaze towards the girl lying on the ground, who had nearly lost all signs of life. The flames of anger in his eyes gradually extinguished, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. "Is that so?" he murmured softly, lowering his head. The dagger was raised. "You think you can kill me?" Wen Yanyu sighed softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You lack the qualifications." At the moment the dagger brushed past his face, the middle-aged man was utterly petrified, a pungent odor emanating from beneath him. He stared into the cold, silver-gray eyes, calm and unruffled, like a brilliant gem, yet imbued with a strange tenderness. In stark contrast, The icy, murderous intent enveloped him, suffocating him. There was no display of rage or malice, yet he felt marked by death itself. Every cell in his body screamed danger. A profound sense of horror surged from the depths of his heart, awakening his primal instincts. The instinct for survival compelled him to scream, but in that fleeting moment, he lost all consciousness. Wen Yanyu rose and walked towards the two sprawled on the ground. In the eyes of Song Yanyu, who was on the brink of collapse, gratitude mingled with despair. Wen Yanyu sat down, allowing his hair to fall freely, his palm gently caressing Jiang Wantong, who had lost all awareness. He extended his hand towards Song Yanyu. Startled, she hesitated, unsure of his intentions. Yet, the instinct for survival etched into her very soul compelled her to grasp his hand. The fading pain and the clarity of consciousness that should have dispersed revealed to her the gravity of the situation. Wen Yanyu gently closed his eyes, tenderly stroking the soul that lingered on the edge of death. The remaining strands of black hair, in that fleeting moment, completely shed all color, concealed beneath a layer of dye, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 26. The bunny wife transforms the special forces. Jiang Wantong collapsed onto the ground, her body smeared with blood. Consciousness thoroughly dissipated. Memories of the past flickered before her eyes like a rapid carousel, her mother's daytime admonitions echoing in her ears. Her body felt increasingly weightless. Suddenly, a solemn and indistinct voice drew near. Something tightly ensnared her body. In the next instant, Jiang Wantong abruptly opened her eyes, colliding directly with a pair of gray eyes shimmering with fragmented light. There was no overwhelming emotion, only a calm and gentle demeanor, infused with an ineffable sense of security, akin to gazing at a newborn child. "Do not fear, it is all right," the figure spoke. Her heart raced wildly within her chest. Jiang Wantong stared blankly for several seconds, inhaled deeply a few times, and then burst into tears as if awakening from a dream. The terror and anger for being attacked by a madman, the despair of teetering on the brink of death, the relief of having escaped. Too many emotions surged from her heart, transforming into uncontrollable sobs. Footsteps approached, and a group of police officers arrived. One by one, individuals emerged from nearby or from downstairs, shivering at the sight before them. The man, who had been in a coma, groggily awakened and, upon seeing the police, attempted to flee. Several officers prepared to apprehend him, but the middle-aged man stumbled and collapsed at the edge of the stairs, dark mist swirling in his eyes, unable to utter a sound. In a moment of misstep, he slipped and fell straight down the stairs. Wen Yanyu's gaze was slightly askew, still processing what had transpired. A tremendous crash echoed, the sound of a watermelon shattering intertwined with the snap of bones. A scream erupted from below, blood splattering across the ground. Wen Yanyu, Lu Mingxiu, snapping out of his shock, rushed to the group. "Are you all right?" A party of individuals carried the injured down the stairs. Wen Yanyu followed closely behind, her gaze sweeping over the lifeless body on the ground, pausing for a moment before quietly averting her eyes. Song Yanyu and Jiang Wantong held each other's hands tightly as medical personnel lifted them onto stretchers. The knife attack incident at Lisan Mall surged onto trending topics. Lisan Mall, a man wielding a knife attacked. Lisan 1L, just returned from Lisan, my goodness, it scared me to death. 13L, I just watched the live footage. That man is truly insane. How did he even bring such a large knife into the mall? Why was there no thorough security check in such a big shopping center? 46L, I was about to go watch a movie with my sister. It scared the life out of me. We were just steps away from that madman's floor. Thankfully, my sister sensed something was off and pulled me away. 58L, I was watching a variety show live when suddenly someone mentioned a stabbing in the mall. I thought it was part of script. 89L, is this a form of societal revenge? So terrifying. 102L, the man only targeted women, purely preying on the weak. I witnessed a video recorded upstairs, depicting two young women being cornered by a man, with blood strewn across the floor, suggesting a dire situation. Has the man been apprehended? The footage left me infuriated. No, he has not been caught. Tragically, he felt his death. The police arrived within minutes, apparently startled, leading to his fatal misstep. When he plummeted, his head struck the steps below, shattering upon impact, and there was no chance for salvation. He deserved it. Oh my, I hope Brother Liu is unharmed. I need to focus on my program. And upon hearing the commotion, Wen Yanyu rushed back, with Brother Liu following in concern. The live broadcast was abruptly terminated, leaving us in the dark about subsequent events. What purpose does it serve to enter such chaos? I am genuinely worried about the two young women after watching the video. Are they safe now? The online discourse is relentless until another video surfaces, drawing immense attention. My friend and I are hiding upstairs, while the two women below struggle against the man who is holding them down. A particularly brave young woman dashed in, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man sprawling. We were terrified, but when we regained our composure, we saw the man being pinned to the ground and beaten by the girl. The shaky footage first captures panicked voices. What the hell? A chorus of gasps ensued. Then, a blurry figure rushed forward, swiftly subduing the knife-wielding man. His furious curses were recorded in the video. The man was then forced to turn over, and a flurry of punches and slaps ensued, with much of the footage obscured, revealing only the bloodied ground. The video concluded with the man's piercing screams, an act of divine justice. Oh, that young woman is truly remarkable, so courageous. I would have fled. The sight of that man brandishing such a large knife nearly terrified me to death. The young woman exhibited extraordinary skill, igniting my fervor. Wait a moment. That figure. It's not just any young woman. The clothing reveals it to be Wen Yanyu. It appears to be indeed her. This segment of the video spread virally online, with many viewers who were watching the live stream comparing screenshots and confirming her identity. Subsequently, the police issued a statement that propelled the video to trending status. On August 16, 2024, a heinous knife attack occurred within the Lisin shopping mall in Gaochuan City. Following a thorough investigation, the police have released the following information. At approximately 12:30 p.m. that day, a male assailant, suspected of being mentally unstable, suddenly attacked innocent civilians with a knife, resulting in injuries to 7 individuals. Upon receiving the emergency call, the police acted swiftly, arriving on the scene by 12:45 p.m. Before their arrival, a courageous citizen, Mr. Wen Yanyu, who was engaged in a program recording, bravely intervened to halt the assailant's malicious actions, preventing further harm. After the assailant was subdued, he lost control of his mental faculties, stumbled on the staircase, and tragically died on the spot. The remaining 7 injured individuals received intensive medical care at the hospital and are now out of danger. The police express their highest praise and heartfelt gratitude for Mr. Wen Yanyu's courageous actions. Furthermore, the police will continue to bolster social security measures to safeguard the lives and property of the citizens. They remind the public that in the event of an emergency, one should promptly alert the authorities while ensuring their own safety and taking appropriate measures. Once the statement was released, multiple trending topics emerged instantly. Wen Yanyu's act of valor, the formidable prowess of his wife, and the incident at Lisin Mall captured the public's attention. Many remarked on how they had long been aware of Wen Yanyu, noting his readiness to act in times of crisis. One viewer expressed their trepidation while watching the video, feeling their heart race as the assailant swung a long knife, only to witness Wen Yanyu deftly evade the attack. Another commenter mentioned the assailant's hidden dagger, which added to their astonishment, praising Wen Yanyu's impressive combat skills. Witnesses at the scene noted that after incapacitating the knife-wielding assailant, Wen Yanyu immediately rushed to comfort the 2 injured women, leaving those observing in awe. Additionally, some pointed out a moment in the video where it appeared Wen Yanyu had thrust the knife into the floor, a detail that was later confirmed by those who visited the site. Observers could hardly believe the ferocity with which he had handled the situation, especially upon learning that the assailant had a criminal history and mental health issues. Curiosity arose regarding Wen Yanyu's training, as his skills seemed exceptional. The online discourse surrounding Wen Yanyu's bravery and the incident at Lisin Mall quickly rose to prominence. A production crew, having hurried to the police station to collect the 2 individuals, sighed in relief upon seeing them safe and unharmed. Chapter 27. Long time no see. I finally know your name as the 2 settled into the vehicle for their return journey. The soothing strains of Mystery of Love, Remix, played in the background. Wen Yanyu sat by the window, quietly gazing at the scenery outside. While he possessed a modicum of martial skill, he found himself at a disadvantage against an armed assailant. In that moment of crisis, he had to rely on the abilities he had brought with him, as well as the pain relief provided by the system, which thankfully remained effective. However, as Wen Yanyu clenched his trembling palm, he was acutely aware of the consequences of utilizing those abilities. An internal turmoil surged within him, accompanied by excruciating pain that shot through his nerves to his brain, inducing severe dizziness and nausea. The haunting memories of that bloody encounter resurfaced, serving as a grim reminder that he had not yet escaped his torment, that he was still not free. In a state of emotional turmoil, he nearly crossed a line from which there would be no return. When Yanyu closed his eyes, he understood that he was not a good person. He had committed numerous misdeeds under the control of the narrative throughout his cycles, causing harm to many. Therefore, he willingly accepted retribution and served as an outlet for others' frustrations. To him, it mattered little. Yet, he had never taken that definitive step, always lingering on the brink. The production team had initiated a live broadcast as the two boarded the vehicle, claiming it was to assure the audience of their safety, but in reality, it was an opportunistic move to capitalize on the show's rising popularity, causing the viewership to soar. Baby, oh no, why did you rush out like that? What if something happens? Dude, I will never tease you as a delicate little rabbit again. You're a special forces soldier. You're incredible. My little bunny has transformed into a special forces rabbit. I can already envision a big bunny in uniform. Do you remember when Wen Yanyu ran in? And Lu Gu anxiously shouted, "What use is your malnourished weight?" Only to see Lu Gu arrive halfway and be utterly dumbfounded by the live footage. It's hilarious. It seems like a gust of wind could knock him down, but one stab could embed a knife into the tiled floor. Lu Mingshu hesitated, torn between speaking and remaining silent, stealing glances at the person beside him multiple times. "I'm sorry, did I frighten you?" Wen Yanyu suddenly turned his head, his voice gentle, tinged with a hint of apology. His emotions had indeed been somewhat unhinged a moment ago. Lu Mingshu was momentarily taken aback by his words and instinctively shook his head. Wen Yanyu cupped his chin with one hand, averting his gaze to the scenery outside the vehicle. The air within was suffused with a fragrance of peaches, mingled with a faint metallic scent of blood, creating an inexplicably eerie atmosphere. Lu Mingshu stared at the individual beside him for a considerable time. "Was your middle school in Lansha called Mingji?" Wen Yanyu nodded. "Was your middle school home near a small alley at 46 Changshan Road? If you turned left and walked a few hundred meters, there was a bus stop nearby. Is that correct?" Lu Mingshu leaned closer, his voice trembling with excitement. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wen Yanyu's eyes as he instinctively recoiled. "How do you know that?" The barrage of comments and the production team were equally perplexed, attentively scrutinizing every action of the two. "What's going on here? Do they know each other? Could they be classmates?" Wen Yanyu looks utterly bewildered. It doesn't seem like they know each other. Before Wen Yanyu could respond, Lu Mingshu swept his hair over his eyes, gesturing as if adjusting glasses, then reached into his pocket to pull out a handful of peanut candy, gazing at him expectantly, emotions swirling in his eyes. Wen Yanyu was momentarily taken aback by the man's demeanor. A few seconds later, he tentatively spoke, "The one with glasses, little sheep?" His inner conjecture was confirmed, and Lu Mingshu's eyes lit up, his previously tense demeanor softening. "Yes, little sheep is me. It's really you. You still remember me." I didn't dare to confirm it at first. I never expected to see you in such circumstances." It was a revelation that someone still remembered him. Glancing at the peanut candy in the other's hand, Wen Yanyu sniffed, his voice slightly hoarse. "I should be the one surprised. How did you recognize me?" Indeed, the transformation from who he was back then to his present self is quite remarkable. Furthermore, it was nighttime, and he had not disclosed his name, yet the other party recognized him nonetheless. There remains a question of why someone would remember him. Lu Mingshu's expression momentarily froze as he touched his nose. "The manner in which you engage in a brawl, first delivering a kick to the lower regions, followed by a slap, remains unchanged since that time. Specializing in below-the-belt tactics, you resemble a little rabbit in your approach." Wen Yanyu was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly burst into laughter, the tension and irritation that once enveloped her dissipating into a soft warmth. That essay technique my father taught me. It's exceptionally effective against men. So you really know him. What on earth is a little lamb? Haha, I'm in stitches. The way he fights, kicking below the belt and slapping, is just like back then. They must have a history. Someone dig deeper. So my wife has been a violent little rabbit since childhood. I feel like Lu Mingxiu transformed from a distant figure into a soft little creature. Ha ha ha. Is this the power of familiarity? Watching Lu Ji's expression shift from suspicion and hesitation to anticipation and excitement, finally settling into a dazed happiness, has me in stitches. I thought Lu Mingxiu only had that stern, old cadre-like expression. I'm still utterly bewildered. What transpired between them? At that time, he and T had a chance to inquire about your name before you vanished. He waited in that alley several times but never encountered you again. After moving to a different district, he believed he would never see you again in this lifetime. Lu Mingxiu gazed upon the youth before him, someone he hadn't seen in years, who had almost entirely transformed yet remained the same protector he had always been. A tumult of emotions surged within him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Years ago, both of his parents had passed away, leaving him a considerable inheritance. Coupled with being adopted by the Sang family, he bore little financial burden. However, his innate introversion and inherent insecurities made him an outsider. That winter, with its early nights, he often encountered those who had wronged him and were keen on his pocket money, blocking his path on his way home from school. Being parentless, and with the Sang family offering little more than nominal guardianship, he lived alone, while the school showed little concern for his plight, allowing those individuals to act with impunity. In a moment of desperation, he fled into that alley, seeking a shortcut, but was soon pursued by 3 assailants. They pinned him against a pile of garbage, searching him and humiliating him when Wen Yanyu appeared. Emerging from the entrance of the alley, she swiftly dispatched the 3, scaring them off after delivering a stern warning and pulling him from the refuse. In the following month, he occasionally passed by that alley. Those individuals, undeterred, returned, prompting him to seek refuge there again. He believed his luck had run dry when that person appeared once more. After delivering one final warning, those men were apprehended and sent to a juvenile detention center. He did not know who was responsible, but, in his youthful naivety, he mused that perhaps it was the resident of the alley. He did not inquire, nor did that person reveal their identity. On a frigid winter's night, the campus life feels hauntingly solitary. The desolation and bewilderment following the loss of his parents chill him more than the winter itself. He wanders aimlessly, uncertain of his path and oblivious to his destined future. Thus, even in the absence of disturbances, he finds himself occasionally retreating to that narrow alley. From solitary musings, he transforms into a figure languidly seated beside him, listening to the outpouring of his heart. He hears the expressions of confusion and anxiety, the dreams of an acting career that he has not dared to speak of since his parents' passing, and the lamentations of his pain and helplessness, crying out to no particular soul. Together, they savor roasted sweet potatoes in the alley, sharing moments of silence, playing in the snow, and engaging in whimsical, nonsensical conversations. He accompanies him on the frigid platform, waiting for the last bus, introducing him to the names of the stars in the night sky, and listening to his off-key renditions of childhood lullabies. He recounts to himself the tale of a little lamb destined to grow and one day grace the world stage. Adored by countless admirers, neither knows the other's name. He simply refers to him as the little lamb on his scarf, while the other, adorned with a rabbit-eared winter hat, often keeps his hands tucked away, eating in a manner reminiscent of a little rabbit. Observing his school uniform, he recognizes that the other is younger, yet both seek solace in each other's company, playfully dubbing him Brother Rabbit. Their final encounter unfolds on a snowy night, under the dim glow of streetlights, where Brother Rabbit waits with him at the bus stop, offering a generous bag of peanut candy. The figure watches him quietly from outside. He believes they will meet again, resolving to inquire about his name and obtain his contact information. He yearns to forge an everlasting friendship with the little rabbit. However, he later realizes that it was a silent farewell. The little lamb has grown, fulfilled his dreams, and garnered the affection of many. Yet, he is haunted by countless regrets, Why he did not ask the little rabbit's name. Why he knew nothing beyond the other school uniform. Why he hesitated. Why he remained silent. Now, upon recognizing the other's identity, he finds himself at a loss for words in the presence of someone he thought he had lost to memory. With gentle words and warm eyes, the other greets him with a smile. Long time no see, little lamb. Lu Mingxiu is momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Long time no see, Brother Rabbit. It has been a while. I finally know your name. I have finally seen you again. Chapter 28. A cage on all sides. Hey, are you putting on a melodramatic show here? Wen Yanyu should be younger than Lu Mingxiu, according to the timeline. Wen Yanyu should be nearing graduation from middle school, while Lu Mingxiu is in his second year of high school. How can Lu Mingxiu call him brother? Little Rabbit? Isn't that a nickname given by Wen Yanyu's fans? Did it exist back then? Perhaps it is a little secret shared between the two? Is this some sort of broken mirror reunion novel? The gaze of Lu Mingxiu was utterly captivating, embodying the essence of a poignant youth drama. My goodness. It seemed as if his eyes sparkled with admiration for my wife. I bowed to the moment in reverence. Stop right there. Brother Lu already has Xiao Yu. I recalled events from many years ago, thinking they were mere months past. Yet he must have forgotten me by now. Wen Yanyu accepted the peanut candy handed to her by Lu Mingxiu, leaning slightly to the side to alleviate the intensifying discomfort in her waist. How could one forget? Lu Mingxiu's eyes softened as he recounted how I had pursued a career in acting at the Film Academy after my college entrance exams. As I listened to him, casually unwrapping the peanut candy and popping it into my mouth, I inquired, "Do you remember the others from that time? The grandmother who knitted you a scarf, my mother. The police officer who apprehended those ruffians, my father. And my sister, who played in the snow with us, your little rabbit sister." Lu Mingxiu paused, momentarily lost in thought, then shook his head. "Wasn't it just the two of us? Are you referring to the grandmother selling sweet potatoes?" I gazed at him for a while, chuckling helplessly. Yes, that's her. Though he seemed confused by the turn of events, he began to share the stories of his life in a steady stream. He recounted his experiences in the film crew, at school, and in life, the significant milestones, his initial accomplishments, and the awards that brought him joy. Lu Mingxiu spoke fervently, eager to share every honor he had earned over the years with the person before him. Unexpectedly, that film became a hit, and I won the Best Supporting Actor award for it. The director even invited me to participate in his next project. Lu Mingxiu reflected, marveling at how a casual remark from years ago had materialized into reality. So many people admire me now. Sometimes I still feel as though I am dreaming. As he sifted through his memories, recounting his achievements, Wen Yanyu remained silent by the window, lost in thought. Assuming he had bored her, Lu Mingxiu hesitated, wishing to discuss other matters. Yet, as he opened his mouth, he realized he had nothing beyond what he had just shared. Suddenly, words failed him, and he found himself at a loss for how to continue sharing with the person before him. An unexplainable shift had occurred. Frustration welled up within him, and Lu Mingxiu fell silent, closing his eyes and massaging his temples. Struggling to suppress the bitterness rising in his throat, Wen Yanyu forced her gaze upward. She beheld the image of the young boy who had wept alone on a snowy night, clutching the small scarf left by his mother, his eyes shimmering with stars. A lamb laden with grievances yet unheard. Now, she faced this man who spoke of his fortune and dreams realized, only to lapse into silence. In the narrative of his past, she remained the sole figure untouched by the passage of time, a memory that lingered unforgotten. Perhaps it was a sense of shared understanding that bound them together. When Yanyu inched closer to him and whispered, "It must be quite exhausting." He was completely unprepared for the words that followed. Lu Mingxiu abruptly froze, instinctively turning his head towards her. When Yanyu, not wishing to elaborate further, seamlessly resumed the conversation that had been so abruptly interrupted. "I still remember you telling me that in the future, you wanted to raise a cat and a puppy, to prepare a special bedroom for them at home. I also recall you mentioning taking them on trips, expressing a desire for a large family." When Yanyu paused and, with a playful tone, continued, "Little Sheep has already fulfilled her career aspirations. How is the progress on her other dream? And by the way, do you still enjoy baked sweet potatoes? I believe there are a few in the kitchen." She added, "I would love to hear more about your life these past years." How about we savor sweet potatoes tonight while you share your stories with me? Wen Yanyu smiled at him, her eyes softening with a gentle warmth. Lu Mingxiu stared at the beautiful, gentle eyes before him, which held an inexplicable tenderness. His lips moved involuntarily. His heart, which had been steadily beating, suddenly skipped a beat, followed by a rapid thumping, as an unprecedented thrill coursed through his chest. The seeds that had long been sown blossomed at that moment. He suddenly realized something that filled him with both joy and sorrow. With moist eyes, Lu Mingxiu smiled and said, "You remain just as you were back then." Wen Yanyu cast him a puzzled glance. He merely chuckled in response. Outside the car window, the blazing sun felt overwhelming and in a daze. He seemed to be transported back to that snowy night, a night that was both cold and warm. As time passed, that little sheep had transformed completely. She had become affluent and famous, surrounded by admirers who cherished her. Yet their affection was directed at the altered version of her, at the crown resting upon her head. They incessantly demanded from her, as if her achievements were a given, as if she were destined for such a fate, as if she had always been that way. Even she had morphed into a reflection of what the original little sheep had once found distasteful. Yet the person before him remained unchanged. Still the one who would unhesitatingly rush out for a stranger, still the little rabbit who had asked him if he was happy that snowy night. A subtle emotion stirred within him, sending ripples through his heart. The conversation resumed, and the atmosphere within the car grew warm and inviting. "Is Sang you that mischievous little sister you mentioned back then?" "Yes, that's her. The Sang family was the one that adopted me. But enough about them, brother. You've changed so much. I remember you being particularly cheerful. I almost didn't recognize you. Also, why did you suddenly move away? I've asked many people, and no one seems to have seen you." A moment of silence ensued. "People do change, don't they? Besides, I'm younger than you. You shouldn't call me brother. And please, not little rabbit. That sounds so strange. Then what should I call you?" Lu Mingxiu pouted. "Just call me by my name, like everyone else, and you will do." "Wasn't it what you always called me? Do you have a nickname?" "A nickname?" "Yes, it's Little Fish." "Little Fish. Is that a homophone for you?" "I'm not sure." The name was given by his mother, and he no longer has the chance to inquire about it. Little fish swims swiftly. Freedom surrounds you in all directions. Freedom in all directions? Wen Yanyu glanced at the sky, a bitter sentiment stirring in her eyes, perhaps. Little fish. Changing the subject. Lu Mingxiu's tone grew serious. "Keep your distance from Duan Mufeng." Wen Yanyu asked, "What is wrong with Brother Duan?" Lu Mingxiu lowered his gaze, struggling to articulate. "In short, stay away from him. He, is not good. He tends to bully others." Wen Yanyu replied, "He has never bullied me." Lu Mingxiu. Lu Ge's fans expressed their relief. It has been a long time since Lu Ge has appeared so cheerful. This is the first time in many years that Lu Xiao has smiled at someone. Not really. Ha ha. But Lu Mingxiu truly resembles an old cadre, transformed into a cute younger brother. I find it utterly amusing. Upon recognizing a familiar face, the first thing is to advise them to keep their distance from Duan Mufeng. Oh, Lu Mingxiu, you rascal. I'm laughing so hard I'm rolling on the bed. Lu Mingxiu looks like he has something to say, but holds back. Is it really necessary to be so cryptic? ISNT, Wen Yanyu, also male? Just say it directly. It makes the other person seem so innocent. Little you? Lu Ge spoke of little you many years ago. Indeed, true love. By the way, did no one notice that the baby-esque complexion doesn't he look good? It seems absurdly pale. The car was on its way back. Chapter 29. The fan circle war effects Innocent Rabbit Baby. This incident sparked a heated discussion thread in the live broadcast due to the recent topic between the two. 1L. I made a rough guess. Based on their conversation, it seems Lu Mingxiu was bullied before, and Wen Yanyu stepped in to help him. After which they played together for a while, but didn't he have the chance to ask each other names before Wen Yanyu left? 9L. As an old fan, I believe this is quite accurate. Lu Ge mentioned during an interview while filming a campus movie that he was often bullied when he first entered high school. A boy living near the school helped him, and they developed a close friendship, which kept Lu Ge from spiraling into despair. That boy must be Wen Yanyu. 29L, exactly. And there's also the peanut candy incident related to Wen Yanyu holding the White Moonlight script. 36L, the White Moonlight script? Don't be ridiculous. They merely played together for a few days. Lu Gu is grateful at most, considering them ordinary friends. To claim white moonlight is rather self-important. If anyone deserves that title, it should be Little Yu, who was taken in by the Sang family after his parents passed away. Little Yu has known Lu Gu since childhood, even participating in dramas together. This seems quite ungrateful. 71L. It is precisely because the Sang family has helped Lu Gu that we fans have given you face. Gratitude is one thing, but we have provided resources, financial support, and consistently lend our traffic to your endeavors. We have turned a blind eye to the CP hype. Lu Gu has treated Little Yu exceptionally well, and now they want to claim a relationship while still criticizing him. ISNT the Sang family, now reliant on Lu Gu's success? Do not present yourself in such an ungraceful manner. It may lead to widespread disdain for the Sang family as well. Moreover, Brother Lu has frequently referenced that young boy in interviews, a fact well known to all. My feelings towards Wen Yanyu are rather lukewarm. He previously caused quite a stir. However, his recent appearance on the show, along with the current trending topics, serves as evidence of his good character. As for the notion of him being a white moonlight, does he truly deserve such a title? To the 102nd commenter, Wen Yanyu, the one who relentlessly pursues Fu Han Xuan, daydreaming of climbing the social ladder? A white moonlight? Is he truly worthy? To the 112th commenter, both your fandoms should refrain from involving my beloved. My darling has merely offered assistance. He does not harbor feelings for Lu. Not all. Direct your criticism towards the appropriate parties instead of my beloved. In response to the 126th comment, Wen Yanyu was a youthful acquaintance of Brother Lu, yet he failed to recognize him initially, which indicates he never truly valued their relationship. Furthermore, what is happening in the comment section? Are they excessively flattering him? Is there an attempt to ride on Brother Lu's popularity? Additionally, can those who are shipping their own pair please open their eyes? Brother Lu and Xiao Yu are an established couple, understood? You may speak of their friendship as you wish, but the notion of a white moonlight is simply laughable, a perfect example of overinterpretation and shipping. As for the 134th comment, I am a longtime fan of Brother Lu. In his youth, he donned large glasses and a thick fringe, a far cry from his current self. He and Wen Yanyu likely became acquainted during high school, but their time spent together was brief, and it is entirely normal not to recognize one another. Furthermore, Brother Lu and Sang Yu have never been romantically involved. So let us be clear about who is truly seeking attention. The Sang family does indeed owe a debt of gratitude to Brother Lu. Hence I shall not criticize Sang Yu. I merely urge some fans to temper their fervor. To the 233rd commenter, I will take my rabbit darling away. My beloved has only ever helped Lu Mingxiu out of kindness. Although I hesitate to say this, my darling's affections lie solely with Fu Han Xuan. He has no interest in your Brother Lu or in disrupting any so-called young couples. Please refrain from dragging my beloved into the disputes between your shipping and solo fans. In response to the 265th comment, I am merely a passerby who has no fondness for Wen Yanyu. Yet what has he done? How does your conflict with him relate to the squabbles among CP fans? It is quite perplexing. As for the 283rd comment, my darling has truly been wronged, caught in the crossfire of fan disputes. Chapter 30, A Misfortune, Jiang Qian, I truly deserve this. Meanwhile, the two remained oblivious to the online controversy. The car slowly approached the entrance of the courtyard, and as Lu Mingxiu turned his head, he noticed Wen Yanyu's pallid complexion. He quickly opened the car door and exited. Upon entering, a figure rushed toward them. Brother Lu, Sang Yu exclaimed, throwing herself into the arms of the man who had just stepped through the door. Her voice laced with tears. Are you all right? Lu Mingxiu's body tensed momentarily. Upon regaining his composure, he awkwardly extricated himself from her embrace. I'm fine, don't worry. Sang Yu, her eyes red-rimmed, insisted, why did you go in there as well? Were you foolish enough to follow? Do you have any idea how worried I was? As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. What if something had happened to you? Did you ever consider how I would have felt? Lu Mingxiu stood awkwardly in place, feeling utterly at a loss, managing only to maintain a somewhat distant stance. Wen Yanyu bypassed the two at the door, entered the room to drink some water, and intended to rummage through her bag for medication. Yanyu, her hand, reaching for her belongings, was suddenly grasped by a larger hand, causing her to stumble and almost fall, only to be steadied securely. A trembling voice echoed in her ears. That person is wielding a knife. What heroics are you attempting? If that knife were to strike you, how many blows could your body endure? Duan Mufeng chastised her, surveying her from head to toe, finally reassured to find no visible injuries, allowing himself to exhale in relief. Wen Yanyu was taken aback, attempting to withdraw her hand from his grip. Duan Mufeng, realizing his actions, promptly released the young girl. I apologize. I was startled. The man stammered, his expression stiff and his gaze darting wildly. The trending topic was still hot, and the streaming room surged with unprecedented fervor, with millions flocking to witness the unfolding drama. Xiaoyu is nearly frantic. Old Lu, you must comfort her. Quickly. Wu Wu hugged Xiaoyu. Her eyes are all red from crying. To be fair, Wen Yinyu's actions were rather inappropriate. If she inadvertently implicated innocent bystanders, it would be hard to judge. Agreed. I thought my darling didn't want Lu Mingxiu to accompany her. She returned alone and successfully rescued someone. Is the comment section going mad? She genuinely subdued an armed assailant. The police announcement is still fresh. You can escape on your own, but you cannot criticize those who act heroically. Today it could be them, tomorrow it might be you or me. Instead of condemning the assailant, you criticize the rescuer. I find your judgment difficult to comprehend. I can't be bothered to argue. Next time, when that knife strikes someone, perhaps they'll be more compliant. This is hilarious. If something happens, don't come crying for help. Why does my darling's face look so pale? Did she get hurt? Damn, the production team. Why didn't they take my darling bunny to the hospital first? Why did they drag her back to film the show? Every part of her ached, and a constant buzzing filled her ears. Wen Yanyu shook her head, insisting she was fine. She turned and retrieved a handful of painkillers from the bottle, swallowing them all at once, then twisted open her water bottle to wash them down. Duan Mufeng, what are you taking? Yanyu, are you all right? At that moment, Jiang Qian burst through the door, intending to give her a bear hug. However, as she stumbled, she collided directly with Wen Yanyu, who was in the process of swallowing her medication. The force of the impact expelled the water, causing her to choke violently as the pills lodged in her throat. Instinctively, Wen Yanyu bent over and coughed fiercely, the dizziness and pain that had yet to dissipate crashing over her like a tidal wave. The contorted agony and familiar sensation of suffocation overwhelmed her senses. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed. Duan Mufeng, eyes wide with fear, cursed under his breath and hurriedly supported the falling girl, vigorously patting her back. Spit it out. Wen Yanyu could no longer discern the words spoken by those around her. A foreign object lodged in her throat rendered her breathless. The corners of her eyes were tinged with crimson, her body instinctively convulsing in a desperate cough. Tears cascading down her face. Her fingers spasmed uncontrollably. Ah, damn it. Help. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you all right, baby? Help. Aunt Jiang. Help. Aunt Jiang. Hurry. Jiang Qian hastily steadied herself, witnessing the person nearly gasping for air, fear coiling around her like a dense fog. Chapter 31. Bunny. You do better to let me perish swiftly. The three individuals who entered from outside were met with this alarming scene. Jiang Wanru gasped in shock, while Lu Mingxiu dashed inside without hesitation. What happened? He inquired urgently. Jiang Qian, trembling and in tears, stammered, I just came in and accidentally bumped into Yanyu. He took his medication and choked. What should we do? Wen Yanyu clutched her throat, desperately attempting to expel the lodged medication. Her complexion drained of color, hands shaking uncontrollably. Duan Mufeng was in a state of panic, his mind blank except for the instinct to pat her back, unable to conceive any other remedy. Let go. Stop patting. Perform first aid. Lu Mingxiu assessed the situation and swiftly took over from Duan Mufeng. One arm wrapped around her waist while the other formed a fist against her abdomen. Accompanied by agonizing coughs, blood mixed with pill remnants was expelled. The obstruction in her throat was finally dislodged, fresh air flooding into her lungs. Wen Yanyu collapsed into the embrace of the person behind her, gasping for breath. Her face was as pale as a sheet, eyes rimmed with red, and streaked with tears yet to dry. Her head felt heavy, as though filled with lead, and her gaze was so unfocused it barely registered her surroundings. The searing pain surged within her, and the world around her faded into a blur. Supported by those nearby, she was half led, half carried to the sofa, her body still trembling uncontrollably. Lu Mingxiu held her close, accepting the tissues handed over by Duan Mufeng, taking a considerable amount of time to clean her up, and offering her a sip of water. Sensing her shivers, he assumed Wen Yanyu remained frightened. "It's all right now, you've expelled it. You're safe," he reassured her, gently patting her back and wiping the tears from her cheeks. "You're not afraid anymore, it's all over." Wen Yanyu reclined on the sofa, gradually regaining her composure and stabilizing her breath. "Goodness, you scare me to death. I thought something terrible was about to happen. Please stop tormenting my baby. I was horrified just now. It's not his fault. Consuming such a large dose of medication made him panic when he saw me. Heavens, did my baby just cough up blood? It's likely from the force of his coughing, rupturing the capillaries in his throat. It's not a grave issue. That was terrifying. Lu, you're amazing. The Heimlich maneuver. Forever in our hearts." Jiang Qian bit her lip, tears streaming down her face from fright. "I'm so sorry. Is everything all right? I didn't mean to." Jiang Wanru patted the young girl's shoulder, turning her gaze to the scattered remnants of pills mixed with blood on the floor, unable to suppress a frown. She wondered what kind of medicine this was and why Xiaowen had consumed so much at once. It was only upon hearing the woman's inquiry that Duan Mufeng regained his composure. "I don't know." Yanyu collapsed with a handful of them as soon as he returned. "I was about to ask him, but then Jian Yin accidentally bumped into him." He picked up the uncapped medicine bottle and scrutinized it closely. There was nothing written on the bottle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanru took the bottle, shook out 2 pills, and examined them carefully until she recognized the familiar letters on the tablets. Jiang Wanru was taken aback, her gaze shifting from the dwindling pills in the bottle to the visibly unwell Wen Yanyu, who lay beside Lu Mingxiu, still recovering. After a few moments of silence, she returned the pills to the bottle. Sensing something amiss, Duan Mufeng pressed further. "What is this medicine for?" Jiang Wanru remained silent, crouching down to grasp the trembling hand of the young man. It felt icy cold. After a long pause, Wen Yanyu sat on the edge of the sofa, cradling a cup of hot water, sipping intermittently while responding to the anxious murmurs of those around him. Jiang Qian, weeping pitifully, kept apologizing. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to come in and check on you. I'm sorry. Yanyu, go ahead and scold me." The girl hung her head, her usually bright eyes now filled with guilt and self-reproach, unable to meet his gaze. Jiang Wanru sat silently beside them, gently patting the boy's back to help him catch his breath. "It's all right. I don't blame you. I just took too much at once." Wen Yanyu shook his head, the pain surging through his nerves towards his brain, cold sweat soaking half of his back, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. If not for his extraordinary pain tolerance developed through endless cycles, he would likely have already begun to scream. In his dazed state, Wen Yanyu recalled the words spoken to him by someone once. Rabbits are the most pain-tolerant creatures. What had once terrified him had now become his reality. Whether to cry or to laugh was uncertain. The others surrounded Wen Yanyu, chattering incessantly. The already hazy state of his consciousness became even more chaotic amid this sudden commotion. He straightened up, intending to retrieve more medicine, but as soon as he moved, darkness surged before his eyes and cold sweat trickled down. Lu Mingxiu quickly supported him, asking, "Stop moving. Are you feeling unwell?" He had sensed something was off during the return journey, but had initially attributed it to motion sickness. But now, the person before him was leaning against the sofa, not displaying any overt signs or expressions. Yet his complexion was alarmingly pale. Even a slight frown was enough to tug at one's heart. If it were merely choking, it should not be this severe. Lu Mingxiu clenched his fists, the anxiety and unease nearly palpable. Saying you stare at the man who had been off since their return, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. Jiang Qian immediately expressed concern. "Darling, is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? I'm so sorry. Should we go to the hospital?" Overwhelmed with guilt, Wen Yanyu pinched his arm and waved his hand at the girl. "It's nothing. The mountain roads were too bumpy. I think I'm just a bit overheated." The distinct, hoarse voice, markedly different from the one in the vehicle, immediately alerted Lu Mingxiu to the underlying fatigue, causing his heart to tremble. They needed to press on. Wen Yanyu supported Jiang Wanru's arm, mustering her strength as she reached for the medicine bottle, intent on heading to the room. "Let the production team take us to the hospital," she declared plainly. "No need. I'll just go to the room for a brief rest," she insisted. Lu Mingxiu frowned. "But, all right, since Yanyu says it's fine, you needn't worry so much," Duan Mufeng interjected, wrapping an arm around Lu Mingxiu's shoulders and nudging him aside. "Sister Xiaoyu is still crying. Shouldn't you go comfort her instead of lingering here?" Duan Mufeng waved his hand at him, swiftly following suit. Sang Yu approached with red-rimmed eyes, grasping Lu Mingxiu's arm. He opened his mouth, a look of helplessness crossing his face. "The baby looks quite unwell. Is he sick?" I noticed he seemed a bit off when he got in the car. During the latter part of the ride with Brother Lu, he appeared utterly dispirited. Indeed, he genuinely looks uncomfortable. I noticed his leg seemed to be twitching. When I was in severe pain, my calves would cramp too. He must be really suffering for his muscles to react instinctively. Let us save Brother Lu. He looks like he is about to crumble. He just wanted to chat with Xiaoyu, and after finally finding his white moonlight, they should have a moment together. Stop with the nonsense. Thank you. Brother Lu and Wen Yanyu are merely good friends. It's been years since their youthful camaraderie, and the notion of white moonlight is just fanciful thinking. Is this another ploy for attention? Is this how they behave around each other? Quite difficult to evaluate. No, what has my bunny done? He went straight to the living room to take his medicine. How does he relate to Lu Mingxiu and Sang Yu? Someone caught the scent and arrived. Tension filled the air as the comment section erupted once more. Chapter 32. The mischievous bunny in a battlefield of emotions. The summer night breeze was pleasantly cool, gently caressing as the bonfire flickered gracefully, casting warm orange light that illuminated the courtyard and the faces of those gathered around. Wen Yanyu peeled a freshly roasted sweet potato, offering it to Lu Mingxiu. "Thank you, Xiaoyu," Lu Mingxiu replied, his eyes brightening as he took the potato and began to eat. Ouch! The man's tongue was scalded by the steaming flesh of the sweet potato, prompting him to hiss and fan his mouth with his hand. "Take your time eating. Do you need a spoon?" Wen Yanyu gestured with a spoon. Lu Mingxiu smiled sheepishly and accepted the spoon. Duan Mufeng glanced at the thoughtfully peeled sweet potato in Lu Mingxiu's hand, then at his own, which remained unpeeled. After the events of the day, Jiang Qian hung her head low, occasionally stealing glances at Wen Yanyu beside her, wanting to speak but feeling too timid to voice her thoughts. This was the first time in over 20 years of smooth sailing that she encountered a situation she felt utterly unprepared to face. The freshly roasted sweet potato, still exuding warmth, was presented before her. The sweet potatoes here are particularly delectable. Wen Yanyu gently rubbed the corners of her eyes, reddened from the fire's glow. The summer night was neither cold nor hot, yet she found herself instinctively wrapping her coat tighter around her slender frame, which, under the flickering light, appeared almost frail. Her wrist, clasping the sweet potato, was so delicate it seemed it could break with the slightest pressure. In a soft voice, she offered, "Would you like a piece of this freshly roasted sweet potato?" Her gaze, misty from the smoke, revealed a hint of vulnerability, with the redness at the corners of her eyes refusing to fade. She emanated a fragile warmth, reminiscent of a wounded creature still on the mend, bringing forth a treat for you, all while cautiously tending to your feelings. Jiang Qian stood transfixed, momentarily lost in thought, as a pang of bittersweet emotion surged within her. It was a sensation both sour and astringent, yet tender and tantalizing, eliciting a longing that was both uncomfortable and irresistible. Having been cherished by her family, the most arduous experience she had encountered was perhaps an iced Americano, leaving her unable to articulate the turmoil within her heart at that moment. It seemed she grasped the feeling her sister had once described to her. Wen Yanyu's eyelashes fluttered as she pressed her lips together, about to retract her hand. Suddenly, the girl seized her wrist and took the half-eaten sweet potato from her grasp. Lowering her head, she bit into a generous chunk, the sweet, soft flavor instantly enveloping her mouth, making her heart feel tender as well. In no time, she consumed the remaining portion of the sweet potato. Jiang Qian looked up, her customary sweet smile returning as she exclaimed, "It's so delicious. May I have another piece?" Seeing her return to her usual self, Wen Yanyu eagerly nodded. resuming her efforts to share the roasted sweet potatoes. Surrounded by the campfire, they enjoyed their treats. Duan Mufeng observed Lu Mingxiu, who, despite the lack of response, appeared blissfully engaged in conversation. Biting his straw, he suddenly cleared his throat and declared, "Let me sing a song for everyone." Jiang Wanru immediately expressed her support. Wen Yanyu, too preoccupied with hunger, focused on her sweet potato. "Sweetheart, what song would you like to hear?" Duan Mufeng inquired, presenting his phone to Wen Yanyu. "Do I get to choose?" She responded, puzzled, her mouth still full of sweet potato. Duan Mufeng leaned against his seat, flashing her a playful smile. "Of course. It's your choice." After a brief hesitation, Wen Yanyu accepted the phone and began to sift through the options. Lu Mingxiu furrowed his brow at Duan Mufeng. Having known each other for years, he quickly grasped Duan Mufeng's intentions and recalled his peculiar behaviors during their initial days. The moment their eyes met, Duan Mufeng's gaze sparkled with amusement, hinting at mischief and silent pride, silently mouthing, "Can you sing as well?" Duan Mufeng's smile was mischievous, aware of the tangled love stories surrounding them, and knowing that the appearance of a certain girl was precisely his type. Lu Mingxiu's expression darkened slightly as he shot a warning glance in return. Duan Mufeng's smile remained bright and cheerful as he affectionately leaned closer to Wen Yanyu, seemingly curious about the music selection, with a teasing glint in his narrowed eyes. Lu Mingxiu gritted his teeth, his expression frosty. The comments erupted in laughter. "I never expected to witness this duo in such a dramatic scenario. Looks like Duan Gu is feeling a sense of urgency. Ha." Just moments ago, Duan Mufeng glanced at the roasted sweet potatoes in others' hands, then looked down at his own. And I felt I could laugh for a year at that scene. He is definitely being treated differently. Ha. Come on. Could it be that Lu Gu simply thinks Duan Mufeng's romantic history is too chaotic, and since Wen Yanyu is his friend, he doesn't want them to get involved? And please, can we acknowledge that Lu Yu fans' lives matter too? Don't stir the pot. It's truly overwhelming. Isn't it possible that the comments are just joking? And while you're trying to force a ship with Lu Yu, did you ever consider that the lives of loyal fans matter too? Indeed, haha. It's merely a jest. Why is anyone getting worked up? Hee. Lu Ji's loyal fans are thrilled. For the first time, they don't reject other couples. "Babe, have you made your choice?" Duan Mufeng inquired playfully, leaning into Wen Yanyu's ear. Wen Yanyu casually tapped on a random song selection. Duan Mufeng took the phone, raised an eyebrow upon seeing the track, and chuckled, "Body shots? Babe, we share a telepathic connection. It's precisely in my wheelhouse." Glancing at the lyrics, Wen Yanyu took a bite of the sweet, tender potato, choosing to remain non-committal in his response. Lu Mingxiu clenched his jaw, urging him to stop. Duan Mufeng clicked his tongue, cleared his throat, and the prelude began. "Walk up to the club. My girls cut the line 'cause we're a step above. Walk up to the bar, buying drinks like a star." His voice was languid and slightly teasing as he directed his flirtatious gaze towards the young man beside him. However, upon noticing that Wen Yanyu was merely lost in thought, Duan Mufeng propped his chin on his hand, observing him while finishing the last notes of the melody. "My girls, they want to try it, so we had to buy it. Whip it up, lick it up, suck it down. Drink it up." As the song concluded, Duan Mufeng cast a mournful look at the still distracted Wen Yanyu. "Babe, you're breaking my heart." Wen Yanyu snapped back to reality and turned to him, asking, "What's wrong?" Duan Mufeng turned to complain. "I sang that just for you, and you don't even acknowledge it?" "You sang beautifully," Wen Yanyu added. "It truly suits you." Duan Mufeng remarked, "My disarray is amusing, haha." Duan Gu is in his element, while my wife sits there, lost in thought, munching on sweet potatoes. The little rabbit is worried that everyone might go hungry, chuckling as it distributes roasted sweet potatoes to each neighbor, reminiscent of the winter preparations of a small bunny gathering provisions. "It's utterly adorable." Wen Yanyu remarks, "The sweet potatoes I roasted are particularly delicious." The baby did not have lunch, so what is wrong with indulging in a few more bites of roasted sweet potato? Embracing the little rabbit, they plant a fervent kiss on it. Wen Yanyu's natural clumsiness is amusing. One can tell he has never been in a relationship. Did he not pursue Fu Hanchuan? Yet, pursuing someone does not equate to having dated. His methods seem rather lacking. One can easily see he has no experience. as he makes absurd remarks about pursuing someone in public. It feels as though he has been taken over by another. Shall I sing a song for you? Wen Yanyu tentatively inquires, still perplexed by the situation. In chapter 33, willingly falling into your grasp, Duan Mufeng is momentarily taken aback, his expression one of resignation. All right. He sighs, lazily reclining in his chair. I'd like to hear it too. A glimmer of anticipation flickers in Lu Mingxiu's eyes, while Jiang Wanru and Jiang Qian also turn their attention. Seeing that they're genuinely interested, Wen Yanyu hesitates for a few seconds, swallowing the last bite of sweet potato before tossing the skin into the bonfire. What about Lana del Rey S. Salvatore? I quite like that song. No objections arise from the group. After pondering for a moment, Wen Yanyu gazes up at the starry sky, the twinkling lights reflecting in his eyes. After a brief silence, he closes his eyes, recalling the melody, and begins to hum along softly, tapping to the beat. Everything looks better from above, my king, like aquamarine ocean's blue. The ethereal, dreamlike melody intertwines with his enchanting voice, as if an ancient, lavish dream is being slowly unveiled. As the song fills the air, everyone, including the photographer, falls silent. The crackling wood in the bonfire burns brightly, while the gentle summer breeze carries the song and melody far away. Wen Yanyu, with his flowing dark hair cascading down his back, gazes into the flickering flames, his thoughts drifting farther with the music. His expression unwittingly adopts a languid, carefree demeanor, or perhaps a weary look lost in memories. Despite the simplicity of his singing, devoid of excessive technique, the enchanting and gentle quality of his voice, imbued with a unique accent not native to the language, captivates the soul. I was profoundly mistaken not to convey my sentiments regarding Medellin as tangerine dreams. Catch me if you can as I work on my tan, Salvatore, perishing by the hand of a foreman, blissfully. The cool and enchanting melody resonates, both soothing and detached, as if it were softly narrating an ancient and solemn dream. Yet, that gently flowing and ethereal voice seems to beckon you forward, luring you into a shared descent into slumber. The elongated notes merge with sighs. Flames flicker in his eyes, a fusion of red and silver, as the bright moon nestles at the depths of his gaze, as if the entire cosmos has been poured into it. The photographer, whether intentionally or not, lingered on that moment for a considerable time without cutting away. As the song concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. After a brief pause, the barrage of comments erupted. Mom, I think I understand what love at first sight means. Bunny, how did you secretly transform into a succubus without telling Mom? I suppose I must reluctantly become your old flame. Who understands this? It sounds somewhat eerie and unsettling, yet strangely comforting, especially those final lines that feel like a love song. He is tempting me. He is tempting me. Oh my, I have always known he is handsome, but I was never struck until just now. The DNA of a novelist has been stirred. He embodies that ethereal fairy from the depths of a whimsical forest. Beautiful yet dangerous, yet he would save you in critical moments. Who understands this? For the first time, I adore this song. Baby, you are so sweet. I'm now a fan. No more shipping. You belong to me alone. Wen Yanyu lifted his gaze, scanning the few who appeared lost in thought, tilting his head slightly, puzzled. Is it not enjoyable? Or have I sung out of tune again? The others remained entranced. A question mark slowly formed in Wen Yanyu's eyes. He often became immersed when singing. During the talent show, he frequently missed the notes. Surely, he and T faltered again? No matter. He no longer relies on this for sustenance. After recording these few episodes, he could return home to embrace a quieter life. Well, it's all right. Duan Mufeng stood in silence for a moment. His Adam S. apple bobbing as an exaggerated smile crept upon his lips. The surrounding individuals remained mute. Wen Yanyu shifted his questioning gaze towards Lu Mingxiu, and at the moment their eyes met, Lu Mingxiu's ears flushed crimson, his entire demeanor akin to a startled creature, hastily averting his gaze. Wen Yanyu, is it truly that unpleasant? I'm laughing so hard. Wen Yanyu is questioning life itself. Why is no one speaking? Suddenly reminded of Bunny during the early talent show stages, he sang so immersed in the moment, often unaware of his off-pitch notes, probably thinking he had sung flawlessly. Oh, I recall the time when the baby relied solely on her looks, which was truly remarkable. The audience's votes were plentiful, allowing her to advance further. Jiang Wanru was the first to regain her composure, smiling gently with admiration. What a beautiful song. It is truly delightful. Jiang Qian followed closely behind, her clear eyes shimmering with ripples, her gaze sparkling with excitement, expressing her fondness. Wen Yanyu touched his nose, bowing his head to munch on the warm sweet potato in his hand, overwhelmed with emotion. So delicious. He realized he hadn't had a proper meal while being confined. For the sake of good food, he felt he could live a few more years. Jiang Qian glanced sideways, her gaze sweeping over the two men who had yet to react, before subtly retracting her attention. Yanyu, I heard from Little Huan that you are great at storytelling. Shall we take the children together tomorrow? I would love to hear you tell a story, may I? Can I? The girl's eyes squinted with delight as she playfully leaned forward, grasping the young man's arm. Wen Yanyu was momentarily taken aback. Sure, I can tell stories for you all tomorrow. Great. Jiang Qian nodded obediently. As a girl raised in a large family with much affection, her kindness, cheerfulness, and innocence were only natural. Yet, as one of the twins destined to inherit the vast family estate alongside her sister, she had learned much more than merely how to adorn herself and indulge. She had also mastered control and acquisition. She had always been aware of what she desired. Jiang Qian smiled sweetly. The bonfire crackled and popped. Sang Yu recovered from the strange melody, lifting her gaze to Lu Mingxiu. Upon meeting his gaze, illuminated by the soft glow of the courtyard lights, she noticed his earlobes, flushed and radiant. A jolt resonated within her. Her eyes instinctively drifted left, meeting the depths of his gaze. In that fleeting moment, she felt her blood run cold, her heart plummeting as if into an abyss. Within that gaze, she recognized emotions she had seen in her own reflection, subtle feelings that had yet to be acknowledged by their subject. Sang Yu cast a final glance at Wen Yanyu, who was engaged in conversation with those nearby, before lowering her head, a tumult of emotions swirling in her eyes. Confusion and helplessness, pain and uncertainty surged within her, ultimately transforming into resentment and jealousy, her fingertips unknowingly digging into her palm. Chapter 34. The Day's Rabbit, Kauai Morning. Amidst yet another attempt to separate the two, when Yinyu's brows twitched, and he finally couldn't hold back. I'm just boiling dumplings. Why are you causing such a fuss? Lu Mingxiu and Duan Mufeng were unceremoniously tossed out of the kitchen by Wen Yanyu. The two, now outside, exchanged glances, simultaneously averting their eyes. Jiang Qian, holding 2 cartons of milk, hummed a tune as she brushed past them. Yanyu, I brought you some milk. She successfully placed the dumplings into the pot. Wen Yanyu turned his head, his long hair cascading down his back. The originally jet-black strands seemed to have faded to a silvery gray under the sunlight. Drink some milk first. I'll help you prepare the sauce. Jiang Qian inserted a straw into the milk carton and handed it to him. Wen Yanyu accepted the milk. Thank you. It's nothing. Jiang Qian smiled gently as she retrieved several small bowls from the cabinet, casually remarking, I see you have a penchant for sweetness. And considering your delicate stomach, I shall refrain from adding chili. How about I prepare something a tad sweeter for you? Wen Yanyu paused, responding with a hesitant, Oh, all right. I'm fine with that. Thank you. Why do you always say thank you? It feels rather distant, Jiang Qian retorted, placing her hands on her hips and feigning annoyance as she shot a playful glare at Wen Yanyu. Aren't we good friends? Why not call me by my name? I'm Jiang Qian, just Qian. Wen Yanyu hesitantly echoed. All right, Qian? Jiang Qian nodded in satisfaction, her dimples appearing and her eyes curving into crescent moons, exuding sweetness and charm. Wen Yanyu mused, 2 sweet little babies cuddling. Cuddling? Being with the silly bunny makes Qian seem rather scheming. Ha. Eager to lend a hand, yet they were met with disdain. Wen Yanyu, puzzle bunny, head I'm merely boiling dumplings. What are these two up to? As soon as the scissors were opened and the water boiled, these two came in to create chaos. Haha. I feel like the baby's face is full of confusion, unable to comprehend their antics. Some have noticed that Yanyu has appeared somewhat unwell lately, reminiscent of when my sister was in the hospital for surgery, which raises concerns. I concur. She used to have a healthy complexion, but now it's somewhat pallid. And the baby's hair seems oddly discolored, almost faded. I recall the baby never having dyed her hair. If she were truly unwell, she would have spoken up. Perhaps she is struggling with insomnia due to unfamiliar sleeping conditions. After finally finishing her bowl of dumplings, Wen Yanyu set down her chopsticks and prepared to rise to wash her hands. Lu Mingxiu abruptly seized her wrist. Did you truly feel satiated after just those few dumplings? Your wrist feels alarmingly slender, Lu Mingxiu remarked, brows furrowed with concern. I'm full, Wen Yanyu insisted. Jiang Qian, consuming her 17th dumpling, expressed her worry. But you've only had 6 dumplings. The girl pushed some side dishes toward Wen Yanyu, adding, have a couple more bites of these, and I'll fetch you a small bread in a moment. Wen Yanyu regarded the greasy meat dishes before her, and, recalling a previous lesson, fell into a brief silence. My stomach isn't well. I cannot indulge in excessive food. Eating more might lead to an unpleasant outcome. Jiang Qian blinked, reflecting on Wen Yanyu's recent dietary habits. All right then, I must find an opportunity to nurture your health properly. Jiang Qian shifted the conversation. How about I refer you to a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? After we finish recording, I'll take you to see him. He is quite skilled at restoring one's health. Wen Yanyu nodded in agreement, accepting her kind gesture. Lu Mingxiu frowned, pondering that not eating due to a sensitive stomach would only exacerbate her condition. Saying you remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lu Mingxiu, who was still gripping Wen Yanyu's wrist. Wen Yanyu sighed, attempting to free herself from his grasp. Yet Lu Mingxiu seemed oblivious, tightening his hold. Duan Mufeng observed, furrowing his brow, torn between speaking out and remaining silent. I am uncertain when my stomach will heal. Yet I am aware that if you continue to grip my wrist for a moment longer, it may very well break. With a hint of resignation, Wen Yanyu attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Lu Mingxiu paused, hastily releasing his hold. I am truly sorry. Are you all right? I am fine, Wen Yanyu replied, rubbing his already reddening and swollen wrist. It is not broken. Lu Mingxiu hung his head, murmuring an apology. Duan Mufeng pressed the man who was about to rise back down, saying, calm yourself. How is it that I feel both concerned and amused? Does no one find it bothersome? He clings to Lu Ge. On the first day, he ate normally, yet today, he barely touched his food beside Lu Ge. Isn't that inviting inquiries? I can only advise caution in your subtle intentions. But isn't it natural for Lu Mingxiu and others to express concern when he mentioned his stomach struggles? Who remembers the phone call from that night of the dare? Fu mentioned that when stomach and esophagus were deteriorating, and even those who dislike him appeared somewhat worried. It seems Wen's health is genuinely poor. I have noticed that ever since Lu Mingxiu initiated conversation with Wen Yanyu yesterday, certain comments have become rather unhinged. No need to defend him. I too understand the green tea persona. It's perplexing. When the baby first recorded the challenge variety show, he barely ate. On the first day, he hardly finished half a bowl. This trend has persisted. So why is it that today, eating less has turned into accusations of leeching off Lu Mingxiu? Some people should refrain from being so inexplicable. Fans who have seen their favorite pairs play couples. You rabbit fans should adapt. This is simply the nature of certain CP fandoms. Chapter 35, a passage omitted, depicting my living family. After the meal concluded, Wen Yanyu joined Jiang Qian and Lu Mingxiu in washing the dishes. Their conversation meandered aimlessly, drifting further from the original topic. Jiang Qian casually inquired, Yanyu, have you considered what kind of person you'd like to marry in the future? What qualities do you admire? Given the uproar surrounding Yanyu and Fu Hanchuan, many had hoped to curry favor with Fu Hanchuan and teach Wen Yanyu a lesson, only to be thwarted by Fu's intervention. It was evident that Fu Hanchuan harbored no affection for Wen Yanyu, and their relationship was undoubtedly complex. Had either wished for revenge, it would have been executed long ago. Their families had previously collaborated, and Fu Hanchuan's overtly masculine demeanor indicated no compatibility with Yanyu. The way Yanyu had shown favor towards Duan Mufeng suggested he was likely straight, having only ever shown interest in Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Qian chuckled softly. If Fu Hanchuan was uninterested, she could not be blamed for making a move. Still somewhat in a daze, Wen Yanyu drained the water from the dish and replied casually, I admire gentle and responsible girls. much like my family, my father, mother, sister, and her partner. Together, we would form a large family, filled with happiness. Very happy, he added. Lu Mingxiu paused in his actions, casting a surprised glance at Wen Yanyu. Jiang Qian nodded in agreement, aligning with her expectations. Suddenly reminded of Xiao Hu, Wen Yanyu turned to observe the children who were already playing together, his gaze sweeping across the scene. Xiao Shu, come here for a moment. Called by name, the child rushed over to Wen Yanyu, his voice sweet and innocent. Brother, what is wrong? The child looked up, his eyes sparkling and fixed intently on the person before him. Where's your brother Xiao Hu? Wen Yanyu washed the foam off one hand with clear water while retrieving a tissue to wipe the grease from the child's mouth. He had intended to ask Xiao Hu to apologize to Xiao Hua, but before he could finish speaking, the boy had vanished. Wen Yanyu felt helpless. After all, the child was not his own, so he couldn't be too forceful. Brother Xiao Hu? The child pondered for a moment. Brother Xiao Hu and brother Xiao Mo went out to play. Do you want to find him? Wen Yanyu shook his head and gently patted the child's head. It's fine. Go play, but don't let Xiao Hua fall. I won tea. The child merrily returned to the group of kids, chattering and laughing. Jiang Qian teased. You're quite adept at handling children. I can play with them, but I could never take care of one. Wen Yanyu continued washing the dishes, explaining that he had helped care for his sister after her birth, thus becoming quite skilled in looking after children. His fondness for children had grown through those experiences. Jiang Qian's eyes briefly widened in surprise. Doesn't the baby have a sister? No, right? I thought the baby was, alone. Perhaps she is not a biological sister. He certainly is skilled at looking after kids. That scene with the tissue just now was hilarious. Does the baby like girls? Does that mean I still have a chance? Isn't he in love with Fu Hanchuan? He looked ready to die if they weren't together. What is going on? As long as the baby has come to terms with it, I'm relieved. Mommy kiss, smooch, smooch, kiss the baby slurp. Perhaps it was the warm summer sunlight or the natural relaxation after a meal, but when Yanyu began to recount various, amusing anecdotes involving children, and those cherished memories flooded his mind. He recalled the times his sister made him flower crowns from wildflowers, when she and her friends insisted on combing his hair, and the incident where she nearly caused an explosion while trying to cook. He remembered his usually gentle mother, startled and breathless as she rushed from the room, and his father teaching him and his sister how to protect themselves, with his sister parading around in their father's police hat. He recalled the first time he named a child, the first time he taught a child to cook, and the day he caught several children swimming in the river, leading to a day of standing in punishment. I truly cherish the moments when the family gathers together. It's a happiness unlike any other. When Yanyu spoke, his expression unconsciously tinged with endless tenderness and joy from those memories, remembering that the other person had volunteered in disaster-stricken areas. Jiang Qian's expression shifted to one of understanding. How come you seem so adept at managing this group of little ones? She inquired. Jiang Qian laughed lightly. I absolutely adore children. I have an older sister who can be a bit fierce at times, but she is very kind to me. She says that once I get married and our family expands, it will surely be even livelier. Jiang Qian's voice brimmed with longing as she smiled. In my family, the bonds of kinship are deeply cherished. During the festive season, we gather in unison, with the children joyously around us, and the celebrations are particularly delightful. Next time, you may bring that little sister of yours to join us in our festivities. My family would warmly welcome her, and the children have been well brought up, obedient and respectful. The melodious chirping of birds resonates through the valley. When Yanyu's movements faltered momentarily as he stood there in a daze, the sound of Jiang Qian's voice, the laughter of the children, and the gentle flow of water nearby became indistinct in his ears. The world seemed to shimmer with an inexplicable absurdity and surrealism. Wen Yanyu glanced up at the scorching sun, only to lower his gaze swiftly, a fleeting expression of emptiness crossing his face as emotions gradually faded from his eyes. The jarring sensation of the past and present, memories intertwined with reality, surged violently in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled why he had endured until now. He yearned to return home, where his parents and sister awaited him. Yet, Wen Yanyu, you have forgotten. You have long been without a home. They are merely narrative glitches, fragments of text, remnants that have been altered and erased. That omnipresent storyline persists. You have merely returned to the initial world, still a mere pawn, devoid of a home. They have long since vanished, and you have truly lost your home. The fleeting sense of freedom shattered in that moment. You have already lost everything. It felt akin to the blissful holographic headset being removed, but like the brain's protective mechanisms failing, as an overwhelming sense of helplessness and void engulfed him completely. With a loud crash, the large bowl beside him toppled and shattered on the ground. His limbs weakened, and his soul cried out in anguish within him. Wen Yanyu instinctively bent down to pick up the fragments. "Oh, don't pick it up. I'll fetch a broom. It's all debris. You might cut your hand," Jiang Qian exclaimed, shaking the water from her hands as she hurried inside to retrieve a broom. Lu Mingxiu, still processing the situation, turned around just as he turned off the water, only to be met with a sight of crimson. "Brother, the shards. Brother, don't pick them up." Wen Yanyu, bewildered, lifted his gaze to see several children surrounding him. He instinctively smiled at them while continuing to gather the pieces from the ground. "It's all right. Just be careful not to touch them." Meanwhile, Duan Mufeng, who had emerged with Jiang Qian, took a swift step forward upon witnessing the scene, grabbing Wen Yanyu's wrist with urgency. "What are you doing? Wen Yanyu, let go. What are you doing holding all those shards? Release them. You're going to cut yourself. Has he lost his mind? What is he doing with those shards? Oh no, he's bleeding. What's this brother concocting now to build his persona? He's invincible. Isn't he being foolish? Just pick up the shards. Why hold on to them?" Perhaps he was momentarily distracted. I noticed something was off in his expression just now. Wen Yanyu raised his head, his gaze meeting the worried eyes of Duan Mufeng, and in that instant, Duan Mufeng abruptly fell silent. "What has transpired?" With gentle words, Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze. Shards of porcelain from a broken bowl deeply embedded in his palm. Vivid crimson blood oozed slowly from the crevices of those fragments, trickling down the lines of his palm. Drop by drop, they fell with a rhythmic patter onto the scorching ground. Duan Mufeng's lips trembled slightly, unsure how he had suddenly found the courage to rush forward. Holding on felt impossible, yet letting go was equally unfathomable. "Thank you, I'm fine." Wen Yanyu withdrew his hand, seemingly oblivious to the pain, casually extracting the shards that had pierced his skin. The children in the village, accustomed to rough housing, were taken aback by the sight of so much blood and stood frozen in fear. Lu Mingxiu emerged from the house with a first aid kit, concern evident in his eyes. "Why did you grasp the shards?" Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze, declining the other's offer to apply medicine, instead taking the kit and turning on the faucet, letting the cold water wash away the blood from his palm. He uncapped the iodine solution, expressionless as he poured it directly onto his wounded hand. A sharp sting caused his brows to furrow momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. With his other hand, he took a cotton swab, gently spreading the iodine, applying ointment, and skillfully wrapping it with medical gauze. It was a trivial matter, yet he mused, "I'm fine. I merely zoned out, recalling a dream from long ago, forgetting that I should have awakened." Chapter 36. The Missing Children Incident. "Bro, you're ruthless." Baby, what are you doing?" "Baby, just watching makes my palm ache." I seriously suspect Wen Yanyu lacks pain receptors. How can he not even flinch? There is a certain pain in just watching. Did he really just wash it off with water? He's truly merciless, incredible. Even more than merciless, he is a werewolf. Goodness, I wouldn't dare act this way for a mere scratch. Having tended to his wound, Wen Yanyu turned to the several pale-faced children crouching down. "I'm sorry. Big brother was a bit foolish. I didn't react quickly enough just now. Did I scare you? I'm sorry. I'll bring you some chocolate later, okay?" His voice was gentle, a slight curve to his lips as he smiled, yet his eyes held no emotion, a vacant void, as if instinctively mimicking a smile. An overwhelming sorrow and helplessness permeated the air, imparting a bitter taste. The children exchanged glances, and Li Qianhua timidly tugged at Wen Yanyu's sleeve. "Big brother, can I have some candy too?" Wen Yanyu paused slightly, lowering his eyelashes. "All right." Suddenly, a light rain began to fall in the mountains, the droplets producing a crisp sound as they struck the ground, gradually forming small puddles in the courtyard, reflecting the hazy curtain of rain above. The dry, hot earth became increasingly moist, the scent of damp soil mingling with the fragrance of rain, enveloping the entire courtyard. The children sat in a row on small stools, watching the rain fall in the courtyard, sharing amusing tales. The middle-aged man responsible for watching over them engaged in conversation with a few others. Wen Yanyu sat silently in a chair, his gaze wandering aimlessly into the distance until the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the world. Yet he remained utterly motionless. Beside him, Jiang Qian regaled a young girl with stories, occasionally glancing at the lost expression on Wen Yanyu's face. What a leisurely life of retirement. What is wrong with the baby? She hasn't spoken since this afternoon, and it feels quite strange, indescribable. Perhaps she is simply tired after a long day with the child, especially after injuring her hand just now, wanted to take a rest. Suddenly, a beam of light from a flashlight pierced the darkness. Jianhua, there has been an incident. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Jianhua turned to look towards the door. Two individuals hurriedly approached through the rain, bursting in with urgency. Little Tiger has gone missing. The moment Wang Jianhua heard the child was lost, he sprang to his feet, hastily donning his coat. What happened? I was calling Little Tiger home for bed, but when I went to find him, he was nowhere to be seen. I thought he might be playing around the village, but I couldn't locate him at all. Wang Dafei, his hair as white as snow, wore an expression of deep concern. Xiao Sheng and I have searched the village thoroughly, but to no avail. Upon hearing the name Little Tiger, Wen Yanyu snapped back to reality, rising from his chair and approaching the group. What has happened to Little Tiger? As the middle-aged man behind the hat caught sight of Wen Yanyu, his eyes flickered momentarily before he erupted in anger. Aren't you the one responsible for watching over the children? Uncle Dafei, I heard from Xiao Mo that Little Tiger has been upset lately because of what he said. Today, this very person mentioned Little Tiger again. It's likely that's why he ran away. Wang Dafei's expression shifted dramatically. Wang Yuxing clenched his fists tightly, continuing to incite. Little Tiger is the only child in Uncle Dafei's family. If anything happens to him, you better be prepared to face the consequences. At this remark, the comments erupted in chaos. All right, that Little Tiger is the child who was reprimanded by Wen Yanyu. Goodness, it's late at night and raining. What if something unfortunate happens to a child? Is he responsible? Please, do not cause trouble for the children. If my memory serves me correctly, it was that child who first bullied the visually impaired girl, which prompted Wen Yanyu to intervene, and that was days ago. Although I'm not fond of Wen Yanyu, some comments are unfairly attributing blame. This incident has nothing to do with him. Children are inherently playful and prone to wander. What has my baby done? How is this related to my child? Jiang Qian grasped the situation immediately and could no longer contain herself. What's going on? Yanyu was merely being kind by playing with the children. The responsibility lies with their parents. What does this have to do with Yanyu? It seems you're merely feeling guilty and trying to shift the blame. Jiang Qian, her face aflame with anger, sprang to her feet and strode towards the group. Despicable woman, do you think you have a say here? Wang Yuxing's expression shifted abruptly. His usual temper ignited as he raised his hand to confront her. Jiang Qian had not yet reacted when Wen Yanyu swiftly took action, grasping her arm and pulling her towards herself before delivering a swift kick. Caught off guard and utterly unprepared for any form of resistance, Wang Yuxing let out a pained cry as he toppled against the doorframe, clutching his abdomen and gasping for breath. The sudden turn of events startled everyone present. Wen Yanyu steadied Jiang Qian, shielding her behind him, his expression devoid of emotion, yet calm. What is rightfully mine, I shall not forsake. Do not lay a finger on my friend. The others quickly regained their composure, pushing Sangyu back onto the sofa. Lu Mingxiu followed, Duan Mufeng, positioning himself protectively behind the two. What do you intend to do? You little brats. What did you just say? Duan Mufeng exclaimed, bubbling with anger. You city folk just want to use us for your entertainment. Now a child is lost because of you. What do you propose we do? Wang Yuxing continued to clutch his abdomen, unable to suppress his gasps of pain. Why is he so strong? Realizing the fault lay with his side, Wang Jianhua scolded. Wang Yuxing, why don't you speak properly? Why lay a hand on a young lady? Wang Yuxing, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, retorted. It's not like we're not anxious about Xiao Hu being missing. They were still unaware of the full circumstances, yet here they were, being accused of their child's wrongdoing and resorting to violence. Jiang Wanru brushed her hair aside and added, "Our program is live. The cameras have been recording all along, and the audience is watching." The smile on her lips was gentle, yet her eyes betrayed no warmth. A group of individuals encircled Wen Yanyu protectively. The faint fragrance of peach mingled with the metallic scent of blood. Jiang Qin lowered her gaze, observing her palm, which was steadily seeping crimson. What a shock. Almost forgot that the baby is a powerhouse of strength. Isn't he the one who started the violence? What kind of shameless man would lay hands on a young girl? Clearly a late-stage case of male chauvinism. Duan Mufeng raised an eyebrow and spoke plainly. The production team initially obtained your consent to film, and they have also compensated for the shooting. Lu Mingxiu coldly interjected, "If the child is lost, we should prioritize finding him. Why come here to shift the blame and attempt to resort to violence?" Wang Yuxing rubbed his nose, casting a quick glance at the still-dazed Wen Yanyu, raising his voice. "Regardless of the situation, that person indeed mentioned Xiao Hu, and it's because of him that Xiao Hu is upset. The problem originated with him." As Wang Yuxing continued to incite, the situation escalated. Wang Dicai, overwhelmed by the multitude of events, could only mutter, "My grandson was last playing here. He is missing, and I expect an explanation. How unreasonable can he be? Damn it, don't you dare threaten my baby. Get lost." Yet the child is indeed missing because of Wen Yanyu. What? Haha. If something happens to the child, wouldn't he be the culprit? It seems we are not watching the same variety show. What did Wen Yanyu do to him? It was that little boy who made the first mistake, and Wen Yanyu merely intervened. How does that make him a villain? Chapter 37. Searching the mountain, who is making things difficult for this young lad? Suddenly, a robust and commanding voice resonated from the entrance. The group turned in unison to see the village chief, Wang Yudao, approaching through the rain with a flashlight in hand. Xiao had been taking good care of the children these past few days, and even Xiao Hu, who had been quite unruly, had been addressed by Wen Yanyu. Wang Yudao cast a stern glance at Wang Yuxing, admonishing him, "How can adults reprimand children for their mistakes?" Wang Yuxing opened his mouth, seemingly ready to retort. But under the weight of Wang Yudao's authoritative gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words, though his expression remained displeased. "I just spotted Xiao Hu's toy on the back mountain. He must have gone up there," Wang Yudao continued. Upon hearing this, Wang Dicai's pupils dilated in alarm, his complexion turning ghastly pale as he frantically exclaimed, "How is that possible? How did he get up there? What should we do?" Wang Jianhua, taken aback by the revelation, remained silent. Jiang Wanru suggested, "We should quickly organize a search party to look for him on the mountain." Wang Dicai, overwhelmed with despair, replied, "But there are dangers on the back mountain." Sighing, Wang Jianhua explained, "Many villagers have gone to the town to sell their goods and won't return anytime soon. Those who remain are mostly less mobile. And with this heavy rain, the mountain path has become treacherous." He paused for a moment, adding, "Moreover, wolves are often spotted in that area, and the trails are winding and difficult. It's hard to navigate during the day, let alone at night. We generally avoid that mountain." His words caused Jiang Wanru, who had intended to consult with the others about going, to hesitate. With the rain pouring outside, even if they called for a rescue team, it would take several hours for them to reach the mountain. They were unfamiliar with the terrain, and the thought of wild animals lurking was alarming. The combination of darkness and heavy rain heightened the risks, and there were news reports of rescue missions that ended with searchers getting lost for days. The path, which had seemed manageable on the way, had twists and turns that could easily lead one astray. After all, this was not their own child. One had to think of their own safety as well. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. "Oh, this is disastrous. I almost forgot about the wild beasts on that mountain. The child is likely lost," someone murmured. "With such heavy rain, by the time the rescue team arrives and finds him, he may be beyond saving," another added. "Surely the villagers know the mountain well enough. Organizing a search shouldn't be too difficult," someone ventured, though uncertainty lingered in their tone. "The main issue is that it's dark and raining. The paths are likely extremely slippery. If something were to happen, it would be difficult to manage," another cautioned. "I will go find him." Wen Yanyu broke the silence. The group turned to look at him. Li Qianhua clutched his clothing tightly, pleading, "Brother, don't go." Gently patting the little girl's head, Wen Yanyu replied calmly, "If someone can show me the way up the mountain, I will retrieve him." Duan Mufeng chimed in, "I will accompany you." Lu Mingxiu added, "I will join you as well. It's unsafe at night." Wang Yudao said gravely, feeling torn within. Outside, the rain poured heavily, and the rescue team would take at least 2 or 3 hours to arrive. Wen Yanyu lifted her gaze and faintly added, "If you find someone to take me, there may still be a glimmer of hope." In that moment, the room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Wang Yudao pulled out a cigarette, but remained reluctant to speak. At that moment, Wang Daxai grasped Wang Yudao's wrist, his voice trembling with desperation. "He's my only child left." Wang Yudao exhaled deeply and extinguished his cigarette. "Let us go. We must ascend the mountain." The men from the production team prepared to follow suit. Wang Yuxing shrank back, saying, "I have a stomach ache. I'll stay here with the children." Duan Mufeng shot him a cold glance, prompting Wang Yuxing to lower his head. The younger children anxiously clutched at Wen Yanyu's clothing, pleading, "Can you not go?" Wen Yanyu donned her coat and rummaged through her bag to produce a large bag of candy, distributing it to the children one by one. "You cannot. Little Hum must be scared. Your brother and grandfather need to bring him home." Li Qianhua remained silent, tightly gripping her garment. Wen Yanyu bent down to stroke the child's head, placing them beside the silent Jiang Qian. "Let the sisters keep you company for a while. Your brother will return soon." She spoke gently, handing the last packet of chocolate to Jiang Wanru. "ISNT their camera with us? You can see us. We will return shortly. Yanyu, take it slow. Bring Ohu. Gather some supplies. Little fish. Your raincoat." Jiang Wanru, still in shock, instinctively accepted the chocolate. The figures of a departing group were soon engulfed by the torrential rain, and Jiang Wanru suddenly froze. A fleeting thought flashed through her mind, ephemeral, yet leaving a lingering bitterness. After a moment, she lowered her head, clutching the chocolate tightly in her hand. The night was as dark as ink, and the rain cascaded down relentlessly, the droplets pounding against the mountains and trees. The rain and mist enveloped the entire forest, and the thick darkness of the night seemed capable of swallowing everything whole. The storm howled through the woods, producing a heart-stopping wail. "Little Hu! Little Hu!" The group moved slowly along the winding path, calling out the name of Little Hu while scanning their surroundings. The thunder and rain merged, and the light from the flashlight appeared especially dim amid the fog, rendering everything nearly invisible. Wang Jianhua was tense, frequently surveying his surroundings while gripping the hoe tightly. After a while, they reached a fork in the path. Wang Yudao halted and glanced back. Wen Yanyu bypassed the elder, proceeding towards the right fork. A flash of lightning illuminated the dim forest, accompanied by thunder that felt like it would rupture eardrums. Suddenly, they faced a precipice, and Wang Jianhua warned, "This is a dead end. We must change direction." Wen Yanyu paused momentarily, then took a step forward to gauge the cliff, which appeared to be 5 or 6 stories high, with the drifting gray mist clinging to the branches below. The whispers of discovery were drowned by the night rain, layers of pale gray clouding her dark eyes. The others behind her were momentarily taken aback. When Yanyu instructed, "Wait for me here. I will bring Xiaohu back." Duan Mufeng, puzzled, asked, "Where are you going? Aren't we going together?" "No, you all stay here and don't go anywhere." After a moment's contemplation, Wen Yanyu gently added, "In 20 minutes, I will take you back." However, Duan Mufeng hesitated to continue. Stepping forward, Wen Yanyu firmly grounded himself amidst the encroaching mist, and with a gust of wind, the boy's figure vanished completely into the night. "Xiaoyu!" Lu Mingxiu exclaimed, panic-stricken, reaching out to grasp him. But the latter part of the sentence was abruptly lodged in his throat by the sight before him. Duan Mufeng. Wang Yudao was equally startled, and the group hurriedly illuminated the darkness with their flashlights. Amidst the gloom, they could faintly discern Wen Yanyu, walking steadily away from the precipice. Chapter 38, Fueled by Life. Wait, how'd he get down there? That's at least 4 stories high, right? No way. Darling, are you actually a cultivator? I knew it. Someone must be secretly practicing behind my back. When the apocalypse arrives, they'll all soar through the skies on swords while I get devoured by zombies. I don't believe it. This must be scripted, it's a bit absurd. The production team probably rigged some wires, or it's an angle issue, it's not that high. The mountains back home look the same. They seem tall but aren't really, you can slide down them. The comments don't need to be this exaggerated. Huh. A parkour expert could definitely manage it. There must be trees below to leverage for a soft landing. Easy. Wen Yanyu darted through the thicket. Raindrops cascading down his cheeks as he lowered his gaze, tugging at the gray mist that had nearly dissipated in his grasp. The growls of wild beasts echoed around him. Suddenly, the treetops began to sway unnaturally. A fierce wind swept through, and a pungent, corrosive stench drew closer. Stopping in his tracks, Wen Yanyu searched for the camera on his chest, finally pressing the button to turn it off. The livestream screen instantly went black. Behind the tree trunk, rain mingled with a nauseatingly strong scent of decay that assaulted him. Pairs of deep black eyes glinted with a blood-red hue, fixated on him, and he could see viscous liquid dripping from their mouths, a bone-chilling cold rising from his feet. What's happening? Darling, what are you doing? I think I just heard something calling. It was terrifying. Help. Why did he turn off the camera? What am I supposed to watch now? This is dire. Wen Yanyu delicately manipulated his knuckles, activating a suppressed ability within him, left by a certain canine to counteract backlash. The beasts, lacking much intelligence, were tightly entwined by an unknown force, their thick black blood dripping continuously from their wounds. Only upon realizing they had offended someone they should not have did the beasts begin to thrash wildly, the threads entangling them pulling in the opposite direction. Yet the surrounding mist held them firmly in place, their sharp cries echoing through the mountains, the fear reflected in their dark, glistening eyes. Upon discerning the true nature of those entities, Wen Yanyu's expression gradually turned frigid. Her fingertips tightened, as her usually smiling eyes were entirely shrouded by an inhuman shade of pale gray, leaving only a chilling void. I uttered the word annihilation, in a voice imbued with absolute cruelty and indifference. It was as if a divine decree had been received. A tempest arose, hair swirling in the gales, gray mist spreading uncontrollably, consuming everything in its path. In the instant that a bolt of lightning struck, the gray fog gently dissipated. The small boy's body tumbled forth, his once vibrant and healthy visage now ashen and marred by dirt and viscous filth. The inhuman gray in his eyes faded, and Wen Yanyu stepped forward, cradling the child in her arms, her last breath drawing the mist into him. A drop of crimson, as if crafted from the essence of life, began to bloom on the pallid face of the child, gradually restoring the hues of vitality. The patter of rain echoed in the air, the warmth of her embrace shielding him from the storm, and the child, in a daze, opened his eyes, murmuring, "Brother, I'm here." A warmth surged within him, burning fiercely and uncomfortably. "Where are we?" he asked, bewildered. "Brother, I feel so unwell." "Fear not. I shall take you home," came the calm and reassuring voice, allowing the child to finally succumb to slumber. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Darkness seemed poised to engulf all, the thunderous roars weighing heavily on the heart, as if it were about to plummet into an abyss. Suddenly, a gentle voice pierced the shadows, resonating clearly in the silence. "I found Xiaohu." Several heads turned simultaneously. A warm, blinding beam of flashlight illuminated the surroundings, revealing the voice's owner, with a child nestled quietly in his embrace. Wang Yudeo's pupils constricted, and he advanced swiftly. The small boy, cocooned in the youth's arms, bore rosy cheeks and a chest that rhythmically rose and fell with peaceful breaths, clearly in deep slumber. Wang Jianhua reached out to stroke the child's head. In the room, Wang Datsai, watching the live broadcast, slumped in his chair, muttering fervently, "Heaven bless, heaven bless." Jiang Qin gently patted the little girl's head, finally releasing the tension that had gripped her heart. Jiang Wanru gazed at the somewhat blurred images on the screen. Having confirmed the safety of the group, she should have felt relief. Yet for some inexplicable reason, her heart continued to race uncontrollably. The torrential rain gradually diminished, and as the chilly wind swept through, the drenched clothing clung tightly to the skin, exuding an icy discomfort. Wen Yanyu involuntarily shivered, his eyes swirling with a layer of muted gray. Yanyu, little fish. The two rushed forward to investigate. Why did you jump down just now? Where did you go? They inquired anxiously. Wen Yanyu instinctively attempted to smile at them, but his trembling lips betrayed any semblance of expression. A wave of dizziness surged through him, and his body staggered unsteadily. Fearing he might fall onto the child in his arms, he leaned slightly against the trunk of a tree to regain his balance. Brother Duan, I can't hold on any longer. Please carry little tiger. I'll lead you down the mountain. Wen Yanyu gasped, each word emerging with inexplicable difficulty. He extended his arms to pass the child to Duan Mufeng, who quickly accepted the child upon sensing something was amiss. Are you injured? Duan Mufeng pressed. No response came. Stay close to me. Wen Yanyu rubbed his forehead, concealing the fatigue in his eyes, and took a step forward. The mountain path at night was always particularly treacherous. The rain and fierce winds had snapped numerous branches, subtly altering the terrain. Even those intimately familiar with the mountains found it challenging to discern the correct direction. Upon the others' return, they had already mentally prepared themselves for several hours of descent. Yet, as they observed Wen Yanyu ahead, he appeared resolute, as if he had long possessed a clear destination, moving forward without the slightest hesitation, albeit occasionally stumbling. Along the way, the group wished to speak, but were drowned out by the increasingly thunderous skies. Lu Mingxiu, filled with concern, attempted to inquire multiple times. The eerie sounds echoing through the forest compelled them to swallow their questions and unvoiced thoughts. 30 minutes later, those at the foot of the mountain spotted several figures. Little Tiger, Wang Datsai hurried over, taking the child from Duan Mufeng and quickly checking the child's condition. Once assured that the child was unharmed, Wang Datsai collapsed onto the ground, embracing the child as tears streamed down his face. You little rascal, when he wakes up, he'll get a thorough scolding. Agreed. I truly don't understand how this little brat wandered so far. This reminds me of a long ago incident. In my hometown, a few playful children ventured into the mountains and ended up being eaten by a bear. I can't bear to see the elderly cry. This careless child must be dealt with sternly. At that very moment, Wen Yanyu, fatigued, let his eyelids droop, reaching a point where he had exhausted nearly all his strength. The dizziness intensified, and the scene before him began to blur, the surrounding sounds stretching infinitely, the world spinning. His limbs grew weak, and the ribbon binding his hair gently fell away, as if all his strength had been siphoned from him, rendering his body uncontrollable as it tilted forward. Wen Yanyu gently closed his eyes, the layer of muted gray in his gaze fading entirely, leaving only weariness and a sense of liberation. A piercing pain surged within him. So tired. I want to go home. A voice of alarm echoed in his ears, and consciousness slipped into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 39. The Bunny in PTSD Little Fish. Lu Mingxiu exclaimed in surprise. Duan Mufeng hastily assisted the person on the ground, initially contemplating carrying them on his back. But the unexpected lightness left him momentarily stunned. Without further thought, he swiftly lifted the individual and hurriedly made his way inside. Bunny. Oh no! What the heck? How did they faint? After being drenched in rain for so long, with that fierce wind, they're probably running a fever. Huh. ISNThe a man? His physical condition is rather pathetic, creating this bizarre persona just to garner attention. Well, Wen Yanyu is merely trying to find the child. There's no need for such aggression. He is not the only one who climbed the mountain. What else with the dramatics? How ridiculous. Is he out his mind? Why has the comments section turned so bizarre these past few days? A deafening buzz echoed in Wen Yanyu's mind as he lay weakly beneath the blankets. Countless memories swirled chaotically, the colors on his retina gradually fading, and his breaths became increasingly shallow. His recollections were a tumultuous mess. He could neither hear nor discern his surroundings. Amidst the excruciating pain, a singular thought dominated his mind, the desire to return home, clinging desperately to consciousness. Jiang Wanru rotated the thermometer in the light, and upon seeing the number, though she had anticipated it, she was still taken aback. 41. His long hair lay in disarray on the pillow, and his delicate features bore a sickly pallor, with an abnormal flush on his cheeks, while his lips appeared almost translucent. The gazes from the several individuals by the bedside were dazed and bewildered, their nearly shattered expressions tugging at the heartstrings. Jiang Qian gently patted the boy's head. Yanyu, are you feeling very unwell? Wen Yanyu showed no response, his gaze lacking focus, merely staring blankly at her. His eyes seemed to have lost their color, a hint of gray overtaking them. Jiang Qian bit her lip, unable to suppress her urge to peek outside. Where was the doctor? Duan Mufeng, anxiously gnawing at his nails, only paused when Lu Mingxiu scolded. If you keep biting, you won't have any nails left. Reluctantly, Duan Mufeng ceased his fidgeting. A few children, who had rushed out upon the adult's return, now stood quietly in the room, each wearing a worried expression as they gazed at the person on the bed. Wang Jianhua, tasked with watching over the children, waved his hand, ushering them back to their respective homes. Wah, my wife. Don't sleep, please. Why hasn't he, the production team, prepared a medical team? The village chief went to find a doctor. Huh? Is he really sick? I thought it was just a script. His face is burning up. How can you still think it's a script? Damn it. The poor high school senior just got back from school, and my bunny has been tormented like this. Wah, bunny. My bunny. If this 41 doesn't get treated soon, something bad might happen. Just then, Wang Yudao entered the room, followed closely by a middle-aged man carrying a medical kit. As the man entered, he wasted no time, moving directly to the bedside. He opened the medicine cabinet and retrieved a small syringe, preparing the medication. He rolled up his sleeve. All right, let me help, Duan Mufeng interjected, stepping forward to assist. Pulling up Wen Yanyu's sleeve. Just as he was about to proceed, his gaze met the boy's forearm, and for a fleeting moment his mind went blank, his movements freezing visibly. Hurry, I'll administer the injection first, the doctor urged impatiently. Jiang Wanru turned her head, her pupils narrowing in astonishment. Before her lay a series of harrowing scars, stark against the boy's pale arm. The wrist bore the most noticeable stitches, interwoven and chaotic, barely hinting at the depth of the original wounds. His entire arm appeared as though it had been overrun by some insidious creature. The doctor, raising his head after preparing the medication, gazed at the scene with widened eyes, pondering the boy's troubling state of mind. A profound silence enveloped the room. Lu Mingxiu stared at the scars for an extended period, an indescribable ache swelling from within, nearly stealing his breath away. What on earth? Baby, what have you done? These scars are so old. So he truly wasn't harmed by Fu Hanchuan while in the mountains. The realization struck as memories of him gripping the shard fearlessly came rushing back. Was it that he simply had grown accustomed to pain? It was rather darkly humorous. How frightening. Why is this wound so peculiar? I don't believe it's self-inflicted. If it were, he'd have lost a significant portion of his arm. It appears to be the work of a third party. The doctor found a suitable spot, briefly disinfecting it, and was poised to deliver the injection when suddenly, the boy on the bed let out a terrified scream. He struggled against his restrained hands, instinctively rolling towards the wall beside the bed, curling up into a small ball. His glasses were knocked off, startling the village doctor. Jiang Wanru leaned in, attempting to coax Wen Yanyu out. Yanyu, don't be afraid. Yanyu, come out quickly. The doctor is here to give you an injection. Hurry, it will be over soon. In stark contrast to his earlier compliance, Wen Yanyu curled tightly into himself, trembling uncontrollably, and screamed in despair, Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I want tea. Get the injection. Don't move me. I want to go home. Don't move me. I want tea. Get the injection. I refuse. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, but as they regained their senses, they reached out to pull him, struggling to extricate him from his hiding place. Wen Yanyu refused to cooperate, thrashing desperately, exerting all his strength to break free from the restraints, transforming the entire room into chaos. Yanyu, don't be afraid. Little fish, stay still. This is for your recovery. Dazed from the fever, Wen Yanyu could not discern who was around him. The memories of fear surged back with full force. His legs trembled incessantly, tears streaming down his face, his voice nearly breaking. No, don't. I want to go home. Don't move me. Please, let me go. Help me. It hurts. Let me go. Wen Yanyu cried, shaking her head in distress, her sobs growing increasingly louder as her gaze darted toward the small knife used for cutting prescriptions. She seized the knife and pressed it forcefully against her neck, poised to plunge it down. Wen Yanyu. Lu Mingxiu's pupils dilated in alarm, disregarding everything else. He swiftly wrested the knife from her grip, flinging it aside with force. The blade grazed his palm, causing him to draw a sharp breath from the pain. Lugu. Sangyu rushed forward, only to be pushed away by him. I'm fine. Duan Mufeng and Lu Mingxiu struggled to restrain Wen Yanyu, one holding her legs and the other her arms, pinning her firmly to the bed. Let me go. It hurts. I want to go home. Please help me. Wen Yanyu cried, trembling all over, struggling and pleading, her voice becoming hoarse and unrecognizable. Quick, give her the injection. Duan Mufeng shouted to the stunned doctor. At last, the medication was administered. The pain in her head felt as if it might explode, and she had completely lost the ability to discern reality from memory. All colors faded from her vision, the faces of those around her blending into a blur, their worried calls distorted into a bizarre children's song. Little rabbit, be good. Open the door, hurry, let me in. A strange male voice accompanied the sound of chains clattering to the ground, echoing ominously in her ears. Little rabbit, don't cry. Amidst a crimson-tinged vision, the song persisted as a pair of polished shoes trod upon countless remnants of flesh, approaching her with deliberate slowness. The figure chuckled briefly. An overwhelming agony engulfed her. It felt as though every bone in her body had shattered under the weight of retribution. A fusion of terror and physical torment consuming her entirely. Wen Yanyu trembled and parted her lips, her voice spilling forth uncontrollably, akin to the final desperate cry of a dying rabbit, filled with dread and hopelessness. The onlookers remained bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, yet their hearts quaked at the sound. Yanyu, don't be afraid, it's all right, it's just a shot, be good. Jiang Wanru enveloped the trembling youth in her arms, continuously soothing her. Don't be scared. No one is hurting you. Yanyu, don't be afraid. Jiang Qin, holding back tears, suddenly noticed the photographer still capturing the scene and forcefully pushed him out. No more filming. The photographer, ejected from the room, stood in silence, failing to return, leaving the live feed in darkness. What on earth is happening? This seems like a PTSD episode. What is that? Post-traumatic stress disorder. It usually occurs after severe physical or emotional trauma, leading to a series of panic responses when faced with similar scenarios or triggers. I believe Wen Yanyu is experiencing this. It truly resembles it. Isn't this all an act? If it were staged, he could win an Oscar. I see his legs and hands twitching. If this continues, it might lead to respiratory alkalosis. Physiological reactions are evident. Goodness, watching this was suffocating. It's just an injection. It shouldn't come to this. The doctor, having administered the injection, was escorted away by the village chief. Sangyu was pushed out by Lu Mingxiu. Jiang Qian, her face darkened, retaliated with a punch to Duan Mufeng before re-entering the room. As the audience in the live broadcast room presumed that today's session was drawing to a close, the screen flickered to life once more, and the camera within the room began to operate. Chapter 40. The hands joined between illusion and reality. After being forcefully administered an injection, Wen Yanyu was drenched in cold sweat, seemingly entrapped in a trance. Though his voice had become so hoarse that it was barely intelligible, he incessantly repeated a singular phrase. Mom, I want to go home. I want to go home. Let me go home. Mom, I want to go home. Jiang Wanru turned to Jiang Qin and instructed, find Yanyu's phone and call his parents. This cannot continue. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian's expression stiffened. Jiang Wanru, puzzled, pressed, hurry. Duan Mufeng glanced at the person on the bed, whose consciousness was fading, and quietly explained to the woman, Yanyu is alone. It took Jiang Wanru a moment to grasp the significance of his words. When Yanyu, in a daze, opened his eyes, his vision blurred by tears, as if obscured by a veil, rendering everything indistinct, save for a vague black and white silhouette. He weakly called out, Mom, I want to go home. It hurts so much, Mom. I want to go home, Mom. Despite the frailness of his voice, which should have been nearly inaudible, it resonated clearly in the air. He curled weakly beside the pillow, the veins on the back of his hand vividly displaying a bluish hue. His usually gentle eyes were now tinged with a grayish pallor, his pupils unfocused, filled with fear and confusion, shrouded in a mist of fragility. A wave of indescribable sorrow surged in his throat. Jiang Wanru immediately leaned down, grasping the cold, clammy hand that had been soaked with sweat, responding softly, "Oh, baby, it's Mommy. Be good. Don't be afraid. Mommy is here." Upon hearing a response to his hallucination, Wen Yanyu was momentarily taken aback, then began to sob uncontrollably, instinctively curling into a ball. His eyes red as if they could bleed. He continuously called out for his mother, seeking a modicum of solace. Wen Yanyu trembled, striving to lift his gaze to see the person at the bedside. However, the pain in his body was overwhelming, and the cold sweat persisted. Merely opening his eyes to speak drained him of all his strength. The tumultuous agony within him allowed only for simple utterances, barely forming coherent sentences. "Mom, it hurts. It hurts so much. I want to go home. Where does it hurt, baby? Can you tell Mommy? Mommy is here with you." Listening to the feeble cries, Jiang Wanru's eyes reddened, and she steadied her voice to gently inquire. Wen Yinyu's eyelashes fluttered as he endeavored to muster a smile. But his face was marred with tear tracks, his hair disheveled and damp against his forehead. "Mom, I miss you so much. It hurts. Mom, I can't find you. Dad and my sister say I'm crazy, but I know I'm not crazy." Wen Yanyu trembled incessantly, feeling as though he had been pulled from water. Utterly disheveled and humiliated, he clutched the woman's hand, affectionately rubbing it against his cheek, unable to discern whether it was tears or sweat that moistened his palm. Jiang Wanru clenched her fist tightly, tears instantly cascading down her cheeks. She opened her mouth, yet no words could escape. The consciousness has devolved into complete chaos. The body has succumbed to a numbing pain, and everything before the eyes has become indistinct. Even the tears have run dry. Wen Yanyu trembles as she whispers, her words audible only to herself. "You are not mere glitches. You are my family. I do not wish to forget you, yet I can no longer recall your faces. Mother, I am in pain. I long to return home. Mother, do not leave me. Do not abandon me. I ache. It hurts so much. Oh, it hurts, Mother. I am in such agony." Wen Yanyu continues to murmur, her pale face streaked with tears, unable to discern whether this moment is reality or yet another dream. She chooses to sink once more into despair. It matters not anymore. Jiang Wanru swallows hard, suppressing her heartache, and addresses the three individuals. "You, go and search for the baby's bag, the bottle of medicine from that day. Bring it to me." The three hesitated momentarily before promptly exiting to find the bag. As they departed the hall, the sound of an argument erupted outside. Jiang Wanru steadied her emotions, noticing that Wen Yanyu was completely drenched. She intended to help her remove her clothing and cover her with a blanket. Yet, at the moment she lifted the garment, Jiang Wanru's complexion turned ashen, and she gasped. Her mind momentarily paralyzed in disbelief as she gazed in shock. Her fingertips gently traced the raised scars that traversed her abdomen to her lower back, confirming this was not a mere figment of her imagination. Taking a deep breath, she painstakingly covered her with clothing again, trembling and too fearful to touch those marks, which could only be described as inhumane. All the absurdities suddenly found their justification, and her fury, coupled with profound sorrow, surged to a peak. Her heart raced violently, making it difficult to breathe. Jiang Wanru bent over, gasping for air as tears streamed down her face. A chilling sensation brushed against her cheek. "Mother, do not cry." Wen Yanyu, in her daze, sensed something warm falling on her face and could only rely on muscle memory to reach for the woman's cheek. Jiang Wanru bit her lip fiercely, striving to steady her breath. "Baby, do not be afraid. Tell Mother, has someone been bullying you?" Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs as she gently coaxed, "Please tell me. Mother will protect you. Do not fear. Who has been tormenting you? Mother will help you teach them a lesson. All right?" Wen Yanyu, in a dazed state, lifted her gaze, her voice soft and feeble. "It's the bad people who are bullying me. They hurt me. I am in so much pain. I cannot escape. I'm scared, Mother. I want to go home." Her words came out as a nightmare-like murmur, filled with despair and confusion. Jiang Wanru cradled her face in her hands, her eyes shimmering with a light that was nearly shattered, softly choking back a sob. "Mother knows it's the bad people who have harmed you. Please, tell me who they are, baby." Mother will surely help you confront them. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice called out, "Found it." Lu Mingxiu rushed in, holding a nearly empty bottle of medicine. Jiang Qian entered with a large cup of warm water, while Duan Mufeng carried a fresh blanket. Jiang Wanru wiped her tears, took the pills, extracted 3, hesitated for a moment, and then poured out the remaining few. "Come, let's help the baby sit up." Duan Mufeng gently set aside the quilt and promptly complied. Wen Yanyu furrowed her brow in reluctant resistance. Jiang Wanru administered the medicine to the youth, softly coaxing, "Darling, be good. Take your medicine, and the pain will cease. Mommy is here." At the sound of her words, Wen Yanyu obediently swallowed the medication. Duan Mufeng glanced at the bottle in his hand, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Aunt Jiang, what exactly is this medicine?" Jiang Wanru, tucking the quilt around Wen Yanyu, succinctly replied, "A potent painkiller." Duan Mufeng was taken aback. Lu Mingxiu hurriedly inquired, "Is this medication addictive? I've noticed Yanyu taking quite a lot daily. He must have consumed 2 bottles by now. I always assumed it was vitamins." Jiang Qian bit her lip and scrutinized the pills closely. Jiang Wanru lowered her gaze. "Yes." Lu Mingxiu, confused, asked, "Is it permissible for him to consume so much?" Jiang Wanru turned her head to look at him, her expression inscrutable. "This medication is only prescribed when the pain is truly unbearable. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so readily administered in such quantities." Understanding the weight of her words, Lu Mingxiu was momentarily stunned, helplessly massaging his temples. What on earth had transpired over the years? Jiang Wanru had already turned back to tuck the corners of the quilt for the person on the bed. "Tonight, I will stay with the baby. You two can make do in the living room for now. Qian, you should return and rest with Xiaoyu." Jiang Qian shook her head, sitting beside the bed. "I will stay here to watch over him." Duan Mufeng and Lu Mingxiu each brought over stools. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The person on the bed gradually calmed, though their body continued to tremble, remaining awake. Jiang Wanru sat on a low stool, leaning against the bedside, holding the youth's hand tightly. "Mommy," she responded, "Mommy is here." "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Wen Yanyu softly replied, "Mommy, I want to sing for you. I've learned that song, and I want to sing off-key." Aware that the other might be trapped in some form of PTSD, Jiang Wanru understood that failing to soothe his emotions could lead to dire consequences. She immediately softened her tone. "All right, Mommy would love to hear you sing, dear. You're the best. Please sing for Mommy. I'm right here." Wen Yanyu cautiously pressed his face against the woman's hand, greedily absorbing the warmth of her presence, and began to hum in a raspy voice. "The dark sky hangs low, bright stars accompany. The little insects fly, the little insects fly. Who are you missing?" A bittersweet tang spread through the air. After struggling to finish the song, warm tears dripped into his palm. When Yanyu gasped for breath, his eyelids growing heavy, with less air entering his lungs. Relying solely on instinct to grasp the woman's hand tightly. "Mommy, don't leave so soon. I'm so tired. Stay with me a while longer. I'll be okay." Jiang Wanru trembled as she replied, "Mommy is here. I want to leave. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Mommy want to go." When Yanyu gently shifted his breath, the effects of the medicine began to take hold, drowsiness washing over him, his eyelashes fluttering incessantly. He softly pleaded, his voice so hoarse it seemed he might weep at any moment. "I want to kiss, Mommy. I'm so tired. Mommy, kiss me, please." Jiang Wanru was momentarily stunned, unable to discern the source of the bittersweet pain within her heart, only aware that she was on the verge of being torn apart by excruciating anguish. Her trembling hands bent down to kiss the boy's icy forehead, weeping uncontrollably. "Mama, are you crying?" "Oh, Mama, no, don't cry. Baby, be good. Sleep well. Mama is right here with you. Mama is here. I miss you so much. Mama misses you too. Mama is here." When Yanyu curled up in the soft bedding, her knees drawn to her abdomen, her dark, disheveled hair cascading messily across her face, her thick eyelashes glistening with unshed tears. Her frail fingers weakly grasped the woman's hand. She appeared weary and tormented, her lips barely parting, continuously uttering plaintive murmurs. "Mama, I'm scared. I want to go home. Home." The feeble voice gradually faded amidst her labored breaths. Her chest showed no visible rise and fall. Only the strands of hair stirred by her breathing bore witness to her existence. Chapter 41. Who Truly Cares? Wen Yanyu, my poor little bunny. The heartless production team is playing with lives. 1L, woo, help. I'm gonna cry to death. My bunny, woo, why is my bunny suffering so much? I know it's not right to revel in others' sorrow, but woo, I really can't help it. I cried for so long. My mother saw me crying and came to watch with me. We listened to the baby sing together, and we both cried so hard we almost passed out. My mother even asked me who this child was. Well, my hands are still trembling as I type. My heart aches so much, woo. 13L. Can someone tell me what duan meant by one person? How was Wen Yanyu alone? 23L. Wen Yanyu means orphan. Not an insult. 45L. I truly want to cry to death. I couldn't catch my breath watching that scene where the baby was struggling. I heard him cry, and I cried along. The emotional impact was so strong. Can someone tell me what happened? I didn't finish watching the live broadcast, and when I logged on, that scene was already out. 69L. It's probably PTSD. That scar on Wen Yanyu's arm. The comments say it's self-harm, but in my experience, it doesn't seem like it. Self-harm generally isn't that severe, and those stitching marks look like they were done by oneself. A doctor from a reputable hospital wouldn't stitch like that. That scar is so crooked and uneven. I can't even imagine how much pain he must have endured during treatment. Moreover, his unusual reaction today only appeared after the doctor's needle touched his hand. My speculation may be a bit unfounded, but it seems plausible to me. I feel he might have been abused, not the ordinary kind of hitting and scolding, but something that could be classified as criminal abuse. His reaction is genuinely indicative of PTSD, very characteristic of sheer terror. 83L. That seems unlikely. Maybe he's just afraid of needles? 103L. Are you saying someone is so afraid of needles that they put a knife to their neck? If it weren't for Brother Liu intervening in time, I fear Wen Yanyu would have resorted to drastic measures against himself. Suddenly, I noticed a detail. Wen Yanyu always sleeps curled up. He often unconsciously adopts this posture even when awake, reminiscent of a fetus in its mother's womb. However, such a position can be uncomfortable for adults, and typically, one would not sleep this way unless they feel a profound lack of security. Indeed, I have observed this as well. Wen Yanyu has a particular fondness for curling up in corners. When he is in bed, he burrows into the corner with great fervor, and while playing on the floor, he often ends up curling into a ball. Many in the comments teased him, likening him to a little rabbit. Upon reflection, it seems like a peculiar, darkly humorous situation, especially considering his remarkable ability to endure pain. Moreover, Aunt Jiang mentioned a strong painkiller. Her son is a doctor, so it seems likely she would recognize it. I recall Aunt Jiang's stunned expression upon seeing the medication, which turned to a gaze filled with warmth and concern for Wen Yanyu. Today, she probably had no idea that the production crew was foolishly recording, which prompted her to disclose what the medication was. Originally, I intended for my dear Kian to watch, but the more I see, the more I adore the little rabbit. He is such a gentle soul, who understands. I wept when he allowed the little girl, who couldn't see, to touch his face. Their daily interactions are so heartwarming. The little rabbit genuinely remembers everyone's favorite foods, as well as what the little ones enjoy. He is such a well-behaved, homely child. I also feel that Kin must like the little rabbit. Her eyes sparkle when she looks at him, and her mother approves of this union. As for Duan Luobua, I have been a fan for 7 years, and I am serious about this. Duan Luobua is unequivocally sincere, and his attitude has changed remarkably. However, I must voice my dissent regarding this match. Duan Luobua has been rather frivolous in the past, and I fear he may break the little rabbit's heart in the future. I apologize. Although I am your fan, this does not seem like your path. In truth, if someone like Wen Yanyu were nearby, I believe I would develop feelings for him. Setting aside appearances, I am genuinely fond of his character. He remembers your preferences and reciprocates kindness with abundant warmth. He possesses an incredible temperament, gentle yet firm, always ready to protect you in critical moments. As evidenced in the mall incident, Kian's recent experience, and the mountain encounter. He is a remarkably reliable little rabbit. Therefore, with divine providence, grant me a fortune of 100 million. I wish to bring the little rabbit home and care for him tenderly. This cursed production team has truly committed myriad wrongs. How infuriating. I am bombarded with profanities. This foolish production crew. They neglected to prepare the doctor, and despite being told not to film, they did so covertly for the sake of ratings. What did Aunt Jiang see? I noticed she was initially preparing to change the little rabbit's clothes. But upon lifting the garment, she quickly covered it back up. She seemed composed until the moment she witnessed something, after which she burst into tears. She then asked the little rabbit if someone had bullied him, and I felt a pang of concern. Could he be injured? I am utterly distraught. What has transpired? My precious little rabbit, so well-behaved and wonderful, I am heartbroken. I am still reeling from what I have witnessed. Although I genuinely enjoy indulging in gossip and harbor a curious disposition, the production team has truly crossed the line. How can they exploit someone's scars for entertainment? It brings me to the brink of tears. 3 topics have surged to the trending list, with the show's popularity skyrocketing, yet they are simultaneously inundated with scathing criticism. As a casual observer, I have just caught wind of the latest scandal. While I do not particularly favor Wen Yanyu, I find it rather absurd how the production team continuously targets him. Is it truly entertaining to relentlessly provoke him for the sake of ratings? This has happened several times before, but what of this particular instance? Is human suffering a delectable morsel? The former fans have returned in a fit of rage. Oh, my dear, we, the loyal supporters, have merely chosen to remain silent, not to vanish. How dare they bully our beloved whom we fervently supported with our votes? Initially, I was unfazed until the moment when Yanyu sang. It felt as though I were a slab of meat, unable to breathe through my tears, ultimately collapsing into my mother's arms in a tempest of sobs. She thought I was unwell, yet the thought that when Yanyu could not even embrace his mother intensified my anguish. I believe what he said outside the hospital. He genuinely does not seem to be motivated by Fu Hanchuan, and his mental state appears to be quite troubling. To be honest, I held no animosity towards Wen Yanyu. I even had a favorable impression of him until he began obsessively entangling himself with Fu. If he could conduct himself properly, he would indeed be quite endearing. Gratitude is due to Lu Mingxiu. That blade left me utterly bewildered. However, have you forgotten how he relentlessly pursued Fu Hanchuan? It is quite disconcerting, rendering him less likable. Let us settle down. Fu's family member has remained silent. Perhaps they are currently in deep sorrow, and yet you are speaking on their behalf. I find it amusing. If Fu truly held grudges, one would not have made it this far. The former employer sought to curry favor with Fu by targeting one. Yet Fu personally intervened to protect one from the former employer's schemes. The nature of Fu and Wen's relationship remains unclear to me. In any case, let us refrain from speaking on behalf of those directly involved. I cannot shake the feeling that our dear one is in poor health. Observing the 3 children with their half-eaten medication is concerning. Someone reliable must come forth to care for our dear one. Kian, I have faith in you. Please bring our beloved bunny home soon. Why has the tide turned so dramatically? While I am elated, I lament that my previous unwavering loyalty to our bunny has resulted in such backlash. Consider it a testament to your resilience. Consider it a mark of your prowess. In our small group chat, notifications chimed incessantly. Shun Huainan, Fu Hanchuan, Fu Hanchuan, Fu Hanchuan. Have you seen the trending topics? Your friend has encountered some trouble. Gu Fengyao, at least he saved your life. Since you are not planning to sever ties, why continue to give him the cold shoulder? Shouldn't you check on him? The group fell silent for a moment. Fu Hanchuan, what does it have to do with me? I do not care. Shun Huainan, Gu Fengyao, don't go mad later. The group remained quiet for another stretch. Wan Haiwi, there's a song that is quite lovely. Everyone should give a listen. Shun Huainan. Wan Haiwi, Shida by Wang Weini. Shun Huainan, it is beautiful. The cat applauds. Next time we go out, let us sing this. Let old Fu join us. In the private room, Gu Fengyao set down his phone and exchanged a glance with Shun Huainan across the table, both recognizing the helplessness mirrored in each other's eyes. With a sigh, Gu Fengyao took a sip of his drink and remarked, if old Fu truly has no interest in Shaowen, why would he keep dragging the poor girl along? One moment he claims indifference, and the next he is calling her. If he is genuinely uninterested. I must admit, I have quite the fondness for that little one. Shen Huainan shrugged, exasperatedly commenting, you know how it is. Old Fu harbors a deep-seated resentment towards that uncle of his. Gu Fengyao frowned, pondering the connection. Shen Huainan tossed a grape into his mouth, explaining, Isn't it obvious? His uncle's affection for his father led to unrequited love, which resulted in all those unfortunate events. There is no way old Fu would allow himself to mirror even a fragment of that uncle. Gu Fengyao looked taken aback. Shen Huainan raised an eyebrow. You didn't know? Gu Fengyao scratched his head. No, I hadn't heard of it. He was aware that Fu Hanchuan had fled abroad for refuge due to his uncle's greed for the family fortune, which culminated in a tragic accident that claimed the lives of Fu Hanchuan's parents in a fire. This adopted son, who had secured support through ulterior motives, nearly extinguished Fu Hanchuan's existence. The young Fu Hanchuan was subsequently sent abroad for safety by the families that had once been allies of his parents. What was initially intended as a means of escape spiraled into a saga within a mere decade. Fu Hanchuan leveraged the 10 million he had taken with him to establish a new business empire overseas, returning with a formidable entourage. He recalled that the uncle had met a grim fate, with his legs broken by Fu Hanchuan, crawling out of the old Fu residence, only to succumb to despair in a mental institution later. Those who had once supported that uncle either fled abroad or vanished entirely, leaving the Fu family entirely under Fu Hanchuan's dominion thereafter. Those families that had aided him found themselves sharing in the spoils. Yet the intricate details remained shrouded in mystery. Although he had gleaned fragments of information over time, the family maintained a veil of silence on matter, and no one openly discussed such events, not one to indulge in gossip or pry into the private tragedies of others. Gu Fengyao had remained oblivious to the full extent of those past occurrences. Pouring a drink, Shen Huainan gestured for his attention. Let me outline it for you from the beginning. Gu Fengyao widened his eyes, incredulous. Is it that dramatic? So, his uncle was motivated by affection for his elder brother? Did unrequited love drive him to annihilate the entire family? Shen Huainan, cracking a sunflower seed, nodded in affirmation. A hint of resignation flickered in Gu Fengyao's eyes. It was no wonder old Fu exhibited such aversion to certain inclinations. Alas, he mused, to develop feelings for old Fu, that little one must endure quite a burden. Gu Fengyao lamented, it seems old Fu harbors some interest in Wen Yanyu as well. To abandon a project worth billions so casually, I've never witnessed him so distraught, desperately seeking assistance. After all these years, that is quite surprising. He vividly recalled the chaos that ensued when news of Wen Yanyu's attempted suicide reached Fu Hanchuan, who, while abroad on business, frantically contacted them. They collectively mobilized nearly every top-tier physician and international expert available, rushing them to aid Wen Yanyu. Those 2 days of frantic efforts felt like a desperate struggle against fate itself. Shen Huainan chuckled nonchalantly at the recollection. Let them go through it. Isn't they're saying? What was it again? Shen Huainan continued to sip his drink, his brow furrowed in contemplation before he nonchalantly remarked, whenever my wife passes away, I suppose he will finally behave himself. Looking at Xiao Wan, he appears as though he has but a few years left when he truly departs. He will understand the gravity of the situation. A shiver cascaded down Gu Fengyao's spine as he recalled the frenzied actions of Fu Hanchuan from that time, and he frowned, admonishing, do not speak so carelessly. Shen Huainan raised his gaze to meet his, a mischievous grin spreading across his lips. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Chapter 42. Even if I descend into hell, I will retrieve you. As the light of dawn broke, Wen Yanyu slowly opened his eyes, drenched in clammy cold sweat. A circle of individuals surrounding his bed came into view. His mind felt sluggish, grappling to comprehend what had transpired. Baby, Jiang Wanru, upon noticing his awakening, hurriedly approached him. Is there any discomfort? Does your body ache? Are you hungry? Thirsty? Cold? Wen Yanyu stared blankly at her for an extended moment before sluggishly recalling the events that had unfolded at the foot of the mountain. Finally awake, Lu Mingxiu, roused by the commotion, quickly approached and felt his forehead. No fever. Jiang Qian also came over to check, her anxious heart finally easing. Should we take him to the city hospital? We must. It's imperative. The rain outside had yet to cease, and it was impossible to venture out. That foolish program crew had secretly activated the cameras yesterday. Had I not glanced at my phone, I would have remained oblivious. I swear I would have sought out that wretched director once the show concluded. Jiang Wanru sighed in exasperation. Calm down. Refrain from resorting to violence. Or your sister will surely be upset. Let us take Yanyu to the village clinic for an 4. First, let us eat. We must feed Yanyu some kanji. Quickly. Who will prepare the meal? The group conversed in a flurry. When Yanyu felt dizzy, fragmented memories of the previous night resurfacing. He grasped Lu Mingxiu's wrist, whispering, I'm sorry, did I injure you yesterday? Upon hearing this, the others recalled the events of the previous night, their expressions growing complex. Lu Mingxiu shook his head, gently stroking his hair. It's nothing. You didn't do it on purpose. Just avoid doing that next time. Duan Mufeng could not help but inquire about the circumstances of the previous evening. Jiang Wanru shot him a glance and immediately interjected softly, Baby, are you hungry? Aunt Jiang will make you some kanji. Wen Yanyu looked at the woman, dazed for a long moment before nodding slowly. Jiang Wanru sighed, adjusting his blanket and ushering the 3 others out. Under the watchful eyes of several individuals, he managed to complete his morning routine and force down a bowl of kanji. Leaning against the chair, he finally powered on his phone, which had been turned off all night. Upon opening the device and seeing the messages, his pupils widened in shock. From 4 o'clock a.m. until 9 o'clock a.m., there were over 200 missed calls and a flood of messages. 4:21 a.m., Wen Yanyu. How did you get that thing on your hand? 4:36 a.m., why didn't you tell me anything? 4:46 a.m., half a year ago, there was nothing. What have you been doing? Why am I left in the dark? At 5:01, what medication did you take? Your stomach is not in such a dire state that it necessitates the consumption of controlled painkillers. What on earth has transpired? At 5:23, Wen Yanyu. How many secrets have you concealed from me? Is it amusing to toy with my emotions? At 7:56, Wen Yanyu. I am rapidly reaching the brink of hatred for you. At 7:57, Wen Yanyu. Our matter is far from resolved. Wen Yanyu's eyelashes trembled violently. Her fingertips hesitatingly hovered over the block page. As if sensing something, a message popped up once more, accompanied by an incoming call. Wen Yanyu declared, If you dare to block me again, I will come to your program's team and drag you home. Glancing at the message on the other end, Wen Yanyu stole a look at the photographer beside her, hung up the call, and hastily began typing. We are currently live. It is inconvenient to take calls. I will find a way to make amends for what I owe you. Do not worry. I truly will not drag you back into public scrutiny. I acknowledge that it is all my fault that I pulled you into the public eye and caused you harm. You may seek revenge however you see fit, but the rest pertains to my private affairs. Please do not investigate further. Wen Yanyu lowered her head, her fingers trembling as she typed, her eyes beginning to redden. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon seeing the words private affairs, the text was hastily typed and just as quickly deleted, her thoughts tangled like a ball of steel wire, incessantly scraping against her flesh, causing both pain and chaos. Fu Hanchuan bit his lip, struggling to maintain composure. Why do you persist in disturbing my emotions? Why can I not forget you despite my efforts? Why must you be so greedy? Fu Hanchuan's movements slowed, his wildly beating heart suddenly stilled. In a moment of distraction, a glass cup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor, producing a resounding crash. Everyone in the conference room jumped, glancing up to see the man in the chief's seat with a darkened expression, his suppressed fury sending shivers through the room. Had he truly been pushed to the brink after 2 weeks of relentless overtime? Fu Hanchuan disregarded the gazes of those around him, focusing solely on his typing. When have I ever cared about that nonsensical public opinion? Who is discussing private matters with you? This is what you owe me. Why are you being so self-indulgent? I warned you. Do not expect me to bear the weight of a life. Wen Yanyu, if you dare to take your own life, even if I must descend into hell, I will retrieve you. The cold outline of his fury was vividly drawn, the suppressed rage in his gray-blue eyes nearly erupting. He slammed his phone onto the table. Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes for a moment and reopened them, regaining his usual indifference. Apologies, I was handling some personal matters. I appreciate your patience. Let's continue. With that, he turned his gaze and resumed explaining the recent plans for various companies. His discourse was clear, professional, and meticulous, as if nothing had transpired, save for the shards of glass scattered across the floor, a stark reminder that the earlier tumult was not merely an illusion. The attendees exchanged silent glances, each internally marveling that such a position must indeed be occupied by someone of his caliber. Chapter 43. Rabbits are the most pain-tolerant creatures. Brother, are you all right? You were unwell yesterday, your face alarmingly pale. Are you still feeling unwell? As soon as they stepped outside, a cluster of little ones rushed over, their tiny feet pattering against the ground. Wen Yanyu gently patted each of their little heads, reassuring them, "It's all right now. Your brother has recovered." Upon seeing that their brother was well, the children began to chatter excitedly. "Brother, will you tell us a story today? Will you?" Wen Yanyu glanced at the waiting elder, stating, "You'll have to wait a little longer for the stories. Your brother has some other matters to attend to first. Can you be patient until he finishes?" The children exchanged reluctant glances, but understanding their elder's words, they nodded in agreement. As Wen Yanyu engaged with the children, he prepared to inquire about little Tiger's grandfather's concerns. Wang Ditsai set down his belongings and knelt, ready to bow his head in gratitude. Surprised, Wen Yanyu quickly stepped forward to assist the elderly man. Meanwhile, Duan Mufeng stepped back abruptly, colliding with Jiang Qian, who had just emerged from a side room with some candy. "Ouch! Duan Radish! My head!" Jiang Qian exclaimed, clutching her head as her cup fell to the ground. Duan Mufeng awkwardly apologized. "Sorry. Get lost." Jiang Qian shot him a glare. The onlookers found the scene amusing, with comments echoing around. "I'm dying of laughter. Haha." I was focused on the old man, but then Qian cried out about her head, and I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Watching these two bicker is truly entertaining. Haha. Yesterday, I was too worried to notice, but upon re-watching, I saw them arguing over who could sit closer to Rabbit Baby, which made me laugh so hard. Then Lu Mingxiu just walked past them, saying, "Go on. Keep arguing." Upon observing the scene before her, Jiang Qian raised an eyebrow. "What is going on here?" Duan Mufeng shook his head. Wang Ditsai continued to kneel, gripping Wen Yanyu's arm tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "You are our family's great benefactor. If it weren't for you, little Tiger, he would be our only child left." Jiang Wanru emerged from the inner room, carrying a medicinal concoction. Alarmed by the sight, she reached out to help the elder. "What are you doing?" The children stood by, bewildered. "Uncle Ditsai, please don't do this," Wang Jianhua urged, attempting to assist the elder. Wen Yanyu tried to help him up, but Wang Ditsai, accustomed to the rigors of farming, was too strong for him to lift. In a state of panic, Wen Yanyu said, "You don't need to do this. Everyone went up the mountain last night. It's not solely my achievement." Wang Ditsai, tears streaming down his face, expressed his gratitude while gesturing to the two large baskets he had brought. "These are some fruits from my fields. We truly have nothing else to offer, so I could only bring these. Please don't reject them." With sincere earnestness, Wang Ditsai seemed as though he would remain kneeling unless he was accepted. Wen Yanyu sighed in resignation and nodded in acceptance. Seeing that his offering was accepted, Wang Ditsai added, "Little Tiger hasn't woken up yet. Once he does, I will certainly bring him to thank you in person." Wen Yanyu softly acknowledged, signaling his agreement. After a considerable amount of comforting and agreeing to dine at the other's home, the matter was, at last, somewhat resolved. Wang Yudao ambled over from the other side and gently patted the young man's shoulder. "I apologize for the trouble caused last night. We have discovered that it was that rascal Yu Sheng who lost Xiao Hu. He feared the consequences." Wen Yanyu did not exhibit much reaction, but Duan Mufeng could no longer contain himself. With an expletive, he prepared to storm out in search of retribution. Wen Yanyu swiftly grasped his arm, saying, "Brother, let us not escalate the situation just yet." Having just returned from abroad, Duan Mufeng understood that although they were in the right, the majority of netizens could be impulsive, and entanglements with such individuals could lead to complications. Duan Mufeng cast a glance at him and fell silent. Lu Mingxiu frowned. "Surely we deserve an explanation regarding this matter?" "Of course," Wang Yudao nodded, his tone slightly nuanced. "However, he has been beaten by a few lads from the village and is currently bedridden. Once he recovers, I will bring him here to apologize to you personally." Upon finishing his words, Wang Yudao turned to Jiang Qian and bowed deeply. "I extend my apologies on his behalf." Witnessing the elder's demeanor, Jiang Qian opened her mouth, her gaze momentarily drifting. "It's all right," she said, and in a flurry, she rushed to Wen Yanyu's side, affectionately wrapping her arms around his waist. "My Yanyu will protect me, right?" Wen Yanyu, taken aback, nodded vacantly. Observing the position of the girl's embrace, Jiang Wanru's pupils constricted, and she exclaimed sharply, "Xiaoyan, let go!" Startled, Jiang Qian instinctively released her hold, her expression bewildered. The others were taken aback by the woman's reaction, casting puzzled glances. Jiang Wanru stepped forward, her outstretched hand abruptly retracting as she inquired, "Does it hurt?" Faced with the woman's eyes, brimming with concern, Wen Yanyu hesitated for a moment. Normally, a mere bump would not cause pain. Realizing he had overreacted, he replied softly, "I had a minor injury to my waist before. It's not serious, truly." Seeing the young man's evasive demeanor, the others couldn't help but recall last night's events. A heavy silence fell over them. So, Aunt Zhang's reaction last night was indeed due to witnessing an injury. How infuriating! The camera by the bed could not capture any clarity. It seems quite severe. Otherwise, Aunt Zhang wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Oh no, the more I think about it, the more frightening it becomes. I suddenly recalled someone mentioning in yesterday's post that the baby might have been abused. Please, don't scare me. That is unlikely. What era is this? If it were true, Wen Yanyu would have reported it long ago. The group prepared the fruits they had brought, slicing them and basking in the sun in the courtyard. Duan Mufeng peeled back the gauze from the young man's hand, revealing an inflamed and festering wound. Jiang Qian observed Wen Yanyu, who was engrossed in devouring strawberries, and then focused on treating his injury. The bruised veins on his wrist were particularly pronounced as she gently cleansed the blood and pus from his palm with hydrogen peroxide. The sight of the wound evoking a phantom pain that was hard to bear. Wen Yanyu playfully snatched the liqueur-filled chocolate from Jiang Wanru's hand, his cheeks puffing slightly as he curiously observed the girl's careful handling of the treat. He mumbled indistinctly, "If it's not infected, there's no need for such caution. It doesn't hurt. Just clean it, apply some ointment, and wrap it up." Startled, Jiang Qian accidentally poured half a bottle of hydrogen peroxide onto the wound. But Lu Mingxiu swiftly caught the tipping bottle. "Jiang Qian, if you can't handle it, step aside," Duan Mufeng exclaimed, his voice laced with alarm as he pushed her away. "I'm fine, it really doesn't hurt," Jiang Qian reassured, her hand trembling. Wen Yanyu gently patted her head in comfort. Wen Yanyu, why the sudden shock? Her immune system was already somewhat compromised, and with a fever the night before. The wound had begun to fester, becoming red and swollen, the gauze soaked with pus and tissue. The trio worked together anxiously to tend to the injury, while Wen Yanyu munched on the liqueur-filled chocolates. Finally, they completed the task, collectively exhaling with relief. "Oh, watching him apply the medicine makes me cringe in pain," someone remarked. Wen Yanyu seems unfazed by the pain. "Just watching the disinfection made my palms sweat, yet they're nibbling on strawberry leaves." Another added, "Perhaps naturally less sensitive to pain." No, I remember during the talent show, he fell off the stage and twisted his ankle, crying in agony. And even when a rubber band snapped at him, he wept without restraint, completely unlike now. He so brave, changing the bandage without a fuss. If it were me, I'd be thrashing about in pain, crying uncontrollably. You're the bravest little bunny." Speaking of the bandage on his arm, coupled with his demeanor and the comments in the chat, it suddenly dawned on me. A dark joke comes to mind. Rabbits are the most pain-tolerant creatures. Just stop. Chapter 44. Subtle jealousy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group gathered in the courtyard, idly chatting. Wen Yanyu lounged lazily in a deck chair, his mind drifting in a haze, and instinctively grabbed a chocolate ball from the woman's hand. Realizing his actions, he froze, momentarily dazed. Jiang Wanru tenderly ruffled the boy's fluffy hair, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "Good boy, and he has more. Finish this, and I'll get you some more." The gentle touch on his head was soothing. Wen Yanyu squinted his eyes, lazily tilting his head to nuzzle her palm, murmuring a soft thank you, Auntie. His adorable demeanor made Jiang Wanru's heart flutter, a smile creeping on her lips as she peeled 2 more candy balls for him. Wen Yanyu obediently accepted the treats. "Oh, it's clear he is my child," she mused. Jiang Qian stealthily approached the chair, joining the growing crowd of head patters. Wen Yanyu's hair was soft, freshly washed and dried, making it delightful to touch. Like explorers discovering a new world, Jiang Wanru and Jiang Qian exchanged glances, taking turns to feed and pet him, reveling in their playful antics. Lu Mingxiu handed a piece of candy to Sangyu, and suddenly caught sight of a large box of empty liqueur chocolates. His gaze then drifted towards Wen Yanyu, who appeared somewhat dazed, enveloped in an unsettling silence. "Perhaps you should refrain from feeding her for a moment. Is it possible that Xiaoyu has had a bit too much to drink?" Lu Mingxiu raised his voice deliberately, as the distance between them was considerable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanru finally noticed that the liqueur chocolates on the bench had been completely consumed. Her eyes shifted to the side, where Wen Yanyu's cheeks were flushed, innocently burrowing into her coat, sniffing at the peach she held, and upon noticing Jiang Wanru's gaze, she offered a faint smile. Jiang Wanru quickly moved the freshly unwrapped liqueur chocolate away. Simultaneously, the eyes of the others turned toward her. Wen Yanyu nestled comfortably in the lounge chair. Her beautiful almond eyes slightly squinted, her fair complexion adorned with a delicate blush from the alcohol, adding an enchanting allure to her appearance. She silently acknowledged the circumstances before her. Duan Mufeng's gaze was intense, his throat gently bobbing as he leaned over and casually reached out to touch her hair. Under Jiang Wanru's piercing stare, Duan Mufeng chuckled. "Yanyu, would you like to hear a story from your brother?" With a poor tolerance for alcohol, her head now spinning, Wen Yanyu nodded listlessly, resting her head on the chair as Duan Mufeng and Jiang Qian ruffled her hair. Clutching a large, crisp peach, she nibbled happily. "One rabbit. How can you wield your cuteness as a weapon? How long will humanity be subjugated by such adorable rabbits?" "Oh, right, he just washed his hair." And with the blood circulation combined with the liqueur chocolates, he has become intoxicated. Wen Yanyu is so quiet when she's drunk. Haha, so well behaved. Is it just me? Or does anyone else feel that Wen Yanyu's hair has lost its luster? It looks somewhat gray now. I initially thought it was just sunlit, but now it's strikingly obvious. Perhaps she bleached it? I also want to touch the baby's head. It must feel so fluffy. I want to steal the baby away from Aunt Jiang. How could such a drunken baby be so well-behaved and adorable? Aunt Jiang shot a glare. Ever since Wen Yanyu called her mom yesterday, Aunt Jiang has been fiercely protective, feeding Wen Yanyu to the point of drunkenness, and constantly fussing over her. It's likely more out of affection. I feel that Aunt Jiang's gaze towards Rabbit Baby is filled with tenderness. It's enough to make one's heart ache. Jiang Qian and Duan Mufeng each took their positions, and Wen Yanyu's freshly washed hair was tousled and disheveled by their playful hands, yet she displayed no reaction. In fact, she kindly broke off a small piece of chocolate for each of them. Duan Mufeng's enthusiasm only heightened. Lu Mingxiu observed Wen Yanyu, whose hair had been tousled by Duan Mufeng without any resistance, his breath slightly quickening, his jawline taut, an inexplicable anger surging from within. Duan Mufeng had promised himself not to make any advances toward Wen Yanyu. They were merely friends, and Xiaoyu was not solely his friend. He must not overthink this. Just as he was about to force himself to look away, he noticed Duan Mufeng's ambiguous smile as he suddenly leaned closer to the girl in the chair, their postures nearly touching, as if they were sharing secrets. The young boy nodded obediently after listening to the conversation, breaking the remaining half of the peach in his hand and handing the untouched half to the man. Duan Mufeng smiled with pleasure, taking a bite of the peach. Propping his arm on the edge of his chair, lazily resting his head on his arm, Jiang Qian leaned against the back of the chair above Wen Yanyu, while Duan Mufeng reclined in his own chair. The three were in close proximity, all laughing, creating an atmosphere akin to intimate conversation. The distance was somewhat far, and the soft music from the speakers in the courtyard filled the air, making their voices barely audible. Yet, the fervent gazes exchanged between two of them, and the dreamy, smiling eyes of the one being watched, ignited an unnamed passion deep within. Jiang Wanru took a bite of the crisp peach. Listening to Duan Mufeng recount a lesser-known fairy tale he had presumably heard from somewhere, skillfully entertaining the tipsy little bunny and a curious girl with a childlike heart. As he reached a particularly captivating part, Duan Mufeng paused, prompting Wen Yanyu to eagerly lean in, asking, "And then? Did the little bunny escape?" "Guess." Duan Mufeng replied with a mischievous smile. Jiang Qian twitched at the corner of her eye, wishing to slap him, urging, "Hurry up and tell me. Let me touch your head a few more times, and I will continue." Duan Mufeng teased, his lips curling as he met Wen Yanyu's bewildered gaze. Laughter echoed as viewers found the three adorable, marveling at Duan Mufeng's storytelling abilities, possibly influenced by Wen Yanyu's charm. The scene was heartwarming, with the three children nestled together, listening to stories while Zhang's mother watched them fondly. Nearby, a young couple enjoyed music, while the trio immersed themselves in tales, creating an idyllic ambience. "My little bunny looks so happy," one commented, feeling their heart soften at the warmth of the moment. "If I could bring Wen Yanyu home to raise, I would gladly trade a villa and luxury cars for a chance to nurture my little one," mused another. Amidst the light-heartedness, the atmosphere shifted as Wen Yanyu leaned closer to the man, almost as if to kiss him. Meanwhile, Jiang Qian bent down to retrieve the chocolate from Wen Yanyu's arms, their suggestive poses heightening the tension. An inexplicable emotion surged like a flood, tightening around the heart. A sudden pang of pain in the palm jolted Lu Mingxiu, whose darkened gaze drew everyone's attention. He smiled gently and said, "It's getting late. We should rest." When Yanyu's actions came to a halt, Duan Mufeng shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing, "If you're tired, just go sleep. We're still playing with Yanyu." Chapter 45. He must admit, he feels jealous. Jiang Qian, who had only heard half of the story, agreed. Jiang Wanru assessed Lu Mingxiu and said, "If you're sleepy, just go ahead and rest. I'll keep an eye on them. And when they finish playing, I'll take them back to sleep." Lu Mingxiu paused for a moment, contemplating briefly before he stepped lightly to Wen Yanyu's side, softly coaxing, "Little fish, I just suddenly remembered some childhood memories. May I share them with you?" Upon hearing the mention of childhood, Wen Yanyu looked up dazedly, meeting the man's somewhat apprehensive gaze. Reflecting on the days since that event, she realized they had yet to engage in a proper conversation. "All right." Lu Mingxiu smiled at Jiang Wanru, saying, "I'll take Yanyu inside to rest. And Jiang, you should also retire early." Jiang Wanru frowned and nodded. "Huh?" Duan Mufeng's temple throbbed violently as he voiced his confusion. "When did you become unable to chat, necessitating this interruption now?" Lu Mingxiu shot him a cold glance, bending down to assist the obviously incapacitated individual from the half-reclined chair, gently guiding him towards himself. Dizziness struck, and being pulled abruptly caused Wen Yanyu to stumble and collide directly into his embrace. Lu Mingxiu's gaze softened, concealing an unfathomable darkness. Taken aback, Wen Yanyu pushed him away. "I don't need your support." Lu Mingxiu's eyes dimmed slightly as he replied with a smile, "Let us go. I will tell you what happened afterward." "All right." Jiang Qian furrowed her brow, scratching her head as she observed the pair's departing figures before turning to the still-dazed Sangyu. "What is going on?" Jiang Qian queried, scratching her head in bewilderment. "Wait, no, my bunny. That scoundrel Lu Mingxiu. Hey dude, are you just leaving Xiaoyu behind like that? Wow, Lu Mingxiu seems a bit off. My bunny got yanked and hurt. Lu Good just now was like, 'Little friend, let us go get some candy, shall we?' Lu Mingxiu, bad. You can't just yank the bunny. Even when stealing a little bunny, one must consider the circumstances. My bunny was so happy. Bad." The bedroom camera, having been disturbed, was in a shut-off state. Nestled beneath the covers, Wen Yanyu's light, gray eyes gradually began to close with drowsiness. Lu Mingxiu lay on the left, while Wen Yanyu rested on the right, separated by a soft pillow that she clutched. Having emerged from the earlier tumult, Lu Mingxiu returned to his usual gentle demeanor, recounting amusing tales from the years gone by. A faint scent of peach and a hint of alcohol wafted within the blankets, enticing yet ambiguous. Lu Mingxiu's eyes crinkled with laughter as he reached out to ruffle the soft fur of the little rabbit's head, reminding her, next time, don't share half-eaten food with others. I'm sleepy. Wen Yanyu murmured, nodding drowsily and tilting her head to the side. If you're tired, just sleep. The man's voice was low and melodious, glancing at the little rabbit nestled not far from him, his tone unwittingly laced with a subtle joy. You smell delightful. One can hardly perceive it unless they draw near. I don't know. Wen Yanyu, struggling against her heavy eyelids, curled herself into a ball, murmuring, everyone says it's very fragrant. Lu Mingshu's hand stilled, his lips pressed thin, and his gaze deepened considerably. Who is everyone? As the effects of the alcohol clouded her awareness, the distance between them seemed to shrink. Wen Yanyu pulled up the blanket and shifted slightly, murmuring, my friend from before? The bad dog, Duan-gu, Qian, and it appeared she had grown weary. Her voice gradually faded before she could finish her sentence. Lu Mingshu lowered his gaze, his fingers gradually tightening as he pressed further. Who else? Wen Yanyu let out a soft hum, poking half her head out from under the blanket to breathe. And Fu Hanchuan. The smile in Lu Mingshu's eyes faded, and his heart began to thump louder in the silence. Does he like you? The consciousness was hazy. Wen Yanyu mumbled, a hint of confusion in her voice. Lu Mingshu chuckled again. Is Fu Hanchuan your lover? Wen Yanyu's breathing slowed as she shook her head in denial. He especially dislikes me. The word dislike lingered on her tongue, and Lu Mingshu squinted and smiled. Then do you still like him? I remember you liked him quite a bit before. The voice muffled by the blanket was somewhat dull. I don't like him anymore. He hates me. He can't stand me. I can't like him. I see. Lu Mingshu's gaze deepened, his tone elongated gently, coaxing with a whisper, sticky and heavy. Do you have someone you like now? There was a prolonged silence. When Yanyu's breathing became steady, her eyes closed, appearing to have fallen asleep, her dark hair scattered across her face, quiet and obedient. Lu Mingshu rose to adjust the blanket for the person beside him, his palm inadvertently brushing against the boy's rosy cheek, the softness and delicacy sending his heart racing. Amidst the sound of rain at night, Lu Mingshu turned back, colliding with Duan Mufeng's gaze, which had been fixed for an unknown duration. In that pair of eyes, he saw a myriad of emotions, cold laughter, hostility, mockery, and even inexplicable pity. Neither spoke nor discussed the division of the bed space. Yet they tacitly left the middle position for the sleeping boy. The lights dimmed, with only the moonlight streaming in through the window. In the obscurity, the three of them breathed in unison. Lu Mingshu closed his eyes, admitting to himself that he was indeed envious. Chapter 46. The fleeting dream must eventually awaken. The last week passed in the blink of an eye, and the program approached its conclusion. The group gathered together to prepare for their final lunch. Wen Yanyu lowered his head, feeling the soft flesh that had newly developed on his belly, lost in thought. He had indeed gained weight. He looked up and consumed the sausage that Jiang Wanru fed him. Baby, Jiang Qian and Duan Mufeng entered with a box of strawberries. As soon as they stepped in, Jiang Qian rushed to him. Baby, look, the strawberries that Shou Luoba and I brought you. Wen Yanyu took the box of strawberries and returned the gesture with a hug for the girl. Jiang Qian was momentarily stunned, but then embraced the boy back. Her eyes brimming with sweet smiles. Baby, be happy. Wen Yanyu replied softly. Duan Mufeng interjected, what about me? Wen Yanyu laughed and turned to hug him as well. Duan Mufeng grinned. Jiang Qian teased. It's ending. I still want to see the bunny baby being spoiled more. Boo-hoo. Everyone is so lovely. This has been the warmest episode of a variety show I've ever seen. Boo-hoo. And look at Wen Yanyu when he first arrived. So thin and pale, and now Aunt Jiang has fed him up. His face is rosy and has some meat on it now. Boo-hoo. Laughing, he being urged to take his medicine, to sleep early, and occasionally fed something delicious. It's hard not to be healthy. Every day, watching Wen Yanyu nestle his head in Aunt Jiang's lap, drifting off to sleep, evokes a delightful image akin to that of a bunny and its caretaker, which elicits a hearty laugh. It is indeed proven that one can transform under the nurturing embrace of love. I find myself deeply concerned about how my dear one will manage alone in life. Having witnessed him faint 6 times during the show, it is truly worrisome to think of him living in solitude. Bunny has signed 2 contracts, ensuring we will see him again next winter, but the fate of others remains uncertain. The aroma of delectable food wafts through the air as a gathering of villagers. including several children and the elderly, congregates in the courtyard. Wen Yanyu takes a seat, engaging in jovial conversation with those around him. Although his exterior appears composed, the frailty of his body signals an impending countdown. How many years are left? He is unsure. In the end, will this body succumb first? Or will the narrative of the book unfold in the coming years? He does not harbor fear. Yet in this moment, as he raises a glass of orange juice with the others, laughter spreads around him like a warm embrace at the clink of their glasses. "Bunny," calls Jiang Wanro, pulling him back to reality. Wen Yanyu looks up at her, curious about her intent. With a gentle demeanor, she suggests, after the show ends, "How about visiting Auntie's house? There's an older brother there. You two would surely have much to discuss." Duan Mufeng interjects, "Don't forget about me. Whenever you wish to venture out, just call, and I shall take you." Lu Ming-su smiles at him, saying softly, if time permits, "I would love to build a snowman together." Jiang Kuyin chuckles, adding, "You must remember to come to my house for the new year, Bunny." Wen Yanyu remains silent for a few seconds, then nods, smiling in agreement. A twinge of bittersweetness wraps around his heart. He feels a sudden reluctance, a longing for this warmth. Yet he has always understood a profound truth, reinforced by countless experiences. All fleeting dreams must inevitably awaken. The program has concluded, and the production team ushers participants out in waves. As Wen Yanyu, assigned to leave in the afternoon, rubs his hands together and bids farewell to each individual, the staff gradually departs, returning the world to tranquility. He strolls to the tree at the village's edge, basking in the sun's embrace. "Brother." Hearing the call, Wen Yanyu turns around to see several children standing behind him, their faces etched with concern. Wang Yidao explains, "The children heard you were leaving and insisted on seeing you." Wen Yanyu approaches the children. "Am I leaving right now?" They inquire in unison, puzzled by the unfolding events. "Will you not stay here forever?" Wen Yanyu wore an expression of sincere regret as he spoke. "I am truly sorry, dear brother, but I must attend to numerous matters and cannot stay any longer." The children, disheartened, lower their heads. "Will you come back?" one child inquired. Wen Yanyu paused, silence enveloping him. "Perhaps." At that moment, Wang Xiaohu unexpectedly emerged from among the children. Upon seeing him, Wen Yanyu was equally astonished. "Xiaohu, why are you not resting at home?" The children had barely clung to life, and only with great effort could he ensure their survival. However, their strength was waning, and after saving them, their health had significantly deteriorated. They had been feverish and had hardly ventured outside in recent days, yet here he was today. Wang Xiaohu bashfully scratched his head, stammering, "I came to apologize." "Yes, I am sorry. I have already apologized to Sister Xiaohua, but I have yet to apologize to you." He lowered his head and softly confessed, "I should not have thrown a tantrum that day. It was my fault. I had never tasted such delicious candy before, so I took that bag. I am sorry. I should not have acted out or been harsh with you." Wang Xiaohu's voice trembled as he spoke. Wen Yanyu chuckled helplessly. "Is all right. As long as Xiaohua forgives you, that is enough." Suddenly, Wang Xiaohu tugged at the hem of his garment, gesturing for him to lean closer. Wen Yanyu bent down. "I remember what happened that night. I was swallowed by a monster, and it was you who saved me. I will never forget it. Thank you." Wen Yanyu was taken aback, gazing into the child's eyes, while Wang Xiaohu, feeling shy, turned his head away and retreated behind the other children. "Brother," Li Qianhua's voice rang out once more. Wen Yanyu looked up to see the little girl standing before him, gently grasping his wrist. "What is it?" he asked softly. Li Qianhua bit her lip before suddenly asking, "Can you squat down?" "Of course." Wen Yanyu complied, thinking she merely wished to touch him, and was about to take her hand when, suddenly, accompanied by the crinkling of plastic, a handful of colorful candies appeared before him. "You do not always have to be strong, brother. If you are sad, just eat one of these." Li Qianhua paused, realizing her brother would soon depart, and reframed her words as if addressing other friends. "The village chief bought these candies for me. They are for you." Li Qianhua extended her hand, revealing several pieces of candy that had begun to melt slightly in her palm. Wrapped in a layer of transparent plastic, the rich, sugary aroma wafted from the bag, with one piece having already softened from the warmth of the child's hand. Wen Yanyu stood in stunned silence for a moment before accepting the humble sweets from the girl's hand, treasures beyond measure. If you feel sad, just eat one. It will be sweet, and you won't feel miserable anymore, Li Qianhua earnestly advised. All right, Wen Yanyu replied, gazing at the candies in his hand, ruffling the little girl's hair while suppressing all his emotions. We will wait here for you, brother. The little one chimed with a delightful smile. The other children nodded eagerly like chicks pecking a grain. When you come again, please continue telling us stories. Wen Yanyu silently clutched the candy, while the children before him chattered excitedly about their next meeting. If you cannot wait, then do not, he suddenly interjected. The little ones froze in surprise. You will encounter many people in the future. If I am not there, do not wait for me. Focus on your studies, embrace life, meet more individuals, and explore more vistas. Wen Yanyu lowered his head, the strands of hair falling over his eyes. His voice, unexpectedly calm and indifferent, bore only a hint of hoarseness, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Will you always wait for me? One child asked earnestly. Wen Yanyu's breath faltered for a moment. Why? His fingertips trembled as he instinctively voiced the question he had long contemplated. What if you cannot wait for me? The little girl blinked, responding with innocence. Waiting itself is a joyous affair. During the wait, we envision the moment of reunion, and that anticipation brings immense happiness. Just thinking about seeing you again fills us with joy. She spread her arms wide, mimicking an explosion, until brother returns. It will be a happiness that bursts forth. The other children nodded in agreement. Another child chuckled. Even if brother does not come, when I grow up, I can seek him out. Yes, if brother is busy, we will go find him. They chimed in unison, their eyes wide with hope, as if fearing rejection, their unspoken pleas tugging at the heartstrings of those around them. A sensation coiled around Wen Yanyu's chest, constricting his breath, a dull ache radiating to his fingertips. He lifted his gaze, a tender smile gracing his features, while his light gray eyes shimmered with a fragile glimmer of tears. Very well, let us make a promise. Next spring, I will come to see you. All right. The children beamed as they departed, leaving Wen Yanyu lost in thought, oblivious to the surrounding commotion, until suddenly, trembling fingers were enveloped in a warm grasp. A bittersweet aroma invaded his senses, overpowering the lingering sweetness of the candy. Wen Yanyu's body stiffened, disbelief washing over him as he turned his head, tears cascading down his cheeks alongside his fallen coat. Fu Hanchuan bent down to retrieve the oversized coat, draping it back over him, wiping away the bitter tear in the process. Wen Yanyu's pupils quivered as he gazed into the depths of the man's eyes, which brimmed with an overwhelming intensity. Instinctively stepping back, the man's gray-blue eyes, illuminated by the light, merged hues of gray and blue, emanating an icy chill. Fu Hanchuan spoke with a calm demeanor. I told you, I will come to find you myself. Early in the morning, Wan Haihui, who had been summoned by helicopter, regarded the forcibly carried Wen Yanyu with a roll of his eyes, unfazed by the scene. Chapter 47. I have long fallen into the abyss, tossed onto the bed. Wen Yanyu curled into a ball, just about to speak. Fu Hanchuan leaned closer, his knee pressing between Wen Yanyu's legs, rendering him unable to rise from the bed. The sudden upheaval left Wen Yanyu in a state of utter confusion, unable to comprehend the intentions of the other party. It was only when Fu Hanchuan abruptly reached out to unfasten his clothing that Wen Yanyu's pupils constricted, his voice trembling with alarm. Fu Hanchuan, what are you doing? Fu Hanchuan's gaze turned icy, disregarding him entirely as he flipped Wen Yanyu over and forcefully tore away the youth's outer garment. No, Wen Yanyu instinctively struggled, his fingertips tracing a veil of gray mist, desperately controlling himself to avoid inflicting harm upon the person before him, attempting to escape with subtle strength. As the sleeves were pushed aside, Wen Yanyu's resistance faltered, his body rigid upon the bed, paralyzed with fear. Cold fingers grazed over the grotesque scars that marred his arms, counting each one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 521. Only after enumerating the scars did Fu Hanchuan raise his gaze, his eyes betraying no emotion. Who did this? He inquired softly, seemingly chilled by the exposure of his skin to the air, when Yanyu buried his face in the bedding, clutching the fabric of his abdomen tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Fu Hanchuan's gaze deepened, remaining unmoved. You fear pain to the point of death. With such depth, you could not have inflicted this upon yourself. There are no medical records of your visits in this country, and these marks could not have been stitched by a professional doctor. You are a medical student, yet anesthetics are regulated. There is no trace of private procurement. If you had stitched yourself without anesthesia, you would have bled out and succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Wen Yanyu. Fu Hanchuan leaned down to scrutinize him, his tone frigid. I will give you 5 minutes. Tell me who did this. I do not wish to unleash my anger upon you. As time ticked away, the countdown drew to a close. Wen Yanyu turned his head away, unable to meet the man's gaze, his voice quavering. I cannot say. Please do not ask me again. The branding of fear had not dissipated. Even if he wished to explain, he found himself rendered mute. His body was ensnared by powerful arms, and he was forcibly turned back to face Fu Hanchuan, who pinched his cheeks, compelling him to look up. Confronted by the man's eyes, which seethed with fury, Wen Yanyu's eyelashes trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by terror, yearning to defend himself. Yet no sound escaped his throat. Observing his state, Fu Hanchuan suddenly laughed, a chilling sound. Wen Yanyu, you are remarkable. Aside from Fu Wenyuan, no one has managed to push me to this extent. Having learned of Fu Wenyuan from books and online sources, Wen Yanyu was gripped by fear, rendered speechless, and helplessly gazed at him. They locked eyes for an extended moment. Fu Hanchuan's eyelashes lowered slightly, and he abruptly released him. Do you know? That car accident was orchestrated by me. Or rather, it was a fate I willingly embraced, the man spoke softly. Wen Yanyu was taken aback, his complexion paling, unable to fathom what he had just heard. Fu Hanchuan continued, indifferent to Wen Yanyu's shock. The conclusion I chose for myself, the path home after my revenge, was to die in the rain. What a perfect ending. His demeanor remained serene, continuing, you see, my uncle harbored feelings for my father. But you may not know that my father reciprocated those feelings. Wen Yanyu's breath hitched, his pupils instinctively contracting. Fu Hanchuan paid no heed to Wen Yanyu's stunned expression, continuing to unravel the truth concealed beneath layers of deception. The existence of an adopted son alongside a biological child was intolerable to the family. Thus, my father wed my mother, a woman from a foreign land, who spoke a language unfamiliar to us. Her lineage was neither particularly exalted nor utterly humble. Devoid of significant power, yet she was innocent and naive, giving birth to my brother and me. However, after marriage, my father fell in love with my mother. Albeit too late, she had wed him for love. Discovering the truth shattered her, for her affection for my father extended to us, her children. Upon realizing she had been deceived, her fury was palpable, and she longed to escape. Yet, my father imprisoned her within the confines of our home. It was my uncle who acted first. On a summer's night, a fire quietly ignited. My mother had already sensed the gasoline within the house and recognized the locked doors and windows. I too was aware of it. Fu Hanchuan chuckled softly, an icy mirth devoid of warmth, as he gently caressed the trembling eyes of the astonished youth. My mother, consumed by rage, rendered me unconscious and confined me to the bedroom while she cradled my brother, perishing amidst the flames. Her folly was profound. She wished for everyone to plummet into the abyss with her, believing that such an act would exact vengeance upon Fu Wenyuan. My father's room was the easiest to escape from, yet we were trapped on the 6th floor, nearly unable to flee. She desired our collective demise, hoping my father would seek retribution, wagering 3 lives for a fate that would ensnare us all in hell. His tone was soft and measured, his downcast eyes brimming with indifference, his voice consistently deep and calm, as though recounting the tale of another. Yet, my will to survive proved insurmountable. The searing pain of flames and the suffocating smoke roused me from unconsciousness. I descended from the 6th floor to the garden, dragging my broken leg, inching my way out of the conflagrated ancestral home. My mother succeeded. My father was left half-burned. Upon discovering that my uncle had set the fire, he descended into madness, intent on killing him. His love had dissipated, yet he was powerless to exact vengeance, delegating this task to me. My uncle usurped all of the Fu family's assets, and thus, I fled abroad with their dying wishes. The events that unfolded thereafter are known to all. Fu Hanquan mused with a lyrical tone, the child who returned from abroad seeking vengeance for his parents, breaking the legs of his foe, forcing him to crawl from the reconstructed ancestral home. I condemned him to the stand, only to retrieve him and confine him to a psychiatric ward, subjecting him to torment until he took his own life. What a perfect narrative of revenge. Wen Yanyu sat in blank silence, unable to utter a word. These past events were never mentioned in the novels. All he knew was the male protagonist, Fu Hanquan, a favored child of destiny, and the cursory background story he had never fully comprehended. After a prolonged silence, Fu Hanquan tilted his head slightly and laughed again, a distorted gloom lurking in his eyes as he sighed softly. In truth, I just deceived you. This is merely the Family S version. What? Wen Yanyu's gaze was filled with bewilderment. Fu Hanquan's gaze fixated upon him, his gray-blue eyes submerged in sorrow, engulfed by an abyss, momentarily stripped of all emotion, rendering him heavy and perilous. My father loved Fu Wenyuan until his dying breath. He cherished my mother, yet his affection for Fu Wenyuan, the man he grew up alongside, eclipsed all. Upon my mother's discovery, he confined her to prevent any whispers from leaking, safeguarding the one he loved from her potential wrath. He rebuffed her pleas for divorce, dismissed her requests to return to her homeland, and even thwarted the desperate attempts of my maternal grandparents, who had journeyed from abroad to reunite with her. Their lives extinguished in a tragic accident. Together with Fu Wenyuan, he drove my mother to madness, compelling her and my younger brother to their demise, while imploring me to harbor no hatred for Fu Wenyuan. Fu Hanquan spoke with deliberate slowness, as if recounting a tale. He did not perish from burns. It was I who divulged to Fu Wenyuan that my father loved my mother. It was I who feigned innocence and hatred, asserting that my father would seek vengeance, gradually exacerbating the rift between them, ultimately leading Fu Wenyuan to take my father's life with his own hands. Under the dim moonlight, the man's pupils appeared to morph into an eerie, deep blue, reminiscent of an endless ocean of despair. Within that abyss lurked vengeful spirits clawing their way from hell. A chill coursed from my tailbone, and I subconsciously trembled, the familiar scent emanating from the man enveloping my senses, bitter and cold. Fu Hanquan leaned down, our gazes locked, breaths intertwining. His tone was ominously somber. During my years abroad, I would often awaken at midnight, haunted by dreams of that fire, of my mother, of my brother. I would replay their agonized screams, hearing them ask, Fu Hanquan, why do you not perish? Why do you still exist? You are useless. Come join us. Why do you not die? I would dream of my father in the hospital, gazing through the door's crack into my eyes, filled with despair and anguish, pleading for my help, asking, I am your father. I love you dearly. Why do you treat me so? The members of the Fu family once prioritized profit and power. After I ascended to power, I grasped everything firmly in my hands. They call me a shark, one who would tear apart anything that caught its fancy. And they labeled me a mad dog, consumed solely by the pursuit of power. They were not wrong. Fu Hanquan chuckled, yet they are powerless against me. No one can touch what belongs to me. Consequently, as time passed, they all wished for my demise. That suited me perfectly. The delight in Fu Hanquan's eyes was unmistakable. Thus, I chose my own ending. I was aware that someone tampered with my brakes, and, as I had anticipated, my car malfunctioned. I lay quietly in the vehicle, awaiting death. My fingertips trembled involuntarily as I stared blankly at the man before me. The Fu Hanquan, calm yet unraveling, consumed by the abyss, was not the person I once knew, nor was he the protagonist from the stories. He should have been afraid. Yet, the heart throbbed with an unbearable ache, an excruciating pain that rendered him speechless. I have fulfilled all my obligations. No one desires my continued existence. I think this conclusion is not so bad. Fu Hanquan cast his gaze downward upon him. Yet you have come. Chapter 48. Thus, I have resolved to keep you. His voice, low and somber, was reminiscent of glass scraping against stone, sending shivers down the spine. The weather then mirrored that of the day I crawled out of the old house. It was raining. Fu Hanquan observed him as if peering through him into the recesses of past memories. He spoke softly over a decade ago, I wished to live, and so I clawed my way out of the old house, dragging my broken leg. Now, more than 10 years later, I yearn for death. And you pull me from the car. You grasp my hand, urging me to muster my spirits. I watched you attempting to hail a ride, yet at that moment, the road was devoid of vehicles. I saw you trembling in your frantic desperation. To be candid, I felt no gratitude towards you then. Fu Hanchuan bowed his head, concealing his indifferent scrutiny beneath his lashes, gentle yet tender. I even pondered, who sent you? Wen Yanyu's breath hitched for a fleeting moment. Then, a cold palm caressed his cheek, fingers with faint calluses intertwining with his delicate hand, their fingers locked together. Wen Yanyu gazed up, bewildered. I lay upon your lap, and I heard you weeping. I listened to your murmurs, incessantly questioning why you treated him this way, why such cruelty, why you toyed with us so. Those memories felt vividly alive. It was the first time someone wept for me, the first time someone so humbly pleaded for my survival. Fu Hanchuan chuckled softly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thus, I have decided to keep you. Regardless of who you are, I shall bind you to my side. You saved my life, pulling me back from the abyss, and you must take responsibility for me. I pondered what means I should employ to bind you. Fu Hanchuan reached out, gently caressing his face while jesting. Money? Power? Status? Fame? I do not know, so I shall explore each one. I shall be your guardian in the entertainment circle, showering you with countless resources. You express your gratitude, rejecting those offerings, yet there are some you cannot refuse. I seized the opportunity to draw closer to you, and you did not resist my approach, nor could you find justification to do so. I investigated everyone around you. You have no parents, no family, and only I as a friend. I believe I am your sole refuge. Thus I can offer you anything. Fu Hanchuan gazed intently at him, his eyes obscured. Yet within your gaze lies disdain and resistance. When Yanyu felt his body stiffen, paralyzed, even his breath stilled, Fu Hanchuan lifted his hand. Sweeping the boy's stray locks behind his ear, beneath the gentle tone lay a stubborn darkness. Thus, I adopted a different strategy. I offer you sincerity, tenderness, and care. I am a businessman, acquainted with countless individuals, and I possess a keen sensitivity to emotions. The way you look at me is complex. There is affection, resignation, and an occasional, unacknowledged revulsion, an inexplicable disdain mingled with pity. But it matters not. As long as you remain by my side, that is all I desire. The man's tone was light and airy, yet it sent shivers down one's spine. The days spent with you brought me joy, yet I still found myself plagued by nightmares, visions of my mother and younger brother questioning my very existence, demanding to know why I continued to live, why I had not yet succumbed to death. I would also dream of that summer night, dragging my broken leg from the old house, piece by piece. I would relive the night my father died, standing outside, watching Fu Wenyuan kiss him, witnessing my father desperately trying to argue, only to be ultimately slain by his own adversary. However, those nightmares gradually diminished. The man's tone softened. What began as a test of sincerity transformed into a genuine desire to remain lifelong friends. The youth beneath him gazed up, confusion evident in his disheveled hair and misty gray-black eyes. Fragile, yet beautiful, stirring within the depths of one's heart a primal urge to dominate and possess. Fu Hanchuan's smile was enigmatic, his voice laced with an intoxicating danger. You are incredibly naive. Do you have any idea how many people covet this face of yours? Do you know how many foolish individuals I have dealt with? The delicate hand dangling beside them was captured by Fu Hanchuan's grip, the slender fingers having recently gained a little flesh, yielding to his touch with a soft comfort. He spoke calmly. As long as you are willing to obediently stay by my side, I shall forever shelter you beneath my wings. No one will dare to covet you, nor harm you. From the moment my mother was imprisoned by my father, and I was pursued by Fu Wenyuan, I understood that wealth and power were paramount. I seized all authority into my grasp. No one could ever again hurt those I cherished. I envisioned a future where we would always be together. After work, we could explore the world, dine together, game through the night, share laughter, and savor meals. Before encountering you, I lacked a true home, but after meeting you, I invited you to help me create a space I could call home. Fu Hanchuan reminisced nonchalantly, an unrecognized yearning emanating from his very being. His gaze fixated on the one beneath him, revealing an unmasked longing. I could occasionally hold you, caress you, embrace you like a normal person would a friend, watching you sleep beside me, soft and warm, listening to the rhythm of another's heartbeat, a sensation I cherished deeply. My affection for you grew stronger. The desire to never part from you intensified. Even during work hours, my thoughts wandered to you. I believed we were more than mere friends. We could become family. I yearned for us to be together forever, to be saved by you. Living on would be a splendid resolution. I thought we could remain like this indefinitely. But the tender recollections came to an abrupt halt, replaced by a suffocating silence. Yet you betrayed me. Fu Hanchuan's voice whispered, low and magnetic, reminiscent of intimate confessions between lovers. Yet the hatred flickering in his eyes betrayed a different truth. Wen Yanyu stared at him, bewildered. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze. His voice icy. You proclaimed before the media that you love me, that you like me, that you wish to be with me. You are a celebrity. And so am I. A deluge of public opinion has come crashing down upon us. But to be frank, I am indifferent to public opinion. It has long ceased to affect me, and I have never truly cared for it. I only wish to understand why you have developed feelings for me and why you chose to voice them. I have expressed my aversion to same-sex relationships, stemming from my uncle and my father. I cannot harbor any fondness for them. I despise them, those hypocritical beasts, resenting how they have harmed my mother, how their cowardice led to her suffering and ultimately her demise. My reason has attempted to intervene, yet the deep-seated hatred remains unaltered. After I opened my heart to you, you betrayed me. The smile faded from Fu Hanchuan's lips, and sorrow enveloped his gaze, revealing a darkness within. I drowned my sorrows in alcohol and called you, demanding an explanation. If you merely claimed it was a misunderstanding, I could pretend nothing had transpired, and we would remain friends. I could make everything right. Yet, I discovered you had blocked me. When I sought you, I found you mingling at various events, each venue deliberately avoiding me. You professed your love in public, yet wished to distance yourself from me. The air grew heavy with oppressive breaths. Wen Yanyu, what am I to you? How do you perceive me? What do I signify in your eyes? Each question morphed into a furious roar. Why do you toy with me so? Why do you treat me this way? Wen Yanyu trembled. The sudden outburst pierced his eardrums painfully. Chapter 49. Love transformed into hatred in an instant. Why save me? Why betray my heartfelt devotion so? Was I not sufficient for you? Why do you seek to leave me? Compensation? What can you offer as recompense? Do you believe I care about your actions? I do not. I only care about why you treat me like this. Why was I the last to learn of your feelings for me? Why betray me? Why avoid me? Why, after promising to remain by my side, do you choose to abandon me? Twisted emotions and fury spread like scalding acid within me, corroding my very being, while suppressed grievances and rage erupted like a torrential flood. Witnessing the man in such torment, Wen Yanyu felt a pang in his heart and hurriedly explained, I do not wish for this. My feelings for you are not romantic. I do not desire to be with you. I have always regarded you as my dearest friend. My emotions spiraled out of control, and Fu Hanchuan no longer listened to the explanation, his nearly shattered psyche bombarding his nerves, suffocating him with pain. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Money, fame, anything. Why must you reveal this to me? Why could you not keep it hidden? Why let me know you care for me, forcing me to loathe you? Why can't we simply remain as we are for a lifetime? I would grant you anything, but why not just let it be? Why tell me? Why treat me this way? Hatred and convoluted emotions intertwined wildly in his eyes. I am utterly oblivious, even to the reasons behind your actions. It was not until you were rushed to the hospital, teetering on the brink of life and death, that clarity eluded me. The moment I heard the news at the negotiation table, I was driven to the edge of madness. For the first time, I found myself humbly pleading with others, reaching out to acquaintances one by one, imploring them to act swiftly to save you. That day, a torrential downpour besieged Y Country, and my flight was persistently delayed. In the airport lounge, I incessantly dialed their numbers, begging each person I knew. I urged them to transfer you to another hospital, insisting that anything would suffice. as long as they saved your life. I summoned every resource at my disposal to your operating room, snatching your existence from the clutches of death. Regret washed over me for the first time, questioning why I had not prepared adequate medical resources, lamenting my choice to let you go. The lingering dread coalesced in my eyes. My hands trembled uncontrollably, and my voice grew hoarse from relentless shouts, nearing the brink of sobs. In that moment, I realized that you wished to abandon me. Wen Yanyu stood, momentarily stunned, bewildered, uttering an apology. He believed that his survival was merely due to an unfinished narrative, unaware that it was you who had saved him. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head, his eyes reddened, tears streaming down his cheeks as he struggled to force words through clenched teeth. Wen Yanyu, in that instant, I truly despised you, to the point of wishing to take your life with my own hands, to plummet into hell alongside you. Uncontrollable tears cascaded down, landing on the face of the one beneath, a bittersweet mingling of sorrow that blurred the distinction of whose tears they were. Wen Yanyu tasted the bitterness on his tongue, choking out, "I'm sorry. I didn't know this would hurt you. I'm not. I am afraid of this life. I cannot endure it. I fear I might harm you. I dread the endless abyss. I dread a life confined like a caged rabbit, without parents or family, devoid of freedom, unable to control my own body. Living in a manner that could bring you pain is unbearable." Fu Hanchuan was taken aback. An unknown emotion surged through his mind, causing a wave of dizziness as the scene before him began to twist and contort. His consciousness spiraled into darkness, ensnared by oppressive demons. Reacting purely on instinct, Fu Hanchuan grasped the object beneath him, unable to contain his anguished cries. "I can't endure this. How dare you say you cannot endure it? I have done nothing. I have done nothing. As long as you stay by my side, no one can harm you. I have silenced those media outlets. Who has dared to touch you? I am indeed a madman. I am indeed damned. But when have I ever bullied you? When have I ever caused you distress? Why would you do this? As long as I am alive, you wish to leave? You want to abandon me? Wen Yanyu, how could you? How could you treat me this way?" I had contemplated revenge. I had wished to sever our ties. Yet every time I drift into slumber, those nightmares morph into your visage. I yearn to free myself from you, but I find it utterly impossible. They label me a madman. I am aware. I have long since lost my sanity. The night I crawled out of that old house, I succumbed to madness. I should have perished long ago. After my vengeance, I ought to have perished. I should have found liberation. Yet, you have forcibly dragged me back into this abyss. You have restored my normalcy, only to drive me mad once more. Fu Hanchuan tightly grasped Wen Yanyu's struggling wrist while viciously tightening his grip around his neck. The swirling depths of hate and pain in his eyes threatening to engulf them both completely. "Wen Yanyu, you initially despised me so profoundly. Why did you save me back then? Why treat me this way? What have I done wrong to deserve this? Why abandon me? What did I do to warrant such forsakenness? Why do you wish to cast me aside? Like a tormented beast on the brink of insanity." His roars diminished into a low, desperate sob, teetering on the edge of collapse. Wen Yanyu's face flushed, his legs, deprived of oxygen, were forcefully pressed down, rendering him immobile. In a fleeting moment of respite, he gasped for air, his visage stained with tears of suffocation, as if he were about to faint at any moment. A fist grazed his cheek and struck heavily behind him, the grip around his neck loosening, a metallic scent of blood wafting into his nostrils. Struggling to swallow the blood that surged up his throat, Wen Yanyu's eyes brimmed with tears, which cascaded down to stain the bedding. He reached out to grasp the man's hand propped beside him, forcefully prying apart the tightly clenched fingers, revealing a mangled mess beneath, blood pooling between their palms. "It's all my fault. I was unaware of this matter. Whatever your means of retribution, I accept it all. No, please do not harm yourself." Wen Yanyu's tear-filled eyes struggled to focus, the prolonged strangulation affecting his vocal cords, rendering his voice a broken whisper. He was merely a pawn in this narrative, while Fu Hanchuan stood as the protagonist, a fate preordained. They were destined to encounter divergent endings. As one who had received the tragic denouement, he ought to remain indifferent, treating Fu Hanchuan as just another character. He should have distanced himself, or maintained his habitual aloofness, awaiting the inevitable demise. Yet, as of today, gazing at the crumbling, weeping Fu Hanchuan, the agonizing pain in his heart revealed otherwise. The person before him diverged from those in other realms. He could not bear it. He had once contemplated a shared existence, but on the day he was completely ensnared by the plot, he comprehended that he was incapable. There was no future for them. He would be the ruin of Fu Hanchuan. Wen Yanyu struggled to catch his breath, bitter tears spilling from his eyes, surrendering his body in a sacrificial manner, awaiting the unknown judgment. The darkness in his eyes was finally subdued by a wave of blue, consciousness gradually returning. Fu Hanchuan stood momentarily stunned, his gaze locked onto Wen Yanyu's eyes. For a long while, Fu Hanchuan stared into those eyes, his expression vacant, oblivious to the actions he had just committed. A pang of heartache surged within him. Why? The excruciating ache and suppressed emotions rampaged within. Intertwining fear and madness fought for dominance over his body. The air hung heavy in silence. After a prolonged deprivation of oxygen, Wen Yanyu's consciousness wavered. His eyelids fluttered, devoid of strength to continue speaking, as if he were on the verge of losing consciousness once more. Suddenly, his lips were captured, a warm sensation coursing through the gaps between teeth, fierce and brutal, chaotic and unrefined, almost a primal expression of release. A sharp pain and tingling sensation enveloped his entire being. Wen Yanyu's eyelashes trembled violently as a cold palm covered his eyes, plunging him into darkness. The searing touch made his heart quiver, and instinctively, he pushed back. A muffled sound escaped him as his body was pressed tighter, his lips bitten with a blend of pain and itch. The suffocating lack of oxygen and agony surged through his mind, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. For a fleeting moment, he even thought he might perish here, dying within this kiss. The metallic taste of blood spread between their lips, a fusion of blood and hatred merging into a tumultuous abyss, beneath which surged a tide of love and resentment. Fear and pain infiltrated every bone, intertwining with his very soul. They bound the two together inextricably, a curse unbreakable, a crimson thread stained with blood that would eternally entwine them, bringing perpetual suffering and unyielding separation. Finally realizing the gravity of his actions, Fu Hanchuan abruptly released his grip, stumbling back to the door. Wen Yanyu collapsed weakly onto the bed, gasping for breath, his eyelashes dampened by tears, lips bloodied from the bite, and his neck marked with bruises that appeared both terrifying and haunting. Fu Hanchuan stood frozen for several seconds, incredulity washing over him as he touched his own lips, a flicker of fear passing through his eyes. What am I doing? The biting evening breeze swept in, dispersing the lingering warmth within the room. Chapter 50, Short Hair. Who is this droopy-eared bunny? In half a month, I will come and pick you up. Let's discuss our matters once I finish this busy period. During these 2 weeks, you are not permitted to leave the province or roam about. You must answer my calls and undergo a health check when I return. All right, I'm sorry for losing control that day. It won't happen again. It's fine. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows on his face, while the sound of running water echoed in the bathroom. Wen Yanyu sat in the wide bathtub. The marks on his neck had faded to a reddish hue, with only faint dark imprints remaining. He was not surprised by Fu Hanchuan's near-fatal grip. After all, aside from that deceased uncle, he was likely one of the most despised individuals by Fu Hanchuan. He had betrayed their friendship, dragging the other into a vortex of public opinion, causing him to suffer from PTSD, and he himself would eventually become the scapegoat, delivering a devastating blow to the other's reputation in the story's climax. Clinging to a sense of inexplicable guilt or the mentality of a guilty lamb, he had long prepared himself for the possibility of being killed by the other or ending his own life. Yet, Wen Yanyu felt momentarily lost, his fingertips gently brushing over the scabbed wound on his lips, a mix of pain and itch. Why? His pupils shifted through various shades, ultimately settling into a peculiar grayish black, exuding an increasingly potent aura of despair. Taking a deep breath, Wen Yanyu resolved not to dwell on such matters further, submerging his head beneath the water. Over the next 3 days, They established some absurd agreements regarding reports, health checks, and postponing certain activities. He was not to leave the province. Aware of his transgressions, he complied with each stipulation. Neither of them mentioned the events of that day again. The water in the bathtub flows warmly and comfortably as Wen Yanyu slowly opens his eyes beneath the surface. The strands of his once vibrant hair, now faded to a gray hue, cascade through the water like a gossamer dream. Confounding emotions intertwine in the depths of his gaze. Invisible threads, countless and unbreakable, ensnared the two of them that fateful day, an entanglement that cannot be unraveled nor severed. The bittersweet tendrils coil around his chest, each breath laden with sorrow. He muses that had he not rescued Fu Hanchuan from peril, the latter would not suffer so profoundly because of him. Yet, even if time were to rewind, he would resolutely make the same choice again. Perhaps Fu Hanchuan has forgotten, but he himself cannot let go of that day, when Fu Hanchuan implored him, "Save me." The sound of scissors snipping fills the air as grayish-white strands fall to the ground, and he tidies up his disheveled bangs. His once waist-length hair has been completely shorn, the slightly curled locks now barely brushing his ears. Two longer strands frame his face, and, as he gazes into the mirror, Wen Yanyu gently tilts his head, touching the two wayward bangs. An unbidden thought flits through his mind, reminiscent of the frost-white lop-eared rabbit his family once kept. The scissors seem to tremble with anticipation, and he instinctively knows that another cut could render him unrecognizable. He closes his eyes momentarily and lets the scissors fall. Perhaps dyeing his hair will improve matters. 2 hours later, Wen Yanyu looks into the mirror at his transformed black lop-eared rabbit visage and squats down, instinctively curling into himself. Indeed, he realizes he cannot place too much trust in his own perceptions. Shaking his head, he concludes that given the circumstances, it is best to eat first. After devouring 10 dumplings, he picks up his phone, and a message pings onto the screen. "Baby, would you like to visit Andy's house? Everyone's here these days, and I want to introduce you to your cousin while treating you to some delicious food." Excited cat, eyes JPG, momentarily stunned. Wen Yanyu's fingertip lingers on the screen for a long while. "Is it inconvenient for you, baby?" Snapping back to reality, he promptly replies, "No, it's just that I'm currently in Shanghai City, and it's inconvenient for me to leave the province." "Where do you live, Aunt Jiang?" Dazed rabbit JPG. Another message soon follows. "Shanghai? Your cousin works at the hospital here, and Andy lives nearby. If it's convenient, can you come tomorrow? Do you need me to have your cousin pick you up?" Holding rabbit's hand JPG. Wen Yanyu hesitates for a moment before quickly responding, "No need. The transportation here is quite convenient. Just send me the address, and I can come find you." Happy holding dirty rabbit JPG. Great. How about you come over tomorrow at noon? I'll go get some delicious food for you in the morning. Kissing rabbit baby face JPG, lowering his gaze. Wen Yanyu replies, "Okay." Happy rabbit munching watermelon JPG, seeing the adorable Q version rabbit munching on a watermelon on the other end of the screen. Jiang Wanru's eyes sparkle with joy, sending a flurry of kisses and hugs to the rabbit. She then calls out Xiao Huai, "Call your father. Tell him to take the day off tomorrow and not go fishing. He must come home for dinner. We have guests coming." "Understood." A low voice responds from within the house. The following noon, the sky was overcast, and the streets were still soaked from the rain of the previous night. After handing the phone to the security guard at the entrance, I finally made my way into the community, following the address until I arrived at the apartment building. The weather had turned slightly chilly with the recent rain, and I tugged at my collar, rubbing my hands together before gently knocking on the door. Within moments, footsteps approached, and the door swung open. The man who opened the door was clad in loose, coffee-colored loungewear, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. His features were refined and gentle, and his eyes, behind the glass lenses, held a hint of distance. He exuded an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of a reliable senior from my student days. Our gazes met, and words caught in my throat. It was the doctor from that day. "I am looking for Aunt Jiang Wanru," I stammered. A hint of panic crossing my face as I instinctively took a step back, clutching the gift bag. "Is this the right place?" Chapter 51. The Rabbit in the Cage. Ji Xinhuai adjusted his glasses, his gaze lingering on my short hair for a moment before he nodded, stepping aside to let me in. He retrieved a pair of fluffy rabbit ear slippers from a cabinet, glancing at the time before explaining, "My parents have gone to the supermarket. Please wait here for a little while. They should be back shortly." "All right, thank you," I replied, changing into the slippers and tiptoeing into the living room. I placed the gift bag down and sat on the sofa, cradling the warm water he had offered while surveying my surroundings. The living room was clean and tidy, adorned in warm hues. Books were neatly arranged on a small cabinet beside the sofa, and the balcony was filled with greenery and blooming flowers. Two large cages on the balcony housed a frosty white lop-eared rabbit and a pure black one. The entire space was decorated in a cozy, IKEA-like manner, brimming with a sense of homeliness. The two rabbits gazed at me through the bars, and I found myself momentarily entranced. Ji Shenhui took a sip from his teacup, his eyes flitting between the rabbits and my youthful face. Before long, the sound of keys turning in the lock echoed from outside, heralding the arrival of someone before they appeared. "Babies, Mommy is back." Ji Shenhui rose to greet them, and I awkwardly stood as well. Jiang Wanru kicked off her shoes, set down her belongings, and rushed over to embrace me tightly. "Baby, did you miss your Annie?" I felt a bit flustered, but returned the embrace obediently. "I did. My little baby, how come you've lost weight again?" she exclaimed, rubbing my cheeks and hugging me a few more times. Her gaze brightened as she noticed my haircut. "What happened to your hair?" I touched my hair self-consciously and explained long hair was a bit troublesome to manage, so I decided to cut it. Dyeing it was a hassle, and I had to keep it long for the plot. I just wanted to try something different this time, and it turned out well on the first try. I watched her in her cream-colored fluffy sweatshirt, her bangs swaying gently as she moved, and I felt my ears flush with shyness. I looked like a delicate, beautiful youth. My peripheral vision caught sight of the two little creatures on the balcony, and Jiang Wanru pressed her hand to her heart, exclaiming, "Oh, my baby, how adorable. Why did you bring something along? You shouldn't have." "I didn't bring anything," I replied. All right, let me hold you for a moment." "Oh dear, have you lost weight again? It was so difficult to get some flesh on you, and now it seems to have diminished once more. Have you not been eating properly at home?" "Yes, I've eaten. Not well enough, it appears. How about spending the night at my place? I've already made the bed for you. Stay with me for a few days, and I will prepare delicious meals for you." "All right? Okay. My dear, what has happened to your lips?" Jiang Wanru squinted, her gaze lingering on the scabbed area of the boy's lips. Wen Yanyu's body tensed momentarily, his eyes flickering. "It's just that with the recent heat, I've been consuming a bit too much spicy food, which caused some irritation." I inadvertently peeled off the skin on my lips. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanru nodded, advising, "As autumn approaches, the air becomes dry. Remember to apply some lip balm regularly." Wen Yanyu lowered his head and softly replied, Jiang Wanru cleared her throat after observing the man for a while. "Hello." Wen Yanyu looked up to see a middle-aged man at the door, clad in an administrative jacket, with thick brows like swords and a prominent nose. He was tall yet not overly imposing, exuding an air of righteousness that could not conceal his authority. "Is he also a police officer?" A moment of dazed silence enveloped Wen Yanyu. Thinking that the boy might be frightened, Jiang Wanru gently tugged at his hand and smiled. "That is your Uncle Qin. Don't be afraid of him. He just looks a bit intimidating due to his long tenure at the police station, but in reality, he is very gentle." Qin Chengji nodded, striving to soften his voice. "I am Qin Chengji. You may call me Uncle Qin. Wanru has spoken of you." Wen Yanyu gradually came to his senses and slightly inclined his head towards the man, saying, "Uncle Qin, I am Wen Yanyu." Jiang Wanru turned to indicate Ji Shenhui. "This is your brother, Ji Shenhui. He is a doctor working at a nearby hospital. You may address him as brother." Ji Shenhui met his gaze, remarking, "It's been a long time." A silence fell over the air. "Do you two know each other?" Jiang Wanru exclaimed in surprise, raising her brows. "Xiaohui, why didn't you mention this to me?" Ji Shenhui replied leisurely, "We met once at the hospital. It doesn't count as being acquainted." Wen Yanyu awkwardly nodded. Jiang Wanru felt a slight jolt and decided not to pursue the topic further. All right. You two chat for now. I'll go prepare some food." With a cheerful smile, she ruffled the boy's fluffy hair and headed to the kitchen. As dusk settled, the four of them sat in the living room. Jiang Wanru affectionately stroked the boy's head, continually offering him food. "Thank you, Auntie," Wen Yanyu said, Jiang Wanru sighed contentedly. At last, I've reunited with the child I've been yearning for. It seems like we've been apart for a century, even though it has only been a few days. With eyes full of affection, Jiang Wanru held the boy's hand, chattering away, utterly reluctant to let go. Ji Shenhuai accepted the apple tossed his way by his mother, and, catching a glimpse of Wen Yanyu's flushed cheeks, said, I have a few sets of pajamas in my cabinet that I haven't worn yet. If you feel warm, you can go to my room and change. Jiang Wanru turned around. Yes, yes. Since you're staying here tonight, look at your face. It's all red. Go change into something more comfortable. Wen Yanyu hesitated for a moment before following the man into the room. After retrieving the clothes, Ji Shenhuai closed the door and returned to the living room. More than 10 minutes later, Wen Yanyu emerged from the room, clad in an oversized black pajamas that hung loosely on him. The collar buttons were fastened tightly, and the sleeves extended beyond his wrists, swaying as he moved. Jiang Wanru's gaze swept over him, and she suddenly froze in shock. Qin Qingji furrowed his brow. There, on the young man's neck, lay a faint purple mark. Although it had faded considerably, the contrast against his fair skin still revealed the imprint of a hand. The mirth in Jiang Wanru's eyes vanished, her expression momentarily darkening. Ji Shenhuai raised his gaze to scrutinize the mark for a while before meeting Qin Qingji's contemplative stare. Wen Yanyu lowered his gaze, fiddling with his neck, and casually took a seat beside the woman, stammering, I tried on a necklace this morning and couldn't get it off. So I applied some force, and well, this happened. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Wen Yanyu picked up an apple from the table and took a bite, attempting to mask his embarrassment. The young man's grip was indeed strong. Qin Qingji chuckled lightly, shifting the topic with a hint of curiosity. By the way, Xiao, I watched your show, and I saw the video of you acting heroically in a mall. Your skills are impressive. Have you trained before? His inquiry bore no trace of doubt. Wen Yanyu instinctively wanted to respond, but caught himself, swallowing the truth. His gaze dimmed. Yes, he had trained. Long ago under the tutelage of an uncle. Anticipating this deviation from the norm, Qin Qingji smiled nonchalantly, continuing the casual conversation. Do you live alone, Xiaowen? If you need anything, I see we're all quite close. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Okay. Thank you, Wen Yanyu replied. Housing around Shanghai isn't cheap. How are the rental prices in your area? Qin Qingji posed the question tentatively. Wen Yanyu hesitated, scratching his head. Well, it's not inexpensive. I faced numerous issues when searching for a place. Every time I found a suitable one, it would be snatched up or it was unavailable for rent. Given my uncertain future, I hadn't planned on buying a house. The apartment I currently reside in was found for me by Fu Hanchuan 2 years ago. I initially moved in because he said it would be convenient to see him, but I've been delayed in moving ever since due to various matters, and I'm still not very clear on the current housing market there. In short, it's certainly exorbitant. Having gleaned the desired information from his hesitation, Qin Qingji pressed on, By the way, I heard you were from Capital Medical University. The daughter of an old friend of mine attends that school. It's notoriously difficult to get into, truly a case of countless competitors vying for a single opportunity. Why didn't you continue your studies? He asked casually, his tone unmistakably conversational. Wen Yanyu momentarily froze, instinctively averting his gaze, which just happened to land on the balcony cage. The white wire mesh served as protection, restraining the little rabbit's movements. It lay quietly, its damp eyes peering out at the world beyond the cage, a multitude of steel bars separating it from the outside. Their eyes met, blurring the lines of who was truly entrapped. Wen Yanyu's gaze flickered, a ripple suddenly stirring in his gray-black eyes, akin to surging ocean waves. Yet the waves, ignited by a sense of discontent, were swiftly quelled by weariness, ultimately settling into tranquility. After a prolonged silence, Wen Yanyu withdrew her gaze and replied softly, Something came up, so I couldn't continue. This is fine too. Her tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any discernible emotion, merely exuding a gentle indifference. Jiang Wanru pressed her lips together, a sudden tightness forming in her chest. She gently caressed the boy's soft hair and shot a fierce glance at the man. Qin Qingji, avoiding the woman's gaze, inquired, There are many delightful places in Shanghai. Last time, my family and I went to an exhibition. My little Huai often goes out with friends. And where does Wen usually like to gather with her friends? If we have time, shall we go together next time? Wen Yanyu rubbed her fingertips together. I don't have many friends, just two who occasionally go out for meals. Gatherings aren't really my thing. Having one or two close friends is quite nice. Qin Qingji lifted his teacup and took a sip, suddenly recalling something that disrupted the previously tense atmosphere. By the way, do you remember that little girl, Xiaohua? Upon hearing Xiaohua, Wen Yanyu's eyes brightened, her previous lethargy dissipating. Of course, she remembered. Xiaohua, who was orphaned and had difficulty with her sight, had originally planned to negotiate with the villagers to bring her to the city for care, but considering her own limited time, she hesitated. She intended to ask Sister Li for assistance in finding a reliable family, and had set aside all the funds Xiaohua would need for her future when Aunt Jiang proposed adopting her. Qin Qingji maintained his smile. That little girl has no parents and is usually cared for by the villagers. Your Aunt Jiang decided to adopt her outright. But isn't that little girl unable to see? We thought she was so young that it would be worth taking her to the hospital for an examination. And to our surprise, after the checkup, her sight began to improve. The doctor said that within 6 months, she would be able to see normally. Your Aunt Jiang, and I plan to send her to school once she recovers. Jiang Wanru chimed in cheerfully, yes. Xiaohua thinks of you every day while in treatment at the hospital. When you have time, I'll take you to see her. Just as Wen Yanyu was about to respond, her phone suddenly rang. All four of them turned their attention to the phone on the coffee table. Its screen illuminating the name Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Wanru and Qin Qingji exchanged subtle glances at the sight of the name. Ji Shunhui continued to sip the specially made healthy milk tea, casting a curious glance. I'm sorry, I need to take this call, Wen Yanyu exclaimed, flustered, as she rushed to grab her phone and headed toward the restroom. The restroom door closed behind her. Upon answering the call, a cold male voice immediately resonated through the receiver. Wen Yanyu, why aren't you at home? She smacked her forehead in realization and hurriedly replied, I'm so sorry. Aunt Jiang invited me to dinner and asked me to stay here for the night. I forgot to tell you. A sudden jolt of anxiety hit her. Gripping her phone tightly, she felt a flicker of panic in her eyes. How did you know I was home? The other end fell into an unusual silence. A knock echoed from the door. Because I'm at your doorstep, knocking for quite a while. A single sentence was uttered with gritted teeth, and even through the screen, one could sense the exasperation on the other end. Considering Fu Hanchuan's habitual busyness, he likely took a moment to seek her out for a specific reason. Wen Yanyu immediately hung her head, feeling dejected. I apologize. I forgot to inform you in advance. Did you not say you would come looking for me in half a month? I have not left Shanghai. I assumed you sought me out for a matter of importance. Is it too late for me to return now? Wen Yanyu tightened her grip on her phone, cautiously probing. After a silence, the voice inquired, is it Jiang Wanru? Wen Yanyu was momentarily taken aback. Yes, it is Aunt Jiang. A sigh followed. No need, it's nothing urgent. You may continue your activities, but please be cautious and do not wander about carelessly. Understood. Wen Yanyu promptly replied before the call ended. Fu Hanchuan released the doorknob of his bedroom, casting a dispassionate glance at the empty room, poised to leave. Yet his steps abruptly halted. He altered his intended course and approached the bedside table, gently opening it. A collection of partially consumed medications greeted his gaze. Without any unexpected emotions, Fu Hanchuan lowered his head and meticulously photographed each item. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the bedroom, retrieving several small black spheres, each the size of a fingernail, from his pocket. With practiced ease, he navigated to the balcony, extracting a fixing needle to plant the black spheres within the branches of the greenery. After a quarter of an hour, having encircled the house, he dispersed 13 black spheres throughout every room, his expression easing slightly. He turned to the wardrobe, pondering for a few moments before selecting 5 frequently worn garments. After a while, Fu Hanchuan glanced down at the screen of his phone, where 5 overlapping red dots flickered, his previously anxious demeanor fully calming. He restored the room and door to their original state before turning to leave. The night was as dark as ink, with a relentless downpour outside. Inside, the air conditioning was set to a comfortable temperature, and a gentle nightlight emitted a soft glow as Wen Yanyu nestled into her plush blankets. Jiang Wanru pulled out a box from beneath the bed and, under Wen Yanyu's mildly astonished gaze, encircled the bed with a collection of plush toys. Large and small, rabbits, dogs, wolves, and bears of various kinds formed a wall-like barrier of softness. These are the little knights specially invited by Annie to protect you. With them around, you need not fear the night, Jiang Wanru said with a smile as she sat by the bed, patiently recounting a small story. With her soothing words, Wen Yanyu closed her eyes and, for the first time, peacefully drifted into slumber. In another room, Qin Xingji sat at his desk, perusing old files, his expression growing increasingly somber with each page turned. Ji Xinhuai, cradling a cup of hot tea, sat across from him, occasionally responding to his father's inquiries. The study door was pushed open from the outside. Jiang Wanru, having just lulled the child to sleep, entered with a plate of freshly washed fruit, treading lightly. Hearing the commotion, Qin Xingji looked up. Is he asleep? Jiang Wanru nodded. Ji Xinhuai continued with the unfinished thought. The abdominal scar, from my estimation at the time, is at least 5 years old. It could not have been recent. Moreover, Ji Xinhuai picked up half a peach from the plate, casually reaching for a small knife. The two individuals simultaneously turned their gaze towards Ji Xinhuai. The small knife gently pierced the peach's delicate surface, gradually delving deeper until it completely penetrated the fruit, leaving behind a distorted mark. Chapter 53. It turns out that longing also has a life, taking root in my heart. Ji Xinhuai's eyes were faint, revealing the presence of a penetrating wound. Jiang Wanru's mind faltered, her face drained of color, and she blurted out, "How is that possible?" Ji Xinhuai, with a sense of helplessness, recalled the day he had attended the emergency room at their hospital, where he had personally conducted the examination. He had been taken aback upon first seeing it, initially thinking it might just be a scar from a knife, but the deeper he looked, the more troubling it became. It was clearly a penetrating wound, such an injury, reminiscent of ancient punishments with blunt blades, left Ji Xinhuai pondering how Wen Yanyu had survived and who could inflict such brutality upon another. Reflecting on that day, Ji Xinhuai set down the peach, his gaze imbued with complexity. His stomach was nearly in ruins, the mucosal damage severe, undoubtedly making meals uncomfortable. Furthermore, upon regaining consciousness, the signs of his terror were unmistakable. A brief glance at his back revealed evident signs of abusive scars. Ji Xinhuai remained silent for a moment, noting that dozens of burn marks suggested a relatively recent occurrence. Such injuries, even if they did not result in death, were likely to lead to a myriad of torturous aftereffects. Qin Xingji's expression rarely revealed any emotion, but a flicker of disturbance crossed his features. Despite years of investigating various cases, he had seldom encountered such egregious acts of abuse. Yet, these events seemed disconnected. Wen Yanyu, as a public figure, could not possibly exhibit no signs of distress if her situation were truly dire. There were no records prior to her junior high years, no traces of parental presence, nor any evidence of her having been in an orphanage. It was as if she had materialized from thin air, or perhaps had her existence meticulously erased. Observing her subtle habits during meals, he noted her tendency to shrink into corners and her instinctive wariness towards adult males. Alongside various minute physical reactions, she exhibited no resistance to authoritative commands, instinctively conforming, but not in a military manner. Rather, it was a survival-driven compliance born of fear. If her abdomen bore a penetrating wound, based on his experience, she would require years of recuperation to walk normally again, let alone perform the actions of tumbling down a mountainside or subduing an assailant. In his dealings with victims, he understood that such events would require at least a decade to unfold. Yet if one were to rewind time, when Yanyu had still been a mere child, a wave of suffocating helplessness spread from his heart to his limbs, constricting his chest. Qin Xingji exhaled, raising a hand, palm open, with his thumb and ring finger pressing against his temples, gently kneading them. The room descended into a profound silence. Jiang Wanru's eyes were red-rimmed, and she wondered if it had any connection to someone named Fu Hanchuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Xingji immediately shook his head, dismissing the notion. It was impossible, as they had known each other for less than 3 years. Moreover, that child was certainly not innocent. Jiang Wanru took several deep breaths, struggling to suppress the quiver in her voice, asserting that the individual in question was undoubtedly no saint. Yin Yan finds herself devoid of close companions. I am well acquainted with everyone else, and during this period of return, I have not encountered him. Who else could it be? The things on his lips and neck. Merely a deception for the gullible. Qin Qingji shook his head, hastily reaching for the woman's back, gently patting her, urging her not to be agitated. Jiang Wanru cast a glance at the man, biting her lip, ultimately bowing her head. Outside, the thunder rumbled incessantly, and Qin Qingji closed his eyes, his consciousness drawn back to a decade ago. He was responding to an emergency call with his teammates, amidst a raging inferno. A child lay in the mud, dragging a severed leg, his body and face smeared with blood and muck, multiple fractures riddling his form, nails almost entirely torn off, the broken bone protruding through the skin. He was the one who crawled out of the fire with that leg. His eyes, filled with despair and anguish, burned with a fierce will to survive, propelling him from that hellish place. The medical personnel present could hardly contain their shock. It was also a rainy day. After the conclusion of that trio's funeral, he saw the child once more, now seated in a wheelchair. Back then, as a mere police chief, he assured the child that he would deliver justice. The flames of anger still flickered in the child's eyes, sustaining him. He was still alive. In those days, he had uncovered who had started the fire, yet lacked the evidence to provide justice for that child. Every midnight, he would dream of that child's gaze. That incident had nearly become his inner demon. Over a decade later, upon hearing of the murderer's demise, he sought any information regarding that child. When he finally encountered the child again, now transformed into Fu Hanchuan, he stood before his mother's gravestone, clutching a bouquet. The lifelessness in his eyes blurred the lines between mourning for the deceased and the death of his own former self. Fu Hanchuan asked him if he had erred. They both understood the circumstances surrounding that person's death. He was at a loss for words. The law embodies justice and fairness. Clad in his police uniform, he represented righteousness. Yet having witnessed the tragedy firsthand, having seen the child's struggle to escape the inferno, he could not utter a word of reproach or sternness to that once innocent child. Qin Qingji lifted his teacup, the rising steam obscuring his expressions, rendering his emotions indistinct. A sigh melded with the night's embrace. 3 days slipped by like a fleeting moment, and as dusk fell, Jiang Wanru reluctantly escorted him downstairs. Only then did she retrieve a plush scarf from her bag, one she had prepared for a long time, and thrust it into Wen Yanyu's arms. The weather is turning chilly, so I took the liberty of buying you a scarf. Do tell me if you like it. Wen Yanyu paused, embracing the plush scarf. Its texture soft and comforting, adorned with 2 white rabbit ears. Merely holding it was enough to feel its warmth. Noticing the boy's silence, Jiang Wanru added, I am truly delighted that you could come to your auntie's home today. We live quite nearby. If you ever find yourself bored alone, feel free to come and play with me and your brother anytime. Auntie has essentially retired now. She is not busy most of the time. Whenever you feel like eating something, you can come to Auntie's house, and she will prepare it for you. If you are free during the new year, why not spend the New Year's Eve with Auntie? She can also take you to visit Qian for New Year's greetings. Jiang Wan's gentle voice softly meandered as she indulged in her dreams for the future. Your brother Xiao Huai is also not one to indulge in petulance. Annie has always wished for another obedient little darling. Annie adores our little one immensely, so if you ever feel unhappy, confide in Annie. Should you encounter anything perplexing, share it with her as well. Your Uncle Qin is a director. Do not fear being bullied. Bring any concerns to us. Jiang Wan's smile was warm and affectionate, her eyes unconsciously reflecting a tender concern, assuring you that with us around, there is nothing to fear. Wen Yanyu shifted her gaze from the scarf and looked up at the anxious woman before her. Her eyes flickered, and she swallowed back the words that almost escaped her lips. In less than 3 years, she had not had the opportunity to contemplate any future, nor could she make any promises. Bittersweet feelings spread like honey in her heart. Wen Yanyu managed a somewhat forced smile and simply replied, I also like Auntie. Very much. Goodbye, Aunt Jiang. As she turned to bid farewell, while already seated in the car, her eyes shimmered with a broken light under the setting sun. The evening glow enveloped her, blending her gentle smile and reluctance into a veil of mist. Jiangwan was momentarily dazed, her mind slow to register as her body instinctively leaned forward, but the car had already driven away. She stood still for a long time until the vehicle disappeared from sight. It was the time when children were coming home from school, their laughter mingling with the calls of street vendors selling roasted sweet potatoes, and the songs from the school's broadcast resonated through the streets. Memories etched with tears would ultimately reside within my heart. He has vanished from my dreams. Longing is my sole companion. I sense you once more. The wind carries your breath. It turns out you have never truly departed. A damp sensation brushed against her face. Jiangwan instinctively raised her hand to touch her cheek, only to find it soaked with tears. The wind swept through, carrying away the pain that had yet to rise, leaving her in a daze, with only her heart pounding fiercely within her chest. Her vision blurred with the tears that flowed freely, leaving streaks like blood on the red bricks. Jiangwan lowered her head, her expression bewildered and helpless. Why am I crying? Chapter 54. The childhood sweetheart or the rival at the Moon Mirror Hotel in Star Sea City. A charity gala was underway. As the lights began to twinkle, the splendid crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, transforming the banquet hall into a dreamlike realm. Melodic music filled the air. Numerous prominent figures from the entertainment industry, adorned in exquisite gowns, mingled and conversed within the hall. Wen Yanyu quietly sat in a corner, holding a glass of juice, her white thermal sweater starkly contrasting with her surroundings. People occasionally cast curious glances in her direction. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Wen Yanyu placed a slice of peach cake, a piece of chocolate cake, and a small dish of unpleasantly salty caviar on her plate. Yes, she had been outmaneuvered. Previously, a director with whom he had collaborated invited him to a dinner, assuring him that there was no need to prepare attire, as arrangements would be made upon arrival. Having worked together several times, there was a mutual trust, or rather, it was his associates who trusted the other party. However, upon arriving, he discovered that no provisions had been made for him. With a sigh, Wen Yanyu lamented his habitual nonchalance. The company had grown indifferent to him. His team comprised mostly novices, inexperienced and flustered, leaving them little time to prepare, and since he was already on the guest list, there was no possibility of leaving. Wen Yanyu pondered the potential headlines if someone were to capture his appearance. Shock. A certain young star attends a charity gala in casual attire to garner attention, or astonishing. A certain young star's laid-back persona takes a nosedive. Yet, it seemed unlikely that anyone would take his picture. He lifted his gaze and scanned the hall, observing the familiar faces of first-tier celebrities and the wealthy elites, whose identities were obscured yet unmistakably affluent, casting him peculiar glances. Oh dear, he thought. He might be mistaken for an attention seeker. Fortunately, he had no intention of lingering in this circle any longer. Oh yes, he had narrowly escaped a predicament. Lowering his head, he picked up a small cake and took a bite. Given the circumstances, he decided to focus on enjoying his meal. After relishing half of the delectable treat, Wen Yanyu squinted in contentment. It was delightful. Truly, one could not fault the quality of a high-end banquet. For the moment, he decided to forgive the individual who had orchestrated this situation. Are you Wen Yanyu? A cheerful male voice inquired. Responding to the sound, Wen Yanyu looked up to see a tall young man standing a meter away, clad in a well-tailored white suit, with fair skin and gentle features, exuding sophistication and grace. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Yanyu realized he had no recollection of him, and tentatively asked, "Hello? May I ask who you are?" "My name is Lin Yu." The young man replied with a knowing smile, elongating his tone. "I'm also Fu Hanchuan's childhood friend." Wen Yanyu was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yu gracefully took a seat beside him, lifting a champagne flute from the side and swirling it gently, continuing with a deliberate tone. "I have heard you are quite fond of Hanchuan." The statement was more of an assertion than a question. Wen Yanyu remained silent. Although his feelings for Fu Hanchuan were not as implied, the past had stirred considerable commotion, making it unlikely for anyone to believe his denial. It was wiser to remain reticent. Moreover, Wen Yanyu furrowed his brow, contemplating who this person was, as he had never encountered him before. seemingly sensing Wen Yanyu's confusion. Lin Yu smiled lightly. I recently returned from abroad, so you might not be familiar with me. Lin Yu turned to him, their eyes meeting, harboring a subtle, inscrutable shade within. I traveled overseas together with him. We have always. Lin Yu's tone lingered on the last word, hinting an underlying significance. Been together. Wen Yanyu's hand holding the fork suddenly stiffened, his breath momentarily catching, yet he quickly regained his composure. He chose not to react excessively, nodding at Lin Yu, offering a brief self-introduction before resuming his indulgence in the peach cake. It felt as though he had struck a pillow. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly before he resumed his smile, engaging in conversation with ease. I hear you are a celebrity. Does your work tire you? Not particularly, Wen Yanyu replied casually. Do not all celebrities care about their reputation? You and Han Chuan had a beginning, and Lin Yu casually mentioned it, feigning a slip of the tongue, seemingly eager to gauge his reaction. I apologize, that was unintentional. It's just that Han Chuan has that kind of temperament. He likely detests such things. Lin Yu smiled gently, adding, if you wish to pursue him, I fear this method may prove ineffective. Wen Yanyu did not respond but cast a fleeting glance at him, lowering his gaze to continue savoring his cake. What does one do when confronted with troublemakers? Let him act. Lin Yu proceeded to discuss the collaboration between their families, their experiences at school, and his impending assumption of family responsibilities. As the conversation drew to a close, Lin Yu looked at him and spoke softly. I am aware that you saved Han Chuan's life. You have his gratitude, and therefore, I shall not take any action against you. However, should you continue to be ungrateful and greedily pursue what does not belong to you. His voice grew frigid, the corners of his eyes seemingly encased in frost. I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson on his behalf. Wen Yanyu swallowed a bite of strawberry cake and turned to Lin Yu, questioning, Are you here to threaten me? Lin Yu's smile remained unchanged. It is not a threat per se. I trust that, having navigated the entertainment industry for so many years, you are not a fool, Mr. Wen. If you are wise, it would be best for all of us. Lin Yu gestured to the people around them. Wen Yanyu followed his gaze. You should be acquainted with these individuals. They share some connection with my family, and they are inclined to extend me a favor, Lin Yu remarked with a smile, though his tone revealed an undeniable sense of superiority. If you wish to continue your career in this circle, I suggest you refrain from further provoking my displeasure. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed nearby. Lin Yu looked on in surprise. Wen Yanyu suppressed his amusement, wiped his lips clean, and offered a polite smile. I apologize. I just recalled something amusing. Chapter 55. Jun Chong, M.O. Wen Yanyu lifted a champagne glass to soothe his throat, muttering under his breath about its unpleasant taste before speaking. It has been quite some time since anyone has dared to threaten me in such a manner. I find myself unaccustomed to it. Lin Yu's smile faded, and he regarded him coldly. You harbor feelings for Fu Han Chuan, do you not? Lin Yu was taken aback, his expression momentarily flustered. Before he could respond, Wen Yanyu's lips curled into a subtle smile, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with a gentle warmth as he looked at him. To be honest, your methods of intimidation are rather crude. Wen Yanyu toyed with his silver fork, speaking nonchalantly. Although I can barely be considered a top-tier star, I lack substantial works to my name, and my recent reputation has been quite poor. Events of this caliber would not extend invitations to me, nor could I expect a gown to be prepared at the last minute. It is evident that some powerful figure orchestrates this on my behalf. Yet I am but an ordinary person. The sole exception is Fu Han Chuan. Under the cold light, the face of the person before him began to blur ominously. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped Lin Yu, causing him to feel an involuntary chill and render him momentarily speechless. Staring blankly at Wen Yanyu, the silver fork emitted a sharp, grating sound against the porcelain, and Wen Yanyu refrained from maintaining eye contact, concealing her gaze beneath her lashes. Your thoughts are commendable, yet your preparation is insufficient, she spoke softly. I never intended to linger in this circle. Lin Yu's breath hitched. The premise of threatening someone is that the threatened party possesses something they fear losing. Wen Yanyu calmly stated, as she stuffed cake into her mouth. If you knew me a bit better, you would realize that I have no family, no friends, no goals, and no dreams. Therefore, I fear losing nothing. In fact, I have nothing left to lose. In contrast, when Yanyu slowly turned to face him, her eyes seemingly shrouded in a gray mist, detached from the world. In an instant, an icy, intense aura of menace enveloped her. Lin Yu's fingertips trembled, and his heart began to race. When Yanyu whispered, "Because I have nothing to hold me back. If someone provokes me to the point of fury, I will seize their throat and drag them down to hell." Wealth, power, the exhilarating high of privilege, the joy of controlling others, all will dissipate in the moment of death. She recited these thoughts softly, laced with mirth, seamlessly blending into the soothing music surrounding them. "I know you haven't had your fill yet." The taste of peach juice burst in her mouth as she leaned closer to him, her demeanor both intimate and unsettling. The scent of peaches mingled with an eerie chill that invaded his nostrils. A little prince living in an ivory tower, when Yanyu sighed lightly, her voice a blend of tenderness and indifference. "Do not attempt to threaten others." Lin Yu abruptly stood, masking his momentary lapse in composure as he departed. "Ah, is that all it takes to scare you away?" Observing his retreating figure, when Yanyu touched her nose, swallowing a mouthful of caviar, her expression contorting in distaste for several seconds. She set down the small fork, resting her chin on her hand in boredom. Back then, in the cycle, the bad dog had feared for her well-being, guiding her step by step. The methods proved remarkably effective in her world. As the saying goes, those without shoes are unafraid of those who wear them. When Yanyu closed her eyes, pressing her forehead in thought, "Why is it that the bad dog seems so terrifying while I appear foolish, despite following the tutorial precisely?" She sighed, shaking her head, leisurely continuing to listen to the music as she picked up another plate of small cakes. Meanwhile, a beautiful girl in a white dress approached Lin Yu upon his return, her curiosity evident. "Xiao Yu, what happened? Did he back down?" Lin Yu's face darkened as he shook his head in response. Ji Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He refusing a toast and asking for a beating. "Just wait, I'll help you deal with him. Don't go." Lin Yu grasped Ji Yuan's arm, a hint of grievance flashing in his eyes. "He has a good relationship with Han Chuan. I don't want Han Chuan to be put in a difficult position because of me." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan was instantly incensed. "You are far too accommodating. Clearly, you are Fu Ji's childhood friend, having spent so long accompanying him abroad. Now this green tea is stepping all over you, and you remain passive. Once you were undeniably the closest to Fu Ge. Had it not been for Fu Ji's return to his homeland to address pressing matters, that Wen Yanyu would have never had the opportunity to become so attached to him." Ji Yuan, gritting her teeth in indignation, could only surmise that Fu Ge had endured her presence due to the fact that she had once saved him. What right did Wen Yanyu, an outsider to their circle, have to vie for Fu Ji's affections? Everyone knew of Fu Hanchuan's aloof nature during their time abroad, with only a select few from their childhood sharing a bond with him. The only one who enjoyed a close relationship with him was Lin Yu, and after years of nurturing her feelings for the boy next door, she suddenly found herself confronted by an unexpected rival who had come out of nowhere to disrupt everything. The mere thought of it filled Ji Yuan with frustration. In my view, such people are utterly shameless, perpetually coveting what does not belong to them, oblivious to their own worthiness. They claim to be friends with Fu Ge, but how could someone like him possibly befriend such a person? Ji Yuan, filled with exasperation, urged, "You ought to assert yourself. You have been Fu Ji's friend for so many years. While they're celebrating on the top floor, why are you cowering here? What if he is truly taken away?" Lin Yu, lowering his head, murmured in a muffled tone, "It's fine. You needn't worry. Only you could swallow this affront. I cannot." Ji Yuan cast a glance at the figure in the corner, resolute in her intent to confront him. She continued her tirade. Yet Lin Yu had lost the inclination to listen. Before coming here, he had prepared himself for the confrontation. He had intended to threaten Wen Yanyu into leaving Han Chuan. Having gathered sufficient information about their relationship, and feeling confident in his ability to handle this gentle, soft-spoken star. However, upon witnessing the latter's recent behavior, Lin Yu bit his lip. It mirrored Fu Hanchuan's demeanor from years past, nearly identical phrases escaping his lips. Had it not been for their strikingly different appearances, he would have found it difficult to distinguish between the two. With his head bowed, Lin Yu pressed his fingertips deep into his palm, leaving behind crimson marks. The bond between them had evolved into something far more intimate than he had anticipated, unbeknownst to him until this very moment. The top floor was aglow with brilliant lights. Fu Hanchuan scrutinized the empty surveillance footage, his brow furrowing in concern. How could he have slipped away again? Someone approached to offer a toast. Fu Hanchuan glanced over casually, accepting the glass and downing its contents. The sharp sting of the alcohol mingled with a bitter aftertaste, prompting him to instinctively furrow his brow. Strong liquor? Raising his gaze once more, he noticed the toasting individual sharing a polite smile, engaging in light-hearted banter with those around him. Fu Hanchuan, fixated on the empty glass in his hand, felt his heartbeat quicken, surveying his surroundings. Maintaining a composed facade, he casually inquired of the attendant beside him about the location of the restroom, then set down his glass and slipped out through the back. In the 7th-floor banquet hall, having indulged to his satisfaction, Wen Yanyu set down his plate, planning to linger a while before heading home to rest. Lin Yu, glancing at his phone, exchanged heavy farewells with those nearby, stating his intention to greet Fu Hanchuan. Under the knowing gazes of his companions, he hurriedly departed the 7th-floor venue. The music within the banquet hall crescendoed to a peak before abruptly ceasing, while rhythmic footsteps echoed from outside the grand doors. A faint scent of cologne mingled with an almost imperceptible trace of iron in the air. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed, intertwining with the haunting echoes of laughter, tearing, and the visceral sounds of flesh being rent asunder, drawing nearer with a familiar cadence. When Yanyu stood frozen, her mind struggling to comprehend as her body instinctively reacted. Her breath stilled within her chest, and her gaze gradually shifted towards the entrance. A man clad in a simple dark coat, adorned with a strikingly incongruous rabbit-shaped silver pendant, approached. His raven hair and ebony eyes, coupled with features that appeared almost otherworldly like an ink-wash painting, revealed a pair of phoenix-like eyes that sparkled with a hint of elusive amusement. Surrounded by several companions, he entered the hall. The name Jun Changma, etched in her very soul by fear, flickered through her mind. Wen Yanyu stared blankly at the doorway, the color draining from her face entirely. Chapter 56. The dog pounces on the bunny. The banquet hall was air-conditioned, and he wore a warm sweater, rendering him impervious to the chill or heat. Yet, at that moment, his back was drenched in sweat, and his hands felt icy and clammy. Jun Changma engaged in light-hearted banter with those around him, casting a casual glance in her direction. Just a fleeting gaze. In an instant, he felt submerged, overwhelmed by terror and despair. A suffocating serpent coiled around his neck, exhaling venom and the mark of death. His body trembled involuntarily. His limbs weakened. He lacked the strength to rise, even to clench his fists to numb himself with pain. Only when Jun Changmo reached the center of the gathering, flanked by his entourage, did Wen Yu gently rise to her feet. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps, 7 steps. She moved towards the exit of the banquet hall. Her pace quickened, her calves quaking with urgency. Her mind felt like a clock unwound. Its motion halted, the world around her distorting into a blur, rendering her disoriented. The tumultuous sound of her heartbeat and erratic breaths filled her ears. He was pursuing her. She needed to flee. Death awaited. He would drag her back. She could not look back. Run. What to do? Suddenly, a firm embrace encircled her waist, pulling her into someone's arms. Instinctively, Wen Yanyu wanted to scream, but upon recognizing the identity of her captor, she stifled her cry. Fu Hanchuan's face was flushed, his suit and tie askew, gazing dazedly at her. Once he confirmed her identity, he exclaimed, "Yin? Yes, it's me, Fu Hanchuan. Quickly, we must go." Wen Yinyu's voice was frantic, her words tumbling out in disarray, oblivious to the man's peculiar demeanor as she tugged at him to flee. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Hanchuan leaned in closer. Wen Yinyu's pupils dilated as her lips were captured forcefully, her breath stolen away. The heat of his body seeped through her clothing, his heavy breaths resonating in her ears. Only then did she recognize something was amiss. Yet she was oblivious to when the figures in the banquet hall would emerge. As they struggled, the air grew thin, Wen Yanyu pushed back against him, her feet lifting off the ground. Fu Hanchuan held her with one arm, while the other supported her, effectively pinning her between his chest and the wall. In the midst of the struggle, Wen Yanyu attempted to push him away, her voice tinged with desperation. Fu Bi, I am Wen Yanyu. Oh no, not now. Hurry. Fu Hanchuan gasped, half dragging and half cradling the trembling figure in his arms as he relied on his dwindling consciousness to ascend a flight of stairs and locate his long-established room. After unlocking the door with a fingerprint, it was slammed shut with a heavy thud. He tossed the person onto the sofa, swiftly yanking off his tie before leaning over. Just as Wen Yanyu attempted to struggle, his wrists were firmly restrained. The bitter scent of sandalwood mingled with a faint hint of alcohol engulfed them. Realizing the intentions of the other, Wen Yanyu wept and trembled, pleading, Fu Hanchuan, be rational. I'll call a doctor. It's me, Wen Yanyu. Fu Hanchuan. Tears brimmed in his eyes, his swollen lips quivering as he implored. You will regret this, Fu Hanchuan. I am Wen Yanyu. After nearly half an hour of torment from potent substances, Fu Hanchuan, in a haze, pressed down upon the person beneath him, his eyes bloodshot and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yen. Wen Yanyu's eyes widened as a kiss descended, his slightly parted lips being forcefully captured. The room remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight that cast a hazy glow within. His desperate fingers were pried apart, retaken by the searing warmth of a hand, as kisses rained down upon his neck. Why did you leave me? I hate you. The muddled murmurs echoed persistently. Reason burned away in the conflagration of desire. Fu Hanchuan gasped, believing himself to be dreaming, as he amalgamated his tangled emotions of love and hate into a sharp blade, thrusting it mercilessly into the heart of the person beneath him. Wen Yanyu, I loathe you. Hearing every word from the man, Wen Yanyu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as if bile had shattered within him, seeping out and rendering his tongue numb with bitterness, stifling even the sound of his cries. It hurts, he thought, unable to discern the source of his pain. His awareness assailed by a barrage of sensations. Tears streaked down Wen Yanyu's face, and he became utterly dazed, unable to comprehend the voices surrounding him. He could not grasp the feelings and anguish concealed beneath the man's hatred. Do not leave me, I am afraid. Wen Yanyu, I love you so much. It hurts so much. As dawn broke, the man atop him had succumbed to slumber. Trembling, Wen Yanyu gingerly pried the man's arm from around his waist, rising to separate their bodies, nearly stumbling off the sofa. He barely steadied himself, his legs quaking uncontrollably. Pain coursed through him, a constant buzzing in his ears, and his vision was clouded, obscuring everything. For a fleeting moment, his consciousness wavered, time stretching painfully as memories flashed through his mind incessantly. Junchang Mo was alive. He had returned from those realms. His thoughts swirled chaotically, emotions of collapse and fear ravaging within him. Regardless of how that specter had arrived in this world, his presence was undoubtedly linked to Wen Yanyu. Rubbing his dry, swollen eyes, Wen Yanyu realized he needed to escape. The system was absent from his side, and he was still unclear about the current situation. He could not ascertain whether he could protect Fu Hanchuan from Junchang Mo. Fu Hanchuan was innocent. Fu Hanchuan must not be implicated. Everything that transpired tonight is a grave mistake. A wave of indescribable agony coursed through Wen Yanyu's body as she bowed her head, hastily picking up the scattered garments from the floor. Without needing to look, she was acutely aware of her disheveled appearance. Facing the mirror, Wen Yanyu forced herself into a semblance of order, then approached the man, allowing a mist to gather in her palm before gently pressing it against his forehead. 10 minutes later, Wen Yanyu straightened, erasing all traces of her presence. Stumbling, she exited the room. Chapter 57. Should I inform Fu Hanchuan, inciting his madness? Struggling with her unsteady legs, she tugged at her disheveled clothing, barely managing to dismount from the vehicle. With several hundred meters still to traverse to her residence, her injured body made each step an arduous endeavor, trembling with every movement, pain radiating throughout her being. The streets in the early hours were sparsely populated, few noticing her distress. Her consciousness teetered between clarity and haze, her mind striving to function while her resolve was on the verge of collapse. She needed to return home, cleanse herself, and devise a plan to confront Fu Hanchuan. Junchama, what should I do? The system is absent. He is not here. What now? A sense of overwhelming helplessness and suffocation surged within her. Wen Yanyu glanced at the red light across the street, halting her steps, standing still. A fine rain fell from the overcast sky, accompanied by a biting autumn chill. In that fleeting moment, the world spun, a blinding whiteness enveloped her, and her body crashed heavily to the ground, cold and unyielding, the rain pelting her face. In the final second before her consciousness faded, the screech of tires echoed nearby. "Oh no! Stop the car! That's Wen Yanyu!" Shun Huainan, who had been observing from the passenger's seat, shouted urgently. The driver slammed on the brakes. Gu Fengyao, peeking from the back seat, was startled to see her nearly collapse onto the road, and he hastily leaped from the vehicle. The two men swiftly gathered Wen Yanyu into the back seat. Shun Huainan quickly assessed the unconscious woman's pallor and urgently called to the driver. "Hurry, to the city center hospital." The car sped away once more. "What is wrong with her? She can barely walk without fainting. Thankfully we spotted her." "I'll call old Fu," Shun Huainan muttered, just as he began to compose a text message to Fu Hanchuan. His wrist was suddenly gripped tightly. Startled, Shun Huainan turned to find Gu Fengyao, pale-faced, clutching the edge of his half-unbuttoned shirt. As Shun Huainan glanced down, he quickly met Gu Fengyao's gaze, and they both spoke simultaneously. "Stop the car. Change direction. Head to my family's hospital, and do it quickly," Gu Fengyao instructed the driver, promptly raising the partition in the back seat. The atmosphere in the car was akin to ants on a hot stove, everyone in a state of frantic urgency. The person nestled in his lap seemed to be freezing, shivering uncontrollably. Gu Fengyao stole a glance to the side, and under Shun Huainan's puzzled stare, he swiftly removed the latter's jacket and draped it over the person in his arms. Shun Huainan, bewildered, "What are you doing taking off my clothes?" Gu Fengyao replied coolly, "Your skin is thick. You won't freeze to death." Shun Huainan, astonished, "Gu Fengyao? I'm going to hit you." Gu Fengyao, disinterested, lowered his head to examine the injuries on Wen Yanyu's body. The youth's neck and the area below the collar were riddled with bite marks, clear imprints of teeth and kisses. His exposed wrists and ankles bore a dark hue, and his right hand was visibly dislocated from external force. As their gazes traveled downward, their expressions grew increasingly grim. If this were consensual, unless there were peculiar inclinations, it could not have escalated to such a state. The only plausible explanation was the two were seated in the back, with Wen Yanyu unconsciously slumped in Gu Fengyao's embrace, remnants of dried tears barely discernible at the corners of his eyes. His lips swollen and bruised, streaked with blood, presenting a pitiful visage as if he had been terribly bullied and left to be toyed with. A shared thought surfaced in their minds. They were fortunate to have stumbled upon this scene. Shun Huainan, with a dry tone, suggested, "Should we call the police? Let's first take him to my family's hospital." Gu Fengyao tightened his embrace around the boy while adjusting his position to minimize discomfort from the bumps of the car. At this stage, it was merely speculation. Even if it were true, it would depend on the will of the victim. Shun Huainan rubbed his temples, frowning as he inquired, "Should we inform old Fu?" Gu Fengyao remained silent, locking eyes with him. Telling him now would only incite chaos. Shun Huainan, for once, was at a loss for words. As the vehicle moved, the boy in his arms stirred restlessly, as though trapped in a nightmare, mumbling indistinct phrases. His clothing continued to ride up, prompting Gu Fengyao to gently soothe him. For a fleeting moment, Gu Fengyao's gaze drifted. He froze, reaching out tentatively. "Hey, you bastard!" Shun Huainan suddenly sat up, his head colliding with the car roof, eliciting a sharp intake of breath as he cursed vehemently. "Look at the state he's in. Don't go touching him. You might cause further injury." Gu Fengyao, unperturbed, lifted the fabric covering the boy's waist. In that instant, Shun Huainan fell silent. "Damn!" Gu Fengyao muttered a rare curse under his breath, prompting Shun Huainan to glance at him in surprise. An air of silence enveloped the back seat. Shun Huainan's gaze fixated on the grotesque scar on the boy's waist, his hands trembling involuntarily his voice taking on a different tone. When did this happen? No, he was living just fine. Who did this? Was it a cut or a penetrating wound? How did he survive? Gu Fengyao's expression turned grave as he meticulously inspected the wound before covering it once more with the fabric. Both remained silent. After a considerable pause, Gu Fengyao spoke first. Let us call old Wan. Once we've taken Xiao Wen to the hospital, we can discuss it further. Shen Huainan nodded in silence, bowing his head to send a text to Wan Haihui. Chapter 58. You are not Wen Yanyu. Who are you? In a hotel suite, under the relentless rain. The curtains were drawn tightly, casting the room in a dim gloom. Fu Hanchuan gradually opened his eyes, his gray-blue irises enveloped in a haze. His vision blurred for a while before it began to clear. With a sluggish motion, Fu Hanchuan propped himself up, brushing aside his disheveled black hair, only to be met with a sharp pain piercing through his head. A wave of fatigue washed over him, akin to the aftermath of strenuous labor. His limbs felt heavy and weary, yet there lingered an inexplicable sense of liberation. Fu Hanchuan gently massaged his temples, and as the inexplicable pain began to subside, he turned to find himself sprawled on the sofa. What on earth happened? Lowering his gaze to his crumpled attire and the peculiar tie bound around his neck, he frowned slightly, straining to recollect the events of the previous night. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but his memories quickly spiraled into disarray. Last night's recollections were fragmented, shrouded in a veil of obscurity. He endeavored to grasp those disjointed memories, yet only managed to retrieve a few scattered images. He had attended a banquet with partners, consumed alcohol, and it seemed someone had sought him out, only to be evaded. Then he returned to his room, and after that, he simply fell asleep. Furrowing his brow, he pressed his fingers to the throbbing center of his forehead. When did his tolerance for alcohol diminish so drastically? After a prolonged moment, Fu Hanchuan finally rose from the sofa, retrieved his phone from the floor nearby, and surveyed the surroundings, confirming that nothing seemed amiss. Irritated, he leaned back against the sofa and opened his contacts to make a call. In a hospital ward, once the patient awakened, the young doctor instructed him to refrain from lifting heavy objects with his right hand for the next fortnight, to avoid certain foods and spicy dishes, and to maintain a diet that was light and easily digestible. After discharge, he must adhere to a strict medication schedule, and if time permitted, he could receive anti-inflammatory injections daily. After delivering her instructions, the young female doctor glanced at the young man, still slumbering on the bed, her gaze shifting to the three individuals present in the ward, each wearing an array of expressions. Recalling the injuries discovered on the patient, her eyes drifted to her superior's son. After much internal conflict, she added, before engaging in intimate activities, it is advisable to employ adequate lubrication and ensure proper safety measures are in place. Do not prioritize stimulation at the expense of your well-being. With that, she endured the incredulous expressions of the three men, adjusted the foredrip, and departed. A silence enveloped the room until Shen Huainan broke it, saying, "What should we do about this? Should we report it?" His expression was complex as he gazed at the individual in the bed, a sentiment difficult to articulate. During the examination, they had essentially scrutinized every inch of each other's bodies. The old scars, which could only be described as signs of abuse, alongside fresh marks indicative of certain activities, were troubling indeed. What kind of person could allow such conditions? Wan Haihui replied calmly, "Let us wait for Xiao Wen to wake up." Shen Huainan recalled how his friend had been in a state of turmoil a few years prior, caught in a heated dispute with Wen Yanyu, and stammered, "Do we really have to keep this from old Fu? What if he goes mad afterward?" Wan Haihui sighed and countered directly, "He has already been behaving erratically enough. If he finds out about this, it could truly drive him to madness." This morning, he was either called to drive someone to the hospital or dragged out to fly a helicopter into the mountains to retrieve someone. Wan Haihui's lips twitched. He often felt like the omnipotent sidekick in a corporate romance, perpetually plagued by misfortune. Fu Hanchuan and Wen Yanyu's mutual interest was a well-known secret among their circle. Day in and day out, Fu would bring Wen before them, his eyes sparkling with excitement, akin to a devoted puppy chasing after its master, obsessively tracking her every move. As if eager to announce to the world, "Behold, this is my wife." His entire demeanor screamed possessiveness. Yet, Fu was acutely aware that, given the complications surrounding his family affairs, once their relationship was officially recognized, it would likely lead to a prolonged series of upheavals. The recent commotion was merely the beginning. After Wen Yanyu shattered the proverbial glass wall, Fu Hanchuan oscillated between pushing her away and pulling her back, his actions repetitive and exhausting to witness. Initially, he assumed Fu's behavior stemmed from a place of awkwardness, believing that after the incident in the mountains, Fu would finally settle down. He had anticipated that once he retrieved one from the production team, they would seize the opportunity to discuss their issues and perhaps find a harmonious way forward. Yet, here they were, entangled in chaos once more. How long would this reckless fool continue his antics? Was he truly waiting for something dire to occur, as Shen Huainan, that eccentric man, suggested, waiting until his wife was gone to finally come to his senses? However, Wan Haihui's gaze flickered as it drifted towards the hospital bed. The unsettling image he had just witnessed on Fu's abdomen sent a shiver down his spine. Was that a relic of some barbaric punishment from a bygone era? Did Fu Hanchuan even know? Perhaps it was best to tread carefully, to lay the groundwork before divulging this information to Fu, for if he were to spiral into madness, the consequences could be dire. Wan Haihui sighed, covering his face in exasperation. How had he become the ever-reliable ally of a domineering CEO? Shen Huainan opened his mouth to speak, but Gu Fengyao interjected, Wen Yanyu has been under Fu Hanchuan's watchful eye for years. Who could possibly act against her while he is so vigilant? The trio fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, since Wen Yanyu first entered their lives, her actions had been pivotal. First, she saved Fu Hanchuan. Second, he acquired the agency behind her career. Third, he bought up all the properties she had been living in, relocating her to places of his choosing. And fourth, he began to meddle in the entertainment industry. While the latter was not directly tied to one, it was understood by all, under his almost pathological control and surveillance. Any disturbances around one would undoubtedly be detected by Fu first. Suddenly, Shen Huainan straightened up. Do you think it's possible that Wen Yanyu is being threatened by someone? Old Fu can't be by her side every hour. There's bound to be a window of opportunity. He recalled the doctor's remarks about her condition, suggesting that the issues had likely persisted for at least 5 or 6 years, would have been alone for a long time. And Shen had always found her demeanor somewhat peculiar. How could someone lead a life devoid of social interaction? Moreover, her abrupt departure from school to enter the entertainment industry was suspicious. When I looked into her background, it was evident she was disengaged from socializing, avoiding events, and simply donating any earnings, nothing like someone intending to thrive in that realm. And then there was that public confession to Fu. Her tone and gaze were entirely uncharacteristic. Who confesses and then proceeds to block the person they declared their feelings to? As Shen Huainan's expressions grew increasingly contorted and his words more sinister, he speculated. You all mentioned that Wen Yanyu is an orphan, devoid of anyone to protect him. Could it be that he has encountered a psychological deviant? Is it possible that Wen Yanyu has been coerced? Gu Fengyao interrupted him. Wan Haihui sighed. Regardless, we should wait until he awakens before discussing further. Just then, a sudden burst of ringtone echoed in the quiet hospital room. Wan Haihui glanced up, noticing that the phone belonging to Wen Yanyu was incessantly ringing, with the name Fu Hanchuan prominently displayed on the screen. The three exchanged glances, none daring to approach and answer it, until the call eventually disconnected automatically. Shen Huainan stepped forward, picked up the phone, and unlocked it using the still slumbering Wen Yanyu's fingerprint before approaching the two. Shall I send a message back? The others nodded, aware that it was around lunchtime. Fu Hanchuan's demeanor was generally amicable towards others, but if he did not receive a response from Wen Yanyu, he would undoubtedly come searching. Calls continued to come in. Shen Huainan opened the chat window, quickly scanning Wen Yanyu's tone in the conversation, and began to draft a message. Apologies. I'm currently preoccupied and unable to take calls. Is there something you need? The response came swiftly. Where are you? Shen Huainan hurriedly replied, I'm at home. What's the matter? The typing indicator on the other side flickered for a prolonged moment, yet no message appeared. Shen Huainan, feeling anxious, retyped. Is there something we can discuss later? I'm truly not in a position to talk right now. Silence ensued from the other end. Just as Shun Huainan exhaled a sigh of relief, the phone screen vibrated anew. He glanced down, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. "You are not Wen Yanyu. Who are you?" Shun Huainan emitted a sharp gasp, frantically shaking Wan Haihui, who was lost in thought. Their secret had been uncovered. The two peered at the phone, and Wan Haihui seized it, casually sending a reply. Shun Huainan, his face a picture of despair, suggested, "Perhaps we should come clean to old Fu. I'm genuinely afraid he might lose his mind." They were quite distant from the city center. Wan Haihui strode to the counter, retrieving a toothpick, and swiftly extracted the SIM card to power down the phone. "I'll contact someone to transfer Wen Yanyu to another hospital this afternoon. We can deliberate on other matters later." With that, Wan Haihui began dialing a number. Time ticked away, and the patient on the bed showed no signs of awakening. Half an hour slipped by, marking 6 hours since Wen Yanyu had been admitted to the hospital. Experienced in such matters, Shun Huainan gnawed on an apple, casting glances at the still unconscious Wen Yanyu, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. After all this torment, one must wonder about the quality of that brute-esque technique and the bedding. Gu Fengyao shot him a glance, but remained silent. Physically and mentally drained, Wan Haihui reclined in the chair, eyes closed in contemplation. "Old Fu has been acting strangely lately. I must devise a plan to send Xiao when further away. For now, this situation must remain concealed from old Fu. I hope that fellow doesn't trace us through the SIM card. What are you hiding from me?" A furious male voice burst through the door, accompanied by an icy draft. Chapter 59. I am mad. I have long been mad in the hospital room. The three individuals simultaneously turned their gazes toward the entrance. Fu Hanchuan, with disheveled black hair and clad in a suit meant for social engagements, stood at the doorway, his piercing eyes fixed intently on the figure lying in the hospital bed. An aura of darkness emanated from him, almost palpable in its intensity. The word ghost flickered through their minds simultaneously. The apple in Shun Huainan's hand fell to the floor. He stood frozen for 2 seconds, his body instinctively reacting as he hurried to draw the bed curtains. Fu Hanchuan, with a grim expression, strode purposefully toward the bed. Wan Haihui, sitting at the entrance, abruptly rose, attempting to block his path. "Old Fu, wait!" Fu Hanchuan forcefully pushed him aside. Just as Shen Huainan was about to speak, he was silenced by Fu Hanchuan's icy glare, stepping aside to grant him passage. Fu Hanchuan approached the edge of the bed. The person on the bed lay with their head tilted unconsciously, long lashes casting shadows beneath their eyes, disheveled hair framing their face, and a wound on their lips now scabbed over. A multitude of kiss marks extended downwards from the partially open collar, their complexion so pale it was nearly translucent, while remnants of lingering fear were evident in their delicate features. Fu Hanchuan slightly bent down, lifting the thin blanket that covered Wen Yanyu. His hand gently unfastened the hospital gown, revealing skin below the shoulders and collarbone. Pale skin was marred with numerous bite marks and fingerprints, bruised in shades of green and purple, suggestive of intimate encounters. His gaze descended further, landing on a grotesque scar on Wen Yanyu's abdomen, which seemed to sever the torso almost completely. His fingertips trembled violently, and even his breathing faltered. A tempest of wrath surged within him, akin to molten lava coursing through his veins, engulfing his heart and flooding his mind, incinerating any semblance of rationality. The metallic scent of blood lingered in his mouth, and it felt as though a sharp dagger had been plunged into his heart, twisting mercilessly, leaving him gasping for air on the brink of suffocation. The person still in slumber seemed to sense the touch, instinctively attempting to curl up. However, the slightest movement of their legs caused pain to ripple through the wound, prompting them to furrow their brow and emit a soft whimper. The atmosphere was laden with a chilling silence. Fu Hanchuan leaned down, meticulously rebuttoning the boy's shirt and gently covering him with a blanket, smoothing out any creases. The three in the room exchanged glances, none daring to break the silence. "Who did this?" Fu Hanchuan's voice emerged, raspy and strained. No one responded. They were at a loss. "I demand to know who did this." Fu Hanchuan's eyes reddened, his voice rising sharply. "Who is responsible?" Wan Haihui sighed, attempting to calm him. "Old Fu, Please remain composed. Do not act impulsively. Lao Shun and Feng Yao were en route to the Jiang family for a visit when they discovered Xiao when collapsed by the roadside. He was only brought to the hospital early this morning. For now, let us wait until Xiao awakens. We know nothing at this moment. In a fit of rage, Fu Hanchuan violently shook off Wan Haihui's hand, bellowing, "Calm? How can you expect me to be calm? Why was I not notified immediately?" Shen Huainan, taken aback, took a step back and stammered, "We haven't fully grasped the situation yet, and we thought it best to understand it before discussing it with you. We feared that you might lose control of your emotions, which is why we hesitated to speak." Wan Haihui hurriedly continued to soothe him. "It's just that Xiaowen hasn't awakened, and we are equally in the dark about what transpired, which is why we didn't inform you immediately." Upon hearing the explanation, Fu Hanchuan's anger did not dissipate. Instead, it intensified, the fury within him threatening to erupt. Clenching his fists, he ground his teeth and exclaimed, "You don't know. You don't know, yet you conceal the truth from me. You don't know, yet you withhold everything from me. You don't know, and you pretend he sent me messages. You don't know, and you even removed his SIM card. What does my emotional state have to do with you?" Realizing they were in the wrong, Shun Huainan felt a surge of guilt and hurriedly apologized. "Calm down, brother, please. Let's all remain calm. We were wrong. We were wrong. Just take a moment to collect yourself." Veins bulged on Fu Hanchuan's forehead, his voice strained with barely contained rage as he fervently questioned them. "Why send him to such a distant hospital? If I hadn't come today, would you have preferred to keep everything under wraps? What if he had died here today? Would you have concealed that from me as well? On what grounds do you think you can hide this from me? Fu Hanchuan, you need to calm down." Gu Fengyao could no longer contain himself and shouted. Fu Hanchuan trembled with fury, his bones cracking under the pressure of his grip, and a flame seemed to ignite in his eyes, threatening to consume everyone, including himself. "Calm down. I haven't laid eyes on him for just a day. And this is what has happened. You all kept me in the dark. How can I remain calm? How can I possibly calm down? What gives you the right not to inform me?" Seeing him in such a state, Gu Fengyao frowned and reprimanded. "Fu Hanchuan, he is still asleep. Do not lose your mind." "Lost my mind?" Fu Hanchuan paused for a moment, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth before he suddenly erupted into laughter. The three exchanged glances, and Shun Huainan was about to intervene. Fu Hanchuan shouted, "Yes. I am mad. I have been mad for a long time. Ever since the day I witnessed my mother pressing my brother, who was pleading for help, perishing in the flames. Ever since I abandoned them to escape from the old house. I have been mad. Every night. Every single night. I dream of my mother, my brother. I hear their screams. I hear them asking me repeatedly, 'Why don't you just die? Why are you still alive? Fu Hanchuan, why don't you just die?' I have long been mad. I have been tormented by this nightmare for over a decade, wishing only for death." His voice grew louder, emotion escalating as if he were a cornered beast on the brink of collapse, resorting to roars to vent his anguish. "On the day I escaped from the inferno alone, on the day I killed that beast, I should have perished. Do you think that accident was merely a coincidence? Do you think that after all those years abroad, fending off countless pursuits, I would be oblivious to someone tampering with my vehicle? That was by my own allowance. I thought if I died, it would serve as atonement. This is my punishment. This is my fate. I am meant to die." Fu Hanchuan halted, gasping for breath, his voice gradually shifting from a roar to a choked sob. "But he came. He saved me. No one wanted me to live, yet he wanted me to survive. He saved me. He allowed me to continue living. He is all I have left. He is all I have. If something happens to him, how dare you keep it from me? Why hide it from me? If he were to die here today, would you still conceal it from me? I am a madman. Indeed, but this madman has only him. How can you think to take him away from me? Why must it be this way?" His relentless madness surged forth with piercing words, causing Fu Hanchuan's once upright posture to bend, bitter tears streaming down his cheeks, choking on his pain. Barely able to remain upright. "I am a madman who has only him. Why do you hide it from me? Why don't you tell me? Why do you wish to take him from my side?" Listening to the man's anguished cries, the three remained silent, enveloped in an oppressive quiet. Wan Haihui's lips moved several times, yet no words escaped. Shen Huainan swallowed hard, wanting to say something, but only managed to utter a dry, "I'm sorry." Gu Fengyao's expression was complex, ultimately pressing his temples, sighing helplessly. Chapter 60. You are the one he loves most in a world he detests, in a realm surrounded by starlight. Wen Yanyu slowly opened his eyes, colliding directly with a pair of gray-blue orbs. Yangugu's voice faltered, closing his eyes briefly, lowering his head as he gently called out, "Host." It's been a long time. Wen Yanyu was momentarily stunned, disregarding his aching body as he lunged forward, enveloping the enormous meteor-like border collie in an embrace, burying his face deep in its fur. The dog, taken aback by this sudden affection, opened its mouth to speak only to have its chest fur dampened by tears. "I thought I would never see you again." The dog immediately fell silent, stiffening as Wen Yanyu treated him like a pillow, nuzzling against his chest. With no time for pleasantries, Wen Yanyu hurriedly recounted the events. "I saw Jun Changma. He came looking for me. He is not dead. What should I do? I don't want to be captured again. Jun Changma 1T let me go. Fu Hanchuan is the protagonist of this world and has a connection to me. I'm too weak. I can't protect Fu Hanchuan. He died at that time, yet still pursued me. What should I do if Fu Hanchuan gets entangled in this? Can I lead Jun Changma to another world?" Wen Yanyu's eyes turned red, holding the dog tightly, trembling uncontrollably. "I don't want to be captured again. I'm so scared. I barely escaped. Why can't they let me go?" Fear and defiance clashed within his mind. He yearned to resist, yet the pain seared into his flesh echoed in his soul, rendering him weak upon seeing the other. Tears blurred his vision. His speech became disordered and stammering, fingers clenched into trembling fists, his voice quaking. As the pressure reached its peak, his spirit began to unravel. The border collie listened silently, nudging the boy's cheek with its head, wiping away the tears. "I am engulfed by fear, reluctant to return to those realms, yearning to escape the cycle of reincarnation." Wen Yanyu's voice trembles, hoarse with suppressed sobs, as if seeking refuge in a safe harbor. Her hands clutching the dog's fur with a grip of desperation, unwilling to let go. Staying by Fu Hanchuan's side, Jun Changma cannot harm you. Wen Yanyu gazes up in bewilderment, her expression fraught with confusion, as she stammered, "But Fu Hanchuan is merely an ordinary person. Jun Changma, Fu Hanchuan is the protagonist of your world." The dog observes her calmly. "Jun Changma has not fully entered this place. What you see is but one of his projections, the power of which has been significantly diminished by the world's barrier. He cannot harm Fu Hanchuan, nor can he harm you. He is akin to an ordinary person now, and could be expelled by the world's barrier at any moment. Do not falter in your resolve." In other words, Jun Changma has entered Fu Hanchuan's domain. As long as you remain by Fu Hanchuan's side, that fiend cannot touch you. "Host, do not be afraid." The dog nuzzled her cheek, its voice maintaining the unchanging monotone of a machine, yet an inexplicable chill lingered. "Trust me, no one will take you away again. You have been back with Fu Hanchuan for quite some time. The imprint will soon dissipate. Confide in him. Do not keep secrets. He will surely protect you. Do not fear. Believe in me. Believe in Fu Hanchuan. He will safeguard you, and no one can harm you." Wen Yanyu remained silent for a long moment, recalling the events that transpired with Fu Hanchuan. She buried her head once more into the dog's embrace, her voice quivering. "He dislikes me. He wants to believe me. I cannot burden him. I have erred too much already. I cannot." Her words trailed off as the dog gently licked away the remnants of her tears, murmuring, "I like you." "What?" Wen Yanyu looked up, questioning. Realizing she had lost composure, the dog tilted its head and let out a couple of soft whines, its gaze brushing over the numerous bite marks adorning her neck, a fleeting shadow passing through its eyes, before it skillfully adopted a distorted mechanical tone to express its affection. "I like you. Fu Hanchuan must like you too. If that scoundrel dares to dislike you, I shall bite him for you." Wen Yanyu fell silent, bowing her head in contemplation. The alternate space could not shield her from pain. The hurt still lingered. Fu Hanchuan was an ordinary man, and after learning of her past that fateful day, he surely could not fathom forgiving her. In light of recent events, she was at a loss for how to face Fu Hanchuan now. Sorry. The dog closed its eyes, leaning half of its body against Wen Yanyu, its forehead pressed against her cheek. Its voice was fragmented, A remorseful male tone seeping through the barrier, gently spilling out. I'm sorry. He was just in so much pain that he often spoke hurtful words. I'm sorry. Please, try to trust him just once. Wen Yanyu lifted her gaze, instinctively holding the dog tighter, and before she could speak again, her vision blurred, consciousness beginning to fade. In the final moment, before plunging into darkness, a wave of warmth brushed against her lips. Awakening once more, her eyes still closed. She felt another hand clasping her right hand tightly, the scent of antiseptic mingling with a bitter undertone enveloping her senses, each breath filled with astringency. A tremor fluttered through his eyelashes as the warm glow of the setting sun streamed into his eyes. His mind felt hazy, an indescribable pain gnawing at his entire being. Wen Yanyu languidly blinked, and after a moment, his gaze gradually focused. At the edge of the bed, Fu Hanchuan's eyes were reddened, his left hand gripping Wen Yanyu's hand tightly. Beneath his eyes lay a dark shadow, the weariness etched between his brows still apparent, presenting an image of utter exhaustion. Wen Yanyu cast a sidelong glance at the edge of the bed, his consciousness not yet fully awakened, and the words of apology slipped from his lips. I'm sorry. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze. The hand he held was soft and delicate, and despite the duration of his grasp, the chilling coldness had yet to dissipate. It was impossible to warm him, such a frail state of being. Fu Hanchuan spoke in a calm voice. You did nothing wrong. Why do you apologize to me? Wen Yanyu's eyelashes trembled lightly, the unspoken guilt and fear transforming into bitter tears that flowed forth. I'm sorry. I've sullied you. I'm sorry. I've caused you such pain. I'm sorry for being greedy, for not wanting you to hate me, for unilaterally erasing your memories, for dragging you into this quagmire. In chapter 61, he too wished to retreat with you into a place devoid of light. Yet what more was there to comprehend? Among his fears was the dread of being detested by the other, the fear of becoming a blade that pierced through. On the day he chose to end it all, amidst countless moments of near collapse, it was not merely the longing for family that sustained him. Before the numerous brushes with death, his thoughts were of wanting to see you once more. Wen Yanyu had fallen in love with Fu Hanchuan. The fates of Wen Yanyu and Wen Yanyu began to intertwine. As Wen Yanyu gazed at the figure by the bed's edge, tears cascaded from his eyes, one after another. After years of torment, his nervous system could no longer secrete a normal amount of dopamine and endorphins. The bitterness seeping from his bones rendered him speechless. I am just like the Wen Yanyu in the book. Greedy, for I have fallen in love with you. Greedy, for I do not wish for you to despise me. Greedy, for I do not wish for you to dislike me. Fu Hanchuan remained silent as he gently wiped away the tears from the youth's eyes. You have done nothing wrong. It is my fault. I failed to protect you. I should not have let you live alone. I should have returned sooner. I should have brought you back to my side earlier. I should not have allowed my emotions to spiral out of control. I should not have evaded all of this. I was too arrogant, thinking that no one could harm you. Fu Hanchuan's voice was soft, devoid of emotion, even lacking his usual coldness, enveloped instead in a serene calmness. Wen Yanyu's fingers curled slightly, but as he began to move, the man-esque grip tightened around him. Wen Yanyu lifted his gaze, colliding with the infinite darkness within the man's eyes. Those eyes, once perpetually filled with pride, now bore a heavy weight, resembling a tempestuous sea before a storm. Steeped in eerie silence, a sudden chill surged within him. Wen Yanyu parted his lips slightly, gazing blankly at the man before him. Fu Hanchuan merely held his right hand firmly, gently kneading it, observing him yet lost in his own world. I shall procure for you the finest physicians, who will assist in remedying the injury upon your waist. If the practitioners here prove inadequate, we shall venture abroad, and should you wish to remain within our borders, I will summon the doctors to our homeland. Fu Hanchuan's voice grew somewhat hoarse, his fingers intertwining with his palm, tightly yet tenderly, a delicate act laden with affection. Forgive me, has it been painful all along? Are you terrified, in such agony that you have resorted to an abundance of painkillers? Is that why you contemplated an end? Like a fool, I remained oblivious, often unleashing my ire upon you, burdened by my own suffering, and in doing so neglecting your feelings. Why did you not confide in me? Fu Hanchuan cast his gaze downward, his gray-blue eyes devoid of any ripples, as if engaged in a soliloquy, questioning and answering himself. Is it because I have been too harsh, too consumed by my own emotions that I frightened you? So much so that you dared not speak to me? I could not accept your affections, allowing my resentment to ensnare you. Yet you are blameless. I should have recognized that you are not Fu Wenyuan. My harshness has bred your distrust, instilling fear within you. I have been a madman, losing control in the throes of my emotions, nearly becoming one who harms you. Suddenly, Fu Hanchuan's voice faltered, a gloom settling within his gaze as he looked upon the nape of the person before him, whispering, I have already hurt you. Wen Yanyu, he called softly, and Fu Hanchuan raised his eyes to meet his, the darkness within deepening, like an impenetrable fog, stifling and oppressive, leaving one breathless. Wen Yanyu parted his lips, gathering his thoughts for some time before he managed to utter, Did you not say you wish to clarify matters between us, Fu Hanchuan? You owe me nothing. You have not harmed me. It is my own greed that has led to this. You have long since repaid any debt. Wen Yanyu steadied his trembling voice. All of this is a mistake. I should not. Before he could finish, Fu Hanchuan suddenly inquired, Do you no longer desire me? Perceiving the unspoken words in the man's query, he gazed at him, momentarily stunned. Wen Yanyu stood frozen for 2 seconds, his left hand covering his eyes, concealing the tears that had flowed since awakening. Yes, fear. He feared being reclaimed by Jun Changma. Yet, he feared even more the slightest error in the system's predictions that might ensnare Fu Hanchuan. The powers of this high magic world are beyond what my realm can contend with. Long before, when he witnessed those he once wished to protect being brutally slaughtered before him by Jun Changma, he understood. Even with immense power, in the face of absolute strength, there exists no capacity for resistance. It is a dimensional strike. His right hand slackened, the metallic scent of blood filling his nostrils. Wen Yanyu opened his eyes, the scene before him causing him to momentarily forget to breathe. Fu Hanchuan grasped a fruit knife from the table and forcefully drew it across his wrist, blood oozing forth and wetting their interlocked hands. Fu Hanchuan gazed at his wrist. The wound was not particularly deep, and he prepared to inflict another cut. In a sudden surge, Wen Yanyu sat upright, lunging forward to seize the sharp blade from the man's grasp. As they stumbled, both individuals failed to stabilize themselves, and Fu Hanchuan securely enveloped the other in his embrace, cascading together towards the ground. The dagger clattered to the ground not far away. Wen Yanyu pressed firmly against the man's wrist, the blood oozing from his palm, merging silently with the crimson that flowed from the wound on his wrist, leaving a striking scarlet mark on the pristine white tiles. Wen Yanyu, collapsing atop Fu Hanchuan, wept uncontrollably, pleading, Please don't do this. I was wrong. I don't want this. I beg you, don't. Don't do this. I don't like you anymore. I was wrong. Please stop. The injury on his wrist should have caused him great pain. Yet at that moment, Fu Hanchuan felt nothing but an overwhelming emptiness. Let me suffer as you do. Do not forgive me. Do not abandon me. An apology seemed futile. Only shared suffering could serve as the most sincere form of contrition. Upon sensing the other's desire to depart, he could only inflict pain upon himself in hopes of earning a sliver of forgiveness. Shall we return home together? To my place? Afterwards, we can live together. I'll buy a new apartment near the city center hospital, and we can decorate it together. You can choose the things you like. I will comply with your preferences. He recalled the doctor's words about the scar's permanence, which would endure for at least 5 years, while a year ago, Wen Yanyu bore no such marks. The hair dye at home, the unusual eye color, the scars that should not exist, and those irrational actions flooded his mind. Fu Hanchuan wrapped his arms around the youth's waist, resting his head against the boy's shoulder in an inseparable embrace. No one will harm you again. There is nothing to fear. I understand I've been too harsh, causing you to lose your trust in me. It's all right. This time, I will protect you well. I can wait for you until the day you are willing to reveal the truth. I will help you punish those who have wronged you. No one can touch you. Fu Hanchuan's voice softened, laced with an eerie tenderness. Just don't abandon me. As he uttered those final words, his tone faltered slightly. He raised his clean hand to gently wipe away the tears from the boy's cheek. I will give you everything you desire, except for love. You remain my dearest friend. I have no regard for the past. I no longer harbor resentment. Let us start anew. As long as you are healthy and do not leave me, I will provide you with anything. It matters not if you prefer men. I will help you find someone who loves you. I will assist in selecting well. He will cherish you, and you will eventually let go of your feelings for me. Aside from love, I can grant you anything. Just as long as you do not forsake me. Do not love me. Anything else is permissible, anything at all. In his gray-blue eyes, shadows of humility loomed, and his gaze was filled with yearning. His voice, low and somber, resonated with a blend of humility and determination. Like a noble yet perilous beast, he bowed his head, pleading with fear for a peace of mind that could never be regained. Wen Yanyu struggled to lift his gaze, gradually discerning the man's expression through the blurred veil of tears. He suppressed his sobs and responded with difficulty. All right. Fu Hanchuan, lifting him from the ground, noticed the wound on his palm and lowered his head in guilt. This is the last time. I promise. Wen Yanyu offered no reply. Fu Hanchuan looked down. The person in his arms had once again succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Fu Hanchuan gently laid him upon the bed and pressed the call button at the headboard, their fingers still intertwined. Outside the window, the dusk seeped into the room, mingling with the blood that stained the floor, casting a crimson glow into the muted blue atmosphere. Chapter 62. Which scoundrel touched my wife 3 days later at the eastern gate of Shengyuan? Wen Yanyu alighted from the car, the brisk cold wind sending a shiver through him, as he allowed the man beside him to drape a coat over his shoulders. Autumn had already arrived, and Shanghai City was frequently graced with rain, rendering the weather damp and chilly, the moist cold seeping into his very bones and causing a nagging ache. Rubbing his waist, Wen Yanyu obediently let Fu Hanchuan take his hand as they strolled around the community, listening to the introductions provided by several responsible individuals trailing behind them. The community boasted 2 grand entrances, the east and west gates, each requiring facial recognition for entry, with security personnel on duty around the clock. Surveillance cameras were strategically placed every 10 meters. The security measures were exceptionally stringent, with personnel either freshly retired from the military or specially trained for this purpose. Within the community, there was a 24-hour unmanned convenience store where daily necessities and medications could be procured, while the largest hospital in the city center was merely a few hundred meters away, and the second hospital lay 2 kilometers beyond that. For food delivery, couriers were not permitted to enter the premises. However, security would deliver the food directly to the residents' doors, negating the need to descend. After the community representative diligently elaborated on the amenities, Wen Yanyu cautiously surveyed his surroundings and softly inquired, "Why haven't I seen any other residents in this community?" The entire complex was vast, and despite the exorbitant property prices, the splendid environment should attract individuals of means, making it unlikely that they would all relocate to the more remote villa districts. It was a holiday, and even a newly constructed community shouldn't appear this desolate. The representative glanced at the man accompanying the youth, exchanging a knowing look before hurriedly explaining, "It's because we have just recently completed construction, so it may seem a bit quiet at the moment. More residents will gradually arrive." He awkwardly chuckled in an attempt to ease the tension. Wen Yanyu simply acknowledged with a soft "oh" and did not dwell on it further. Fu Hanchuan cast a sidelong glance at him before surveying the area, his voice low and steady. "I am often busy at the company. If you find yourself cooped up at home, feel free to take a stroll. Should you require anything, you could speak directly to the community security." Wen Yanyu nodded, bypassing the entrance that resembled a reception area and following the others into the elevator. He input the password and opened the door. As he navigated through the foyer, he was greeted by a plethora of plush puppies and bunnies piled beside the sofa, the entire apartment adorned in warm hues, creating a hazy ambience. After settling all his belongings, changing into sleepwear, and completing a brief wash-up, dusk had already descended outside. Exhausted, Wen Yanyu sank onto the sofa. Fu Hanchuan emerged from the kitchen, presenting him with a cup of warm water, while a plethora of medications were meticulously laid out before him. Under the watchful gaze of the man, Wen Yanyu dutifully accepted the cup and began to take his medicine. Upon witnessing him finish, Fu Hanchuan's previously furrowed brow relaxed. "Time for bed." Fu Hanchuan reached out effortlessly, lifting the young man from the sofa, disregarding his struggles, and gently carried him into the room and onto the bed. Observing the man changing clothes on the other side, Wen Yanyu nestled into the blanket and quietly inquired, "Shall we sleep together? Aren't you plagued by nightmares at night?" Fu Hanchuan replied in a calm tone, saying little more as he dimmed the lights and drew the curtains. Settling onto the other side of the bed, the blackout curtains nearly eliminated all light, casting the room into a profound darkness. So much had transpired over the past 3 days, leaving both of them fatigued. In this sudden dimness, Wen Yanyu soon felt drowsy, curling deeper into the blanket, on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, Fu Hanchuan spoke. "The time is a bit rushed. Many arrangements remain incomplete, but the essentials have been purchased. Tomorrow, please take a look on your phone for any furniture or items you desire. Once you select them, I will arrange for delivery. If you feel unwell while I am away, call me. If you are hungry, contact the chef downstairs. They will deliver your meal promptly. If you wish to go out, let me know in advance. You may make friends, but do not stay overnight. You can be out for a maximum of 6 hours, only within Shanghai City. For outings, please inform me 3 days in advance, as I would like to accompany you. You may order takeout, but do so sparingly." Fu Hanchuan's admonitions flowed continuously. When Yanyu mumbled in vague acknowledgement. Suddenly, he felt the man beside him draw near. Before he could react, he found himself enveloped in warm arms. Wen Yanyu froze for a moment as Fu Hanchuan buried his head in his shoulder, warm breath cascading over his neck, igniting a tingling sensation. "That day, who bullied you?" Wen Yanyu stiffened, the drowsiness that had been building vanishing in an instant. For a fleeting moment, he forgot to breathe, his heart racing wildly. Having engaged in such intimacy while the other remained unaware, what difference was there for a person of conventional orientation between this and an alternative violation? If this were to come to light, could he still remain by the other side? Instinctively, Wen Yanyu clutched the fabric of Fu Hanchuan's shirt, shrinking further into his embrace, breath uneven and trembling. Fu Hanchuan refrained from pressing further, instinctively adjusting the blanket draped over them. The pale hue of his irises offered clarity in the darkness. The person in his arms kept their eyes tightly shut, hesitant to look up. Perhaps due to sensitive skin, the marks on his neck and wrist had yet to fade, still visible as lingering traces of intimacy. These marks were faint, trailing downwards, disappearing into the neckline, scattered across his body, even between his legs. Fu Hanchuan pressed his lips together, feeling as if sharp silver needles were piercing his heart. An intricate, subtle pain that was not unbearable, yet once acknowledged, was impossible to ignore. He could not discern the true nature of the bitterness flowing within him. Closing his eyes, Fu Hanchuan tightened his embrace around the young man, resolutely confining him within a realm he could control. "Sleep now, there's nothing to fear. I am here." As dawn broke, light flooded the room, awakening to the midday sun. Wen Yanyu groggily rose from his slumber, rubbing his eyes before making his way to the bathroom to freshen up. The milk that had been warmed on the table had long since cooled. As he surveyed his surroundings, he instinctively nestled into the plush embrace of the sofa, immersing himself in the new tasks issued by the company. With less than 2 years remaining until the contract's conclusion, he had yet to engage in the recently assigned task of 3 hours of daily live streaming. Just yesterday, upon returning from the hospital, Sister Lan had already begun her gentle urging. After some contemplation, he resolved to conduct the live stream in his study after lunch. Chapter 63. In the Rabbit Treasure's live room, ergo peaks and following the instructions, he opened the live streaming room. Initially intending to pass the time casually for 3 hours, he was taken aback as the viewer count soared past 1 million in a mere 2 minutes. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am Wen Yanyu. Welcome to my casual chat, which may very well turn into a food broadcast," he greeted with a warm smile. In the frame, the young man sat beside a bookshelf by the window, sunlight streaming in and illuminating his expressive peach blossom eyes, which brimmed with fatigue. A small red mole at the corner of his eye accentuated his fair skin, which appeared almost dewy. 2 wisps of fringe danced near his ears, swaying gently in the warm light, evoking a painterly quality that was both beautiful and inviting. The live chat momentarily fell into silence, only to erupt with excitement. Ah, my darling. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Eating, eating. Who is the genius that styled my baby yes hair? A reward. A grand reward. Good heavens. Why does my rabbit treasure look a tad slimmer than when he was on the variety show? Is the agency mistreating my bunny? Oh, divine being. Rabbit treasure has truly transformed into a little bunny. I envision an adorable black lop-eared rabbit, so soft and sweet. Mommy kiss. May me quiche. Kiss my darling. Dreaming afloat. If I could take Bunny home, I would gladly trade a billion-dollar lottery win for a luxury car, a villa, and daily meals prepared by Bunny. Snuggling against Bunny's soft ways to sleep, waking to Bunny's sweet kisses each morning. Those short hair look splendid. Oh dear, my long-haired bunny. I shall devour the scoundrel who dared to cut my baby-yes hair. Why do my baby-yes eyes appear a bit gray? Is he wearing colored contacts? Do you all still keep in touch after the variety show ended? It was a self-cut. He confessed, long hair can be quite a hassle to manage, especially for someone like me who needs to diet. Wen Yanyu shook his head playfully at the camera, tapping it lightly as he lamented. However, I lacked experience when cutting, so the bangs turned out a bit wonky, which feels rather odd. After his light-hearted critique, he began to engage with the other questions in the chat, responding with a casual demeanor. There exists a connection. I even spent 2 days visiting Aunt Zhang's home, where her 2 adorable rabbits reside. The uncles and brothers at Aunt Zhang's place are exceptionally kind. During my stay, I felt almost as if I had become utterly dependent on the 3 of them for care. When Yanyu began to recount her experiences, noting that after leaving Aunt Zhang's, she had gradually re-established contact with others. Lu Gu is currently filming a new drama, hence we have yet to meet, but we have plans to celebrate the new year together this winter. I have also arranged to dine out with Qian. However, Duangu is not nearby and finds it somewhat inconvenient to move, so we have only met once. As for Xiaoyu, she seems rather busy and we do not communicate frequently. When Yanyu meticulously replied one by one. As for Xiaohua, she is presently by Aunt Zhang's side. Upon noticing the comments asking about the young girl, When Yanyu smiled brightly, genuinely happy for a rare moment. There is good news. The young lady's eyes are nearly healed, and she is expected to make a full recovery in about a year. Aunt Jiang and Uncle Qin have been taking excellent care of Xiaohua. Once she has adapted to her surroundings and completed her treatment, she can return to school. Yes, elementary school. Aunt Jiang will likely inform everyone once the young lady has fully recovered. Has the baby moved? Why does this place look different from the last live stream? The decor of the house behind the rabbit seems quite office-like, huh? Quietly murmuring, it resembles my father's office style. The bookshelf has titles on finance, history, and foreign classics. Baby, are you live streaming from someone else's home? Upon reading the comments, Wen Yanyu paused momentarily, glancing around. This is my friend's study. The other study is yet to be furnished, so I am temporarily using this one. I had previously gotten used to live streaming from a study, while the other room seems to be prepared for him but lacks seating. It felt a bit odd to set up in the living room or bedroom. So after obtaining Fu Hanchuan's consent, I decided to use this study. Ah, the view outside the window feels so familiar. Isn't that the landmark building in the center of Shanghai City? I recall there's a river nearby. Being able to see this landmark must count as a riverside property. My friend is quite affluent. Is the baby visiting a friend's house? When Yanyu pondered her words, hesitating before replying. It's more akin to a temporary stay due to some personal matters. At that moment, a comment suddenly swept across the screen, capturing everyone's attention. What exactly is the relationship between you and Fu Hanchuan? The moment those words were uttered, both the comments and Wen Yanyu were taken aback. Her gaze flickered, unsure how to articulate her relationship with Fu Hanchuan, so she decided to bypass that comment and respond to others. However, with the emergence of this particular comment, the atmosphere in the live stream room ignited like a flammable substance meeting a spark. Oh, I want to know too. So many rumors abound. But it's best if the parties involved clarify it. What is the relationship between you and Fu XX? Laughs, no malice intended. Just curious why the big boss hasn't silenced you. I remember Fuda's temperament isn't exactly mild. I heard you save the big boss's life. Is that why he hasn't taken action against you? Is it true? Have you two dated? Was it truly love that eluded you back then? Or was it a matter of mental health? I noticed your demeanor on the variety show seemed rather concerning. Have you sought help from a psychiatrist? This is not a critique. Rather, it's a gentle reminder not to shy away from seeking medical assistance. Are you genuinely claiming that you no longer harbor feelings for Fu Hanchuan? Surely you won't find yourself pursuing him again in the near future, will you? In the live stream, comments began to revolve around Fu Hanchuan. Although other topics surfaced, it was impossible to disregard the chatter. Wen Yanyu pressed her lips together, her fingers instinctively curling on her lap. Soon, she forced a smile and jested. Indeed, my mental state has been a tad precarious. Let us not dwell on the past. I truly did not like him. I was simply muddled at that time, which led to a series of misunderstandings. That is all behind me now. Having addressed the question, the smile faded from Wen Yanyu's face. Let us shift to another topic before I become irate. Do you currently have feelings for Fu Hanchuan? Wen Yanyu paused momentarily, her fingers scrolling through the comments. To a certain former fan of the family, I see you. Don't think that changing your username will mask your identity. If you continue to pose challenges to my dear rabbit, I shall divulge the secrets of your master. Such a delightful lack of malice. Evil beef, boldness. Anyone who dares to pose troubling questions to my beloved rabbit shall face my wrath, and I won't hesitate to dismantle civilization itself. CC Piao. If a death note could record online names, I would inscribe the names of those who feign innocence yet harbor malice. Quite the spectacle. The devoted fans have emerged. Let me be known, former fans are not silent because they have perished. Not supporting does not equate to allowing others to bully our cherished ones. The brief interlude on the comments subsided, and Wen Yanyu resumed casual banter with her audience. An hour and a half passed with lighthearted exchanges, when suddenly, the tone of the comments took an unusual turn. Wen Yanyu lounged comfortably in her chair, continuing the discussion from the variety show. Look at our dear rabbit earnestly sharing hellish jokes. Wait, why are you so knowledgeable? You even seem aware of blood loss and physical sensations. Medical students are starting to feel a bit, but our rabbit is also a medical student. Oh, I almost forgot. I was startled just now. How could you know such intricate details? I half thought our rabbit had perished multiple times. Bad rabbit, scaring me daily. A fierce kiss, dazed, nibbling on a rabbit's cheek. Who can comprehend? Seeing him so nonchalant while using himself as an example to satisfy everyone's curiosity was amusing at first, but as the conversation progressed, I felt chills all over. This lad is utterly unreserved, reminiscent of those late-night tales from Dream of the Red Chamber when Lu Lao Lao recounts the snow and firewood. Perhaps someone who has died once becomes indifferent to such matters. Although many might shy away from this subject, I believe it is not a taboo topic. After all, everyone has their own experiences. Wen Yanyu narrowed her eyes in contemplation, pondering, if someone were to ask me to choose, rather than being laid to rest in the earth, I would prefer a sea burial, allowing my body to drift with the ocean currents to distant shores. How romantic that would be, wouldn't it? With a smile dancing on her lips, she continued, if a tombstone were to be erected, I would wish to include a QR code that links to a video I have curated, showcasing the various landscapes I have encountered. I'm not particularly fond of somber atmospheres. I prefer joy and laughter, even though I would not be able to witness it at that time. I hope that one day, when I am no longer here, all those who cherished me and came to pay their respects could see the beauty of the vistas I have recorded. As she spoke, the anticipation in Wen Yanyu's eyes grew more vivid, her voice unconsciously becoming lighter and more cheerful. I must tell you, I've already prepared a video album, complete with background music. Suddenly, the door was thrust open with force. A deep male voice resonated from the entrance. Come out and take your medicine. Chapter 64. Two dogs' subtle schemes. Feeding the bunny, rubbing its head when Yanyu's body stiffened as she gradually turned her head. Fu Hanchuan leaned against the doorframe, one arm propped against it, still clad in his work suit, meeting her gaze with calmness. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, despite the lack of emotion in his eyes, she felt an inexplicable flutter within her. Ignoring the audience in the live stream, Wen Yanyu rose from her chair and inquired, "Why are you back so early?" Fu Hanchuan glanced at the phone still standing on the table, his gaze subtly skimming the corners of the room, and replied nonchalantly, "Work's done." "Oh, is it that early?" Wen Yanyu patted her head, not probing further, and scampered toward the living room. She obediently finished a large dose of medicine, then sat quietly to one side. After tidying up the medicine bowl, she noticed him staring at her intently. Fu Hanchuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Aren't you going back to your live stream? Only then did Wen Yanyu realize, standing awkwardly as she cast a glance at him. Fu Hanchuan casually removed his coat, stating, "You do your thing. I won't appear in your frame." He then turned his head away, dryly adding, "Why would I bother to add to my own troubles for no reason?" Upon hearing this, Wen Yanyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Rest assured, I won't mention you. I absolutely won't expose you," she asserted earnestly before hurriedly returning to her study. Expose? Fu Hanchuan frowned. Does he truly have something to hide? A subtle irritation crept into his heart as he diverted his gaze and tossed his recently removed garment onto the sofa. Returning to the study, Wen Yanyu settled back in front of the camera, a hint of apologetic laughter gracing her features. "I'm sorry, my friend just returned. Let us continue, shall we?" Performer. "Goodness, I thought I was seeing ghosts, huh?" Trial 6. Wow, I just heard a friend's voice. It sounded quite pleasant. The way the bunny turned its head slowly is so adorable, haha. Pool fish. The illusion of the master lives streaming in the office while the owner is away. Only to be caught red-handed by the little bunny. Not really. What a leisurely job this is, finishing work so early. Even those trapped in the grueling 996 work culture cast envious glances my way. How about we switch jobs? I lament. I am curious to see the friends of the rabbit treasure, but I ignore the inquiries in the live stream about them. My friends are not part of this circle, so I won't share. With 2 hours remaining, allow me to regale you with stories instead. Wen Yanyu fixated on the 3-hour countdown, skillfully diverting the audience's attention once more with her storytelling. Half an hour later, the slightly ajar door swung open again. Fu Hanchuan placed a meal on the table before her, inserted a small spoon, and in a tone that was both indifferent and succinct, instructed her to eat. Wen Yanyu glanced down at the beef rice bowl and the small dish of paired vegetables beside it, then cast a look at the empty dining table outside. "Aren't you eating?" she inquired. Fu Hanchuan replied dismissively, "I already ate at the company." Wen Yanyu acknowledged with a soft "oh," her gaze lingering on the fragrant and visually appealing beef rice bowl. However, a large portion would be too much for her. It would be wasteful. The thought of leftover food reminded her of a particular meme, "My little kitty's heartaches." When she had just returned, she struggled with controlling the quantity of food she prepared. She often desired to eat a lot, but could not manage it. Yet, she felt a pang of reluctance to waste any food, forcing herself to finish and then suffering from stomach aches. Remembering her past companions, who had endured great hardships to secure mere morsels of food, she found it hard to waste even a little. "At least eat half. Leave the rest if you can't finish," she suggested. Fu Hanchuan casually replied, "I will eat." Wen Yanyu was about to say a couple more words when he suddenly ruffled her hair. After retracting his hand, Fu Hanchuan nonchalantly shut the door behind him. Wen Yanyu blinked in surprise, instinctively touching her disheveled hair. "My cheeks are full. Did I just get force-fed dog food? Oh dear, tell me the truth. Are you in a relationship?" Laughing at the calmness of the comments. If it were another idol, they would have exploded by now. "My rabbit treasure is already a wreck. The fans have been filtered out long ago. But here I am, calmly picking up the pieces." Such skillful dish arrangement. It's evident that this friend often plays the role of caretaker. No, does no one find that man's voice familiar? It sounds just like that person. Don't mention it. It can't possibly be him. It must be another friend of Rabbit Treasure. Fu XX's demeanor in front of the media was rather unpleasant. And while my treasure was indeed at fault, Fu XX is a decent person. Let us not conflate the two. Laughing, if I were Fu Hanchuan, I would indeed find Wen Yanyu insufferable. Just meeting would be enough to bring bad luck. But I am not him, so come entangle me. I welcome it. Chapter 65. The expertise of keeping a wife. Wen Yanyu glanced at the comments, then at her bowl of rice, twirling her fingers in embarrassment. Well then, I shall eat first. You may all enjoy this as a food broadcast. As she observed the stream of comments urging her to eat, Wen Yanyu felt herself relax. He picked up the spoon and stirred the rice a few times, scooping up a mouthful of tender, stewed beef combined with sautéed peas. A delectable combination that instantly brightened his eyes. He then grabbed a pair of chopsticks to pick up some bok choy, the slight tang accompanied by a hint of sweetness. Exceptionally appetizing, the harmonious blend of meat and vegetables ensured a balanced and delightful meal. Suddenly, a name illuminated the chat room. Jiang Wanru sent 99 rockets. Upon the appearance of this name, the atmosphere in the live stream became lively. Taking a moment to glance at the barrage of comments, Wen Yanyu tentatively inquired, "Aunt Jiang?" "Yes, it's me." "Stop chatting and focus on your meal," Jiang Wanru replied. Wen Yanyu nodded, returning to his food. "Aunt Jiang. Wow, it's the real Aunt Jiang. Wow, wow, wow. Is Aunt Jiang here to watch Rabbit Baby eat? It seems like Rabbit Mama has gained a rival," Jiang Wanru declared. "I will fiercely defend my position as the #1 Rabbit Mama." Wen Yanyu initially intended to engage in further conversation, but the aroma of the rice was too enticing. By the time he resumed his meal, the livestream had transformed into an immersive eating show. Delicious. Wen Yanyu leaned over the bowl, relishing each bite, as strands of hair kept falling over his face, compelling him to repeatedly push them aside. "Baby S meal looks so appetizing. I want to mix it with Rabbit Baby S and enjoy it together. Right? Teacher, are you a glutton? Evil cookie. Oh baby, you are such a good little one." Enjoying your meal so heartily. Just as he was savoring his food, the door was gently pushed open. Wen Yanyu turned his head, mouth full, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Fu Hanchuan entered, one hand holding a glass of milk, the other a hairband, leisurely making his way to Wen Yanyu's side, gently stirring the milk that had just received a few sugar cubes. "It's a bit hot. Let it cool before drinking." "Thank you, Muddy," Wen Yanyu mumbled through his mouthful. Fu Hanchuan set down the milk, grasped the armrest, and pulled both him and the chair out of the livestream frame. When he returned, Wen Yanyu sported a fluffy headband atop his head. As the door closed, Wen Yanyu adjusted the headband and resumed his meal. "Friend looks very fatherly. Such a thoughtful friend." The first thing he did was make Rabbit take medicine, then brought food after half an hour, and even warmed up the milk. He even prepared a headband. What's the difference from raising a child? Can he even understand how to raise one? I'll take care of that. His voice is pleasant, and judging by his arms, he seems to have a good physique. Someone should take a closer look. Rubbing hands, hee, I would willingly marry him and raise Rabbit Baby together. Upstairs is craving peaches. Once the meal was finished, Wen Yanyu pushed aside his bowl. The milk was at the perfect temperature. Taking a sip, he savored the rich, creamy flavor. Both sweet and indulgent, yet to his liking. Wiping his mouth, he continued narrating stories to the viewers in the live stream, successfully filling 3 hours. Wen Yanyu smiled and waved at the camera. That concludes today's session. If you wish to hear more stories, await my agency's next notification. The live stream came to an end. The topic regarding Wen Yanyu's live stream has surged to the top of the discussion board. 1L, by heavens. I feel as though my dear bunny is on the verge of being abducted. Who is that man appearing in the live stream? Internet sleuths. Provide me with his complete dossier within 10 minutes. 16L, I just finished watching the edited clips. My dear friend is so considerate. The moment he pulled Bunny's chair, I could watch it 1,000 times. He yanked it right out of the frame. Oh my goodness. So adorable. I wish I could pull too. And when Bunny turned to glance at my friend, it was just too cute, too cute. I feel Bunny's eyes sparkling. I can hardly imagine. If Bunny were to look at me with such eyes, I would transform into the sunniest, most cheerful little girl. 56L. At this moment, one might wonder, Bunny, how are you so endearing? To which the answer is clear. Our Bunny is the darling of all darlings, the sweetest of the sweet, the sovereign of all babies, the ruler among them, the king of cuteness, the most adorable darling, the pinnacle of charm. 69L. Why has no one from the same neighborhood come forth to claim him? Just recently, near Aunt Jiang's, there were people filming Bunny. How come there's none here? I long to see Bunny from a passerby's perspective. So adorably charming. 76L. I recall that view from the window. My sister's friend purchased a house there. I'm unsure if it's the same community, but nearby. Even a small unit is nearing 1 million. However, they just moved in not long ago. A month ago. I heard that a big shop bought several houses at a high price, and all those who bought near my sister have had their homes sold off at exorbitant rates. 103L. It appears that this year, the rich have unleashed their purchasing power. What on earth are these affluent individuals doing buying up so many houses? Jealousy twists my features. 111L. I suddenly realized something. 2 months ago, when Yanyu was universally reviled. How is it that in such a short span, he has garnered so much affection? It seems the internet truly has no memory. Netizens change their opinions with remarkable speed. 116L. I don't know. I've never spoken ill of him from the beginning. He hasn't committed any heinous crimes, although he might be rather irritating to some. Haha. There is something magical about Wen Yanyu. One simply cannot bring themselves to dislike him. Even when he faced the harshest criticism online, his fanbase remained largely intact. Haha. I never expected him to persistently pursue a man. And I remember when the first wave of public outcry emerged, many thought it was a joke. However, as the incidents piled up, coupled with his endearing demeanor, it truly resonated across all age groups, leading to such widespread online discourse. 123L. Perhaps it's because back then, many online were driven by love turned to hate, while others simply sought a target to berate. Now that Bunny seems to have returned to normal, those who once loved but felt spurned can no longer voice their grievances. And the latter group has little to criticize beyond the old gossip. After all, aside from that outrageous pursuit, Bunny has no real scandal to speak of. Ha ha ha. 146L. Indeed. He spent a month in the disaster-stricken area, saving lives, and none of his fellow contestants, who once clashed so fiercely, ever spoke ill of him. Even XLY, who had the most privileged background, yet the worst temperament, incessantly quarreling with the world, acknowledged that Wen Yanyu treated them well. At the farewell, XLY's proud and awkward demeanor towards Wen Yanyu was utterly amusing. This lad seems to have a peculiar mindset regarding romance, but generally, he appears to be quite well-adjusted. 156L. Haha, speaking of this, I find it hilarious. After the talent show concluded, there was an interview where they were asked, disregarding all factors, whom they would choose to live within the team. Out of 17 participants, 13 chose Wen Yanyu. When that segment aired, the initially indifferent crowd suddenly turned their heads in unison like sunflowers when it came to Wen Yanyu's choice. Ultimately, he picked the team's cat, which was utterly priceless. The expressions of those around him were simply delightful. I could watch that moment repeatedly and still laugh. However, I truly cannot comprehend what transpired with Wen Yanyu later, especially his relentless pursuit of Fu Hanquan. It baffles me how he developed feelings for him. I've heard whispers of a connection between the two, albeit not much. Chapter 66. I cherish it solely for its existence. 207L. I believe Wen Yanyu was genuinely struggling mentally back then. It wasn't mere insults, but rather his evident distress during the variety show. His physical manifestations were quite apparent. I recall a moment when he was styling a child's hair, and afterward, he sat alone, staring at his trembling hands. The camera briefly captured him glancing at it, his expression lifeless. That scene struck me profoundly, leaving me speechless. It felt mundane, yet oppressive. 228L. The impression when Yanyu leaves is that of someone burdened with severe PTSD. I still recall the first time he fainted on the show. With several people holding him down to administer an injection, it left me breathless, although I understood it was for his own good. Witnessing Wen Yanyu's reaction alongside those around him felt akin to witnessing a life being extinguished. His responses suggested he had endured significant trauma, and during a recent live chat, he spoke candidly. While some might discuss such topics for attention, his genuine joy and relief were unmistakable. 276L. By the way, does anyone else find Rabbit's friend's voice eerily familiar? Does anyone remember that phone call from the show? 289L. As an aside, if I'm not mistaken, the watch on Rabbit's friend's wrist appears to be worth over 1.5 million. 290L. Could it truly be the person I suspect? The live stream concludes. Wen Yanyu stealthily exits the study and burrows back into the plush cushions of the sofa, feeling lethargic and in need of a moment's rest. Fu Hanquan emerges from the bathroom, glancing at the leftover food in the bowl, silently critiquing, what a cat's appetite. Recalling the pained expression on the other's face whenever leftovers remained uneaten, Fu Hanquan let out a resigned sigh. He finished his meal with 4 or 5 spoonfuls from his bowl and picked up the tablet that lay on the table as he made his way toward the sofa. Wen Yanyu was curled up, nestled in a pile of plush toys. Upon noticing the man approaching, he lazily poked his head out of the fluff and asked, "What's the matter?" Fu Hanchuan handed the tablet to him. "Furniture." Wen Yanyu accepted the tablet and began browsing the furniture displayed on it. His gaze swept over the small dog toy that had accompanied Fu Hanchuan from home, prompting Fu Hanchuan to casually inquire, "Do you like meteorite border collies? I could arrange for someone to bring one for you to raise." Wen Yanyu shook his head, rejecting the idea without a second thought. "I'm not particularly fond of dogs." Since his childhood visit to the police station to find his father, where he was once tackled by a police dog, he had developed a genuine fear of canines. Fu Hanchuan found this amusing and couldn't help but tease, "You have thousands of photos in your album, and isn't more than half of them just pictures of dogs? If you like them, I can arrange for someone to take care of the dog. You would need to worry about it. You would only need to play with it." His tone softened as he gently coaxed, hoping to elicit Wen Yanyu's true feelings. His voice gradually laced with an unintentional tenderness. "Album?" Wen Yanyu blinked in surprise and looked up at him. Fu Hanchuan was momentarily taken aback, but maintained his composure and added nonchalantly, "When you were listening to a story and fell asleep, your phone wasn't off. I happened to glance through it while turning off the video." At this, Wen Yanyu nodded instinctively, no longer dwelling on it, and hugged the plush dog to his chest. His voice somewhat listless. "I don't like dogs. I only like that one little dog." Fu Hanchuan raised an eyebrow. "With so many plush dogs? Wouldn't it be the same if I bought you a living one that looked just like it?" "It's not the same," Wen Yanyu replied sulkily. "What is different? Aren't they all dogs?" Fu Hanchuan narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the response. "I like it not because it's a dog, but simply because it is it," Wen Yanyu said, his gaze lowered. "If it were a little bird, a kitten, a small tiger, or even a mouse or a cockroach, I would still like it just the same. Toys and trinkets are lifeless. They can represent it, but another dog is merely another dog. They are not the same. I like it solely because it is it." Having been too frightened during their last meeting to ask the system whether they could meet again, Wen Yanyu's expression turned despondent, his bangs drooping like the ears of a wilted rabbit. Observing the boy in this state and recalling the countless photos of the dog in his album, Fu Hanchuan felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. What made that unknown dog so significant? Unable to contain his sarcasm, he quipped with a hint of jealousy in his tone, "If it were to become a girl, would you want to marry it then?" Upon uttering those sour words, Fu Hanchuan himself was taken aback. However, Wen Yanyu remained oblivious to his reaction and retorted, "The system is male. If it turned human, it would still be a boy." Recalling a playful moment shared in their little world, Wen Yanyu suddenly erupted into laughter, remarking that if it truly transformed into a human, he would welcome it. During their flight, the group had huddled together for warmth as his stature seemed diminutive compared to the others of different races. Concerned for him, they treated him like a cub, encircling him as they slept, only to have Tongzi express his frustration the next day by calling out within Wen Yanyu's consciousness for an entire day. In that final world, he encountered his brother, Ce, who had repeatedly attempted to assist him in escaping the cycle of reincarnation and had saved his life on several occasions. For the sake of convenience during their escape, he had transformed into a mere rabbit. Ce, possibly unable to resist fluffy creatures, showered him with affection, holding him for an extended period. After finally being set down, a sister whose face he could not discern scooped him up and dashed away, leaving him bewildered as she planted several kisses on him, prompting Tongzi to chase after them in a frantic circle. Eventually, he discovered that this sister was a family member of Ce, who had merely been overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing him. The memory of being retrieved by Tongzi, who wore a face of pitiful jealousy as if he had suffered a great injustice, brought a smile to Wen Yanyu's lips. Then there was Ce's beloved, one of the incarnations of Luo Wire, a charming little black cat named Ce Chio, so irresistibly adorable that he could not help but reach out to stroke it. Consequently, Tongzi sulked in silence for several days, insisting on changing his own appearance to that of a cat. Though it harbored a considerable amount of jealousy, it was easily placated. When Yanyu's smile deepened, his eyes softening with tenderness, a dog that could be soothed with a simple kiss could hardly be considered a bad dog. Fu Hanchuan, his expression darkening, let out a soft huff, opting to remain silent. Very well, let it be, he thought. When Yanyu selected the furniture, returning the tablet to the man before curling up once more. Fu Hanchuan took the tablet, glanced at it, and could not suppress a frown. Was this the extent of her choices? After he had sourced so many pieces, she settled on just a table, chairs, and a blanket. Wen Yanyu nestled himself within a mound of plush cushions, drowsiness creeping over him. "This is sufficient," he murmured. His fingertip lingered on a small rabbit sticker on the screen. Fu Hanchuan fell silent, his gaze sweeping across the sparsely furnished room. Aside from a collection of sleep companions and old clothes, nothing else had been acquired, as if they were perpetually prepared to depart. The mere thought of this unsettled him, a wave of anxiety and irritation washing over him. Disinterested in continuing the selection, Fu Hanchuan pinched the bridge of his nose, irritation flashing across his face as he tossed the tablet aside. He turned to gaze at Wen Yanyu, who was peacefully asleep amidst the plush pile. With a swift motion, he extended his long arm and effortlessly lifted the slumbering figure. The sensation of soft warmth in his embrace drew his gaze downward. Wen Yanyu lay quietly, his long, thick lashes trembling slightly with the rhythm of Fu Hanchuan's breath. Reminiscent of delicate wings stirred by a gentle breeze, obedient and docile. An indescribable emotion surged within him. He was often oblivious to this feeling, dismissing it as inconsequential. With the sleeping youth cradled in his arms, he stepped lightly into the room. Yet, had a third party been present, they would have discerned the emotion glimmering in the depths of his eyes, a yearning longing. The night was as dark as ink, and a torrential rain poured outside. Accustomed to working in shadows, Fu Hanchuan had not turned on the lights in his study as he walked slowly towards his desk. Shun Huainan and Gu Fengyao had found Wen Yanyu near his home. That day, Wen Yanyu was not wearing the clothing equipped with a locator, and it took him considerable time to ascertain the other S location. Wen Yanyu had declined the inquiry to report to the police, responding to his questioning with vague words. He did not press the matter further. Fu Hanchuan cast his gaze down at the screen. He could uncover the perpetrator's identity without the need for police assistance. That day, Wen Yanyu had also been at the Jinghua Hotel, of which he was a shareholder. As long as one had appeared in the public areas, the surveillance would have recorded it. With even the slightest clue, he could ascertain the identity of that person. On that day, both floors of the Jinghua Hotel were hosting banquets. Briefly recalling the guests who attended the event, Fu Hanchuan maintained a composed expression, methodically eliminating several suspicious individuals. As the surveillance footage from that day was opened by the staff, his focus sharpened, inching the timeline forward. Chapter 67. Discovering the truth ergo was in despair. The rain fell in torrents, dark clouds pressing down overhead, and the wind howled as trees swayed violently, as if they might be uprooted at any moment. Large raindrops, driven by the tempest, battered against the window panes, creating a cacophony of sound. In a moment, he discerned the images on the surveillance screen. It felt as though he had been cast into a frigid abyss. His blood seemed to reverse its flow, his heart, ensnared by thorns, dragged into the depths. In the footage, his disoriented self was seen forcefully dragging a struggling youth to the top floor, brutally prying away the other's hands gripping the door, and dragging him into the room. Fu Hanchuan sat frozen at his desk. The sounds of thunder and rain outside blurred into a meaningless hum in his ears. That person was him. Why had he not been told? Just as anger began to rise, it was swiftly dissipated by a sense of powerlessness. In an instant, all strength ebbed away, and Fu Hanchuan bent over, exhausted. He had once told Wen Yanyu, "I hate you," hadn't he? He was acutely aware of the fear, dread, powerlessness, and grievance reflected in the other's eyes. How could he have not known? One arm propped on the edge of the desk to steady himself. Fu Hanchuan slowly raised the other hand to gently cover the upper half of his face. The bitterness surging from his throat forced him to gasp for breath. For Wen Yanyu cared for him. He was certain that Wen Yanyu would not leave him, that he could not escape him. Thus, he allowed his emotions to spiral out of control, unleashing his fury upon Wen Yanyu. He was a madman. He understood that he despised seeing Wen Yanyu cry, and he loathed witnessing Wen Yanyu suffer or fall ill. Yet, uncontrollably, he had repeatedly inflicted pain upon him. All wrong, completely wrong. The agony and guilt tormented him, leaving him yearning for immediate atonement through death. Fu Hanchuan felt a chill surging through him, his hands trembling involuntarily. He sensed he was on the brink of suffocation. It was he who had harmed Wen Yanyu. He remembered the scars on Wen Yanyu's body, recalled the way the other shivered in pain during dressing changes, and the sight of him collapsing after being awakened by nightmares each night. He said to Wen Yanyu, "I will never give you love." Yet, he understood that apart from genuine affection, Wen Yanyu desired nothing else. Even their current coexistence was merely a product of his companion's compassion born from love. Fu Hanquan pressed his eyes tightly shut, as if countless fire ants were burrowing into every crevice of his bones and muscles, their venomous sting causing excruciating pain that pierced his heart. He was oblivious to the emotions with which Wen Yanyu endured the presence of someone who repeatedly trampled on his dignity and inflicted harm upon him. The source of Wen Yanyu's suffering was himself. The one unable to detach from the other had always been him. Fu Hanquan took a deep breath, biting down hard on his wrist, the iron tang of blood momentarily clearing his mind. Despite gnawing until his wrist was a bloody mess, the pain persisted. He forced himself to regulate his breathing and retrieve the small knife locked away in a drawer. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts, 21. The still healing wounds on his arm were ripped open anew, a gruesome sight of mangled flesh. Fu Hanquan gasped for breath, meticulously prying apart the sutures, delving deeper. The physical pain subdued the anguish of his spirit, restoring a semblance of calm after a fleeting loss of control, allowing reason to reclaim dominion over his will. Fu Hanquan closed the surveillance feed and sent a message to his assistant, requesting information regarding the peculiar occurrences at the banquet that evening. His eyes were bloodshot, fury churning within him like a tempest. The footage revealed evident discrepancies in his own actions. It had been a long time since anyone dared to court danger so recklessly. Suddenly, a thunderclap split the sky, reverberating painfully in his ears. The dawn was gradually breaking. On the first floor of the Shengyu Yuan, Fu Hanquan leaned back in a chair, watching his private doctor hurriedly rummaging through suturing instruments. Once again, he was summoned in the dead of night to tend to wounds. Unable to hold back, the doctor remarked, "Mr. Fu, this is the 3rd time this week. If you continue like this, when will your arm be free of anesthetics?" Fu Hanquan replied in a flat tone. The doctor glanced at him, sighed in resignation, and habitually set down the anesthetic. What ails these wealthy individuals, one after another? The wound was once more sewn together before his eyes. Was he in such agony at that moment? Or perhaps even more profound? Fu Hanquan lowered his gaze, an unusual expression of helplessness and confusion clouding his features as anguish and sorrow churned within him, transforming into poisonous vines that ensnared him. He became acutely aware of his own baseness, realizing for the first time the weight of Wen Yanyu's affection. He could no longer entrust Wen Yanyu to anyone else, to anyone who might inflict harm upon him. He could only rely on himself. He must survive to shelter Wen Yanyu under his wings. He would live to endure the suffering Wen Yanyu had experienced, to atone for the harm caused. Fu Hanquan closed his eyes. The unbearable taste of blood lingering on his lips swallowed along with the bitterness, until he had completely paved the way for Wen Yanyu's future. He would seek redemption. The bedroom door was gently pushed open. The person on the bed curled up under the covers, legs drawn tightly to their chest, one arm clutching themselves, with faint bite marks still visible at the open collar. That was an exceedingly insecure posture. Fu Hanquan gradually approached the bedside and sat down at the edge of the bed. Outside, the sound of thunder and rain was incessant. After an eternity, Fu Hanquan lay down beside Wen Yanyu, slowly extending his arm to draw the person next to him into his embrace, moving with deliberate slowness and gentleness, fearful of disturbing the one who had finally fallen into a deep slumber. Wen Yanyu, unguarded, nestled against him, instinctively stretching his legs and inhaling the familiar scent, burrowing deeper into the warmth. It was a blend of reliance and affection, a realization that left Fu Hanquan momentarily stunned. The suppressed emotions surged like a torrential flood, engulfing all reason and restraint in an instant. Fu Hanquan gasped, burying his face into the youth's shoulder, tightening his embrace, reluctant to let go, yet wary of applying too much pressure. A tidal wave of guilt and remorse spread within him, awakened by the heavy sound of breathing. Wen Yanyu opened his bleary eyes and hazily looked at the man. What's wrong? His consciousness was still clouded, his thoughts sluggish, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Fu Hanchuan continued to hold him tightly. Listening to the breath laden with a sob, Wen Yanyu became fully alert, acutely sensing the mingled scent of blood in the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the white bandage on the man's left wrist, now stained with droplets of blood, trailing down his sleeve and soaking a patch of fabric. Wen Yanyu attempted to sit up to inspect the injury. The one who harmed you was me, wasn't it? The brevity of the statement rendered Wen Yanyu utterly speechless, his face paling to an extreme, devoid of any reaction, like a helpless puppy suffering from a great injustice. Fu Hanchuan held him tighter, tears cascading from his ice-blue eyes, falling onto Wen Yanyu's heart, nearly scorching him. Wen Yanyu's eyelashes fluttered, his heart skipping a beat. Fu Hanchuan buried his face in the crook of Wen Yanyu's neck, his voice hoarse, as if he had wept for an eternity. Why didn't you tell me? Fu Hanchuan lifted his tear-streaked face, his gaze shimmering with a near-fractured light, his voice trembling. Why do I have no recollection of that night? Why did you want to end your life? Why are there so many wounds on your body that should not be there? Whose names do you call out in your nightmares? Wen Yanyu, I am not a fool. You cannot hide this from me. Why are you unwilling to share anything with me? Why do you refuse to trust me? Wen Yanyu remained rigid in his embrace, his lips parting and closing several times. Yet he found no courage to offer an explanation. Fu Hanchuan clenched his fingers tightly, using the physical pain to suppress the tumultuous emotions raging within. I will ask you just one question. Fu Hanchuan suppressed the sob in his voice, raising his gaze. His ice-like pupils seemed to tremble with the intensity of his emotions. The feelings swirling in his depths were profound and agonizing. Are you unable to speak or unwilling to speak? Wen Yanyu shuddered suddenly, immediately turning his head to evade Fu Hanchuan's gaze, his body leaning back in an attempt to escape the man's embrace. After the failure to break free, all that remained was a rigid apology. Yes, I'm sorry about the hotel. I didn't know how to tell you. I was afraid you would hate me. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I was just too terrified at that moment. My mind was a chaotic mess. I didn't know what to do. When I woke up, I saw you. I didn't mean to. I know you despise me. I thought, in any case, I wouldn't live much longer. I made a mistake, terrified of seeing the loathing in your eyes. Wen Yanyu was utterly flustered, his hands trembling, avoiding eye contact, desperate to flee once more. But this time, Fu Hanchuan held him tighter in his embrace, so tightly that it felt suffocating. Stop talking nonsense. I will find you a doctor. You will be healthy again. Wen Yanyu, listen to me. You did nothing wrong. It was my fault. I hurt you. I am the one who erred. You are blameless. I failed to protect you. I was too careless, thinking no one could harm me. It's my fault. You have done nothing wrong. It's all on me. Only me. I am to blame. Fu Hanchuan pressed his palm firmly, softening his tone, while gently patting the trembling figure in his arms, fearful of frightening him again. He was not pushed away. Wen Yanyu was momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Fu Hanchuan held him tightly, repeating over and over, Yan, listen to me. Do not be afraid. You have done nothing wrong. Do not fear. This will not happen again. No one will hurt you again. It is not your fault. Sensing that Fu Hanchuan's emotions were stabilizing, Wen Yanyu finally dared to speak. I cannot say it. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head to press his forehead against the boy's, replying in a hushed tone, I know. It is my fault. It is all my fault. I will make it up to you. It's fine if you like me. I will not marry anyone. Until you find someone else you like, I will be by your side. I will never love anyone else. Even if you wish to be with me for a lifetime, that is fine. I will care for you forever, give you whatever you desire. No one will ever harm you again, including me. I will atone for my sins to you for a lifetime. Wen Yanyu, you will be healthy and live a long life. A long life. The man's voice was soft, low, and hoarse, as if he were on the verge of tears, weighing heavily on the heart, making it hard to breathe. Wen Yanyu closed his eyes, his thoughts in disarray, unsure of what to say next. Simply nestling silently in Fu Hanchuan's embrace. Outside the window, the torrential rain had ceased. Everything seemed to return to tranquility, though dark clouds loomed, brewing the next storm. Chapter 68. The unmeasured joke of life, endless rain drizzled, the sky shrouded in gloomy clouds, oppressive and heavy. Outside, the psychiatric consultation room. Fu Hanchuan sat quietly on a bench, holding the report after the examination, occasionally glancing at the closed door before mostly fixating on the lengthy list of diagnoses in his hands. Gastric ulcers, duodenal ulcers, weakened immunity, chronic pneumonia, lumbar injury resulting in vertebral damage, vertebral misalignment, abdominal nerve damage, multiple injuries to abdominal organs, old fractures of leg bones, compromised cardiopulmonary function, and chronic anemia. Perhaps it was the weekday that contributed to the sparse presence of individuals in the psychiatric department. Students and office workers alike seemed to have little time, rendering the corridor unusually quiet. Only the occasional footsteps of passing nurses could be heard, while raindrops tapped rhythmically against the window, accentuating the heavy, oppressive sound of breathing that echoed in the corridor. Approximately 2 hours later, a clear female voice resonated from the consultation room. Family members may enter now. Fu Hanchuan swiftly rose to his feet, and the moment he pushed the door open, his anxious gaze sought out Wen Yanyu's figure. Wen Yanyu sat by the sofa, hands clasped on his lap, his face devoid of color, emanating a sickly fatigue that cast a pall over his demeanor. Hearing the commotion, perhaps the fatigue from 4 consecutive days of examinations weighed heavily upon him. Wen Yanyu wearily lifted his gaze to glance at him, but quickly let his head droop again, lacking the strength to maintain eye contact. Fu Hanchuan's heart ached, and he furrowed his brow as he approached and sat beside Wen Yanyu, naturally taking his hand. "Is it cold?" he inquired. Wen Yanyu gently shook his head, yet his hands were chillingly cold. Fu Hanchuan chose not to press further, instead enveloping the boy's icy, slender hand within his own and softly rubbing it to provide warmth. After organizing the documents, Tao Qingyue turned her attention to the two. After conversing for 2 hours, Wen Yanyu appeared utterly listless. Tao Qingyue softened her expression and approached them, speaking gently. "Yanyu, I need to have a private conversation with your family member now. Would you mind sitting in the rest area in the corridor for a while? It will only take a maximum of 20 minutes. It will be over quickly." Although her words were directed at both, her gaze remained fixed on the youth. Meeting her reassuring eyes, Wen Yanyu nodded and prepared to leave. Fu Hanchuan quickly shrugged off his long coat. The corridor felt somewhat chilly. He bent down and wrapped the garment around Wen Yanyu, adjusting the collar to ensure he would not be exposed to the cold wind, before softly advising, "Be good, my dear. I'll be out shortly. Don't wander off. We'll go home together once I'm done." Wen Yanyu responded succinctly, still keeping his eyes downcast, his mind clouded and unable to react much. He was led to a resting chair outside the corridor, his brain still struggling to process the situation. During this autumn rainy season, the atmosphere was inherently damp and oppressive, with the gloomy weather reflecting his own melancholic mood, resulting in an overwhelming silence in the corridor. With his eyes lowered, Wen Yanyu absently bit the soft flesh inside his mouth. One must admit that this doctor possessed remarkable amiability. With gentle guidance, he almost lowered his guard, unintentionally sharing fragments of his daily life, albeit the meager details he could muster. Yet, the passive recollection of his past was far from pleasant, akin to peeling away old scabs, exposing festering wounds to the biting cold. Countless sharp needles formed from flesh and blood traversed back and forth within his mind and heart. For him, it wasn't unbearable pain, but an incessant, nagging discomfort that he could not ignore. At times, the mind is enveloped in a haze. At others, the dull ache is merely a consequence of sleep deprivation, and occasionally, it manifests as a searing pain akin to a heavy hammer striking down. This oppressive and stifling discomfort spreads gradually from the crown of his head, radiating throughout his entire being to the extent that he yearns to scream, to escape from it all. Yet the pain persists, even after the analgesics have taken effect, whispering to him that this anguish is a mere figment of his imagination, that he is not truly suffering to such a degree. Wen Yanyu, a voice within, assures him that it is all a fabrication. Before escaping the cycle of torment, he is determined to survive, devoid of the energy to contemplate anything beyond the concept of freedom. Freedom and family are the lifelines that sustain him, the sole motivation for his existence. However, after breaking free from the cycle, upon returning to his own world, and as the veil of illusion he himself had woven is lifted, the world begins to appear desolate and empty in his eyes. His muscles ache and throb, fingers trembling uncontrollably, unable to find purchase on the armrest. The inadequate secretion of endorphins, due to a compromised nervous system, exacerbates this relentless pain. The cold, damp rain seeps into his very bones, winding its way into his heart, heavy and suffocating. In a moment of daze, Wen Yanyu glances down, observing the rainwater trickling through the glass and pooling at his feet. It gradually accumulates into a small lake, slowly rising, until it begins to engulf him, bit by bit, consuming him whole. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, Wen Yanyu feels his consciousness being submerged in the rain. With a creak, the door before him swings open. Chapter 69. Do not comfort me. Please abandon me. Let me continue to fall. Fu Hanchuan emerges from within, slowly approaching him, bending down to soften his voice. Be good. Are you hungry? Would you prefer to eat something outside before heading home? Or shall we return home together and let Annie cook? Wen Yanyu looks up at the man, instinctively wanting to reach for him, but his trembling hands lack the strength to rise. Noticing this, Fu Hanchuan immediately takes hold of his hand, one arm sliding beneath his knees, the other around his waist, lifting him effortlessly in a princess carry. The person in his arms feels light, exceedingly so. Even a moderately strong adult could lift him with ease, not to mention Fu Hanchuan, who is accustomed to physical training. He casts his gaze downward, concealing the worry that lingers in his eyes. Do you wish to go home or eat out? He gently inquires again near the boy's ear. Wen Yanyu buries his head against the man's shoulder, his voice a mere whisper tinged with fatigue. I want to go home with you. All right, home it is. We shall return home. The understated black Cadillac splashes through puddles along the roadside, leaving a trail of ripples upon the damp ground. Inside the vehicle, soothing instrumental music plays softly. Wen Yanyu lowers his gaze, lost in thought, before murmuring, I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. His voice is barely audible. Fu Hanchuan's expression darkens slightly, pulling him closer. You have never been a burden to me. Delicate raindrops patter against the car window. Though the journey from the hospital to home is not far, Wen Yanyu unconsciously leans against the man beside him, slowly closing his eyes. He feels exhausted, both weary and overwhelmed. The mind struggles to stir, yet each attempt feels shrouded in mist, rendering it immobile. Ever since he uncovered the identity of Jun Changma on the internet, the waves of panic and anxiety have not receded. Whenever he closes his eyes, the echoes of memories surge forth like relentless tides, incessantly assaulting his ears, devouring him whole. The agonizing screams, forged from countless deaths and endless suffering, resonate in his mind. The only solace he finds, the only reason he hasn't fled, lies in the presence of the system each night as he drifts into slumber. It reassures him that Fu Hanchuan is safe, that he himself is secure. They will resolve the matter of Jun Changma. His brother, Si Luo Shuire, and Xiuqiu are all there, albeit in a different realm. They still remember him. Wen Yanyu, we will protect you. Stay close to Fu Hanchuan. Remain by his side. Only then can you safeguard yourself and protect Fu Hanchuan. Do not be afraid. Do not run. Do not scream. Cover your mouth. Do not scream. Do not fear. Days pass in a blur of hospital visits and examinations. Though Fu Hanchuan says nothing, his darkened expression and sudden shifts in demeanor after each test speak volumes. While the extent of his injuries remains uncertain, the prolonged suffering suggests that the prognosis is likely grim. Previously, Fu Hanchuan would occasionally display a fierce temper, but in recent days, he has been notably cautious and gentle. Perhaps it is foolishness. A person one cherishes should inspire joy through such tender care. Yet, instead of happiness, he is overwhelmed by suffocating guilt and bitterness. As Fu Hanchuan's important friend, merely a friend, he has committed irrevocable mistakes that Fu Hanchuan despises and resents, and he can accept that. However, Fu Hanchuan cannot abandon him, cannot let him go. Thus, he suppresses all emotions, even when hurt. He continues to care for him out of a sense of responsibility and an unshakable bond. With every thought of relinquishing pride and concern, guilt and self-loathing crash upon him like a mountain. Witnessing Fu Hanchuan's careful attention and his frantic efforts on his behalf stirs a primal urge to escape, to weep. He berates himself for causing so much trouble, for not recovering. He cannot pinpoint when living became a torment. When occupied, it is bearable, but in moments of stillness. He finds himself yearning for liberation, for freedom. Yet, the thought of Fu Hanchuan's actions haunts him. If one day he were truly gone, Fu Hanchuan would grieve. And that terrifies him. What would Fu Hanchuan do on the day of his departure? Wen Yanyu, Fu Hanchuan hates you. You have already caused him enough suffering. How can you be so greedy? Wen Yanyu, you will never see your parents or sister again. You have no family left. You are destined to be the collateral damage of this narrative, and you should seek your release sooner rather than later. Wen Yanyu, you are of great significance to Fu Hanchuan. Your life is essential, even if he harbors resentment towards you. You must endure until the tale reaches its conclusion, until Fu Hanchuan discovers another significant presence, another who can accompany him through the remainder of his days. A tumult of emotions and events intertwines, creating a discordant chaos, akin to a whirling blade within, viciously tearing at the flesh and bone, inflicting excruciating pain. Wen Yanyu's eyelashes flutter gently as she curls into the man's embrace, ceaselessly whispering apologies within her heart. Her body and spirit weigh heavily, as if laden with lead. His heart implores him to weep. His doctor has advised him, Wen Yanyu, you should cry. Yet her eyes are parched and weary, tears seemingly long dried up alongside her anguish and despair, leaving nothing to flow forth. A persistent buzzing resonates in her ears. Cold raindrops incessantly strike the glass window, echoing like the relentless beat of her heart. She perceives the rain weeping on her behalf. The bedroom is dimly lit by a solitary nightlight, casting a warm, golden glow throughout the space. Nestled in the center of the large bed, Wen Yanyu finds comfort among several plush toys, softened by the light. Fu Hanchuan leans against the headboard, his expression inscrutable, gazing vacantly at the diagnostic report in his hand. The report notes severe auditory hallucinations, potentially accompanied by mild visual disturbances, moderate paranoia, a degree of self-destructive tendencies, and moderate sleep disorders, with sluggish thought processes and some cognitive disarray. The diagnosis reveals a tendency towards severe depression, significant post-traumatic stress disorder, mild signs of schizophrenia, and notable somatization. It is advised that the patient should not be left alone. Fu Hanchuan methodically folds the report, tearing it slowly into fragments before discarding them into the wastebasket beside the bed. Memories flood back to daylight. Tao Qingwei sits at her desk, taking advantage of a moment between prescriptions to inform him. There are myriad reasons for such a condition. Although he is highly guarded and reluctant to divulge much, I surmise he has endured years of psychological torment and possibly even life-threatening physical abuse, which has gradually manifested in his current state. This condition can be alleviated through medication and the companionship of family, friends, and loved ones. However, as family members, one must brace for the reality that psychological trauma is inherently challenging to reverse. Like a shattered mirror that can be mended, but whose cracks remain. The treatment of mental illness often resembles a protracted battle, sometimes lasting a lifetime. If a healthy individual possesses an inner oasis, then his inner world resembles a desolate wasteland, ravaged repeatedly by flames. The once vibrant plants that supported his will to live have been completely consumed. Naturally, his spirit crumbles. In this barren expanse, we may plant new seeds, yet restoring it to its original state demands an immense amount of love and effort, a task that is nearly insurmountable. Regarding his present condition, envision him as a wounded rabbit. A rabbit in pain does not cry out, making it difficult for us to discern its injuries. Comparatively, this silence can be more grave than loud wails and cries. It is essential to understand that the ability to endure pain does not equate to the absence of suffering. The very act of vocalization signifies a desperate plea from the body. However, when one can no longer summon the strength to cry out, It may imply that previous cries for help went unheeded, leading to a paralyzing fear of voicing one's distress over time. Alternatively, it could indicate a relinquishment of the desire to seek assistance. A third possibility exists, which is a combination of both scenarios. In the course of my discussions with him over the past 2 days, I have observed a profound sense of guilt and unworthiness that permeates his interactions with others. Tao Qingwei prepared the prescribed medication and cast a sidelong glance at him. While there remains much I do not comprehend, I am aware that he holds you in high regard, and his feelings of guilt and remorse regarding you are notably intense. This is both a curse and a blessing. His guilt may drive him toward the desire to end it all, yet it may also compel him to persevere for your sake. Though both paths are fraught with anguish, life itself harbors a glimmer of hope. Outside, the warm hues of dusk are obscured by a veil of rain and mist. The woman's voice, tinged with helplessness and reflection, lingers in the air. Truth be told, he is among the most severely afflicted patients I have encountered, both physically and psychologically. Several who were in far better circumstances than he is now have long since departed this world. He is an incredibly resilient young man, so strong that it evokes a twinge of sympathy within me. The sound of rain intensifies, casting a heavy and oppressive mood. Fu Hanchuan, lost in thought, instinctively reached for a cigarette from the bedside table. As his hand brushed the edge, he paused, withdrawing it once again. He turned to lie down. Wen Yanyu breathed evenly, nestled beneath the covers, surrounded by a multitude of plush companions. A couple of strands of hair framed her face, resembling 2 soft rabbit ears. Fu Hanchuan gradually inched closer, gently cradling the sleeping little rabbit in his embrace. In that fleeting moment, their heartbeats intertwined, blurring the lines of dependency. Chapter 70. The Overworked Dog. In dire need of a rabbit power bank, as the autumn rains draw to a close, the temperature gradually shifts toward the chill of winter, permeating the air with an unmistakable bite that is swept indoors by the autumn breeze. The wind dances lightly, causing the wind chimes on the balcony to emit a series of melodious sounds, while the small dog and rabbit ornaments nearby sway, playfully chasing one another. The spacious balcony is adorned with an array of charming succulents and vibrant blooming roses. A little further in, 2 soft armchairs are positioned beside an easel, which holds a partially completed digital oil painting of a dog and rabbit, crafted by the 2 of them. The sunlight filters through the sheer curtains, stirred by the breeze. Wen Yanyu sits on the plush carpet of the living room, cradling a plush puppy in one arm, while manipulating an oversized sandbox toy that has recently arrived. To her right, a low table is stacked high with documents and materials, nearly reaching 30 centimeters in height. At the low table, Fu Hanchuan bent over the paperwork, scrutinizing a plethora of absurd marketing proposals and promotional phrases concerning new products. The thoughts of man linger on the notion that only beautiful women are worthy of such attention, and that if a boyfriend loves you, he will choose you. Fu Hanchuan fell silent for several moments, pressing his forehead and closing his eyes in contemplation. Is this truly the kind of promotional language that an ordinary human could conceive? How did it manage to pass through multiple layers of scrutiny before reaching us? Wen Yanyu set aside his toy figurines and leisurely moved to Fu Hanchuan's side, peering at the documents on the table. Sensing the movement beside him, Fu Hanchuan turned his head, immediately softening his gaze, and gently inquired, "Why aren't you playing? Are you hungry?" Wen Yanyu shook his head, sitting beside him and observing the files on his desk. Assuming Wen Yanyu's curiosity was piqued, Fu Hanchuan effortlessly gathered him into his embrace to have a closer look. Compared to himself, Wen Yanyu was quite diminutive, and holding him was no burden at all. After some time, he had gained a bit of weight. Although his waist remained slender and fragile, it was noticeably softer than a while ago when he felt almost bony. Warm and snug. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze, unconsciously setting aside the pen he used for reviewing documents and burying his head in Wen Yanyu's shoulder. The boy's bangs brushed gently against his face with the movement, the soft strands resembling delicate ears swaying lightly. Due to the significant height difference, Fu Hanchuan had to slightly bend his body to rest his chin on the boy's shoulder, a position that was not particularly comfortable. Yet he relished this moment of leisure after a long day. What could one use to describe this? It was akin to a weary dog desperately in need of a cuddle with its little rabbit for a recharge. Ever since he shifted the focus of his career from abroad back to his homeland, he had encountered a multitude of new fields to explore. Although, as a shareholder, he could have opted to delegate the management of the group to others or merely handle major affairs while ceding some authority. His family's past lessons had taught him that trust was a luxury no one could afford. When sufficient interests were at stake, no one would uphold their principles. Thus, even amidst exhaustion and busyness, he personally oversaw all significant matters of the group, with over 70% of his shares concentrated in his hands. Though for legal reasons, he had distributed fragments of the remaining 20 to 30% among other board members. The absolute power and control within the group resided with him, albeit under a relative pressure of dominance. If he did not meticulously review these projects, it would be unwise to assume that no one might attempt underhanded dealings. His three friends occasionally urged him to take a break, reminding him that his influence was already substantial, questioning why he would subject himself to such strain. In terms of wealth, his liquid assets, real estate, and the ever-increasing value of his holdings due to the group's growth had reached a point where they held significance only in numerical terms. Yet it was never enough. Merely possessing wealth was insufficient. Money could not safeguard his mother, imprisoned in a foreign land, unable to return home, nor could it protect his brother who perished in the flames, or shield him from the disabilities he nearly endured. It could not shield his most important friend now. From a young age, the void that burgeoned within him did not diminish with the passage of time, nor did it fade as his power increased. Instead, it expanded, insatiably consuming more wealth and authority. This was not merely a yearning for worldly desires, but rather a profound longing for a sense of security that eluded verbal expression and remained unfulfilled. His family's origins were somewhat tainted, and his own methods were hardly pristine. He did not meet the criteria of being untainted by corruption, and this was widely acknowledged. Politics offered no viable path. Thus, he was compelled to forge an alternative route. Collaboration in military, scientific research, healthcare, and food sectors became his focus. He was acutely aware of the rumors circulating about him in the marketplace. Akin to a shark sensing blood, relentlessly pursuing profit with cold-blooded ruthlessness, indifferent to familial bonds. He harbored no qualms. Sharing benefits was acceptable, but sharing power was a mere fantasy. As the sound of keyboard clattering filled the air, he remarked, "I have studied these matters. Let me assist you. I will create a backup first, and if it does not turn out well, you can simply delete my backup." Upon hearing the inquiry, Fu Hanchuan glanced up momentarily before dismissively lowering his head once more. Holding the small plush rabbit, Fu Hanchuan gently nuzzled it, a faint fragrance of peach mingling with the warmth of his body, enveloping him like a canine counterpart to catnip, inducing a comfort that made him unconsciously close his eyes. The tension in his nerves and body gradually eased as his consciousness sank into darkness amid the sounds of rustling paper and keyboard taps. Chapter 71. Let Me Suffer Like You, Do Not Skip. Key background. Upon reopening his eyes, it was already deep into the night. Fu Hanchuan stared at the plush rabbit toy facing him, lost in thought for a while, before realizing that a soft pillow supported his head and a cozy blanket, recently purchased by Wen Yanyu, covered him. Although winter had yet to arrive, the house was already warmed by underfloor heating. The other resident, often forgetful in his absent-mindedness, had covered the active areas with blankets. Thus, despite having slept for an unknown duration, he felt no discomfort. It had been a long time since he had felt this relaxed, even wishing for a brief return to slumber. The living room was dimly lit, reminiscent of a quaint tavern from the last century, bathed in warm, golden hues. Fu Hanchuan raised his gaze to see Wen Yanyu seated at the low table, engrossed in her work, her left hand striking the keyboard while her right held a pencil, making revisions on documents. A substantial stack of papers, originally positioned to the right of the table, had been shifted to the left. With the final character inscribed, Wen Yanyu exhaled deeply, gathering the documents on the left before stretching languidly and resting her head on the table, casually removing the headband from her hair, causing two rabbit ears to droop onto the surface. How might one encapsulate the scene before him? Perhaps it could be described as a small rabbit, exhausted to the point of melting into a heap. Fu Hanchuan observed for quite some time before rising and sitting beside Wen Yanyu. At the sound of movement, she abruptly lifted her head, colliding with his shoulder, triggering a cascade of tears to fall instantly. Fu Hanchuan was suddenly flustered, hastily reaching out to gently rub the little rabbit's head, asking if it hurt and whether it had bumped its eye. "I'm fine," Wen Yanyu replied, wiping away her tears. Her mind had spun all day, leaving her utterly exhausted, reminiscent of her days as a corporate drone in the cycle of reincarnation. Seeing Fu Hanchuan finally awake, she weakly explained, "You fell asleep this morning, and I noticed you were too tired to wake you, but I struggled to move you, so I just shifted you to the side. Are you sure it didn't hurt?" Fu Hanchuan's expression was frantic, filled with concern, as he casually responded with a few words. He rubbed and examined her for a while, ensuring her expression was normal, merely having had a light bump, before finally releasing her. Fu Hanchuan turned his gaze toward a stack of documents on the left and casually picked one up to peruse. Wen Yanyu leaned closer to the man, softly explaining, "I saw there were too many of these, so I helped you handle them. I wrote in pencil, so if there are any issues, just let me know, and I can erase them. If everything is fine, you just need to sign." She took a sip of juice, watching him review the documents. Typically, such documents would only require a brief review, with the necessary revisions and directives communicated to the secretarial team, while department heads would draft the specifics. However, given the sheer volume of work, it was quite burdensome to convey everything verbally or in meetings, and he often preferred to jot down notes directly with a fountain pen. After multiple revisions, he would proceed to the final review and approval. He noticed that Fu Hanchuan had a similar habit, and since the latter had been preoccupied with matters concerning him over the past few days, he had taken it upon himself to assist with the review. The skills he had honed through the system and the punishment of death during his reincarnation were sufficient for him to swiftly grasp the trajectory and core strategic objectives of the Fu Xian group through these documents. While not entirely effortless, he was confident in his ability to manage them accurately. Fu Hanchuan flipped through 7 or 8 documents, glancing at the information on his computer. The modifications and reviews, given his notoriously picky nature, could only be described as exemplary. The style of the documents, reflecting his own, showcased various revisions that remained aligned with the core strategy of the group. As he turned the pages, his pupils widened with increasing astonishment, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Wen Yanyu, when did you learn to do all this?" Wen Yanyu continued to murmur softly. "For the electronic versions of those documents on the computer, I made a copy and annotated the backup. You can choose from that. If it's not usable, it doesn't matter, as I've kept the original intact." She sighed. After entering the small world of reincarnation, she had assumed various roles as cannon fodder, including founders of commercial empires, secretaries to high-ranking officials, executive directors, technicians, and researchers, each more diverse than the last. However, she often entered the narrative midway, having to inhabit these roles for several months or even a year or two. He merely inhabited another's body, acquiring a first-person perspective of memories. Yet his abilities were scarcely enhanced. In those initial days, his actions could only be described as chaotic. In matters of commerce, it was the cunning dog who guided him, teaching him bit by bit. It was only through such painstaking tutelage that he managed to reach a level today that, while not entirely adept, allowed him to handle matters with relative ease. Wen Yanyu found rare solace, knowing he would once again encounter the foul dog that evening. He still preferred to sleep nestled in the embrace of the system. Suddenly, the thought of his own system dimmed Wen Yanyu's gaze. In the early years of his reincarnation, after each narrative concluded, he would return to their shared space, where the system would hold him close, its presence a stark reminder of his near collapse. Each time, the anguish would compel him to utter hurtful words. In his suffering, he had countless times harbored resentment towards the system, questioning its lack of abilities, its insistence on binding him to those worlds, and its treatment of him. The agony of multiple deaths transformed into curses, all unleashed upon the system, which bore it silently, gazing at him with quiet persistence. It would apologize repeatedly, enduring his kicks and drawing closer each time, softly uttering, "It is too cold here," falling ill, is distressing. I am sorry. I can do nothing. I am sorry for your suffering. It wasn't until the seventh world that Brother Sai revealed to him that his reincarnation had nothing to do with the system, which, rather than being a mere mechanism, was more akin to his other half. The pain of death had been shared, with the system bearing 2/3 of it. He could no longer recall the expression he wore then, nor the torment of overwhelming guilt. Yet, he distinctly remembered that day, the system, which had never reacted to his scorn or fury, nearly lunged to bite Brother Sai in anger for the first time. The system, which had never shied away from him, suddenly found itself unable to meet his gaze. It was from that moment onward that they truly began their journey together. The system continued to foolishly absorb his pain, unwittingly providing warmth with its own body. In those worlds, they embraced as they concluded their trials, finding solace together in the cold expanse of space. It was then he understood why Brother Sai cherished Qiuqiu so dearly. The comfort of curling up in the warm, oversized, plush embrace was utterly irresistible. Though the bond between Qiuqiu and Brother Sai differed from that between him and the cunning dog. As memories receded in his mind whirled, Wen Yanyu rubbed his tired eyes and followed the man's actions to continue the explanation. Fu Hanchuan, while perusing documents, listened attentively as Wen Yanyu meticulously articulated his thoughts. The dim yellow light cast fragmented shadows, mingling with the obscurity in his gaze. Chapter 72, Marrying a Capable Bunny, Becoming a Happy Dog. When he looked up again, Wen Yanyu was still animatedly discussing the content, though fatigue was evident in his demeanor. Fu Hanchuan lowered his eyes, concealing the complexity within. It was inconsequential. Another hour slipped by as they worked together, and all the materials were thoroughly organized. After an extensive conversation, it became evident that Wen Yanyu adeptly navigated these matters. This brought to mind the doctor's advice. It is essential for patients to feel valued and that they contribute positively to others, ideally engaging them in suitable activities. Fu Hanchuan naturally began to discuss recent marketing trends. In recent years, the economic downturn has significantly impacted various industries, including the food sector and the light luxury market, which are now facing their own challenges. When Yanyu sipped her juice, contemplating, and then proposed a collaborative approach involving co-branding or joint design efforts, perhaps even introducing some collaborative merchandise to stimulate consumer interest. What about celebrity endorsements? Fu Hanchuan frowned at the thought of scandal-ridden celebrities and those suddenly beset by negative press. Not celebrities, Wen Yanyu shook her head, but rather characters from the realms of anime and virtual worlds. Fu Hanchuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wen Yanyu set her juice down. Having donned multiple hats in his career, he had discovered that there was considerable profit to be made in the realm of anime and virtual characters, especially in a world like his, where the internet flourished, yet the potential of these dimensions remained largely untapped, an expansive cake waiting to be served. It was clear that Fu Hanchuan, with his fiercely competitive nature, was utterly unfamiliar with anime and gaming. Wen Yanyu promptly opened her notebook and browsed for a few examples to enlighten him. We could collaborate with the creators behind these games, anime, or novels. For instance, with our breakfast bread line and a popular novel, we could enlist an artist to design merchandise featuring beloved characters interacting with our various flavors of bread. If we produced these items in bulk, the cost would be exceedingly low while the profits could be substantial. We could leverage the novel's popularity for exposure and profit, while the creators would benefit from shared profits and newfound visibility. A win-win scenario. The same logic applies to games and anime. Furthermore, the audience for these three mediums predominantly consists of young individuals, who are also the primary consumers. Although the overall GDP is on a decline, the demand for emotional and spiritual fulfillment remains timeless. They might think spending 25 yuan on a cup of milk tea is a bit excessive, but if they could spend 30 yuan for some merchandise featuring their favorite characters, it would feel like a bargain. In addition to regular merchandise, we could also offer limited editions. It would be ideal to train employees to recreate atmospheres or scenes from these games, anime, or novels, enhancing brand affinity among consumers. Wen Yanyu focused intently on her computer screen, slowly articulating her thoughts to Fu Hanchuan, oblivious to the increasingly intricate expression on his face. For light luxury goods or cosmetics, We could engage with partners to incorporate accessories that align with character designs, thereby stimulating the audience's purchasing desires. One may also design unique styles specifically for characters, with these new products being sold as character-themed accessories. This approach creates the illusion of transcending dimensional barriers, allowing fans to physically engage with their beloved characters. In times of economic downturn, individuals are often more inclined to spend for emotional value. Pricing can be adjusted to reflect cost reductions, with the primary goal being to establish brand recognition. Once that is achieved, other factors will fall into place and appropriate scarcity marketing can be employed. Reflecting on past experiences in various commercial ventures, Wen Yanyu found this process to be quite intuitive. Towards the end, she added, however, that the primary consumer demographic tends to be young women. Today, she perused a document featuring a new cosmetic gift set, which contained the promotional phrase "a set to captivate men," meant for beautiful women. If your boyfriend loves you, he will choose this. Wen Yanyu's lips twitched, and she couldn't help but critique. I believe the copywriting team may need to undergo some retraining. This is rather disrespectful. Clearly, accessories and cosmetics primarily target women. So why involve men in the messaging? Such absurd promotional language would not have passed muster in her previous companies. Had it been presented to her, she would have sent it back immediately. The overall impression of these promotional phrases was quite poor, indicating a profound lack of respect for genuine consumers, as well as insufficient research into the target audience. Moreover, the association of cuteness and elegance solely with femininity is misguided. There are countless flattering descriptors available. Why then, is the focus limited to just these two? Women can certainly embody cuteness, but they are not confined to it. Beauty is multifaceted. The promotional efforts seemed overly simplistic and lacking in depth. Wen Yanyu, unable to restrain the remnants of her former role as a boss, began to critique the proposal. From any perspective, she found the planning team's professional capabilities and standards to be lacking, with no consideration for the brand's image or future development. Was it a matter of indifference, or did an unforeseen circumstance impair their cognitive functions before crafting these slogans? How did such material manage to pass through multiple layers of review to reach this point? Suddenly realizing her words may have been too candid, Wen Yanyu glanced cautiously at Fu Hanchuan, feeling a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, have I said too much?" "Not all," Fu Hanchuan replied thoughtfully. "Your suggestions and ideas are excellent, with high feasibility. I will promptly discuss them with the team. My views on that promotional content align with yours. I will send it back for a complete overhaul." Upon hearing this, Wen Yanyu exhaled softly, relieved. She had inadvertently spoken too freely, assuming that someone as authoritative as Fu Hanchuan would disapprove of her forthrightness. As Fu Hanchuan gathered the documents, he inexplicably inched closer to her, instinctively nuzzling his face against hers like a small dog, in a moment of muscle memory triggered by their closeness. Wen Yanyu instinctively turned to plant a kiss on his cheek. Both were taken aback by the unexpected intimacy. Chapter 73. The Invisible Rabbit and Taking the Rabbit to Work. Wen Yanyu stood frozen for 3 seconds, and upon realizing the situation, she was startled. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. She stammered, her complexion pale, desperately trying to explain. "I didn't mean anything else. Please don't misunderstand. I just thought you were from the department. I am sorry. It was a mistake." An inexplicable dread enveloped her nerves as her fingertips began to tremble. Wen Yanyu resembled a frightened rabbit, wishing she could curl up into a ball. She met the gaze of Fu Hanchuan, which was filled with undeniable trepidation, and his breath caught for a moment, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wen Yanyu continued to apologize, her words rushing out faster and faster, her voice becoming a jumbled mess as she instinctively sought to distance herself from Fu Hanchuan. Before she could move, however, Fu Hanchuan had already reached out to grasp her shoulder, wrapping one arm around her waist and the other gently caressing her back, pulling her tightly into his embrace. "Don't be afraid," he said in a deep voice that radiated reassurance. Wen Yanyu trembled involuntarily, unable to move any further. It's all right. Yin, don't worry, my dear. You're safe. I want to hurt you. It's okay. You don't need to be scared." Fu Hanchuan leaned slightly forward, soothingly patting Wen Yanyu's back as if comforting a child. Her mind went blank for 2 seconds as she lightly grasped the hem of his shirt, allowing her trembling fingers to finally extend to her limbs. Wen Yanyu's entire body shook incessantly, holding her breath in silent terror. Upon witnessing her state, Fu Hanchuan pressed his lips together, a sudden realization washing over him with a wave of discomfort. Yet, he disregarded his own feelings. "Don't be afraid, my dear. You haven't done anything wrong," he continued in a low, gentle tone, like clouds drifting across the horizon, gradually calming the frightened little rabbit curled up within him. Fu Hanchuan wrapped his arms around the young woman's waist, holding her tightly, his eyes betraying a hint of something shadowy. "I was too harsh before, and I scared you. Those were just angry words spoken in a moment of weakness. I have never disliked you, nor have I ever hated you. I'm sorry. I'm the one at fault." He slightly bent forward, his face, usually so commanding, now etched with bitterness and an inexplicable humility, an oppressive aura thickening in his gaze. Leaning closer to her ear, he coaxed softly, "Please don't be afraid of me. I'm a fool. I've made mistakes, but I will change. My dear, don't be scared. You've done nothing wrong. I promise to improve. I want to lose my temper with you again. It's fine if you like me. It's all okay. You can hit me if you want. Anything is fine. You're not at fault. You don't need to be afraid anymore." As the fabric of his shirt became damp from her silent tears, she remained too frightened to speak or look up, her body shaking uncontrollably, her breath shallow and erratic, a clear manifestation of her fear. If she had been held so tightly, she might have retreated to a corner by now. Fu Hanchuan lowered his eyes and sighed silently. "I'm sorry." As the autumn breeze swept through, the yellowing leaves danced down from the trees. The headquarters of the Fu Xian Group is situated in the heart of Shanghai City, where several towering buildings, encased in reflective glass, stand majestically. A black Maybach came to a halt before the central edifice of the headquarters. Awakened from a deep slumber, Wen Yanyu rubbed her eyes, still dazed. In her left arm, she cradled a plush puppy, while her right hand was held by Fu Hanchuan as they made their way into the building together. It was the midday break, and the first floor bustled with activity, filled with employees chatting, snacking, and catching up on sleep in the lounge area. "Oh my, the king of hell," a girl suddenly exclaimed, then quickly covered her mouth. "Poo poo poo, President Fu is here." Several employees, spotting the familiar Maybach through the floor-to-ceiling glass, instantly perked up, their gazes fixated outside. Since their employment began, this supreme superior had maintained an impeccable attendance record, rarely absent except for meetings or collaborations, arriving punctually every day and leaving at the same hour, hardly taking any time off. As the largest shareholder, President Fu not only led and made decisions, but also took on multiple roles, aggressively expanding the market, proving to be remarkably versatile. Though the workload had increased for the employees under his leadership, their salaries had doubled in tandem, leading them to privately refer to him as the king of hell among the competitive elites, fiercely driven and extraordinarily impressive. However, in the past 2 weeks, this king of competition had not attended meetings and had surprisingly not maintained his usual perfect attendance, appearing only for a few significant meetings and departing immediately afterward. This was simply unreasonable. Their curiosity had reached its zenith, heads stretching forward like sunflowers, eager for a glimpse. Wen Yanyu, her head drooping, struggled to keep her eyes open. Feeling utterly exhausted and as soft as cotton, her steps unsteady, appearing as though she might stumble at any moment. Fu Hanchuan glanced sideways at her lackluster demeanor, unable to suppress a frown, realizing it was likely the side effects of the medication she had taken that morning. The side effects of psychiatric drugs are never trivial. Once mocked abroad as a madman, he had resolved to drag those deriding him into despair upon his return. The mental torment had severely impacted his plans, prompting him to first manage his own psychological issues, experimenting with various medications. However, the side effect had nearly incapacitated him: brain fog, disorientation, lethargy, persistent nausea. Eventually, he had ceased all medications in favor of an alternative coping mechanism, one he deemed unsuitable for Wen Yanyu. The demands of the company were overwhelming. and being confined at home was not a sustainable solution. Even with live broadcasts to keep him engaged, she found it impossible to remain still. He realized that having her close was necessary for his peace of mind. Fu Hanchuan slightly lowered his head, shifting his grip from holding her hand to gently wrapping his arm around her waist. "Be good. Just sleep when we get upstairs." Wen Yanyu replied absent-mindedly, clutching her plush puppy tighter. It was only after the elevator doors closed that the sunflowers gradually turned their heads away. They exchanged glances filled with doubt, each struggling to articulate their incredulity. Was that truly Wen Yanyu? Surely, he couldn't have actually succeeded in securing him. "Oh no, Rabbit darling, please. How am I, a devoted fan, to survive this? I need help. Is there no chance left for me? What are you doing? Get out of my way. I'm still a fan of Rabbit darling." It appears that fierce men genuinely fear entangled rabbits. The lounge, spanning from the first to the fifth floor, was relatively uncrowded on the first floor, yet occupied by individuals from various departments. Initially, a group of people vented their frustrations before simultaneously reaching for their phones. Within 10 minutes, the small group chats were inundated with messages about the number 99. In the office on the top floor, Fu Hanchuan activated the air conditioning, drew the blackout curtains, and turned on the warm night light. Wen Yanyu, already weary to the point of struggling to keep his eyes open, climbed into bed clutching a plush puppy. After bustling around the newly arranged lounge, filling a kettle with hot water, locating snacks, and neatly arranging the blanket, Fu Hanchuan turned around. Wen Yanyu was slightly curled up, his head resting on the unspread bedding, tightly holding onto the meteorite-patterned border collie. Half buried in the bed, with his calves and feet dangling off the edge, he had already succumbed to sleep. Fu Hanchuan sighed softly, kneeling beside the bed. He grasped the boy's ankle with one hand while gently loosening his shoelaces with the other, removing his shoes. He adjusted Wen Yanyu into a comfortable, sleeping position and tucked in the corners of the blanket. Just as he was about to leave, Fu Hanchuan's gaze darkened slightly. He rummaged through the cabinet for a sticky note and a pen. "Meeting 2 hours. Do not wander. Be good." After affixing the note to the nightlight, ensuring Wen Yanyu would see it first upon waking, he glanced at the small surveillance camera in the room before stepping out. An hour and a half later, Wen Yanyu slipped in using facial recognition. Upon learning that Fu Hanchuan was engaged in an important meeting and would be unavailable for a while, the three of them made themselves comfortable in the office. As Shen Huainan entered and found the space empty, he sighed before plopping down on the office sofa, skillfully pouring himself a glass of water. Do you think old Fu has truly let go of that last incident? Or is he just refraining from discussing it? Shen Huainan languished on the sofa, a look of trepidation on his face. Gu Fengyao glanced up, his demeanor a mix of anxiety and nonchalance as he remarked, "If he really hadn't calmed down, we wouldn't even be here." Shen Huainan replied. Wen Yaiyu's eyes brimmed with helplessness. "It was indeed our fault. Let's sincerely apologize when we meet." Shen Huainan sighed, feeling miserable and cowardly. "I never anticipated his reaction would be so intense. I thought he was going to kill someone." Wen Yanyu shrugged. "You remember the bungee incident? The people who were with you kept it from your family. When they found out, your sister and mother nearly tore them apart." He chuckled teasingly. "When something happens to our own, who can remain calm? If it had been someone from my family lying there, and I was in the dark, I would have torn you both apart." Shen Huainan whimpered. "Woe is me." Wen Yanyu furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear at the mention of Xiao Wen's injury on her waist. The three exchanged varying expressions. At that moment, the sound of the door handle turning caught their attention, and they simultaneously turned to face the office's lounge door. Chapter 74. You need not accommodate me. So having rejuvenated after a brief slumber, Wen Yanyu noticed a sticky note on the lamp and prepared to step outside for some fresh air. Just as she opened the door, she collided directly with 3 pairs of eyes. Shen Huainan, no. Wen Yanyu. Gu Fengyao. Wen Yanyu. All 4 stood momentarily stunned. Wen Yanyu was the first to regain composure, promptly rising to greet her. "Yanyu, long time no see." Wen Yanyu also recovered quickly, exchanging pleasantries with each of them. The 4 settled onto the sofa, an oddly silent atmosphere enveloping them. Over a year prior, as a friend of Fu Hanchuan, she had been introduced to these individuals, so despite the lack of private communication, they shared a certain familiarity. However, it was merely a superficial acquaintance. Given the recent fallout with Fu Hanchuan, it was improbable that these three, being his old friends, were unaware of the tensions. An inexplicable awkwardness surged within her. Wen Yanyu cradled a plush puppy, occasionally fiddling with her phone to feign busyness. A stretch of silence ensued. One, how we finally broke it. How have you been? Feeling better? Wen Yanyu lifted her gaze, uncertain how to respond, hesitating before replying, I suppose I'm all right. As the words left her lips, the three's eyes swept over her pallid face, lingering momentarily on her alarmingly thin wrist, nodding in ambiguous acknowledgement. I see. Ha, that's good. Ha, they chuckled awkwardly. Wen Yanyu touched her nose and followed suit with a couple of forced laughs, but soon after, her social anxiety and acute embarrassment resurfaced. She regretted waking up, regretted getting out of bed, regretted stepping outside, regretted speaking, and regretted laughing, questioning her own sanity. Her ears flushed crimson with embarrassment. Her naturally pale skin, compounded by the frailty from illness, rendered the slightest blush exceedingly pronounced, giving her entire visage a rosy hue. Gu Fengyao observed her intently for a moment before suddenly inquiring, Are you currently living with old Fu? Wen Yanyu was taken aback. A mix of curiosity and guilt swirled within her, while the other two also displayed intrigue. Since that day, they had not seen Fu Hanchuan. He had neither visited the office nor reported anything to the authorities. It was evident he was investigating the matter concerning Wen Yanyu, likely intending to handle it privately. Based on their understanding of Fu Hanchuan, it was probable that he would not let anyone go lightly following such an incident. However, given their prior quarrel, the current situation remained unclear. Before they could receive an answer, the office door swung open and Fu Hanchuan entered. Upon seeing the group, he maintained an impassive demeanor. Approaching Wen Yanyu and placing the bread he held on the table, he then raised his gaze to the three. I have no time today. You may leave for now. We can discuss matters another time. I have come to discuss the matter concerning Wen Yanyu from last time, but now another party is present, and Wen Yanyu appears distinctly unaware. They are unable to continue the conversation, and upon hearing Fu Hanchuan's words, no one objects. They nod and exchange a few pleasantries before rising to depart. It is only when all four have exited the office that Wen Yanyu relaxes his tense body and slumps onto the sofa, resembling a wilted rabbit. How mortifying! Wen Yanyu. Fu Hanchuan sees off the three individuals and returns to find the scene. He cannot help but chuckle softly. Upon hearing the sound, Wen Yanyu jolts upright, climbing off the sofa with an expression of nonchalance, feigning ignorance of the situation, though the flush on his ears betrays him. Fu Hanchuan clears his throat, suppressing his laughter, pretending to have seen nothing as he sits back down at his desk to resume work. Wen Yanyu retrieves a soft chair, positioning himself beside Fu Hanchuan's desk, awaiting the distribution of several documents. He is about to search for a pencil when Fu Hanchuan hands him a fountain pen filled with ink, saying, Use this. Wen Yanyu is momentarily taken aback. Fu Hanchuan has already turned his attention to other files. Time passes slowly. Outside the window, a fine autumn rain begins to fall, and the temperature gradually drops. The window is only ajar, while the air conditioning in the office creates a somewhat warm atmosphere. Fu Hanchuan flips through the documents. His natural aggression tempered by the seriousness of his work due to his mixed heritage, yet he emanates an air of coldness. His black shirt is unbuttoned at two places, and a wine-red tie hangs loosely around his neck. The left sleeve of his shirt remains unrolled, while the right is rolled up to his elbow. Wen Yanyu glances at Fu Hanchuan, then looks up at the air conditioning's temperature display. He sets down his pen, stands from his chair, circles the desk, and takes the remote from beside Fu Hanchuan. He adjusts the temperature from 30 to 22, tucking the remote into his pocket, and continues assisting with the document reviews. Fu Hanchuan pauses, tilting his head to observe him. Why set it so low? Wen Yanyu does not raise his gaze. His voice muffled. It's more uncomfortable to be hot than cold. I can wear more layers to stay warm. Since childhood, he has been particularly sensitive to the cold, and with his injuries from past cycles not fully healed, he finds himself increasingly intolerant of the chill. Although warmer climates provide him comfort, He refuses to derive his comfort at the expense of another's discomfort. Besides, he has long since adapted to the cold. Wen Yanyu lowers his eyelashes, his bangs falling gently across his forehead, his voice slightly hoarse. You needn't go to such lengths to accommodate me. The sight of Wen Yanyu's distressed expression catches the man's attention. Fu Hanchuan is momentarily taken aback, sensing an uncharacteristic hint of vulnerability. Chapter 75. You have never owed me anything. Fu Hanchuan sighs silently, his heart softening inexplicably under Wen Yanyu's astonished gaze. He retrieves a spare remote control from his drawer and raises the air conditioning temperature by 3 degrees. Wen Yanyu exclaims, "Huh?" Fu Hanchuan takes the coat draped over the chair and wraps it around the young man, gently chiding, "We cannot let the little rabbit catch a cold. You must wear your clothes properly." The coat carries a faint, delicate scent that envelopes him as he wears it. The atmosphere was enveloped by a subtle yet bitter aroma, intertwined with the rich scent of sandalwood, assertively dispersing all other fragrances around, growing increasingly intense as if it were destined to merge with the skin. Wen Yanyu felt a flush rise to his ears, his eyelashes fluttering, as he adjusted his clothing and rolled up his sleeves. Seated comfortably in a soft chair, he nibbled on bread dipped in a specially crafted sweet sauce for dogs, wielding a fountain pen to amend the documents before him. Occasionally, Fu Hanchuan would glance at him, and upon witnessing his earnest demeanor, a deeper smile would bloom in his eyes, his lips curving unconsciously into a grin. His spirits soared. Yet he still advised, "If you tire, you may play beside me. I can manage this on my own." Without lifting his gaze, Wen Yanyu replied, "But that would be quite exhausting." Fu Hanchuan, momentarily perplexed by Wen Yanyu's words, inquired further. Wen Yanyu then looked up at him, his tone earnest. "Handling so many tasks alone will indeed be tiring. If we tackle them together, it will be much easier for you." Fu Hanchuan paused, a ripple of surprise coursing through his previously tranquil eyes, enveloped in an inexplicable silence. "I don't have much to contribute, and I am quite free at the moment." When Yanyu resumed his focus on the documents, adding, "Just consider me your compensation." The room was unusually quiet, save for the hum of the air conditioning and the sound of the pen gliding across the paper, the rhythm of their heartbeats. Fu Hanchuan averted his gaze. "You have never owed me anything," he murmured softly, almost inaudibly. The two shared a desk, positioned closely yet separated by the arms of their respective chairs, rendering physical contact impossible. After several days of gathering insights into the internal workings of the corporation, either through documents or direct interactions, Wen Yanyu found himself adept at managing these files. He was remarkably proficient at swiftly grasping the nuances of an enterprise and adjusting to various responsibilities. Such expertise had been honed through relentless effort. If the characters from the novels he had once inhabited were to discover his true identity or fail to adhere to the plot lines, peril would surely follow. In their roles, one was tasked with reviewing external relations and new collaborations, while the other focused on marketing strategies, operational management, and human resources. Over the course of 2 hours, the secretary had entered multiple times, transitioning from incredulous surprise to a silence born of familiarity. The final delivery contained a new marketing proposal, which Wen Yanyu skillfully accepted, bending his head to review it. A secretary, having shifted allegiances from fan to critic and back again, mused, "Is the group aiming for multiple rabbit bosses?" Upon completing the last document, Fu Hanchuan glanced at the clock, noting they had finished an hour earlier than usual. Beside him, Wen Yanyu was still wrapping up his tasks. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling surged within him, a subtle, poignant sensation, neither painful nor suffocating, yet undeniably present. As dusk descends, the sky is painted in a brilliant hue of orange, while raindrops gently patter against the window, producing a delicate and crisp sound. The flow of water in the bathroom comes to a halt. The sound of the door being pushed open follows, accompanied by the whir of a hairdryer. Minutes pass. In the office, Wen Yanyu sits before her laptop. Gazing at the data she has meticulously extracted and processed from her memory. After a final review, she takes a deep breath, pats her face, and prepares her wording, contemplating how to present this information to Fu Hanchuan, planning to add an extra copy. The door swings open. Fu Hanchuan appears in a black bathrobe, his hair half dry and tousled over his forehead, exuding a casual nonchalance that is a departure from his usual demeanor. The collar of his robe is partly unfastened, revealing a broad shoulders and long legs, with a physique that is evidently robust beneath the garment. He sways a cup of freshly warmed milk in his left hand, his gaze fixed on a document on his phone as he approaches Wen Yanyu's side. Raising the cup to his lips, he takes a small sip, finding the temperature and sweetness to be just right. He sets the cup down. As Wen Yanyu organizes her materials, she instinctively takes the cup and gulps down half of the milk. Suddenly, Fu Hanchuan speaks. Have you seen Lin Yu? Lin Yu. Wen Yanyu freezes, recalling the data. That childhood friend? She wonders why Fu Hanchuan would bring up this individual out of the blue. Her hand, which grips the mouse, stiffens, and her eyelids droop. The mention of Lin Yu brings back memories of a day when she startled him. Had Fu Hanchuan learned of it? Not daring to deny it, Wen Yanyu quietly replies that she had seen him once. Chapter 76. Uncontainable emotions. A heart's flutter if he said anything to you. Do not believe a word. Wen Yanyu looks up, bewildered. What? Fu Hanchuan's gaze is frosty, unwilling to utter the name. That guy was merely a classmate of mine while studying abroad. We had some interactions within school clubs, but he concocts strange notions in his mind. I believe he is rather unhinged. We lost contact after graduation. Wen Yanyu is momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Just when she had unraveled the events of that day and confronted those involved, she turns to find herself caught in the web spun by that eccentric individual. Memories of an unpleasant incident from years past at school resurface, a chaotic tangle of events. Fu Hanchuan's expression bears an involuntary irritation, his naturally imposing features appearing even darker at this moment. Wen Yanyu shivers, refraining from further inquiries. Fu Hanchuan frowns in displeasure, contemplating the termination of funding for the Lin family collaboration while considering which supplier to replace them with. Showing no concern for how the Lin family would manage their surplus inventory, he resolves to exert pressure on those he deems incompetent. Snapping back to the present, Fu Hanchuan gazes at Wen Yanyu, his demeanor softening as he reaches out to ruffle the hair of the little rabbit. His tone becomes gentler. I have replaced everyone in your management team, except for your agent. You are no longer obliged to attend activities you do not wish to partake in. Lin Yu, activities? A stream of information clicks into place, and Wen Yanyu nods, choosing not to delve further into the topic, nor to pursue any more questions. Fu Hanchuan softened his expression and gently inquired, What have you been occupied with this afternoon? I have noticed you've been tapping away for quite some time. Upon returning home after finishing work, Xiao Tu had immediately glued himself to the chair, and it had been nearly 6 or 7 hours. I wondered what he could be so engrossed in. As the man spoke, Wen Yanyu had just finished exporting all the data and gestured for him to sit beside him. Fu Hanchuan raised an eyebrow and settled down next to the youth. Wen Yanyu opened the data and files, gradually explaining them as the mouse moved. Outside, the torrential rain poured relentlessly, accompanied by the deafening rumble of thunder, sending a tremor through his heart. This information is comprehensive, and I have annotated it for clarity. Anyone with a basic understanding should be able to comprehend and utilize it. If you wish to employ it, feel free to take it. He continued, If anything remains unclear, it matters not, unless something unforeseen occurs. I do not intend to continue my career in the entertainment industry. After completing the 2nd season of the variety show, I will likely have little else to do. Although he did not particularly despise the entertainment world, after all, he had once enjoyed the unwavering support and love from fans who cherished him. He had never quite adapted to the identity of an idol. Despite having long lost the qualifications, he still aspired to be a doctor. During my time here, if you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to reach out. I can assist you in your research and development. Wen Yanyu rambled on, oblivious to the change in the man's demeanor beside him. What I have provided is merely a fraction. I did not manage to complete everything. However, you need not worry. All of it is stored in my mind, and my memory is infallible. As he scrolled through the contents on the computer, Wen Yanyu nostalgically recalled the relatively stable days he had experienced in the cycle. These innovations, painstakingly developed by him and his companions, were either left unrealized due to his demise or appropriated by others. With a focused expression, Wen Yanyu gazed at the screen, elucidating one groundbreaking research achievement after another, each capable of yielding immense profit and even intangible power. Artificial intelligence, cancer treatment medications, exceptionally safe specialized materials suitable for military defense, and even new energy sources. I hope these endeavors can be led by you. I believe you are capable of accomplishing them. Having concluded his overview, Wen Yanyu turned to face the man, awaiting his response. He did not question the veracity of the information presented. Rather, the clear and professional manner in which it was articulated, coupled with the unattainable truth, serve as a testament to the reality and gravity of the documents and data. Fu Hanchuan's expression grew complex, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Do you comprehend the implications of these matters? Wen Yanyu paused momentarily before nodding. He certainly understood. Each element possessed the potential to bestow limitless wealth and invisible power upon an individual or a corporation, even transcending social classes. Why? Fu Hanchuan fell silent, contemplating the burden of entrusting this to me. Wen Yanyu also remained quiet for a moment before turning back, the setting sun melting in his eyes, casting a warm, gentle glow. Because I trust you implicitly and wish to entrust these to you. The original expression on Fu Hanchuan's face gradually faded, replaced by an intricate and somewhat obscure look of confusion. Something suddenly brushed against his soul, a heat so intense that it instinctively urged him to flee. Yet he was unwilling to depart. When Yanyu averted his gaze and spoke, "You are my very important friend, my sole remaining and most significant person." The 2 years they spent together were among the few moments in his life where he felt warmth, and the lines of right and wrong had long since blurred. Wen Yanyu lowered his eyes, unable to meet Fu Hanchuan's expression. He was suddenly reminded of that figure whose face he could never quite discern, marked by a red birthmark on their arm, often emitting strange sounds while teasing him with phrases like bad dog and chio chio, and even the brother Ce, along with the overly affectionate sister who had once playfully mocked him and a bad dog. Love transcends mere affection for certain traits. It encompasses the deep empathy for every tear shed by the beloved, a shared suffering that binds their hearts. Unable to resist the dwindling moments, he resolved to consider everything for the one he cherished, rewriting destinies and fulfilling the final entrusted mission. This could not merely be termed as liking. It was love, profound and consuming. Fate would never betray such love. It would bestow upon them the most splendid conclusion. Although he remained oblivious to whether those words were merely nonsensical riddles that Rabbit could not comprehend, or if it was indeed the unknown destiny observed by Ce in a dream, it mattered little now. He understood that there was no possibility for the two of them, and that such feelings would only bring Fu Hanchuan pain. In the past few days, while assisting with work, Fu Hanchuan, much like him, felt an utter lack of security, meticulously reviewing every detail, while his own void could never be filled. And Fu Hanchuan needed wealth and power. Thus, he pondered, before everything concluded, to elevate the one he loved, Fu Hanchuan, to a position of unassailable strength, free from the fears of loss or hurt. He recognized the somewhat pathological nature of this mindset, yet he could not alter it. He merely wished to find solace in the remaining time, to be able to rest assured beside Fu Hanchuan. You are still valuable, still useful. When Yanyu lifted his gaze to the data and materials, imprinted in his memory by blood and pain, feeling an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. It was the first time he expressed gratitude for those cycles, for the wisdom gained, whether actively or passively, that empowered him to undertake this task. Perhaps it was a mutual understanding, or perhaps love is an uncontainable force, one that even the smallest thoughts cannot obscure. Fu Hanchuan's lips moved, though no words emerged. An ineffable sense of happiness surged within him, mingled with a bittersweet tang that coursed through his spine like an electric current, provoking an aching sensation in his eyes. It was not pain. He averted his gaze towards the window, where the twilight was adorned with a gentle rain, rendering it dreamlike and exquisite. The myriad desires he had yearned for over the decades now lay before him in their entirety, akin to a vivid dream. He was suddenly reminded of that rainy day when he crawled out of the old residence, devoid of thoughts of tears or cries for help. consumed solely by pain and hatred. He recalled the rainy day of their first meeting, when death loomed near, and he felt no inclination to weep or plead for rescue. Wen Yanyu dragged him out of the car, allowing him to lean against her legs. At that moment, he felt no urge to cry. Yet, he suddenly recalled a particular incident from that time. He had uttered a phrase to Wen Yanyu, one he had long forgotten but now resurfaced in his memory. "Save me." After a heavy sigh, Fu Hanchuan spoke in a hoarse voice, "The honor that rightfully belongs to you will be yours without exception. Beyond that, what do you desire? I shall grant you anything at all." Wen Yanyu relaxed her tense posture and pondered for a moment before responding, "If possible, I hope you can personally navigate through the various tiers of the group to elevate some women, ensuring they receive fair treatment and allowing other women the opportunity to ascend to higher positions." He understood that only with a sufficient number of women in high places could those in lower ranks gain greater opportunities to rise. Moreover, regarding the HR department, many women possess qualifications and expertise that are on par with their male counterparts, yet they are frequently overlooked due to gender or trivial reasons. I hope you can personally address this, striving for gender parity, though professional capability must remain the priority. I believe they are certainly no less competent than their male peers. He had witnessed countless remarkable women during his cyclical experiences, whose paths were fraught with additional challenges simply because of their gender. In the professional realm and in political careers, many objectives and abilities are identical. Yet what is a mere uphill climb for men transforms into a treacherous journey for women. Simply because of the notion that you are a woman or you are already a mother, they must endure countless cold glances, ridicule, veiled and overt attacks, slander, and even harm from their own gender to reach their ultimate goals. As a man who had received a proper education, and as someone who had been aided by countless mothers, sisters, and even strangers in a cyclical existence, he found it difficult to accept such a mindset. Yet, he alone could not alter prevailing societal beliefs. The Fu Xian group stands as a leader in the industry, wielding immense influence. He hoped to leverage Fu Hanchuan's position, however modestly, to help pave the way for mothers and sisters who may exist somewhere in this world, as well as for the girls tirelessly striving for that future, clearing away some of the thorns obstructing their paths before true equality arrives. He had not anticipated such issues, though he was not surprised either. "Is there anything else?" Fu Hanchuan continued to inquire in a low voice, the weight of his emotions manifesting as a hoarse tremor. "I can provide anything you wish. Could there be something more?" Wen Yanyu smiled and asked. Fu Hanchuan softly acknowledged, holding his breath in anticipation of a response, his heart racing to the point where even the fingertips of his clenched fist began to whiten. Upon hearing her words, Wen Yanyu met his gaze once more. A gentle ripple of warmth danced in her muted peach blossom eyes as she proclaimed, "I wish for your happiness." Fu Hanchuan was momentarily taken aback. At that instant, the tumult of his heart drowned out the sound of the rain outside, which fell relentlessly. Meanwhile, a post surged to the 7th position on the trending list. The financial backers behind 818 Rabbit and that little celebrity who constantly seeks attention became hot topics. Chapter 77. The Little Rabbit Faces Online Bullying as Ergo's Volcano Erupts. It began with a single post. "Recently, I noticed a reversal in someone's online reputation, and since I am no longer in this industry, I bravely decided to discuss this person, whom I shall refer to as Rabbit." Initially, Rabbit could hardly make a name for themselves, largely due to the influence of program sponsors, which led to continuous changes in their ticketing. This is why Rabbit remained until the end. Upon debut, Rabbit's skills were quite mediocre, and their status was notably low, something well known. Yet, they quickly became the face of numerous luxury brands. Is it not peculiar? Rabbit's fans claim it is due to Rabbit's charm, but what reason would these brands have to enlist such a minor celebrity? Fans are merely deceiving themselves. It is simply that Rabbit possesses a soft demeanor and an appealing appearance, which has attracted some buyers. Within the industry, who is unaware that Rabbit is nearly exhausted by the game? Do they truly believe their success is solely due to talent? Their downfall later stemmed from an attempt to rise through associations with higher-ups, yet these influential figures paid them no mind and found them bothersome. Rabbit often engaged in strange behaviors, giving the impression of a connection with these magnates. Indeed, Rabbit did assist one, but that was the extent of it. Relying on this past favor, Rabbit relentlessly sought attention, while the latter also aimed to capitalize on the hype, following a path of controversial fame. Subsequently, Rabbit appeared on a variety show, adopting a pitiful persona in an attempt to salvage their reputation. Alas, the online community has a short memory, and many were deceived. It is essential to recognize the existence of special effects makeup, with a bit of weight loss and makeup. Rabbit emerged from the show with a new slew of gullible fans. It is quite amusing that while you express sympathy for them, they might be laughing at you behind your back. Once the post gained traction, it initially went unnoticed. But a flurry of comments and the post's unmistakable implications propelled it to the top of the trending list. I have long asserted that this individual is no saint. Merely appearing on a variety show does not cleanse one of their past. The naivety of these internet users is truly remarkable. Furthermore, there were claims that the phone call during the program was from a big shot, with a flood of comments celebrating this notion. It is common knowledge that notes can be altered, and such influential figures hardly have the time to watch variety shows. On that show, I found myself genuinely disliking Rabbit. Whenever Lu Gu and Xiao Yu seemed to be getting along, Rabbit would always intrude, which I found quite distasteful, akin to that insufferable green tea BTCH. It is truly exasperating. Their fans continue to market a white moonlight persona, but let us be real, Xiao Yu is the true white moonlight in Lu Ji's life. It is utterly repulsive. This individual is genuinely loathsome. In earlier days, several stars who had disputes with them have become increasingly scarce. Endorsements have been withdrawn, and projects suddenly vanished, followed by a steady stream of scandal surfacing. I have grave suspicions that they whispered sweet nothings into the ears of their sponsors. Those who were already displeased with Wen Yanyu, alongside former rivals, began posting, creating a cacophony of truth and falsehoods. In this chaos, the lines between fact and fiction became blurred, drawing in bystanders who were equally outraged. No one cared to verify the authenticity of the information. The frustrations of daily life, simmering anger, and pent-up malice seemed to catch the scent of blood, swiftly identifying target. Crowds surged towards Wen Yanyu's social media accounts. Zhang Wanru V. The actions of man are observed by the heavens. Whether there is truth to this matter or it is merely a venting of deep-seated malice remains to be seen. In the accompanying image, a frost-white floppy-eared rabbit and a pure black floppy-eared rabbit nestle in a woman's embrace, looking up at the screen with innocent eyes, both adorable and pitiable. This is a striking representation of the situation, clearly articulating one's stance. Jiang Qian V. How could anyone dare to bully such innocent little rabbits? Death penalty. Drag them away. Their crimes are egregious. Duan Mufeng V. Oh, to chatter away without a shred of evidence. What an eye-opener that is. Lu Mingxiu V. Allow me to clarify once more. Song Yu is merely my sister. We have never been in a romantic relationship. Xiao Yu is my friend, and they both hold great significance in my life. I do not consider those who hurl baseless insults at my friends to be my fans, nor do I require such misguided admiration. Song Yu V. Reality shows are not broadcasted live all day. Many times I've been unwell, and it was Yanyu who took care of me. He is truly remarkable and a wonderful person. If you genuinely care for me, please do not bully him. Oh no, here comes Mom Jiang. Everyone is here. Protect the bunny. A group of disgruntled ruffians has arrived, and some even claim that my cooking was the rabbit's doing. How utterly ridiculous. I recall a few who partook themselves. Did the rabbit force them to partake? I'm truly at a loss for words. Is there any evidence for such claims? Rationally speaking, Yanyu's resources indeed do not align with his status. How does one explain that? The last time Yanyu streamed, that person might very well be one of his sponsors. How amusing. How Yanyu clung desperately to the big shots back then, yet failed to see his true nature. It is repulsive, and the subsequent attempts to whitewash are equally distasteful. If you ask me, perhaps he has already been played out. Those at the upper echelons are well aware. The big shots find him unclean, yet you all treat him as a treasure. On the internet, everyone voices their opinions. These recent figures have become the center of attention, with various marketing accounts and prominent influencers taking sides, creating a chaotic online discourse. Meanwhile, on the other side, the little rabbit, having taken his medication, has drifted off to sleep early, completely oblivious to the uproar online, and has missed all the caring messages on WeChat. Fu Hanchuan, using the rabbit's avatar on his Weibo account, watches as his expression darkens with each notification that appears. Just then, a message from his assistant arrives. Fu Hanchuan receives the document, switches his phone, and begins composing a response. Half an hour later, the little rabbit, lulled into slumber by his dog, remains unaware that Weibo has crashed twice this night due to the commotion surrounding him. Chapter 78. I am the lofty branch. He is my magnolia upon it. The following is a repost from Fuxin Group. Fu Hanchuan v. 1. All endorsements of Wen Yanyu since his debut have been backed by me. I will choose whomever I wish to represent my brand. 2. If one insists on speaking of sponsors, Wen Yanyu has only ever had me. I am not the master. There has never been a hierarchy between us. 3. It was I who called Wen Yanyu during the variety show. Why has XXX's performances dwindled and endorsements vanished? Because those are the assets of my group. Why would I allow individuals with substance abuse issues to represent my brand? If one wishes to continue spreading rumors, I will ensure your entry into the narrative. I have preserved blockchain evidence against all who have spread slander or insults on the Wen Yanyu account via private messages or across the internet. Those with over 500 shares and 5,000 views will be contacted by my legal team. Wen Yanyu is of utmost importance to me. Regardless of his actions or my opinions, it bears no relevance to you. Should you use me as a pretext to insult him further, I will resort to legal measures. I am the high branch, and he is my magnolia blossom. Beneath this lengthy text are several screenshots from a mobile device. The first is an album screenshot from 2 years ago, depicting a youth with plush rabbit ears interacting with a kitten under a tree. The second is a screenshot from the contact list, showing communication records with Wen Yanyu, specifically from the evening of a live variety show. The third image, from a designated album titled Rabbit, contains various snapshots of Wen Yanyu eating, painting, daydreaming, and reading across different locations, totaling 3,086 entries. This Weibo post has been reshared by the Fu Xian Group and subsequently by various subsidiaries, creating a chain that is impossible to ignore. And this Weibo, which has never been utilized before, is not labeled as Fu Hanchuan. What in the world? Is this a show of support for the rabbit darling? One of the involved parties has spoken up, shifting the tide of online discourse. Fu Hanchuan has been notably disdainful towards Wen Yanyu, hasn't he? Am I the only one who noticed the communication records, particularly the 99 missed calls that coincide with Wen Yanyu's incident of unconsciousness? Seriously, are you two genuinely entangled in a melodramatic romance? It's amusing. He has immersed in the entertainment industry, likely scheming to get his hands on your wealth. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Fu Hanchuan v. I possess enough wealth for him to spend a lifetime without exhausting it. I am willing. Are you envious because he can't access my fortune? Leave. Haha. The big shot has replied. I'm dying of laughter. I fail to comprehend. Does saving a life entitle one to such relentless pursuit? Is that not revolting? Fu Hanchuan v. Even if there is pursuit, it is from him towards me, not you. It has no bearing on you. Depart. Is Wen Yanyu truly that captivating? Fu Hanchuan v. Mind your own business, leave. Foolish Yishu no. You were just harsh towards little rabbit darling. Take the rabbit darling away. You're not allowed to touch him. Fu Hanchuan v. Leave. Layered cookie, why the hostility? Cradling the rabbit darling. Fu Hanchuan v. You leave too. The original trending topic was swiftly retracted, and a flurry of related terms surged to the top of the trending list. Leave, you two depart. The illusion of the domineering CEO shatters. He's entangled with me, not you. I possess endless wealth that he can indulge in. I'm high branch, and he is the magnolia perched upon it. Is it truly impossible for you two to be together? The quotes from the unloving brother continue to increase. I once thought that domineering CEOs were polite and restrained, but to my amusement, the reality is quite different. Leave, mind your own business, depart. You are of no concern to me. This is entirely unlike the domineering CEOs I had imagined. How amusing. Having observed Fu Hanchuan's early interviews, it's evident that his demeanor is less about politeness and more about indifference. He is disinclined to engage. When provoked, he retaliates with fierce aggression, as illustrated by his notorious business escapades. How comical. Help. My illusion of the domineering CEO has vanished. How can he stay up all night confronting netizens? Help. By the way, I desire the unloving brother's photo album. I am the high branch, and he is the magnolia upon it. My heavens! Is this not reminiscent of someone claiming that the rabbit climbs the high branch? How skillful the unloving brother is. Help. I now comprehend why Wen Yanyu was so fervent. The CEO indeed captivates hearts, and Fu Hanchuan is a straight man who has stolen Wen Yanyu's affection. How amusing. The album contains over 3,000 photos from the past 2 years. On the day of the rabbit's coma, there were 99 missed calls. What about the unloving brother? Is there truly no possibility? I knew from the outset outside the hospital that those who set flags will ultimately face humiliation. There is no chance for us, waving pink sausages. Is that so? During the previous interview with Wen Yanyu at the hospital, did Fu Hanchuan not claim he did not like her? What nonsense is this? Wen Yanyu's rescue, with a plethora of domestic and international experts gathered, became a classic case in the industry. Can you guess who summoned those specialists? Go check the forum posts. There are photos. My heavens. How sweet and yet tormenting these two are. I am invested, just thinking about how the unloving brother, after a night of arguing, must go to work and attend meetings the next day, then take a friend to the hospital, and finally return home to cook for that friend. Makes me want to laugh. How is this even more tragic than my own plight as a corporate drone? Will the unloving brother succumb to darkness? Noticing a detail, why is the unloving brother driving a Maybach with the rabbit? It has been raining incessantly in Shanghai. What if the rain seeps in and drenches the little rabbit? How careless. What happens when this generation of netizens misses a meme? The online uproar swiftly shifts. In a single night, numerous newly emerged marketing accounts suddenly vanish, and a multitude of comments and posts are deleted. The commotion soon becomes apparent. Fu Hanchuan V, I have taken over all of Wen Yanyu's public social media accounts. All harassment calls and messages you send are being monitored by me. Should I encounter any further harassing or threatening messages, I will instruct my legal team to contact your parents for legal action. Being a minor is not an excuse to evade punishment. I possess ample wealth to pursue this to the end. Fu Hanchuan V, I reiterate, I do not accept any private mediation. We are not in need of your meager funds. My legal team has preserved blockchain evidence. When you distort the truth, sway public opinion, and spread rumors, causing harm to the parties involved, you must consider the repercussions you will face. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the law? The power of the law is boundless. Fu Hanchuan V. A mere apology is the most trivial and futile gesture. If one truly wishes to apologize, they should endure the same suffering as the victim. What does the power of the law is boundless even mean? Help! Haha! It is the exclusive legal team of the Fu Xian Group, which has yet to lose a case, humorously dubbed the power of the law is boundless. The unbeatable guest, ha ha ha. No, I'm just enjoying this too much. What is happening? Ha ha. Being a minor is not an excuse to evade punishment. I possess sufficient resources to see this through to the end. Goodness, it feels like witnessing a domineering character from a novel stepping into reality, but it's quite exhilarating. This night was destined to be tumultuous. Morning arrived. Glancing at a flurry of concerned messages on WeChat, Wen Yanyu felt momentarily dazed. After consuming the latest gossip on Weibo, he still struggled to process everything. Fu Hanchuan had already lifted him from the bed. The routine of washing his face, brushing his teeth, changing clothes, taking medicine, and eating had thoroughly acquainted him with the situation surrounding him. I'm a high branch, and he is the magnolia blossoming upon it. The magnolia flower symbolizes pure and sincere feelings with enduring friendship. Wen Yanyu stared blankly at the trending topic on his phone, and after a prolonged moment, he gently lowered his eyelashes. Enduring friendship. Quite delightful. Through the night, the unsightly information and comments online had mostly been erased, leaving only a few palatable remnants. Fu Hanchuan held a wooden comb, observing the fluff atop the furry head, where a layer of white strands began to emerge. The strands in his palm appeared to have faded under the sunlight, exhibiting an eerie grayish-black hue. Fu Hanchuan paused his movements momentarily, lowering his gaze, but continued to gently groom the little rabbit's fur. Listening to the voice message from Jiang Wanru inviting him to go out, Wen Yanyu asked. Do you want to go? Fu Anchuan inquired. The doctor mentioned that if the patient is willing, going out with friends can aid in recovery. Upon hearing this, Wen Yanyu looked up at the man and cautiously replied, Can I really go? Chapter 79. A dreamy day at the amusement park with a bunny family. This chapter is quite sweet. Fu Hanchuan softened his tone, responding, Of course you can. Wen Yanyu exclaimed, Yay. The midday sun shone brightly. The car came to a halt outside the amusement park. Fu Hanchuan turned to gently adjust the collar of Wen Yanyu's shirt, observing his expression of anticipation. He reminded, Ensure your power bank is packed. I will call to come pick you up. Take your medicine half an hour after lunch. And if your emotions take a turn, contact me immediately. I will come for you. Enjoy yourself. Understood. He watched as Wen Yanyu was greeted by two individuals from afar through the car window. As the window rolled up, Fu Hanchuan concluded the call. He raised his hand to put on his headphones and headed back to the company. Crossing the street, Wen Yanyu picked up his phone, preparing to call Jiang Wanru when a gust of wind brushed past his ear. Baby, Jiang Wanru approached from behind, embracing him warmly and shifting Wen Yanyu's position to scrutinize him from head to toe. He had not lost weight, but had become slightly plumper. Quite nice. Finally, she playfully squeezed the soft flesh on the boy's face, and only then did Jiang Wanru let out a long sigh of relief. How has my darling been lately? Have you been unwell? Did you eat before coming? Should we grab something to eat first? All is well, no. I haven't even sick. And I've already eaten, Wen Yanyu replied, his ears burning crimson, his voice stammering. Although he had nearly grown accustomed to Aunt Jiang's affectionate demeanor, he had rarely experienced such tender care from any woman aside from his mother, and he felt somewhat out of place. Is Shen Huai not coming with you? Wen Yanyu inquired curiously, scanning the surroundings. Upon mentioning this, Jiang Wanru's expression transformed into one of deep grievance. He was supposed to come, but just as they were about to leave, the hospital called to say he needed to work overtime, so he didn't come. Always busy, busy, busy. Jiang Wanru sighed, helplessly, gritting her teeth. How infuriating. Encouraging people to study medicine truly feels like a thunderclap. As his mother, I hardly see him. Reflecting on her own days as a doctor in the cycle of life, she acknowledged the relentless busyness. Wen Yanyu chuckled softly, nodding in consolation. All right, let us invite brother next time. Let us go inside and play now. Today, Auntie and Uncle Chin will take you to explore every corner of the park. Jiang Wanru beamed with joy, playfully rubbing the little bunny's head. As the three of them entered the amusement park, the roller coaster roared along its winding tracks, while the carousel, adorned with nursery rhymes, rose and fell in rhythmic motion. Staff dressed in elaborate costume characters performed throughout the park, and laughter resonated in every corner. It was a holiday, and many parents accompanied their children, while couples chatted merrily in small groups. The cheerful music, the sound of visitors' laughter, and the clattering of rides combined to create a symphony of happiness. A sweet aroma wafted through the air, mingling the scents of popcorn and cotton candy. In front of the shooting game booth, plush toys resembling meteorite-herding dogs and exquisitely crafted stuffed animals were displayed as the ultimate prizes at the top. Wen Yanyu grasped the toy gun, commencing his fourth round of challenges. The outcome was predictable, another miss. With 3 chances remaining, he felt disinclined to continue. Drooping his head, he reluctantly set down the gun, realizing that he simply lacked an affinity for this game. Noticing the little one's dejected demeanor, the two adults instantly straightened up. Jiang Wanru turned to glance at the dazed Qin Xingji, ready to spring into action. However, Qin Xingji had already approached Wen Yanyu, taking the toy gun from his hand and expertly calibrating it. In the astonished gaze of the stall owner, who was too late to intervene, Qin Xingji maintained a calm demeanor as he fired several shots in quick succession. The lights on the booth illuminated brightly. Wen Yanyu gasped in astonishment. The stall owner exclaimed, "Congratulations!" Qin Xingji pointed to the little herding dog plushie, instructing, "Please give that dog to my child," until she received the small doll. Wen Yanyu had not fully comprehended the seamless and fluid actions of Qin Xingji. Just like her father, the police are truly remarkable. How impressive. Thank you, uncle. With admiration sparkling in her eyes, Wen Yanyu gazed at him, her eyes filled with wonder as fragmented sunlight danced within, resembling countless tiny stars. A blend of reverence and dependence enveloped her. The melodies resonating in the amusement park, the sweet scent of cotton candy, and the figure before her invoked the Proustian effect. In an instant, the cacophony of the crowd faded away. Her dulled senses abruptly revived, and her vision was solely fixed on the sight of Wen Yanyu clutching the plush doll. Qin Qingji momentarily froze, an involuntary shudder coursing through him. Whispers of weeping echoed in his ears, cries of agony resonated, and someone called out his name, a heart-wrenching pain and sorrow pervading his entire being. Yet, it lasted but a fleeting moment. The illusion and that memory vanished entirely. Irresistible. Everything that transpired seemed merely an illusion. Wen Yanyu lowered her head, nuzzling the new plush puppy, while Jiang Wanru diligently searched for treats around them, both oblivious to the man's unusual demeanor. What had just happened? Qin Qingji closed his eyes, rubbing his weary eyelids. He did not dwell on it further. The trio continued their merry exploration of the amusement park. The admiration born from his striking appearance mingled with an indescribable sense of solace. Although no longer a child, Wen Yanyu, like the other children brought by their parents, clung to the two adults, radiating joy and chattering incessantly. This reliance and adoration, which he had not experienced since his own son had grown up, filled the old father with a profound sense of pride and satisfaction. Qin Qingji cleared his throat and effortlessly ruffled the little bunny's head. As Jiang Wanru offered some mildly spicy barbecue, she naturally patted the bunny's head and handed him yogurt. Wen Yanyu paused momentarily, then unconsciously smiled, her eyes curving with delight. An uncontainable yearning blended with bittersweet mist gathered in her gaze, slowly merging into the unbreakable essence of her blood, forming a beautiful dream. Throughout their journey, the trio laughed and shared stories, with many visitors recognizing them. However, seeing the trio's joyful demeanor, they refrained from intruding, opting instead to continue their own enjoyment. After spending the better part of the day in the amusement park, they ultimately succumbed to the mighty swing. Not long after disembarking from the ride, when Yanyu's complexion turned pale, curling up on a resting bench, struggling to recover for a while, still feeling lethargic. "I'm so sorry, my dear. It's all my fault for dragging you onto the mighty swing. It must have been so uncomfortable," Jiang Wanru lamented, her heart aching. Remembering Wen Yanyu's hesitant expression beneath the swing earlier, it struck her that he likely did not want to dampen their spirits. Lost in her own joy, she had failed to observe closely, leaving Jiang Wanru feeling speechless and even more distressed. Carelessly tossing her bag to the bewildered Qin Qingji, she settled beside him, pulling Wen Yanyu into her embrace and gently kneading the little bunny's temples. Wen Yanyu shook his head. He had grown too accustomed to a comfortable life recently. How had his resistance to dizziness diminished so drastically? When it came to pain, he could generally endure it, but dizziness was something he truly had little defense against. "No, it's all right. I just feel a bit dizzy after coming down," Wen Yanyu's voice softened, exuding an air of frailness. Jiang Wanru frowned with concern, taking a tissue to wipe away the cold sweat trickling down the boy's forehead. Qin Qingji rushed over, having just fetched water from the restaurant, and handed a kettle filled with hot water to Jiang Wanru, followed by opening a bottle of orange juice. "Have some sweet drink first. Let us rest for a bit." He took the tissue to wipe the cold sweat off Wen Yanyu's face, suggesting that he close his eyes and rest after drinking. Jiang Wanru poured the hot water into a small cup lid and placed it in the hands of the weakly silent Wen Yanyu. He took the cup lid, blew on it gently, and sipped slowly. The warmth of the water, combined with a bit of orange juice, alleviated his dizziness, allowing him to unconsciously relax. Resting his head on the woman's shoulder, the two adults sat on either side, cradling the weary little one in between them. Chapter 80. The eve of the class reunion. Why did I forget you inside the aquarium? Large glass tanks shimmered under the dim light, casting a subtle halo. Within the tanks, several massive sea turtles glided gracefully, ascending and descending through the water. Schools of vibrant fish darted among the corals like flowing ribbons, while jellyfish pulsated with their transparent, umbrella-shaped bodies, their long tentacles glimmering under the light. The entire venue resembled a dreamlike underwater world. aside from admiring the fish. Several gazes occasionally drifted toward a trio who had just entered, each adorned with exquisitely crafted rabbit ears, a striking combination of their high attractiveness and the whimsical accessories. Qin Xingji donned a black outfit, his black rabbit ears slightly bent, the inherent authority of a policeman softened by the plush ears, evoking thoughts of a rabbit officer. Jiang Wanru wore a pair of short, snow-white rabbit ears, her well-maintained appearance at 40 exuding elegance and grace. Accompanying them, Wen Yanyu wore grayish-white floppy ears, curiously surveying the surroundings, his natural bangs almost merging with the rabbit ears, emanating an adorable charm. The trio of rabbits navigated the aquarium together. As a police officer, Qin Xingji was acutely aware of the glances around him, and he silently closed his eyes momentarily. My little ancestors, he mused. As an ocean life enthusiast, Jiang Wanru held Wen Yanyu's hand, enlightening him about the small fish in the aquarium, her eyes sparkling with joy. Wen Yanyu gazed blankly at the fish. But honestly, I prefer seeing them in the ocean rather than here in the aquarium, he remarked, turning to the woman. Jiang Wanru, with a smile in her eyes, sighed. Small fish should be free. Wen Yanyu paused, absorbing her words as she continued to introduce the next little fish. Standing beside them, Qin Xingji discreetly observed two men on the right side of the venue, each holding a coffee cup. His gaze lingered momentarily on the slightly exposed collar of the boy's shirt before he slowly extended his hand. What is wrong, Uncle Qin? Wen Yanyu turned back to inquire. Qin Xingji smiled at him, gently adjusting his collar. Your clothes are a bit disheveled. Let me help you with that. Wen Yanyu, taken aback, replied, Oh, thank you, Uncle. Observing the boy's cheerful demeanor, Qin Xingji lowered his eyelids, concealing the unusual hue in his gaze. And Jiang, what kind of fish are those? The ones with the beautiful tails are guppies. The males possess particularly vibrant tails, and they thrive on algae and plankton. How lovely, he remarked. Indeed, guppies have exceptionally stunning tails, especially the males. Little one, would you like to drink something? The conversation among the few was slightly distorted through the machinery. Fu Hanchuan maintained a calm demeanor, raising his hand to readjust the slightly loosened headphones. Mr. Fu, the Lin family has been eager to arrange a dinner with you, expressing their willingness to relinquish the land in Lan City as an apology. The deputy manager reported while bringing in documents. Fu Hanchuan did not lift his head, replying coolly. Decline the offer. The deputy manager pursed his lips, but that land holds significant commercial value. The foolish actions of the Lin family's youngest son shouldn't jeopardize our mutual interests. They are genuinely apologetic. Why should we not accept? The Lin family had recently found themselves in dire straits. Their largest buyer had terminated their partnership, leaving them with unsold goods and a broken cash flow, leading to mounting losses. They were also under investigation from higher authorities. Should they fail to mend their financial chain, the Lin family, which had struggled to rise in the past 2 years, might find themselves back at square one, or worse. As part of shared interest, the deputy manager incessantly extolled the virtues of cooperation before Fu Hanchuan. Fu Hanchuan paused, raising an eyebrow slightly, and spoke slowly, Are you suggesting that we? Realizing he had overstepped, the deputy manager quickly bowed his head in apology. He assessed the middle-aged man before him, glancing at his name badge, searching his memory for any relevant information. The man was a relative of the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Initially, he had transitioned from a technical position alongside the cooperation between the two families and proved to be quite capable. Fu Hanchuan let out a cold scoff, his gaze frigid, his tone laced with mockery. Put the documents down and go settle your salary with human resources. The deputy manager was taken aback, and before he could utter another word, 2 bodyguards escorting him promptly ushered him out. The office returned to tranquility. Fu Hanchuan picked up a plush rabbit from the table, gently stroking it while putting on the other headphone. In the vast aquarium, countless fish swam about. The 2 adults had ventured out to buy water, leaving Wen Yanyu standing alone before the tank, waiting. Yanyu, is that a little fish? A hesitant young woman's voice called from behind. Upon hearing her name, Wen Yanyu initially thought it was a fan and turned around to greet her. Standing a meter away was a girl in a white floral dress. Her features delicate yet unremarkable, lacking any distinctive memories, ordinary and plain. But in that fleeting moment, when Yanyu froze, nearly forgetting to breathe, Tao Shu stood still as well. Their eyes met, enveloped in a silence laden with unspoken words. Wen Yanyu's lips parted slightly, yearning to convey the multitude of emotions that surged forth from the reunion with a childhood friend after so many years. Yet the erased memories rendered their gaze foreign. "Long time no see," he said. Tao Shu looked at him for a moment, her expression conflicted, before she spoke up. "After graduation, why didn't you keep in touch? I tried to find you later. How come you sold the house?" Wen Yanyu was taken aback. Tao Shu, slightly awkward, tucked her hair behind her ear and continued. "Not long ago, I was chatting with Jian and the others about you. Why do you have no contact information?" Wen Yanyu's breath hitched, a pang of trepidation coursing through him. "Do you still remember me?" Tao Shu hesitated, her expression peculiar. "Weren't we friends once? Why would I forget you? 3 years. So many memories. How could one forget?" However, Tao Shu's gaze drifted, and she shook her head, apologizing. "I've been a bit scatterbrained lately." Wen Yanyu opened his mouth, his throat tightening. An incredulous thought suddenly arose within him, yet he dared not voice it, fearing it might all be in vain. Chapter 81. Awakening from a dream, regaining her composure, Tao Shu stepped closer to Wen Yanyu, hesitating for a moment before asking. "A few of our old classmates from middle school are planning to gather at the nearby hot springs for about 3 or 4 days. Jian will be there too. Would you like to join us?" Wen Yanyu nodded stiffly. Tao Shu, who had braced herself for rejection, was taken aback, but quickly rummaged through her bag for her phone. They exchanged contact information. Tao Shu still bore an expression of unspoken words, an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. She wanted to say something, but after a long pause, she managed only, "How have you been lately?" Wen Yanyu merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, unable to articulate his thoughts. They remained enveloped in silence for a while, both yearning to speak, yet unable to find the words. "Well, I should be heading back," Tao Shu said, brushing her hair back. After a moment's hesitation, she raised her gaze to meet Wen Yanyu's. "Long time no see, little fish. Long time no see, Peach." The girl departed. The venue was dimly lit, the glass before him as clear as if it were non-existent. Standing before the tank, it felt as though he were submerged in water. A school of fish swam toward him, and when Yanyu instinctively reached out, only to feel the cold barrier of glass, jolting him back to reality. "Mom, do the little fish know they are in the tank?" A child's voice pierced his thoughts. He turned to see a mother and daughter standing nearby. The little girl, no more than 4 or 5, babbled incessantly. "Will the little fish miss home? They don't have freedom here. Will they be unhappy?" The woman smiled and replied, "The little fish certainly want to be unhappy. Their parents and family are around them, and the little fish don't know where they are. They aren't human. They have no emotions, so they certainly want to be sad." The child pouted and huffed. "But mommy, isn't a little fish. How can you know if the little fish is happy or sad? How can you know if their family is really here?" The woman responded, "But the tank is transparent, just like the ocean. They surely don't know they're confined. As long as they don't know, they want to feel sorrow." The child glanced at the fish tank and curiously asked, "What if one day the little fish realize they are trapped in this tank? Wouldn't they feel sorrowful? If I were a little fish confined and devoid of freedom, I would undoubtedly feel immense sadness, loneliness, and a longing for home." Lost in thought, the child drooped their head. "It's all right." The woman gently caressed the child's head and softly replied, "If that day ever comes, mother and daughter will be together. And wherever we are, as long as we are together, that will be our home." Upon hearing this, the child lifted their head and nestled into the woman's embrace, exclaiming, "Yay!" The mother and daughter continued their stroll, their figures gradually fading from view. After a while, Wen Yanyu turned her gaze back, lowering her head slightly, her hair veiling her eyes, obscuring her emotions. Only the sound of her racing heart could be heard. Moments later, the two who had gone shopping returned, and the trio wandered about until nightfall. Outside the amusement park, the evening breeze whispered as the moon silently ascended the treetops, casting a cool, silvery light upon the earth. Wen Yanyu stood between the two, holding a bag of freshly bought roasted sweet potatoes, her rabbit ears still adorning her head. giving her an oddly pitiable appearance that tugged at the heartstrings. Qin Qingji acknowledged that after years of service in the police force, he had witnessed far too much. And in this profession, harboring excessive personal emotions often leads to complications. He had gradually become somewhat cold-hearted. Aside from a few rare instances, he seldom encountered situations that stirred his heart, even when merely watching someone smile. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Qingji silently stood behind the two, holding the items he had purchased for Wen Yanyu without uttering a word. Jiang Wanru clasped Wen Yanyu's cool hand, her eyes filled with concern. "And he knows you are the most obedient, so when we get home, you must eat well, take your medicine, and maintain a good sleep schedule. No staying up late." Wen Yanyu nodded continuously. Jiang Wanru bit her lip gently, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over her as she stroked the child's slender wrist. "And he knows you might feel uneasy while eating, but you absolutely must not skip meals. Take your time, eat a little bit, gradually increase your intake, and reduce the pain medication." Wen Yanyu kept her eyes lowered, merely nodding, her tongue pressed firmly against the roof of her mouth, saying nothing. Jiang Wanru chose not to press further. At the intersection, a car sped towards them, coming to a steady halt by the roadside. The door swung open, and a man clad in a black coat stepped out. Wen Yanyu turned around and instantly recognized Fu Hanchuan, taking the shopping bag from Qin Qingji's hands. Jiang Wanru squinted to get a better look, but the man's features were shrouded in shadow, making it hard for her to identify him until he approached closer. Only then did Jiang Wanru realize who he was. Fu Hanchuan's gaze briefly lingered on Wen Yanyu before he refrained from addressing the two beside her. He lifted his arm and draped the coat that had been resting there over Wen Yanyu's shoulders. Then he picked up the rabbit-eared scarf, and Wen Yanyu tilted her head up to meet his gaze. Fu Hanchuan slightly bent down, wrapping the rabbit-eared scarf around the boy's neck with a gentle twist, tying a loose knot. After ensuring Wen Yanyu was adequately warmed, he raised his head to greet the two, saying, "Good evening. Yin Yin, thank you for taking care of her today." Upon finishing his words, Fu Hanchuan turned to Qin Qingji and calmly remarked, "Long time no see, Uncle Qin." Qin Qingji stiffened momentarily, regaining his composure with a complex expression, replying, "Indeed, it has been a while." Jiang Wanru remained silent. Fu Hanchuan exchanged greetings with her, then took Wen Yanyu's hand, stating, "It's getting late. I shall take Yin Yin home now." Qin Qingji nodded, refraining from further comments. Wen Yanyu turned back to embrace both of them before following the man out. "Is it cold?" "Not anymore." "Did you enjoy today?" "Yes." "Do you want to eat at home or dine out?" "I wish to return home to sleep." "Let us have a little something before you sleep." "How about steamed egg custard? I can prepare it with your favorite sauce." "I prefer something sweet." "Then let the aunt prepare milk pudding for you." "All right. I also want steamed egg custard. But we shouldn't eat too much tonight. We can have the custard for breakfast instead. How does that sound?" "Fine. Then I'll eat a little less." "Okay." Their voices gradually faded as the car started, and the two completely vanished from sight. Qin Qingji sighed, taking the hand of his still-dazed partner. "Let us head home." Jiang Wanru turned back, responding quietly with a soft demo. The streets at night remained lively, bustling with holiday cheer as groups laughed and chatted, drawing closer to the amusement park. The couple peeled the sweet potatoes they had just purchased, choosing not to hail a cab, instead leisurely walking home while savoring their treat. The steaming sweet potato was swallowed bite by bite, the heat numbing their tongues. Yet Qin Qingji remained oblivious to it. The cool evening breeze carried distant melodies. Once more he felt her presence. "I am no longer lost." Jiang Wanru suddenly halted, her gaze fixed on the distant screen displaying a cartoon, the light reflecting in her eyes. The wind brought forth the essence of her breath. The scorching sweet potato flesh had turned her palm red. "It turned out you never truly left." The gentle lyrics drifted with the breeze, creating a void in her chest, continuously filling it with wind. No matter how the wind attempted to carry away those memories, the pain lingered. After a long while, Jiang Wanru turned to him, her hands trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. "Have I forgotten something? Something very important?" Qin Qingji pressed his lips together, yet no sound emerged. Only tears fell. Under the moonlight, in their reflections, the two continued to walk hand in hand through the haze. Longing was their only baggage. The road ahead no longer felt solitary and interminable. Chapter 82. Class reunion at the Hot Springs Resort on the return journey. Dim streetlights filtered through the car windows. Fu Hanchuan's peripheral vision casually swept over the boy's hair, the gray-white floppy ears still drooping. In the dim light, the black edges blurred, resembling rabbit ears sprouting atop his head. Fu Hanchuan subtly curved his lips. Wen Yanyu lowered his head, peeling the sweet potato, gradually unveiling its soft, sweet flesh. When the sweet potato was presented to him, Fu Hanchuan suddenly froze. Wen Yanyu gently suggested, "Let's share a meal." Fu Hanchuan, momentarily taken aback, accepted the offer. Wen Yanyu proceeded to peel a sweet potato, filling the car with its delightful fragrance. As Fu Hanchuan took a gentle bite, a subtle sweetness danced on his tongue, warming him from within as it slid down his throat. The sweet potato was both tender and delectable. His appetite was substantial, and with just a few bites, he had consumed the entire piece. Observing this, Wen Yanyu prepared to peel another for him. Suddenly, Fu Hanchuan reached out, grasping the young man's wrist, leaning closer. Under the curious gaze of Wen Yanyu, he bit into the portion of sweet potato that had already been partially consumed. Wen Yanyu was taken aback. "Are you hungry? I can peel you another. Why are you eating mine?" Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze to meet his gray-blue eyes shimmering like aquamarines under the dim light, exuding a coolness that was softened by an unexpected warmth. With his left hand braced against the seat, Fu Hanchuan held Wen Yanyu's wrist firmly with his right, his fingers long and strong, preventing any movement. Their proximity heightened the tension, the warmth of their breaths mingling, sending a shiver of sensation coursing through Wen Yanyu's body. Fluttering his eyelashes, he raised his gaze slightly, nearly able to discern the fine textures of Fu Hanchuan's skin. "How could you let a child go hungry like this?" he remarked as they finished the remaining portion of the sweet potato. Fu Hanchuan straightened, responding softly, "I am not very hungry. The others are too large. This one suits me perfectly." Wen Yanyu simply replied with an "oh," offering no further reaction. He lowered his head, taking another piece of sweet potato, breaking it gently in half, and continued to satisfy his hunger. Fu Hanchuan observed him, bemused. "Why are you being so foolish? Can't you break it apart?" The car came to a halt within the community, and they both alighted. The night breeze caressed their cheeks, shadows of trees danced around them, and the occasional chirp of birds filled the air. Fu Hanchuan took Wen Yanyu's hand, leading him towards home. Wen Yanyu approached the driver's seat, lightly tapping on the window. As it slid open, the middle-aged driver leaned out, inquiring, "Is there anything else, Mr. Wen?" Wen Yanyu rummaged through a bag, presenting a large box of small cakes through the window to the driver. The driver instinctively accepted the offering, bewildered by Wen Yanyu's actions. Digging further into the bag, he sought out a plush pink rabbit. In the past, when his relationship with Fu Hanchuan had flourished, they often dined together, with this driver frequently shuttling them. While not quite friends, they had become familiar. The driver had even been the one to take him to the hospital during a late-night emergency when Fu Hanchuan was away at a meeting. As they returned home, the driver had shared a piece of cake with him, explaining that it was his child's birthday. At that moment, recalling the occasion at the amusement park, Wen Yanyu had promptly decided to express his gratitude. Feeling a bit shy, he explained, "Last year, when you brought me home from the hospital, you noticed I hadn't eaten anything and kindly shared a piece of your child's cake with me. Please convey warm birthday wishes to the little one and extend my gratitude for the delightful cake." Wen Yanyu smiled softly. It was his first small cake since his parents' departure. He gazed at the meticulously wrapped plush bunny adorned with a bow, clearly crafted with care and favored by the little girl. The driver paused momentarily, confusion fading from his face, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. "Ah, thank you. Oh, by the way, Wen Yanyu said," reaching out to secure the remaining 2 sweet potatoes that still held warmth. "I noticed you were driving earlier, so I didn't offer you any. It's quite uncomfortable to be hungry. You can fill your stomach before heading back. Just don't eat while driving." The sweet potato settled in his palm, its fragrant aroma instantly enveloping him. "Please drive safely." Wen Yanyu linked arms with Fu Hanchuan, waving goodbye to the occupants inside the vehicle, leaving the driver staring vacantly at the sweet potatoes in his hand. It wasn't until the two had walked some distance away that he slowly peeled the sweet potato, savoring the flesh. So sweet. The autumn rain circled a gentle mist, sometimes light, sometimes dense, shrouding the renowned hot spring resort in fog, surrounded by vibrant red maple trees flourishing around the mountains. The ground was littered with uncleaned maple leaves, a tapestry of gold and crimson interwoven along the gravel path. As the breeze rustled the leaves softly, underneath the veil of mist, the resort resembled a richly colored ink painting, a tranquil and dreamlike paradise away from the bustling city. Indeed, a splendid property under the auspices of Jingwei. A dozen individuals clustered together as they entered the resort. Li Shushu glanced around curiously and scratched his head, asking, "Isn't it a holiday? Why do we not see anyone?" The guide I prepared indicated that this place is usually quite crowded at this time. One girl adjusted her glasses and replied, "Perhaps we arrived too early. Everyone is likely soaking in the hot springs or sleeping. Just look at the maple leaves. I bet no one wants to miss them and has gone to enjoy the hot springs early." Another tall boy scoffed, "Guides can't always be trusted. But it's fine. No one is here to compete for space, allowing us to enjoy ourselves." Li Shushu, who had just been scratching his head, allowed a hearty laugh and suddenly patted Tao Shu. "Hey, Tao, didn't you say Wen Yanyu promised to come? Where is he? I don't see him." Tao Shu paused for a moment and replied, "He mentioned he would come with a friend." "A friend? What friend?" Chapter 83. Class Reunion. Old friends reunited. Hey, Jinan. Li Shushu raised an eyebrow and abruptly tapped the still-dazed young man. "Haven't you been in touch with Wen Yanyu all these years? I recall you two were quite close in middle school. It feels as if you haven't spoken in ages." Shun Jinan turned to face the one who tapped him, still lost in thought, offering only a reflexive shake of his head. The young man wore a sky-blue autumn outfit, with well-defined features and shoulder-length black hair half-tied in a ponytail, his expression still dazed. "Goodness," Li Shushu remarked with a peculiar expression, chuckling softly, as the saying goes. "Wealth attracts wives, and affluence attracts friends. He must have forgotten all of us old classmates. I suspect when he said he'd attend the gathering, it was merely a courtesy. He probably has no intention of coming." Indeed, another chimed in. "After all, he's a star now. Who would remember us from middle school?" As Li Shushu spoke, a group of individuals made their way into the mountain villa. Each person's expression varied. No one opposed or endorsed Li Shushu's clearly sarcastic remarks. Minds were in disarray. Many only recognized Wen Yanyu as a former classmate after seeing her trending online 2 months ago. They struggled to recall memories from their school days, remembering that Wen Yanyu had many friends in class and that their relationships had been quite amicable, yet after graduation, they had completely lost touch. Their current impressions of her were limited to gossip gleaned from the internet. The time since middle school was neither too long nor too short, and memories were somewhat clear. However, whenever they attempted to delve into anything related to Wen Yanyu from their middle school days, their thoughts would become a tangled mess, prompting them to abandon the effort altogether. Upon entering the villa, they found it eerily empty, save for the staff in their uniforms. Before anyone could ponder the situation, they quickly noticed something unusual with the sofa. In the lobby, a young man was half-curled on the couch, his disheveled black hair accentuating the exquisite black overcoat draped over him. His eyes were half-closed, and his breathing was steady as he slept soundly. It was a girl who first shattered the silence. "Is that Wen Yanyu? Why is there hardly anyone here? Did we get the wrong place?" As they noticed the arrival of guests, the staff promptly approached. "Welcome to the Mirror Moon Hot Springs Villa. Your rooms are ready." In the midst of their conversation, the previously slumbering Wen Yanyu was stirred awake by the commotion and stumbled towards the group. Sorry. I've been so busy with work lately that I accidentally dozed off." Rubbing her eyes, she searched among the crowd for familiar faces. "It's been a long time since we last met." Everyone turned their gaze towards her. After many years, the once youthful features of Wen Yanyu had matured, perhaps burdened by the worries of adulthood, and her countenance bore a lingering fatigue that overshadowed her past brightness. The reunion was tinged with awkwardness, as they had not been in contact for years, and their identities had shifted. Chun Jianan stared at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Wen Yanyu, and a veil was lifted from his mind as a flood of memories accompanied by laughter surged forth. "Little fish," Wen Yanyu looked up at him, and both were momentarily stunned. Li Shushu smirked and interjected, Long time no see. You become a big star now. We thought you wouldn't show up. Wen Yanyu regained her composure and smiled, attempting to appear casual. I've been too busy since graduation. I didn't have much time. Please don't mind me. After casually responding to the inquiries of the group, she turned to the two who had remained silent, smiling as she said, Jinan, shout out. It's been a while. Both responded with a mutual hum. The laughter and joy they once shared had long been dulled by the passage of time. They were unsure of what to say next, feeling like the most familiar strangers. Observing the three, Li Shushu's brow furrowed slightly before he shifted the conversation, grinning. Oh, by the way, I saw online that you like men now. Is that true? Do you really fancy someone named Fu Han Chuan? I have heard that homosexuality is innate. You wouldn't have harbored feelings for some boy in our class, only to abruptly sever ties with everyone after a heartbreak upon graduation, would you? Li Shushu narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with amusement as he pressed on. This matter had been broached in the group chat recently, while discussing Wen Yanyu. Although the expansive nature of the internet might promote open-mindedness, societal norms predominantly lean towards rejection. Most of them are quite similar in their views, particularly under the weight of early entangled discourse, and the identity of a celebrity, though not inherently derogatory, takes on a different flavor when associated with affluent families. Many present wore peculiar expressions. Tao Shu and Chun Jinan frowned, casting disapproving glances at the relentlessly Shushu. This fellow, Wen Yanyu seemed momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, laughing. Rest assured, even if I were to fancy men, I wouldn't be indiscriminate. I judge individuals, not genders. Wen Yanyu gently narrowed her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, a hint of imperceptible frostiness lurking within. Or should I say, did you perhaps have a crush on every girl in our class over those 3 years? Wow, that would be quite impressive. I could never manage that. She lightly clapped her hands, her tone playful and devoid of reproach, yet somehow laced with a subtle mockery that was unmistakable. A few couldn't suppress their laughter, and soon it echoed throughout the room. Apart from Li Shushu's displeased expression, the others found themselves amused. The previously tense atmosphere, marked by years of unacquainted familiarity, melted away in an instant due to her jest. Someone teased, Shall you Haven T change a bit? Why Haven T you kept in touch all these years? Just the other day, our old teacher mentioned you, and I was reminded that you were my classmate. They bombarded her with questions. Is being a celebrity exhausting? By the way, are LYJ and SJY a couple? What's their situation? And does HGP have a girlfriend? Meanwhile, Chan Wonkyu, who was still perusing the guide, suddenly inquired, Isn't it peak season here? How come we haven't seen anyone else apart from us? The others quickly caught on, agreeing with her. The most famous sight here is the autumn foliage, and given that it is indeed autumn, it seemed implausible for the place to be this desolate. Wen Yanyu tapped her head, about to explain when a familiar, affectionate male voice called out from the second floor of the inn. Yin, have your classmates arrived? Everyone turned towards the sound, their gazes fixated. At the staircase on the second floor stood a man, leaning against the railing. He wore a casual black suit jacket, the collar partially undone, over a black turtleneck with a peculiar gray-white plush bunny dangling from his belt. His chiseled features were striking, with eyelashes like raven feathers, and his gray-blue eyes resembled winter's icy depths. Broad-shouldered and long-legged, he exuded an undeniable aura of elegance. Fu Hanchuan surveyed the crowd from above, akin to a majestic beast surveying its domain, an inexplicable pressure emanating from him. The familiar visage of the man was known to all, through media reports and entertainment gossip. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain and hesitant, until a man descended from the second floor. Greetings, I am Fu Hanchuan, a friend of Yin Yan. With a calm demeanor, Fu Hanchuan naturally wrapped his arm around Wen Yanyu's waist, gently guiding her into his domain. Yin Yan's health is fragile, and I worry about her being alone. Upon learning that you all intended to visit Jingwei, which happens to be my establishment, I decided to temporarily suspend operations. For the next few days, feel free to indulge. I shall cover the expenses, considering it my entry ticket. Fu Hanchuan spoke leisurely, gesturing towards the restaurant. Yin hasn't had a meal yet, and I presume you are all rather hungry. The kitchen has prepared a feast, so please enjoy your meal while we converse. A bewildered group followed the two into the dining area, where an opulent banquet awaited. They exchanged incredulous glances, and some began to search for Fu Hanchuan's information online, finally confirming his identity. Fu Hanchuan, is it really him? At the dining table, the group settled in and began to eat, occasionally discussing local sites. Yet the conversation never turned to Wen Yanyu, unsure of how to initiate dialogue, and indeed feeling famished. Wen Yanyu accepted the sweet sauce prepared by Fu Hanchuan and mixed it with her rice, taking a few bites. Perhaps due to the recent treatments, she soon realized that the pain was not as severe. It seemed she could eat a bit more. Noticing her slight gestures of rubbing her belly and her eager gaze at the lavish spread, Fu Hanchuan's lips curled into a smile, his mood lifting. Just then, a bowl of steamed egg custard was served. Fu Hanchuan took the small bowl from the waiter, added a touch of the beloved sweet sauce, mixed in some soft rice, and offered a portion to Wen Yanyu. The enticing aroma of the sauce made her eyes sparkle, and she immediately dug in. Don't eat too quickly. Savor it. The beef is particularly tender today, so you may indulge a bit more, he advised gently, his eyes warm and his smile soft as he busied himself with serving. Observing the man he had encountered during a financial interview, and recalling the trending topics of the past few days, the onlookers were left in a state of shock at the seemingly contradictory yet fitting interaction between the two, unable to articulate their astonishment, yet feeling an inexplicable sense of acceptance. As the meal progressed, the diners, now comfortably full, began to reminisce about their middle school adventures, the atmosphere growing warmer. Wen Yanyu gradually focused on the conversation. Suddenly, Chun Wankyu, who had been eating, chimed in. I remember that spring outing in middle school when Yanyu's mother made fried fish and braised pork. Oh, it was simply exquisite. A few nodded in agreement. Indeed, Auntie was stunning, wearing a rabbit ear headband alongside Yanyu. Ha. My mother even asked if Yanyu's mom was a celebrity. Thank goodness Auntie cooked so much. You all acted like you had never eaten before, leaving Yanyu looking rather pitiful. A bespectacled boy couldn't help but chuckle. I barely got a taste of the fish my mom made before you all devoured it. I miss those days. The expressions of the others shifted suddenly, their shock evident as they turned to look. Wen Yanyu's movements came to an abrupt halt as he gazed dazedly at the individual speaking. An eerie silence enveloped the dining table. Chen Wanxiu was the first to break the stillness, glancing around in confusion and scratching her head. What's wrong? Why is everyone looking at me like this? Suddenly, a bespectacled boy let out a cry, scolding the boy next to him. What are you stepping on my foot for? Wen Yanyu slowly rose to his feet, stepping towards Chen Wanxiu under the diverse gazes of the others. The air remained thick with an unsettling quiet. He knelt before her, looking up. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes, yet he stifled them. Holding her wrist firmly, he softly inquired, Do you remember what my mother looked like? Completely bewildered, Chen Wanxiu was startled, instinctively attempting to help the boy up. What is going on? Get up and talk. Wen Yanyu simply tightened his grip on her wrist and repeated earnestly, Please, think of anything related to my mother and tell me. Chen Wanxiu was taken aback by the intensity of emotion in his eyes, her heart racing. One hand remained in his grasp, while the other rubbed her temples as she delved into her memories. I remember your mother had long hair and loved to wear dresses. She often picked you up from school. Suddenly she exclaimed, Oh, and your sister, during one winter in middle school. Didn't your mother and sister often come to fetch you? You all wore that rabbit-eared scarf. And your sister was so adorable with her little braid and white cotton jacket. Wen Yanyu tilted his head back, his eyes reddening. His slender frame crouched on the ground, evoking a sense of pitiable vulnerability, like a damp little rabbit. The surrounding individuals stood in stunned silence. Wait, there's more. Chen Wanxiu rubbed her eyes, her mind racing as she recalled frantically. Think. Oh, right, that song we used to hear when school ended. The one from the cartoon about bears in the snowy mountains. Sometimes I walked with you, and your sister would sing that song to you. You both loved to buy sweet potatoes. Listening to her vivid recollections, Wen Yanyu fought back tears, nodding repeatedly as a heavy weight lifted from his heart. In that moment, he nearly wept. He was not lost to madness. Someone remembered him. That fragment of memory had not been entirely erased. He still had a chance to see them again. Even if it was but a sliver of hope, he was unwilling to relinquish it. I remember. She even shared half of hers with me. My memory is sharp. I've never made a mistake. What is happening? Please get up. Chen Wanxiu, merely a visitor for a meal, felt utterly out of her depth, sensing that she might have inadvertently caused trouble. Wen Yanyu took a deep breath, hiding the tears that could no longer be concealed, his hand now too weak to hold her wrist. Do you remember that they existed? Thank you. He choked out his gratitude, unable to articulate anything further. Chun Jian unparted her lips. The profound sorrow in the air was so thick it felt suffocating. Before anyone could react, a harsh scraping sound echoed from the chair against the floor. Fu Hanchuan strode over, his hands deftly maneuvering beneath the boy's knees and shoulders, lifting him steadily from the ground. Turning to the crowd, Fu Hanchuan spoke, I apologize, but I will take Yin Yin upstairs to rest for a while. Please enjoy your meal. Staff will come shortly to introduce you to the place. With that, he averted his gaze and swiftly departed the dining area, cradling the boy in his arms, leaving behind a flurry of murmurs. What are you all discussing? Someone exclaimed. Wen Yan is an orphan. Chapter 85. We are not mad. We are just unwell even if you dislike him. This isn't the way to go about it. Why poke at someone's wounds like that? What nonsense. When have I ever disliked him? What are you talking about? His father is a police officer in our area, remember? He even came to our school to give a talk on drug prevention during middle school. Exactly. And he has a sister who used to accompany him when picking up Wen Yan from school. What is wrong with your memories? Have you all gone mad? Given their already fragile mental state, even without contact, the boy had done nothing to provoke them. Why must they push him to tears? It was painful to watch. Chen Wanxiu and a few boys exclaimed, Huh? What? Have you all eaten mushrooms or something? The group was in disarray, each speaking their own thoughts. Tao Shu leaned closer to Chun Jianan and whispered, Have you remembered something? Chun Jianan, who had not uttered a word since sitting down, fiddled with the beef in his bowl and nodded softly. In a room on the 4th floor, all the blackout curtains were drawn tight, leaving only a dim nightlight aglow, enveloping the space in darkness. The door was securely shut, and only the sound of weeping reverberated within. Fu Hanchuan leaned against the headboard, one arm tightly encircling Wen Yan's back, while the other hand held a soft, moist tissue, constantly wiping away the relentless tears. Wen Yan curled slightly, nestled in Fu Hanchuan's embrace like a wounded rabbit seeking refuge, gripping the man's sleeve with a desperate hold. In the throes of emotion, he no longer cared about being perceived as mad. He simply wished to pour out all the burdens he had been carrying in his heart. Yet, the remnants of restraint blurred his words into meaningless syllables, leaving only fragmented phrases. Fu Hanchuan, I'm not lying. I want to go home. I miss home so much. Someone remembers my mother, but I can't find them after crying for so long. His voice had grown hoarse, the words coming out in broken whispers, nearly inaudible. I'm not mad. I have a mother, I do. And a father and a sister. I had them, but they are gone. Fu Hanchuan, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I did not lie. You have to believe me. I just can't find them. I'm not mad. I'm not crazy. As tears streamed down his face, Wen Yan coughed between sobs, his eyes swollen and red, lashes drenched in tears. Sweetheart, I believe you. I believe you, Fu Hanchuan replied, his heart aching fiercely, patting and comforting him, though the calming medication had yet to take effect. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over him. Perhaps it had been unwise to allow Wen Yan to meet those classmates. The pent-up emotions surged forth like a torrential flood, causing excessive exhalation of carbon dioxide, leading to an overwhelming ventilation and increasingly rapid breaths. When Yanyu's emotions intensified, his fingers began to spasm uncontrollably, as if he were gasping for air due to a lack of oxygen. Fu Hanchuan's pupils constricted. He hastily covered the youth's mouth, suppressing the tremor in his voice while continually offering reassurances. Yin Yin, relax, do not tense up, breathe slowly, do not fear. I am here. 1, 2, 1, 2, yes. That's right, my dear. Inhale through your nose. Yes, relax, splendid. You're doing wonderfully. The mouth, which had been gasping for air, was firmly covered by his palm. Yet when Yanyu instinctively followed Fu Hanchuan's guidance to ease his breathing, the intake of carbon dioxide gradually increased, and his hurried breaths slowly returned to normal. Yes, my dear, splendid, just like that. I am right here, I will not leave you, I believe in you. Fu Hanchuan softened his tone, gently patting and guiding step by step, managing to maintain a semblance of emotional control. However, his gaze fell upon the youth's face, which had become disturbingly pale since their return from the hospital. The youth's eyes were uncontrollably reddening, and his voice trembled in response. I know my dear is not mad. You are not mad. You are merely unwell. You are not crazy. We shall not heed their nonsense. They are all malicious. Do not fear. I am here. Fu Hanchuan took a plush puppy and placed it in the youth's arms, repeatedly patting and soothing. Do not fear. Look, the puppy is here, and I am here too. Everything will be fine. Cry will make it better. Do not be afraid. The acidity and bitterness in his voice caused it to tremble uncontrollably. Fu Hanchuan inhaled deeply, calming his breath several times, suppressing his own tears, clenching his fists, and softly reassuring him. Someone must remain strong. I will always believe in you. I am here. I understand everything. My dear is not mad. Do not fear. I am here. Wen Yanyu grasped the plush puppy tightly, gradually relaxing his body under Fu Hanchuan's guidance. My dear, do not be sad. I am here. I will not leave. I am still here. Fu Hanchuan gently patted the youth's back, his chin resting against the forehead damp with cold sweat, murmuring soothingly, each word a balm. The hurried breaths and cries gradually subsided amidst the gentle reassurances in his ear until the sobbing ceased entirely. Wen Yanyu, drowsily with closed eyes, held the puppy in one hand and clutched the man's sleeve with the other, still softly sniffling even in sleep, tears continuing to slip down his cheeks. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. Outside the window, the wind rustled through the trees, the leaves whispering in the breeze. Fu Hanchuan slowly leaned down, brushing over the youth's brow, eyes, and nose, finally landing upon his lips, tenderly kissing away the lingering tears. Chapter 86. The sweet daily life of a young couple, delightfully sweet. The windows were wide open, the sunset ablaze, and the occasional chirping of birds resonated through the mountains, while clusters of fiery red maple leaves danced in the wind, crackling gently. This marked the final day of their gathering. After 2 days of exploration, the earlier incident was no longer mentioned. Amidst the beautiful scenery and fond memories, the group engaged in lively conversation, filled with joy. Wen Yanyu found herself seated between Fu Hanchuan and Tao Shu. A large table of people exchanged lively anecdotes from their middle school days. Recently, a trending topic had reminded me of Xiao Yu, who had quite the reputation for fighting back in middle school. Chen Jinan, peeling shrimp, could not suppress a chuckle, who remembers that non-mainstream kid with yellow hair from the neighboring class. Another classmate chimed in. That kid was incredibly arrogant, thinking he could bully Xiao Yu just because he was small and lanky. In the end, he was swiftly subdued. I remember how adorable Xiao Yu was back then. We often gathered at the back of the classroom to seek him out. I had always sensed that Xiao Yu had the potential to become a star, and indeed, my intuition was correct. It irked me that I hadn't mentioned it earlier, but I must confess I was a fan of Rabbit, though I never connected Rabbit with our Xiao Yu until recently. Hearing you all chat about it in the group suddenly jogged my memory, and everything came rushing back. Me too. I previously adored Rabbit and XLY. Their camaraderie was delightful. The girl speaking chuckled nervously, casting a discreet glance at Fu Hanchuan, who was finishing off Rabbit's leftovers, and sighed in relief upon realizing she hadn't drawn his attention. Tao Shu, smiling, reminisced, yes, and remember how Xiao Yu wore that little rabbit scarf every winter? It was so cute. Our school even started a trend with those scarves. A whole bunch of us wore either bear or rabbit designs. Who remembers what our teacher said about Xiao Yu's influence on our school? Tao Shu inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in laughter, simultaneously exclaiming, Bear Mountain, Rabbit Dog Mountain, Rabbit Mountain, long live Rabbit. Ha ha ha. The conversation flowed effortlessly, and the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly lively. Even the troublemaker Li Shu seemed to have set aside his prickly demeanor as the group fondly recalled their youthful days. Despite the fact that their once-close relationships had been dulled by the relentless march of time and the monotony of work, and even though those days could never be relived, the hazy memories, tinged with a sense of irretrievability, wrapped that period in a bittersweet, dreamlike filter. Just the mention of those times transported them back to moments that, at the time, felt so precious, only to become eternally unforgettable fragments of memory years later. Fleeting, irrecoverable, indelible moments. The private room was filled with laughter and joy. Wen Yanyu savored the food being shared by the dog, engaging in cheerful conversation with everyone. Fu Hanchuan, clearing his bowl, glanced at the blissful Wen Yanyu beside him, and felt an undeniable warmth enveloping his heart. The previously turbulent air around him dissipated, transformed into soft, sweet clouds like a dog curled up peacefully beside its master. At the dining table, several people occasionally struck up conversations with Fu Hanchuan. The initial sense of disparity born from their statuses had considerably diminished over the past 3 days. Seated nearby, a young man seized the opportunity to engage Fu Hanchuan in conversation regarding his company's new project. Noticing Fu Hanchuan in a good mood as he busily served dishes to Wen Yanyu, the young man hesitated for a moment, gauging the pleasant atmosphere before speaking up. "Mr. Fu, there is actually one more thing I would like to seek your opinion on." Fu Hanchuan tilted his gaze slightly. The young man instantly froze, his nerves palpable. His father's company was actively seeking investments, and Fu Xin was one of the investors his father had mentioned before. However, given the disparity in their statuses, discussing investments felt premature. It was already a rare opportunity to even meet a senior executive from Fu Xin, let alone its decision-maker. Regardless, he was determined to make an attempt. Wen Yanyu, enjoying sweet potato, discreetly patted the thigh of the man beside her. Understanding her cue, Fu Hanchuan smiled and remarked, "Let us not discuss such matters during mealtime." The young man was taken aback. Fu Hanchuan then retrieved his phone, presenting a QR code. "This is my assistant's work number. Arrange a meeting with him and prepare the necessary materials. Come to Fu Xin to find me." With that simple phrase, the young man was instantly electrified, eagerly responding, "All right. Thank you." The others at the table remained indifferent, as most of them came from families without companies, having just graduated and entered the workforce. Small projects were unnecessary, and large ones felt unattainable. The average worker did not require the aid of a big shot. Fu Hanchuan lowered his head, grasping the mischievous hand of his companion on his thigh, holding it firmly as he gently kneaded and caressed it. A profound sense of accomplishment blossomed within him. When Yanyu was about to withdraw her hand when Fu Hanchuan leaned in close, a playful smile gracing his lips. "I've noticed our little bunny seems to have put on some weight. Tell me, when our little bunny gains another 10 pounds, shall we turn her into a hot pot?" His words, light and teasing, danced around her ear, both enticing and provocatively playful. When Yanyu exclaimed, "What kind of person are you?" She pulled her hand away, refusing to look at him. Fu Hanchuan chuckled softly, scooping a piece of fish from the plate. He presented it to Wen Yanyu as if offering a treasure. Accustomed to being pampered, she instinctively turned her head aside, swallowing the fish before processing what had just occurred. Instantly, she was filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "What are you doing?" Her ears flushed crimson. Fu Hanchuan laughed heartily, continuing to coax her for a while. "I wouldn't eat the bunny. She is far too adorable for that. I love her too much to turn her into a hot pot. She is not a bunny. No, she is a little fish. I'm beginning to dislike you." "Please don't," he pleaded playfully. "Not a chance. The specially made sweet sauce for dogs can only be resolved by the most adorable bunny who is upset with the poor, weak, and pitiable dog. Why do you always bully me? I only tease the little bunny. I'll push you off the bed. You can cuddle with your bunny plush and sleep on your own, but don't hold me." Fu Hanchuan's pupils widened slightly as he hurriedly retorted, No. The puppy can only sleep with the rabbit. Otherwise, the puppy will suffer from insomnia. You've already let the puppy cuddle with you at night, so you can't possibly want to chase the puppy away." When Yanyu ignored him, engrossed in her meal. With a playful smile, Fu Hanchuan leaned closer to Wen Yanyu's ear, whispering softly, "Listen." His voice was gentle and low, laced with tenderness. The puppy's heart is crying in pain. As the enticing aroma enveloped her, Wen Yanyu turned her gaze slightly. Fu Hanchuan was near her, the bittersweet fragrance of his cologne mingling with the sweetness of the sauce he had consumed, reminiscent of a perfume's sharp initial notes that faded away, leaving only a lingering sweetness. Their eyes met under the setting sun. warm breaths entwined within the fragrant haze of wine. Fu Hanchuan gazed at her, the golden sunlight casting a halo into his gray-blue eyes, melting the icy facade and reshaping it into a softness meant for just one person. Wen Yanyu momentarily froze, her heart racing unexpectedly. For a few seconds, she lost control. Turning her gaze away, she suppressed the emotions that should not have surfaced and reclaimed the playful camaraderie of friends. With a mischievous tone, she replied, "No, I won't listen." Fu Hanchuan chuckled softly, leaning in closer, teasingly saying, "What a naughty little rabbit you are." "I'm a good fish," Wen Yanyu retorted indignantly. Fu Hanchuan smirked. But the good fish just devoured other little fish. That was the bad dog's doing. She shot back angrily. Unperturbed by their surroundings, they continued their playful banter, oblivious to the astonished glances of their classmates who wondered if such flirtation was appropriate in front of old friends. First of all, the rabbit is not my enemy. Its original setting is that of a protagonist in a tragic tale. My story is a blend of sweetness and melodrama, so please refrain from labeling it as something it is not. Did my synopsis give the impression of a lighthearted romance? Have I ever claimed it to be so? It's absurd to suggest that I harbor hatred towards my protagonists. If I truly despised a character, I would never afford you the chance to develop affection for them. They would merely be portrayed as repulsive. The most remarkable aspect of the rabbit lies in its resilience and gentleness despite enduring suffering. Reflect for a moment. Without these qualities, would you truly come to love the rabbit? Don't be ridiculous. The characters I have sculpted from my pain and tears are a product of my own emotional turmoil. The tears I shed while creating them far exceed the moments you spend reading. What takes you mere minutes to finish takes me days of crafting, often resulting in inflamed eyes and countless medications. The very affection you feel for these characters comes from the labor of my heart, and yet you turn and accuse me of hatred. Spring Bamboo, are you all right? Your comments are amusing. As for abandoning the story, there's no need to inform me specifically. I cannot see your name in my back-end data. Many readers appreciate my work, and if you cannot, then please leave. I am here to write, not to endure negativity. If you believe that being cursed and insulted multiple times in the comments section without any justification and being unfairly labeled without the opportunity to retaliate makes you invincible, then indeed, Chunju, you're invincible.